Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Pirate. Starting with Ironman Armor 1 Chapter 1. Kill the Celestial Dragons at the start. Pirate World. See Circle Calendar 1517. This is a year that the world will remember. Because on this day, the final stop of the first half of the Grand Line, Sabadi Archipelago, had a big event that shocked the world. A celestial dragons, known as the descendants of the Creator, was killed here. This is the first instance of celestial dragons being shown killed in world government's 800-year history. Even Fisher Tiger, a former emancipation movement, just made a big fuss in Mariajoy, freeing thousands of slaves. For celestial dragons, there is simply no revenge. And now the celestial dragons event in the Sabadi Archipelago. It shocked the whole world and made the world government angry. As for the culprit behind it all, at this time, it was flying fast over an ocean. I saw the camera zoomed in, but it was a human-shaped exoskeleton armor with red as the main tone and gold as the embellishment. And this armor is the iron suit in Iron Man. Inside the armor, looking at the endless ocean in front of him, Yao Chen sighed. As a transmigrator, he never thought of high profile from the very beginning. It is the most correct choice to accumulate grain and become king slowly. However, who told him to cross over a week ago? It fell directly into the hands of a celestial dragons named Yorkdo Saint. At that time, the system was not activated yet. In order to save his life, Yao Chen racked his brains and kept telling each other many unheard stories in the original world. It was precisely these interesting stories that attracted the attention of Yorkdo Saint and made him survive by chance. Originally, Yao Chen thought that he might have no chance to escape in his life. Who knows that this guy suddenly wants to go to the Sabadi Archipelago for a stroll. At the same time, his late system was finally activated. And directly sent an Ironman Armor as a novice gift package. And Yao Chen also decisively drove the suit to kill the opponent and left. Speaking of which, the system is trying to make up for its lateness. Advertisement. He generously sent out the Mark 50 nanometer armor in Avengers 3. It was with this armor that he was able to put it on without any hindrance in the first place. Sir, after extensive scanning, I have collected topographic maps of the nearby seafloor. If you still need a more complete map, I suggest you fly to the stratosphere to scan the land. Yao Chen came back to his senses and said, "Good job, Jarvis." Then he accelerated and rushed towards outer space. However, just as he was just starting to climb, Jarvis' voice came from inside the armor. "Sir, a source of energy is quickly approaching." "Okay." I saw a digital map appear in front of him. And on the map, there is a small dot in the fast approach. Yao Chen turned his head and saw that his sight was rapidly enlarged by the smart display on the battlesuit. Soon, a human-shaped object with a yellow glow appeared in front of him. Looking at this object, Yao Chen squinted his eyes. Kizaru, I didn't expect Marine's reaction to be so quick. In this world, Kizaru is reputed to have the speed of light because he ate sparkling fruit. It sounds great, but it's complete nonsense. Don't look at him talking about speed and weight every day. If he really had the speed of light, he would be absolutely invincible in the pirate world. The simple truth is that if an object can reach the speed of light, the kinetic energy formed is extremely terrifying. Even a small glass bead can easily penetrate the planet once it reaches the speed of light. Therefore, Yao Chen did not believe that Kizaru could reach the speed of light from the beginning. However, it cannot reach the speed of light, and there should be supersonic speeds. But even so, it was already terrifying to know that in his original world, a strictly trained fighter pilot, even under the protection of various protective measures, it can only reach an overload speed of 7 to 8 G. Once this upper limit is exceeded, the body may not be able to bear it and be torn apart. Although the pirate world's body is very strong, advertisement. Even ones like Kaido are monsters. But after reaching a certain speed limit, it will also be torn apart by the terrifying kinetic energy. It's just that the Logia fruit can be elementalized, but I don't know if Kizaru will be affected. In this way, Yao Chen gradually increased his speed, but kept a certain distance from Kizaru. He wanted to test it to see what the opponent's limit speed was. Seeing this, Kizaru, who was behind, said lazily, "Can you still increase the speed? It's really scary." Although the tone was frivolous, there was a hint of caution. Because of Yao Chen's speed at this time, even he was surprised. "It's really nerve-wracking. If I let you run away, my salary will be deducted." As soon as the voice fell, he saw his speed increase instantly. The whole person turned into a yellow light. Seeing this scene, Yao Chen frowned. Sure enough, elementalization. Jarvis in the steel suit spoke at this moment. "Sir," the human behind turned into a ray of light with an incomprehensible principle. Yao Chen was not surprised at all. After all, there is something unscientific like devil fruit in this world. Looking at Kizaru approaching at extreme speed, he immediately said, "Jarvis, enter supersonic flight mode." Receive. I saw Yao Chen's engine at the bottom of his feet suddenly ejected highly condensed flames, breaking the sound barrier at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, countless nanomaterials gathered on the armor behind him. A rocket pack-like engine is formed. Immediately, the arc reactor in the chest erupted with powerful energy. I saw that the engine behind him also began to spew powerful flames, increasing his speed again. Seeing this, Kizaru, who was chasing after him, finally changed his wretched expression over the years. Chapter 2 Hive Research Facility. Seeing Yao Chen pulling away again, Kizaru's face was full of shock. You must know that he is the one who ate sparkling fruit. There are indeed some people in this world who are better than him. But no one can match his speed, but now he looked at the figure in front of him. The confidence that has been maintained in speed for a long time has been shaken a little. Seeing his eyes narrowed, he began to explode his speed with all his strength. I don't believe that you are faster than me. Seeing Kizaru speed up again, Yao Chen had to sigh at the opponent's pervert. Jarvis, let's go full speed ahead too, okay sir. See him put his hands down and let the whole body form the best flying position to reduce air resistance. At the same time, the flames ejected from the engine also changed from orange-yellow to dark blue. This shows that the temperature of the flame is constantly increasing, which means that the energy released is also increasing. In the armor, Yao Chen watched the speed on the screen of the mask keep rising. And Jarvis is also reporting the current speed, Mach 2, Mach 2.1, Mach 2.2. As Yao Chen's speed became faster and faster, the air appeared afterimages. This chase lasted for a full quarter of an hour. Just when Yao Chen's speed was close to 3 times the speed of sound, Jarvis suddenly said, "Sir, the yellow light behind has started to slow down." Okay. A gleam of light flashed in Yao Chen's eyes. Although he really wanted to look back, but now his speed is too fast. If you move a little, you will feel extremely strong resistance. Also, a lot of sparks began to appear on Yao Chen's mask. It was too fast and started to rub against the air and caught fire. I saw him hurriedly said, "Jarvis, start to slow down." Advertisement, receive. I saw his speed start to drop rapidly. At the same time, 2 kilometers below him, Kizaru was parked there. To be honest, as he slowed down and eventually stopped in the air. In just a few seconds, Yao Chen's distance was widened to the point where he could barely see. If it weren't for the speed of the other party, it rubbed against the air and caught fire, and the fire brought by it attracted his attention. He probably didn't even know where Yao Chen flew to. Seeing Kizaru's expression at the moment is extremely solemn. At this time, he had already flown to a very high altitude, and if he went higher, he was about to leave the atmosphere. This height is very dangerous for him. The air here is so thin that there is almost no oxygen. And there is a lot of cold air coming from all directions. In such an environment, even he was a little dangerous. What happened to that person? Did he eat some devil fruit? Why is it so fast that even my sparkling fruit can't catch up? And he doesn't have to breathe? At that altitude, there should be no oxygen, right? But no matter how he guessed, this arrest was a failure for him, and Kizaru could only quickly fall below. On the stratosphere, seeing Kizaru Yao Chen who had left, he was relieved. Then began to wait for Jarvis to pick up the magnetic field emitted by the planet below to draw a map. And Yao Chen also got the data of Kizaru's flight from it. The limit burst is Mach 2.7 and the normal speed is Mach 1.5. It's really scary. Yao Chen felt a little emotional when he saw the numbers in front of him. Sure enough, devil fruit is an unscientific thing. Seeing Jarvis scanning the map, Yao Chen, who had nothing to do, began to call up his system. His system is a reputation system from which any technological item can be drawn. As for what can be drawn, it all depends on luck. It is drawn once for every 3,000 reputation points, and can only be drawn 3 times a day. And the way to gain reputation is to keep creating various events to be known to others. Advertisement, to put it bluntly, it is to do things, and the bigger the thing, the more prestige. Yao Chen looked at his reputation, 17,280. Moreover, the reputation value is still increasing rapidly. No way, who told him to kill celestial dragons? I believe that when this news spreads all over the world, his reputation value will usher in a surge. System, consume 9,000 reputation points for the lottery. Reputation points have been deducted. Congratulations host, I drew a belt. Congratulations, host, I got a box of chewing gum. Thank you for your patronage. Yao Chen's mouth twitched. Don't talk about the belt chewing gum, thank you for patronizing, what the hell. Just when he thought he was tricked by the system. At this time, the system said, because it is the first time for the host to draw a lottery, a beehive research facility is specially awarded. Huh? Yao Chen was stunned, and hurriedly looked around. The discovery system sent itself the Hive research facility in Resident Evil directly. This is a research center built by the Umbrella Company with a lot of manpower and material resources. I saw an astonishing look flashing in his eyes as he asked. System, is there any T-virus or Red Queen in this facility? The system said, no, except for a variety of fully equipped research facilities. Items like the T-virus and the Red Queen can only be purchased with prestige points after the facility is installed. Hearing the system's words, Yao Chen not only was not disappointed, but heaved a sigh of relief. He was also afraid that the leak of the T-virus would cause a biochemical crisis in this world. You must know that the human body in this world is very powerful. Ghosts know what kind of terrifying monsters will be born after being hit by the T-virus. At this moment, Jarvis' voice finally came. Sir, the map has been scanned. I saw a 3D constructed map appearing in front of him. Looking at the various terrain markers above, Yao Chen quickly selected an island and flew there. Chapter 3 Event Fermentation Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Kizaru, who went out to capture Wang Yao Chen, has returned here at this time. Inside the marshal's office, Sengoku, Garp and Crane were all waiting for him to report the results of the mission. At this time, Sengoku said, "Tell me what happened." Kizaru sat on the sofa with Erlang's legs crossed, returning to his usual lazy look. "It's terrifying. I tried my best not to catch the criminal who killed celestial dragons." Hearing his words, Garp, who was eating senbei, stopped. And the Crane with his arms in his arms also showed a hint of surprise on his face. Sengoku hurriedly asked, "You said you tried your best to catch the other party? Is that prisoner's strength comparable to Marine Admiral?" Kizaru spread his hands. "It's not a matter of strength, it's a matter of speed." "Speed?" The three people at the scene looked puzzled, and they saw Kizaru and said, "Yes, speed. I can't catch up with each other in speed." Although his tone was light, there was a hint of heaviness in it. "How is this possible?" Sengoku hurriedly stood up with a look of disbelief. "You must know that Kizaru is the owner of Sparkling Fruit. It stands to reason that no one in this world is faster than him." But now the other party said that he couldn't catch up with the prisoner, which made Sengoku believe it. If the opponent has the strength to fight Admiral, Sengoku can still accept it. But outpacing the owner of Sparkling Fruit in speed is just too far-fetched. However, although Kizaru was lazy, he still said, "I'm not lying, Marshal Sengoku. In terms of speed, I'm really not as good as that prisoner." After listening to the three, they all fell into silence immediately. Although Kizaru is lazy at work, he never lies. Since he has said again that his speed is not as good as the other party, it is really not as good. Advertisement at this time, I heard a burst of laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. Interesting, really interesting. Looks like an amazing guy has appeared in the ocean." Bang! Sengoku slapped the table and yelled, "Is this the time to laugh, Garp? Do you know what a terrible thing this man has done? Since the establishment of the world government, no one has ever dared to kill celestial dragons. What he's doing is going to cause a terrible storm in this world." Garp snapped his nostrils. "So what, those celestial dragons are a bunch of crap anyway." Sengoku warned. "Garp, Shen Yan, you know what the consequences of these words will be." Cut. Garp curled his lips in annoyance, then ate senbei again. The Crane, who had been silent all the time, was watching with a blank sheet of paper on which was some information about Yao Chen. However, unfortunately, there is no other information other than his appearance. Suddenly appeared a week ago and became a slave to the victim. There was no information before this, not even where it came from. Not only that, don't you even have a name? Seeing this, even the Crane, known as the Great Staff Officer, was very helpless. There's just too little information. In fact, it's not her fault. You must know that Yao Chen didn't tell anyone his name when he was arrested. Of course, celestial dragons wouldn't care what his name was. After all, for those so-called descendants of the Creator, people all over the world are slaves, and slaves don't need names. Just when Sengoku and others were thinking about how to continue to arrest Yao Chen and arrange a reward for him, what happened on the Sabaody archipelago is spreading all over the world at an alarming rate. New World, Whitebeard is sitting on a lounge chair enjoying the warm sunshine quietly. At this time, a newsbird flew by. Advertisement seeing this, Marco next to him tossed a coin. After the newsbird took the coin, he threw down a newspaper and left. Marco stepped forward, picked up the newspaper and unfolded it. Soon, his face changed drastically, and he said to Whitebeard beside him, "Dad, a world-shattering event has happened to Sabaody archipelago." "Oh." Whitebeard, who was basking in the sun, took a look at the newspaper. Immediately, a loud laugh came out of his mouth. "Gu la 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 la. In this sea, there is a daring guy." Marco's mouth twitched. "Dad, this is no longer a question of courage. This is throwing the world government's face on the ground and stomping on it." "Gu la 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 la. Is that fun?" Not only the Whitebeard pirates, Big Mom, Redhead, Kaido and others also received the news. Among them, the one who felt the deepest was Poya Hancock from Nine Snake Island. As a former slave, it can be said that she deeply hates celestial dragons. However, at the same time as the hatred, there is also a deep fear in the heart. Don't look at her now, not only the 7 warlords of the sea, but also the king of Nine Snake Island. But celestial dragons, her eternal demon, was something she never wanted to mention in her whole life. Therefore, when she saw what Yao Chen did, the heart actually involuntarily began to be full of good feelings for the other party. It's just that our protagonist doesn't know about it. At this time, after a period of flight, has come to a country in the first half of the Grand Line. That is, 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile's territory, Alabasta. Chapter 4 Construction Base Alabasta, as a superpower with a population of tens of millions. His position in the world of pirates is unquestionable. During the Summit War, Naval Headquarters only dispatched 100,000 Marines to fight the Whitebeard pirates. In Alabasta, however, there are 600,000 royal troops. Of course, that's not to say there are only 100,000 Marines. If the Marines in the world add up, there are at least a few million. It can only be said that those who can be transferred by Naval Headquarters to participate in the Summit War are the elites of Marine. Looking at the city below, Yao Chen recalled the information of Alabasta in his mind. In his view, the main reason why this country can have such a large population is that the island is large enough. Of course, it now appears to be more of a small continent than an island. You must know that in this world, many islands have only one city. In Alabasta, however, there are 7. However, these 7 cities are all built in areas close to the sea. What's left is a vast expanse of uninhabited desert. Yao Chen chose this place because he fell in love with this desert. On Jarvis map markers, this desert is rich in mineral resources. It's just that the level of technology in this world is very low and cannot be mined. But that wasn't a problem for him. Plus it's big enough, just run inside, even if all the Marines are dispatched. It is also a matter of finding a needle in a haystack to find Vice Admiral in this desert. Inside the armor, Jarvis was constantly scanning the terrain in the desert. Soon, it said, "Sir, I have found an excellent location." Where? A marker appeared on the panel of the battle armor, and he quickly flew there. It didn't take long for Yao Chen to come to the place marked by Jarvis. However, it is no different from other deserts here. Jarvis said, "Sir, after my scan, the ground here contains copper, iron, gold, rare earth and other metal minerals. If you build a base here, you can easily mine." Hearing what he said, Yao Chen finally satisfied, "Very good. System, I want to place the Hive research facility here. Learn." Advertisement. Suddenly, the sand sea below began to vibrate violently, and countless sands also violently tossed. After a few minutes, the vibrations gradually stopped. Seeing this, Yao Chen fell from the sky. Immediately, an elevator rose from the sand. Without thinking much, he walked in directly. The elevator immediately sank, and finally disappeared into the desert. Taking the elevator all the way down, he soon came to the inside of the Hive. After stepping out of the elevator, it is the most familiar laser tunnel in the movie. Following the passage and entering the research facility, he browsed around. It can be said that this research facility is exactly the same as the Hive base in Resident Evil. It's just that the Red Queen is missing, but that wasn't a problem for him at all. I saw him and said, "Jarvis, connect to the host of the Hive base. From today onwards, this place will be managed by you." "Yes, sir." Soon, the entire base was under the control of Jarvis. And Yao Chen also basically figured out everything here after walking around. Seeing that he was standing in the core host room of the Hive at the moment, his brows were deeply wrinkled. To be honest, although he has his own underground base, he is not happy at all. Because this whole Hive facility is just like in the movie. It is a research-based underground facility. Such a facility cannot be called a base at all. To know a base, in addition to research facilities, also include recreational facilities, rest areas, personnel training centers, and more. However, the Beehive facilities in front of me do not have anything other than research equipment. I saw him asking, "System, can the Beehive be expanded?" I was just thinking about asking. However, the system really replied, "Yes." "Okay." Yao Chen immediately asked, "How to expand?" "Host can spend prestige points to expand." Hearing this, he glanced at his reputation. It was found that it came to 34,321 points. Advertisement. Huh, did it go up so much in such a short period of time? Although surprised, the rise in reputation value is a good thing for him. "System, I want to expand. Please choose." He saw a 3-dimensional map of the Hive appeared in front of him. There are many construction projects nearby. After taking a closer look, I found that none of these expansion facilities were lower than 5,000 reputation. It's expensive enough. Shaking his head, Yao Chen quickly selected several expansion facilities. They are the rest area, training center, production workshop, hidden flight runway, and underground wharf. Especially the underground dock, which cost him 10,000 reputation points. Of course, with this pier, Yao Chen can dock all kinds of warships in the future. Therefore, the space of this pier is very large. Seeing that 30,000 points of RP have been lost, Yao Chen felt a pain in his heart. However, these expansions are essential, and when the prestige value is sufficient again, he will continue to expand. System, won't the dock be discovered? No, the gate to the sea uses optical concealment technology. I can rest assured that. At this time, Yao Chen touched his stomach and felt a little hungry. I saw him walking towards the dining hall. However, when I got here, I found that there were no ingredients. System, is there nothing to eat in the base? Please prepare the ingredients on your own, or buy them with prestige points. Damn, does it cost you reputation points to eat? Although he complained, he still spent a few reputation points to buy some ingredients. And these ingredients are also quickly processed into various types of food in the cafeteria. After eating 3, 5 and 2, Yao Chen lay on his back and looked at the entire cafeteria. It's really empty. I'm the only one in this huge base. How does this work? Time to make yourself some hands. I saw him slowly get up and walk towards a research facility. Chapter 5 Darth Vader in the base. Because there is no virus, all kinds of research facilities have become decorations. Of course, for Yao Chen, he would not dare to buy T-virus for research without complete guarantee. After passing through several electronic doors, Yao Chen came to an empty hall. I saw that there were many cylindrical cultivation tanks in the pure white hall. This is the cloning center of the Hive research facility. A place dedicated to cultivating tyrannical Kuns, or clones. Speaking of, in the world of Resident Evil, Umbrella's achievements in genetic research are unmatched by anyone. Although they will mainly focus on virus research. But that doesn't mean other studies are any worse. Especially in terms of cloning technology, it has been very mature. Yao Chen walked to a cylindrical culture tank. Jarvis, I'm going to train a bunch of clones. Please put in all kinds of cloning materials, sir, and leave the rest to me. Material. Hearing Jarvis' words, he glanced at the system, and sure enough, he needed to buy it again. Fortunately, a clone of the material is not expensive, only 20 reputation points. He directly spent 1,000 points, ready to clone 50 people first. After pouring a large amount of gene stock solution into the culture tank, 50 cultivation devices in the hall are activated simultaneously. I saw an embryo similar to a human baby began to grow rapidly under the infusion of the gene stock solution. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yao Chen asked, Jarvis, how long will it take to cultivate? 8 hours, sir. 8 hours. So what's the physical fitness of these clones? They will be physically stronger than normal people. After Yao Chen heard this, he frowned. Ordinary people? He knew very well that the ordinary people in Jarvis' mouth were based on ordinary people in the original world. However, the people in the pirate world are very physically strong. Even ordinary people are not comparable to the original world. Thinking of this, Yao Chen said softly, this is not my ideal soldier. Just this kind of quality is still too weak for people in this world. Advertisement. System, is there any way to improve the clone's physique? As long as the host obtains the genes of the human beings in this world, cloning can be carried out. The stronger the gene of the person who acquires it, the stronger the soldier will be. Hearing what he said, Yao Chen pouted, I will ask you if I want to. But having said that, Kaido came to his mind for the first time. If you can get Kaido's genes, the soldiers you will breed will be absolutely powerful. But it's still too far for me, and it's not that easy to deal with Kaido. Shaking his head, he didn't think too much, but asked, is there another way? Hosts can be purchased for prestige points. He saw a system panel appear in front of him. It shows the genes of various characters. Yao Chen's mouth twitched. Sure enough, the rich is the uncle. But having said that, his eyes did not move away from the panel. Wesker gene 50,000 reputation points, from Resident Evil World. Captain America gene 30,000 reputation points, from Marvel World. Winter Soldier gene 30,000 reputation points, from Marvel World. Wolverine gene 70,000 RP, from X-Men World. Spider-Man gene 70,000 RP, from Marvel World. Looking at the various character genes shown above, Yao Chen's eyes were hot, and he could not wait to buy them all. But unfortunately, he is only poor now. Thinking of this, he took another look at his reputation and found that it had risen to around 8,000. It's rising so fast, it seems that the impact of killing celestial dragons is indeed unmatched by other events. Maybe, I should find a way to kill a few more. To him, celestial dragons is the most valuable gold mountain in the world. Yao Chen said at this time, System, is there no other way other than to spend prestige points to buy it? Yes, please also ask the host to work hard to collect reputation points. Seeing that the other party said so, Yao Chen had no choice but to give up. However, he did not exit the gene panel but continued to browse. Although the expensive ones can be bought, you can see if there are any cheap ones. After all, the 50 clones that have already started to breed are still too weak. Advertisement, however, after watching it for a long time, none of them could satisfy him. It's too expensive, or it can't meet your requirements. Just when Yao Chen was a little helpless, a gene named Stormtrooper appeared in front of him. Hey, isn't this the Imperial Army from Star Wars? I remember that Stormtroopers also seem to have their own clone army. He thought about it for a while, and suddenly found that the Stormtrooper was a very suitable option for him. This is an army that has been engaged in cosmic warfare for a long time, and have fought on various planets with harsh environments. In terms of physical fitness, it also far exceeds that of ordinary people in the original world. Thinking of this, Yao Chen looked at the price and found that he needed 8,000 RP, which was just right. Without any hesitation, he directly chose to buy. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly came. Congratulations, host, you have selected your own legionnaire, and hereby send a mysterious reward. Okay. Yao Chen was stunned for a moment, then asked. System, what's going on? The system replied. Strong genes do not mean the best choice. Because the stronger the gene, the more resources are consumed when cloning. And the host made the best choice, hereby rewarded. Hearing this, Yao Chen probably understood the meaning of the system. I see. In short, I've completed a hidden mission, right? Yes. So that's the case, let's give out rewards. As soon as the words fell, a space channel suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately, a man in clothes black armor walked out. Seeing this person, Yao Chen was dumbfounded, because he has already recognized who the person in front of him is. That familiar shape, heavy breathing under the helmet. It is the Darth Vader, known by fans as Lord of Star Wars. A character throughout the entire Star Wars franchise. P.S. Newcomers and new books, asking for flowers, ASCII Chapter 6 getting started. Looking at Darth Vader in front of him, Yao Chen came back to his senses and stammered, Sir, Lord? Immediately he asked. System, you won't be the one that I bought the Stormtrooper's genes, so you rewarded me Darth Vader? No, Yao Chen didn't believe it at all, but he didn't have time to think about it now. I saw Darth Vader asking in that unique synthetic voice. Are you the object of my allegiance? There was an air of pride in his tone. Yao Chen nodded with a smile and didn't care about his attitude. The characters produced by the system are absolutely loyal. And he knew very well that Darth Vader's character was like that. I saw him step up and say, "You came just in time, sir. With your help, I won't have to stay in the base for a long time to accumulate strength." Although Darth Vader wondered why the person in front of him called him sir, but still asked, "Do you have any orders?" Under the mask, the unique synthetic sound came. Yao Chen had a satisfied smile on his face. "No hurry, although your arrival has greatly increased my strength. But after all, we only have 2 people, and we still need to train some subordinates." Speaking of which, he seemed to remember something. "By the way, can I use Darth Vader's genes to cultivate clones?" "Yes, but I advise host not to do this." "Why?" Yao Chen wondered. "Just listen to the system explain, since you know Darth Vader, host. It should have been known that the armor on him was actually a life support system. Once taken off, Darth Vader is likely to die." Hearing the system's words, Yao Chen only remembered at this moment. Darth Vader is no longer Anakin. During his duel with Obi-Wan, his legs and left arm were removed. Advertisement can only rely on the current armor to maintain life. Is there a device that can restore Darth Vader? Yao Chen frowned. As long as the host accumulates reputation and draws a powerful healing device, Darth Vader can fully recover. In the end, I still need money, Yao Chen said with contempt. Of course, anyway, with Darth Vader's help, his safety has improved a lot. After all, as a Force Master, Darth Vader's strength is very terrifying. With the addition of Stormtrooper's genes, I believe it won't be long before he can cultivate an army of clones. Time passed slowly, and half a month had passed since Yao Chen killed celestial dragons. In the past 2 weeks, although there are still many people discussing his deeds. But compared to the beginning, it has gradually returned to calm. After all, the world cannot revolve around one person. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Inside the Marshal's office, Sengoku's face was filled with helplessness. "The 5 elders have given me an ultimatum. I must find the criminal within a week. Otherwise, they're going to cut off part of Marine's economy." Hearing this, Crane frowned, but Garp beside him said, "Isn't it just a celestial dragons that makes all the fuss necessary?" Crane glanced at him and said, "This dead celestial dragons is not just about world government's face. They will definitely find out the murderer at all costs and deal with it. Declare your authority to the whole world with the momentum of thunder. Prevent some people from having thoughts they shouldn't have." Garp looked disdainful. "Any bad idea? Not yet, for fear that someone will threaten their rule." Crane folded his arms. "You need to know, Garp. Once this kind of thing happens the first time, there may be a second time. Advertisement, as masters of the world, they cannot allow anything to threaten their dominance." Sengoku on the side said at this time, "Now is not the time to discuss this, let's think about how to find this person." Crane asked, "Is there any news about CP0? Sengoku shook his head. "Lycus, there is no clue." "If that's the case, then prepare for the worst." Hearing her say this, Sengoku had a sad face. "Okay, Marine may have a rough time ahead." Just as they were discussing, somewhere in the sea, a Marine ship was sailing. At this time, a Marine soldier standing guard noticed a small black spot rapidly approaching in the distance. After noticing this situation, he immediately reported to his superior. "No, Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, an unknown object is approaching us at extreme speed in the direction of 3 o'clock. Hearing his words, the Flying Squirrel came to the deck and looked at the approaching object. He observed carefully and found that it was a flying creation that he had never seen before. "It can fly, or is it made of iron? What is this?" Although he was puzzled, the Flying Squirrel was vigilantly holding the handle of the knife in his hand. Soon, the aircraft came over them and hovered there. The rest of the boat saw its shape. This is a fighter jet with a fan engine and a streamlined appearance. For people in the pirate world who have never seen such a shape, at first glance, it will feel very beautiful and the whole body shows a sense of sophistication. If anyone who has seen Marvel is here, they will definitely recognize it. This is the special plane of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Quinjet. At this time, the side door of the fighter plane suddenly opened, but Yao Chen's figure appeared there. He glanced at the warship below and said, "I heard that you are Marines who transport the gold in the sky." Asterisk. Chapter 7 Flying Squirrel vs. Sir. Listening to the words of the person in front of him, the Flying Squirrel felt a little uneasy in his heart, and he said intimidation. "Since you know that we are shipping gold from the sky, you still dare to appear here, aren't you afraid of being wanted by Marine?" There was a faint smile on Yao Chen's mouth. "I even dared to kill celestial dragons, but it's just gold in the sky, what's the big deal?" As soon as the words fell, all the Marine soldiers were stunned, they couldn't believe what they heard. Flying Squirrel's expression changed, and he hurriedly took out a wanted notice from his arms. "I saw that there was no information on it except for a portrait. However, for such a wanted order, the reward is as high as 1.3 billion Bailey." He compared the appearance of the characters in the portrait, and then his eyes became cold. "It turns out that you are the very evil person who murdered the nobles of the world." Extremely evil person? Yao Chen wanted to laugh inexplicably when he heard this title. "I didn't expect that I killed a garbage and became a very evil person? It's the funniest joke in the world." the flying squirrel pulled out the long knife in his hand and stared at Yao Chen closely. I won't say much about someone like you, since it was delivered to the door in person, then let's stay. As he said that, he raised his hand and waved, and a slash shot into the sky, hitting Yao Chen. At this moment, a figure suddenly sprang out, and Vice Admiral blocked his slash in midair. Huh? Flying squirrel's pupil shrank, and he saw that the figure had landed on the deck of Marine's ship. At this time, the surrounding soldiers also reacted and hurriedly raised their rifles. I saw the person wearing a closed black armor, and the heavy breathing came from under the mask to give people an inexplicable sense of depression. Although the flying squirrel did not change his expression, he was very vigilant in his heart. He felt a strong sense of oppression from this person. Who are you? Advertisement. Darth Vader did not answer, but took out something like a flashlight and said indifferently. Surrender, or die. Arrogant, the flying squirrel scolded, holding a long knife and slashing at Darth Vader. Just as the two approached, a strong sense of danger struck. The flying squirrel instinctively wanted to avoid it, but saw a crimson light appear in front of him, and immediately, blood spilled. The next second, I saw Darth Vader holding a crimson lightsaber in his hand. As for the flying squirrel in front of him, the long knife in his hand had been cut in half, and there was a deep visible bone scar on his chest. Seeing this, the surrounding soldiers also reacted and hurriedly pulled the trigger. A dense burst of gunfire sounded, and countless bullets hit Darth Vader. However, Darth Vader did not move, just stood there quietly. When he saw all the bullets approaching him, they were stopped in midair by an invisible force. Seizing this opportunity, the flying squirrel hurried to the back, and saw a lot of blood sprayed from his wound, and his face was pale. Darth Vader's blow caused more damage than he thought, but with his strong body, and armament hockey sealing the wound, he could still hold on. What kind of power is this? Devil fruit. How can it control the bullets made by sea stone? Also, what is the weapon in his hand that emits a crimson light, a sword? Thinking of this, he touched his wound again. Even though I defended with armament hockey right away, I was still injured so badly. Why does the weapon in his hand give me the feeling that it can shred any object? Just as the flying squirrel was thinking, Darth Vader on the opposite side was equally surprised. Know that as a Sith Lord, no one knows the power of the lightsaber better than him. This is a light blade condensed by high-energy plasma, plus his force infusion. It can be said that nothing in the world can withstand the cutting of a lightsaber. Originally, he also wanted to cut the flying squirrel in half unexpectedly. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, in an emergency, a black substance suddenly appeared on the other party's body, covering the whole body. As a result, his sword only seriously injured the opponent, but did not kill him. Yao Chen in the sky looked at this scene and sighed very much. As expected of someone who can become Vice Admiral, he can still be alive after such a serious injury. For ordinary people, such injuries can basically wait to die. Having said that, he looked at the flying squirrel's blood spilled on the deck. And the sea stone made bullets around Darth Vader. These two things, he is bound to get. At this moment, Darth Vader, who had been motionless all the time, exuded a strong wave. Immediately, the bullets floating around shot at the surrounding soldiers at a terrifying speed. Seeing this, the flying squirrel hurriedly said, "Be careful." He drew out a long sword again and slashed, blocking all the incoming sea stone bullets. Unfortunately, he could only resist one side, and soldiers in other directions were not so lucky. Only after hearing a scream, a large number of soldiers fell directly to the ground. Looking at this scene, the flying squirrel was cracked. Stop. He rushed towards Darth Vader in a hurry, and the two swords clashed again. This time, however, the lightsaber failed to cut through the opponent's weapon. Darth Vader looked down and saw that a layer of armament hockey had been attached to the sword in the flying squirrel's hand. This is his full hockey, though it's blocked. But the flying squirrel can clearly feel that the long sword in his hand has been seriously injured at the moment of collision. At most 3 times, even if he fully attaches to armament hockey, he will also be broken again. And just as the two were at a stalemate, a voice came from beside them. Sir, I believe you are almost done testing, so you should be a little more serious. Chapter 8. Shipgirl. Hearing the words coming from beside him, the flying squirrel turned his head slightly. It was found that Yao Chen had appeared there wearing a steel suit at some point. Seeing that his opponent was attracting attention, Darth Vader's hand holding the sword suddenly exerted force. Not good. The flying squirrel came back to his senses and hurriedly retreated. But he saw Darth Vader stretched out his left hand and shook him, and an invisible force suddenly appeared and pulled him back. How is this going? Flying Squirrel was puzzled, but when he saw that the lightsaber in the opponent's hand had already been swung, he hurriedly drew out his long sword to block it, and saw the two of them instantly fighting. Seeing Darth Vader holding the flying squirrel, Yao Chen turned his gaze to the remaining marine soldiers. It was found that they had begun to re-attack at this time. Unfortunately, as before, any bullets that approached Darth Vader were set in the air. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, the soldiers turned their guns on Yao Chen again. There was a burst of gunfire, and countless bullets made of sea stone hit him. Seeing this, Yao Chen didn't even have the idea to hide, and only heard a tinkling sound. The bullets were ineffective against his steel suit. Damn it, what kind of monster are these guys? Our attack is completely ineffective. A marine soldier complained angrily, but Yao Chen felt a burst of laughter. To be honest, the guns in this world are really too weak. Its overall level is still in the era of flintlock guns, and its effective range is only 70 or 80 meters. Compared with the range of modern firearms, which are hundreds of kilometers at every turn, it is simply a world of difference. Moreover, the bullet is also a round projectile shape, which does not have any penetration at all, and only relies on the most basic kinetic energy to damage the enemy. However, from the weak to the weak, Yao Chen will not show any mercy. I saw more than a dozen small floating cannons separated from him, lined up and aimed at the people on the boat. What is this? Marines who had never seen such a high-tech weapon were dumbfounded. Sir, the target is locked. Jarvis' voice came from inside the armor. Then let's begin. Okay, sir. Advertisement. The next moment, more than a dozen powerful energy pulses condensed, and then shot at their respective targets. Immediately, countless shock waves scattered, stunned the soldiers who had not yet responded. Fight back, fight back, fight back. The recovered Marines immediately attacked the floating cannons in the sky. Unfortunately, under the control of Jarvis, these floating cannons were unexpectedly flexible, and no attack could hit them at all. As for Yao Chen, he kept attacking the surrounding soldiers with the pulse cannon in his palm, just like fighting mosquitoes. Seeing his subordinates being knocked down, the flying squirrel was very angry. Although he wanted to help, he couldn't get rid of Darth Vader. Because every time he wanted to get out of the fight or distance himself, an invisible force would pull him back. And what made him feel very embarrassed was that it was enough to pull it back, but he didn't dare to melee the opponent at all. Yes, you heard it right. As a Marine Vice Admiral, master of various Six-style body techniques, flying squirrels who also have certain achievements in Kendo, actually dare not melee. If you say it, no one will believe it, but it's the truth. After all, the lightsaber in Darth Vader's hand is too terrifying, and the swordsmanship is also very powerful. In addition to the influence of the Force, it can be said that the flying squirrel was very aggrieved. After a few minutes, the soldiers on the deck had been cleaned up. Seeing this, Yao Chen started flying down to collect the flying squirrel's blood and the seastone bullets scattered around. When the collection was almost done, he did not leave in a hurry, but entered the cabin. With the scanning function of the steel suit, he quickly found the storage location of the gold in the sky. A pulse cannon shattered the blocked door, and then countless golden gems appeared in front of him. This scene looks very attractive, but Yao Chen has no interest. There are gold mines around his base. The reason why he came here is to see if there is any devil fruit. After some searching, a large treasure chest made of pure gold caught his attention. Yao Chen stepped forward to open the treasure chest and found devil fruit inside. I finally found it, and it looks like a lot. I saw him pick up one to examine it carefully, but listen to the system at this time. Discovered devil fruit, whether to exchange for system rewards. Huh? Yao Chen was taken aback and immediately asked. Can devil fruit be exchanged for a reward system? Advertisement, yes. What kind of rewards are there? Please host to explore on your own. Hearing what the system said, Yao Chen was not disappointed, but said directly. Then change it. He saw the devil fruit in his hand disappear directly. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no response. Yao Chen wondered. System, where is my reward? Host is still 9 devil fruits away. Nani? Yao Chen had a bad feeling. He hurriedly opened the system panel and saw a 110 mark on it. Damn, system, you were cheating on me. However, the system ignored him at all. Yao Chen's mouth twitched, and he could only look at the other devil fruits in the box. He counted and found that there were exactly 9 left. You were definitely a calculated system, that's all, you can charge them all. The next moment, all devil fruits are collected by the system. Just listen to the system. Do you want to receive the reward? Receive. As soon as the voice fell, a space channel appeared in front of him. Immediately, a beautiful woman with a perfect figure, wearing a pure white marine suit and long black hair walked out. I saw something like a radar on her back, with equipment like a missile launcher hanging around her. He also held a gun like a naval gun in his hand. This is. Before Yao Chen finished speaking, he saw the other party give a military salute. The Type 055 Aegis Destroyer No. 6 reports to you, Commander, *. Chapter 9 Azur's Strength, Newcomers Ask for Everything. Looking at the heroic Oni-san in front of him, Yao Chen was a little stunned. Originally, he felt distressed that he had lost 10 devil fruits in exchange for rewards. But now it seems that he just wants to say, it's delicious. He did not expect that the reward of the system was actually a shipgirl, and she was also a modern shipgirl of Xuanyuan Kingdom. I saw him calm down his mood and smiled, welcome to come. As he said that, he pressed the reactor on his chest and retracted the nano armor on his body, revealing his true colors. By the way, what's your name? Hearing Yao Chen's words, Jianeng's face flashed a trace of sadness, and she felt a little inferior. I'm the latest type of warship, and I haven't had time to name it yet. In order to prevent harmony, I won't use the real name of the warship in the future. Looking at the other party's appearance, Yao Chen smiled softly. Otherwise, I'll get you one. How about calling it Rainland? The girl, who was still depressed at first, immediately burst into bright eyes. Seeing her very excited, thank you, Commander, I like this name very much. Yao Chen waved his hand. It's just a name, it's no big deal. However, Rainland has a serious face, maybe the commander will think it's nothing. But for me, it will be the best gift in my life, because he was given to me by the commander, and it is worth my life to cherish. Looking at her serious expression, Yao Chen was silent. A rare thing. Sure enough, the ship's mother is a very pure and simple feeling. Thinking of this, he showed a smile and directly held Wei Lan's hand. "See, Commander, who are you?" Wei Lan's face immediately turned red. Yao Chen said gently, "There is no need to stay here, just leave." "Yeah," nodding lightly, Wei Lan was led out. Advertisement. When I came to the deck, I saw that Darth Vader and the flying squirrel were still in a stalemate. It's just that the flying squirrel's face was very pale at this time, and his forehead was also full of sweat. "Your Majesty, haven't you settled the battle yet?" Darth Vader glanced at him. "Your request is for me to hold him, not kill him." Yao Chen's mouth twitched. I don't know who almost hacked each other to death as soon as they came up. Even so, he still said, "Then you can deal with him now, but don't hurt his life." "As you wish." Darth Vader raised his left hand. When the flying squirrel on the opposite side saw this, he thought he would be pulled over again. However, the next moment, an invisible force grabbed his throat and lifted him up. The flying squirrel, floating in the air, with its feet not sticking to the ground, kept covering its throat with both hands, looking shocked. Is this devil fruit's power? What exactly is his power? Facing the growing sense of suffocation, he could only use his armament Haki to resist. However, the power of the opponent is as infinite as the ocean of Wang Yang. I saw Darth Vader said a classic line at this time, "You don't know anything about the Force." As soon as the voice fell, a roar sounded all around, and several huge water splashes splashed around. Yao Chen looked up and saw several warships coming here not far away. Marines support. Seeing this, the flying squirrel, who was lifted in midair, breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally here. Yao Chen smiled inexplicably and said to Wei Lan, who had been standing quietly beside him, "Wei Lan, they'll leave it to you." "Yes, Commander." Wei Lan gave a military salute and jumped off the edge of the ship. Seeing her unfold her ship outfit, a space door slowly opened. Advertisement immediately, a steel battleship with a silver-white appearance that looked extremely beautiful sailed out. In the distance, Marine Vice Admiral Gumir, who came to support him from the G2 branch, changed his expression. What happened to that ship? Where did it come from? A hull made entirely of steel? Such a huge hull won't sink? For this world, the 055 with tens of thousands of tons is already considered a huge ship. Although it can't compare to Gecko Moria's thriller bark, the all-steel hull is even more impressive. Just when Gumir was still in doubt, in the distance, the azure hull moved. I saw her standing on the bow of her own ship, and the weapon system of the whole ship began to operate. Target distance, 800 meters, ships, 7. Sailing speed, 13 knots. Wind direction, downwind. Muzzle turned 37 degrees, weapon system locked, 130mm gun, fire. With a roar, the battleship of modern technology showed its fangs for the first time in this world. I saw a sudden violent explosion from a warship on the opposite side, followed by a burst of fire. Gumir, who was awakened by the explosion, immediately gave an order. Save people quickly, and other ships will fight back immediately. Although he gave the order calmly, his heart was still full of surprise. The speed of the opponent's shells was beyond his expectations, and he didn't even have time to react. I saw the remaining 6 battleships lined up one after another and began to fight back against Wei Lan. Azur's expression remained unchanged, and the digital computer on the hull began to calculate the landing points of these shells. And her ship's 1,130mm close-in guns began to turn their muzzles. In the next second, fierce firepower roared out, and the metal barrage formed by countless armor-piercing projectiles exploded all the shells that were still in flight. The sudden scene made Gumir and others who were attacking all dumbfounded. Chapter 10. You can call me Commander. Newcomers ask for everything. Are you kidding me? You actually stopped all the shells? A marine soldier exclaimed, and Gumir beside him also changed his expression. You know, although there are many masters in this world who can intercept shells. But it can't be as easy and precise as the blue one. Yes, Gumir looked at the downed shell and immediately thought of these 2 words. He watched with his own eyes that all the shells were fired by the unknown weapon on the opposite side almost as soon as they were fired. As if the other party already knew where the shells would fall. On the ship carrying the gold in the sky, Yao Chen and Darth Vader were leisurely watching the naval battle in front of them. As for the flying squirrel, he fainted due to a strong sense of suffocation. Yao Chen didn't kill him, he didn't want to face Marines so early. After all, killing celestial dragons and dispatching Admiral was an obligation to protect celestial dragon's face. But once the Marine Vice Admiral was killed, that changed. When the time comes, it's not just Marine's wrath. It wasn't just a Marine Admiral who came to capture him. Other Marines will also go on capture. Therefore, there's a degree in the middle, which requires a good master. Seeing the scene where Wei Lan stopped all the shells, Yao Chen was not surprised at all. As a modern Aegis-guided missile destroyer, it is very easy to lock hundreds of targets at the same time. The 1130 close-to-air guns on the ship are used to intercept supersonic missiles. Using such technology to intercept the artillery of this world is as simple as playing. Seeing that all the shells were intercepted, Gumir was not discouraged at all. Instead, all ships are required to continue to attack, and at the same time approach each other at the fastest speed, so as to start close combat. Seeing each other's ships moving, Wayland's expression took on a hint of awe. Seeing that she slowly raised her right hand, the missile launcher behind her immediately unfolded. The next moment, fierce flames shot out, and 6 anti-ship missiles quickly took off. Then he turned a corner in the air and flew towards the opposite warship. Advertisement. Seeing that Wayland has launched a missile, Yao Chen reminded. Blue, control the missile to detonate 100 meters above their hull. Just hit them with a shockwave. Yes, Commander. Looking at the incoming missile, Gumir's muscles tightened. Although he didn't know what kind of weapon it was, he instinctively felt a threat of death. With a solemn expression, he glanced at the marine soldiers around him, and then his eyes became firm. They must be stopped. Gumir stepped on both feet, used moonwalk, and rushed towards the missile in the sky at the fastest speed. At the same time holding a long sword, ready to launch a slash to destroy them when they get close to a certain distance. However, at this moment, a strong sense of crisis struck. He hurriedly retreated and saw countless dense bullets swept towards him. This is the weapon that intercepted the shells before. He did not choose to resist, but kept dodging back and forth. Only close contact can you feel the power of the 1130 close-to airgun. The dense metal barrage, with terrifying kinetic energy, was torn apart even the air. Gumir could clearly feel that once he was hit, he would run armament hockey with all his strength. It may also be torn apart by this ferocious fire in an instant. However, at this time, he didn't have time to care about these, and just wanted Ishin's missiles approaching the sky to shoot them down. But unfortunately, Wayland has been attacking him with close-range artillery, not giving him a chance at all. Looking at the missiles that were about to hit 6 warships, Gumir was so anxious that he could only grit his teeth and rush towards one of them. The next moment, 6 groups of intense firelight almost illuminated the entire sea area. And the warships below them were hit violently for the first time. Even if the human body in the pirate world is very strong, they are still mortal. Under the terrifying shockwave formed by modern weapons, countless marines were immediately stunned by the shock of the 7 orifices bleeding. The hull was also damaged to a certain extent, sawdust flying horizontally, and even the main ship pole in the center collapsed directly. In the end, only the one protected by Gumir remained, barely resisting the shockwave in the sky. Advertisement. However, even so, Gumir turned into a bloodman under 6 powerful shockwaves. In the distance, Yao Chen, who was watching this scene, said, "It's over, Wayland, take back the hull." "Yes, Commander." I saw a portal opened, and the blue hull drove in. The ship outfit on her body also disappeared, and she became an ordinary woman. At this time, there was a roar of the engine in the sky. The first Kun-style fighter jet flew down and stopped in front of Yao Chen and others. "Let's go back." I saw the 3 slowly board the fighter plane, but at this moment, a weak question came from behind. "You, who are you?" "Okay." Yao Chen turned around and found that the flying squirrel had actually woken up. However, his injuries were very serious, and even if he woke up, he could only lie on the ground and couldn't move. However, his eyes were staring at Yao Chen tightly, with deep persistence in those eyes. Seeing this, Yao Chen showed an inexplicable smile. "You can call me Commander." "Commander?" The flying squirrel's expression changed. "Using such a title, it seems that you are from a certain force?" "Maybe, who knows?" Seeing the figure he was about to leave, Flying Squirrel hurriedly said, "Where's the other person?" "The man in black armor. What's his name?" Yao Chen said without looking back. "You can call him the Lord of the Sith." After saying this, the cabin door was closed directly, and then, the Kun-style fighter soared into the sky and disappeared into the sky. Originally, Flying Squirrel wanted to ask Wayland for information, but he was very puzzled where this woman came from. However, the other party had already left, and he could only helplessly remain silent. However, what everyone didn't know was that there was a newsbird passing by at the scene. Chapter 11. William Birkin. New World, an unknown island somewhere. I saw Morgans, the president of the News of the World, looking at the newsbird in front of him in shock. "What did you say?" "The criminal who killed the celestial dragons has reemerged and attacked the celestial gold ship by marine." The newsbird kept gesturing, and the shock on Morgan's face grew. A ship never seen before, a powerful weapon, unknown powerhouse in black armor, defeated Marine Vice Admiral? Big news, really big news. Seeing Morgan's excited, he couldn't wait to start greeting his subordinates to write news. Soon, newspapers were carried by countless newsbirds and began to spread to the whole world. Alabasta, Hive base, Yao Chen and his party have returned here. Compared with half a month ago, it is already unknown how many times it has expanded. The interior of the base is also full of soldiers patrolling back and forth. I saw that these soldiers were wearing a set of fully enclosed protective clothing, which looked very technological. However, compared with the weapons in their hands, it is a bit inconsistent. Because they are all very old-fashioned rifles like the unified AK-47. Therefore, it looks a little more earthy. For this, Yao Chen is also very helpless. In the past 2 weeks, apart from the construction base, his reputation points have been reserved, and the rest have been used for lottery draws. However, the lottery system of this system is expensive, and it is still very pitiful. Every time they are given some messy stuff, like paper cups, Durex, rubber bands, etc. However, even in the pit Yao Chen has no choice, because the lottery is the only way he can get other items now. Fortunately, although it was a bit of a pit, at least I still got some good things. Just like the protective suit that the soldiers are wearing now, it is the top human troop of the Halo world, the exclusive combat suit of the Hell Paratroopers. And unlike ordinary Hell Paratroopers, this protective suit was redeveloped by humans in Halo world after a long-term war with aliens. Its ductility is very strong, and its toughness is also very high. Even if it is cut by various knives, it will not cause any damage. Advertisement. In addition, it also has a feature that it absorbs kinetic energy, just like the vibration gold in the Marvel world. After all, regardless of any weapon, kinetic energy is always the one that causes damage in the first place. However, this kind of protective clothing is not as exaggerated as Genjin, which can be completely absorbed. But even so, it was already very powerful. In addition, their helmets are also specially developed, which can connect to various networks for digital unified operations. It can also filter various deadly substances in the air, allowing them to fight in a poisonous atmosphere. It can be said that this fully enclosed combat suit is the soldier's greatest treasure. Of course, there are some pitfalls in terms of firearms. Although Yao Chen has also smoked a lot of equipment for the production of firearms in the past 2 weeks. However, all of these machines can only produce WW2-era firearms. And the best of them is the AK-47 processing machine. It made him feel like the system was targeting him at one point. But no matter how dissatisfied it is, what should be done is still what it can be. Of course, these World War II guns are very backward, but for the world. Once taken out, it will still cause unimaginable turmoil. Walking all the way, Rainland, who was beside Yao Chen, looked around with curiosity in her eyes. After all, it was the first time for her to come to this base. As for Darth Vader, after getting out of the elevator, they separated. When they came to the research center, Yao Chen entered a separate research room. I saw that there was a scientist in a white coat studying something. William, I have brought something back. Hearing the words of the person behind him, William hurriedly turned around. Really, boss? Yao Chen didn't answer, just took out a glass tube from his body, which contained the blood of flying squirrels. In addition to this, there are several bullets made by sea stone. William excitedly reached out and took it, and couldn't wait to get it under the microscope to observe it. As he watched, he muttered to himself, unbelievable, really incredible. Advertisement? The cells in this bottle of blood are actually so powerful? It's not a species compared to normal people in this world. It's like it's evolved into a different kind of creature. I don't know what magical reaction it will have if it combines with the T-virus. Speaking of which, he directly took out a bottle of T-virus, poured a drop of the stock solution on the flying squirrel's blood, and immediately observed it. Seeing that he was already immersed in the experiment, Yao Chen didn't bother, but turned around and left. William Birkin, this is a very famous character in Resident Evil. He is not only the creator of the G-virus, but also the culprit behind the outbreak of the virus in Raccoon City. An absolute genius when it comes to genetic engineering. Like the Red Queen and the T-virus, William Birkin is also bound to the Hive. In order to summon this doctor in genetic research, Yao Chen spent a full 20,000 reputation points. After leaving the research center, Yao Chen brought Rainland to the clone factory and put the remaining flying squirrel blood into the culture room. Jarvis, scan the blood and start the cell embryo culture. Okay, sir. Jarvis immediately started working on the research equipment in the cultivation room. After a while, he saw it. Sir, the analysis has been completed, please put in 50 copies of the culture medium. Wait a minute, how much culture fluid? For 50 people, the cells are very powerful and need a lot of culture medium to supplement nutrients. Yao Chen's mouth twitched, he didn't expect flying squirrel cells to be so expensive. To know that cloning a stormtrooper, the nutrient solution cost is only 40 points. However, Yao Chen is only cultivating flying squirrel cells, and has not yet officially cloned, it will cost 2,000 points. When waiting for the official clone construction, this cost is not high. Thinking of this, he frowned, temporarily stopped the culture and saved the blood. Okay sir. Jarvis, who received the order, put the glass tube containing the blood of flying squirrels into the refrigerator. Chapter 12 Base Development, Newcomers Ask for Everything. On the way to the residential area, Yao Chen has been thinking about cloning. Just then, he felt his arm being pulled down. Turning his head, he saw Rainland blushed a little. Commander, do you have anything to eat? Yao Chen paused for a while, then came back to his senses. I'm hungry, then let's go to the cafeteria. As he spoke, he took her to the direction of the cafeteria, but before he took a few steps, he remembered something. By the way, can you ship girls eat human food? I can eat, but I don't care if I'm full. Rainland replied seriously. Yao Chen showed a clear expression when he heard it. System, is there any special food for the ship's mother? Please buy from host. Yao Chen's mouth twitched. Sure enough, it's money again. Although he complained, he still looked at it. Fortunately, the food that the ship's mother needs is not expensive, and you can buy one for 100 points. He bought one directly, but did not rush to take it out. Instead, he took Rainland back to the room where he lived before taking it out. Immediately, a large number of well-made delicacies appeared on the table. I saw Rainland swallowing her saliva and looking at Yao Chen expectantly. Yao Chen smiled and touched her head. Eat it, it was originally prepared for you. Rainland cheered, and ate directly on the table. Looking at the food in front of him that was indistinguishable from humans, Yao Chen asked. System, can I eat these foods? No, although these foods look the same as human food, but they are all specially processed mineral resources, which cannot be digested by humans at all. Yao Chen said. Other than that, is there any other way to get food? The host can buy the ship's food maker, just put in various resources. Yao Chen took a look and found that a food maker requires 5,000 reputation points. Advertisement. Since the attack on Heavenly Gold has not yet begun to ferment, he now only has 12,105 reputation points. Hey, no matter how much prestige you earn, it's not enough at all. Yao Chen shook his head, but still bought a food maker. After all, although a piece of Jianang's food is not expensive, he can't always buy it from the system. Long-term spending, or a one-time solution, is an individual who will make the right choice. By the way, in addition to the food-making machine, you have a machine for making culture fluids. The system said. The cloning center has a special biomass decomposition machine that can synthesize various culture solutions. Oh, does the clone center have such a function? The supporting facilities of the cloning center are very comprehensive, but the host is not properly utilized. Hearing the system's words, Yao Chen suddenly said, so it turns out that only biomass is needed to synthesize the culture medium? He immediately thought of sea kings in the world of pirates. There's nothing better than these big guys to use as a culture medium. Just one kill is enough for a big blast. Even a full-scale breeding of Vice Admiral genes like flying squirrels is more than enough. However, sea kings are hundreds of thousands of kilometers at every turn, and transportation is a big trouble. And dragging such a big guy to run on the sea also attracts the attention of others. In addition, sea kings live in the deep sea in the calm belt, so it is not that easy to hunt. However, Yao Chen was not worried. Although sea kings were not easy to hunt, there were other options. After all, what the world lacks most is some large creatures. He remembered very clearly that there were many powerful primitive creatures living on an island called Little Garden. The only trouble is the two giants on the island, Dory and Raji. Just when Yao Chen was thinking about how to obtain biomass, news of his attack on gold in the sky also started to spread around the world. What? The guy who killed the celestial dragons shows up again. And he attacked Marine who was carrying the gold in the sky. He was too bold, wasn't he? Advertisement. Don't he know that the world government is looking for him everywhere now? East Blue, Logue Town, in a bar, countless people are discussing about Yao Chen. Among them, a man with 2 cigars frowned deeply. Tashigi next to him saw this and asked, "What's the matter, Colonel Smoker?" Smoker waved his hand. "It's okay, I just didn't expect such a vicious person to appear in the sea. Unfortunately, we've been sent to East Blue. Otherwise, I will definitely take action to arrest this guy and bring him to justice." On the other side, Naval Headquarters Marineford. I saw Sengoku and Suru in an infirmary asking something. You said that the other party has a steel battleship that they have never seen before? And an aircraft made of steel. The flying squirrel lying on the bed looked serious. Yes, Marshal. You are not at the scene, you can't imagine how terrible the power of that steel battleship is. It can intercept all the shells that hit it, and it can fire a stick-like weapon to destroy all the warships. Besides that, the speed of the aircraft that took them away was also terrifying. Finally, the man in black armor who fought me. His strength is very strong, and I have no power to fight back. That feeling, I've only ever felt it with Admiral. If it wasn't for him to kill me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be lying here now. After listening to the flying squirrel, both Sengoku and Suru had solemn expressions on their faces. After half the pay, I saw he said, "Let's report it." It now appears that this person's identity is far less simple than we thought. Sengoku frowned deeply. Commander. Use such a title. It seems that this person's ambitions are not small. Chapter 13 Large Transport Aircraft, Newcomers Ask for Everything. As the incident of Yao Chen's attack on Tianshangjian broke out, the whole world was in turmoil again. New World, Dressrosa. I saw Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who was reading the newspaper seriously. Breaks, not only killing celestial dragons, but also attacking Heavenly Gold. Interesting, really interesting. Doflamingo's tone is normal, but his heart is very restless. Because he himself is a celestial dragons, albeit degraded. In addition to this, his Shichibukai's fame was also stolen by attacking the Heavenly Gold. It can be said that the two things Yao Chen did are closely related to him. It's just that his snatch of gold in the sky didn't come out, which made it known to the whole people like Yao Chen. I really want to meet this guy. Yao Chen wouldn't have thought that because of the incident he caused, Doflamingo had already thought about it. However, even if he knew, he didn't care. Today, he is not a little dregs who just came to this world. Once the other party wants to move something towards him, he will make Doflamingo understand why the flowers are so red. In the Hive base, Yao Chen was both excited and uncomfortable when he saw that the RP had exceeded 60,000. Because he knows that no matter how much prestige goes up, it will be spent quickly in the end. Of course, no matter what, nowadays, enhancing one's own strength is the kingly way. System. Spend prestige points to use up all 3 of today's lottery draws. Reputation points have been deducted. Congratulations, host, for getting a bottle of primary evolution fluid. Congratulations, host, for getting a C5 galactic transport plane. Congratulations to host for getting a C-130 Hercules transport aircraft.
Huh, Yao Chen was stunned, then looked at his reward in disbelief. Advertisement. He didn't expect that the direct character would explode this time, and he drew 3 good things.
Needless to say, the primary evolution fluid is a traveler who knows what this thing is for. The remaining 2 rewards are the items he desperately needs now. You must know that after half a month of development, the base now has 1,500 people. In addition to some routine maintenance, as well as engineers and researchers, the remaining combat personnel reach 1,200. With so many people, once a war is launched, it will not be possible without large means of transport. The first choice in the pirate world is definitely a ship, but the speed of the ship is too slow. In addition, the oceans of this world are not calm, and it can be said to be very dangerous. So the best option is to fly. Although Yao Chen also won a special plane for shield like the Kun-style fighter. But the Kun-style fighter is still too small, and can only transport about 10 people at a time. So he was desperate for a really big plane. Unexpectedly, 2 large planes were directly drawn this time. C5 and C130 have experienced countless war tests and are very reliable in terms of safety. I saw Yao Chen's eyes light up, and he directly opened the system mall. After half a month of exploration, he also knew some functions of the system. Just like things drawn through a lottery will appear in the system mall. In the future, you only need to spend prestige points to purchase, without having to redraw. Entering the mall interface, as expected, C5 and C130 have appeared on it. A C5 requires 3,000 reputation points, and a C130 requires 2,000 reputation points. Faced with this price, Yao Chen is not surprised. The C5 is designed as a heavy transport aircraft with a maximum payload of 120 tons and can transport 300 soldiers at one time. In the case of the C130, it is a medium-sized transport aircraft with a load of only 20 tons and can only transport more than 60 soldiers. However, Yao Chen doesn't value the C130's transportability, but its attacking ability. C-130 also has a title in the original world, called Air Gunboat. Advertisement. It can carry out precise carpet bombing attacks on the ground at an altitude of hundreds of meters. You must know that there is no air force in the pirate world. In a world with little airborne threat, the C-130 is simply invincible. With this thing, I can easily annihilate any enemy without a single soldier. Thinking of this, he went directly to the underground airport to buy 4 circa 130s and 9 C5 Galaxy. At the same time, he also released the 2 he had drawn. I saw that most of the entire airport was suddenly occupied by these big men. Yao Chen nodded with satisfaction. Very good, my air force has taken shape. Although there is no fighter jet, it is temporarily unavailable in the pirate world. And just when he felt complacent about his strength. The seaport city of Alabasta, R*****flower, has 2 uninvited guests. They were wearing a white coat, and the whole person was shrouded in it. All passers-by who look at them will be shocked by the momentum on their body. One of the men who seemed to be the leader said to the one on the left at this time. How about it, Vaster, can you predict the location? I saw the man named Vast raised his hands, and his body emitted a burst of white light. After a while, he said slowly, I can only know that the approximate location is west. West. The leading man frowned. That direction is the rainy land, the Sand Crocodile's territory. Could it be that Sand Crocodile was with the criminal who killed celestial dragons? Vaster shook his head. No, the place I predicted was further west. Further west. It's a desert, nothing. Believe it or not, this is what the prediction fruit told me. Hearing what he said, the leading man didn't say much, but led him to the direction of the rain. Chapter 14 The arrival of CP0, newcomers ask for everything. Rainland, as Alabasta's dream city, is no less prosperous than the capital Albana. Because here, there is the largest luxury casino in the kingdom, the Rain Feast. Every day, countless travelers come here from all over the world. And those who can enter the Rain banquet consumption are not rich or expensive. Many people got rich overnight here, but many more went bankrupt. As the most famous gold-selling cave in the first half of the Grand Line, many people are flocking to it. Many people even want to control it in their own hands. However, everyone who has this kind of thinking has disappeared from this world. Because the owner of the Rain Feast is not an ordinary person, but Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, Crocodile is not in a good mood today. As for the reason, it was the 2 men in white coats in front of him. Crocodile, you have to remember that the title of 7 warlords of the sea was given to you by the world government. As CP0, we have the right to ask you to assist us in investigating criminals. Otherwise, we can report to the 5 elders and directly cancel your title of 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile's expression was gloomy, and the only intact right hand was tight and loose, loose and tight. It wasn't until he took a deep breath and suppressed the thoughts in his heart that he asked slowly. What do you want me to do? Seeing that the other party has surrendered, CP0 who spoke before said. We need you to help us find someone. Who? The criminal who killed the descendants of the great creator, the most wicked man. Huh, a strange color flashed in Crocodile's eyes. Advertisement. The guy who killed celestial dragons is in Alabasta. Watch your tone, Crocodile. No one in this world can disrespect the descendants of the creator. Crocodile sneered, then left the room to contact his subordinates. Dukan, do you think he is credible? asked another CP0 Vaster at this time. But Duquesne said, there's a reason Crocodile has been in Alabasta for so many years. Although I don't know what he is for, it seems that he is still reluctant to be the 7 warlords of the sea. Also, this is his territory. If you want to find someone, he is the most suitable person. I see. Just as the two were discussing, in another room, Crocodile, who had left, came here.
I saw a woman wearing a cowboy hat and exuding a graceful temperament, quietly flipping through the books in her hand. And this person is one of the protagonists of the pirate world, Nicole Robin, known as the Child of the Devil. Do you understand clearly the purpose of CP0's coming here? Crocodile walked over to the sofa across from him, sat down, took a cigar from his mouth and lit it. They're here to find the culprit who killed celestial dragons. Robin flipped the book and asked, the wanted man who killed the celestial dragons is in Alabasta. Crocodile took a cigar and said with a blank expression, as the director of the intelligence department, you should know this best. Robin shook his head and said, I don't know, no agent has passed on information about the criminal like me. Crocodile did not speak, but shook the ash. Notify all the bottom agents of the Baroque studio. I want them to monitor every outsider and ask me in the major cities for any new strangers. Finally, arrange Mr. Point 5 to go to the 2 CP0s and monitor them on the grounds of assisting the work.
Seeing Crocodile's order, Robin took out the phone bug and started to get in touch. It didn't take long for many people to inquire about news from all over the major cities of Alabasta. Advertisement at the same time, on the western periphery of Rainland City, 2 CP0s and Mr. 5 from Baroque Studio are here. Is he really in this desert? Dukan asked again. As I said, that's what my predictions told me, Vaster said.
MR5 on the side was silent, just quietly recording all the information. I saw Dukan say to him, notify Crocodile, arrange a transportation, we are going to enter the desert. MR5 is also very straightforward, he directly took out the phone bug and started to contact his boss. Before long, a unique creature of Alabasta was seen, and the moving crab came to the 3 of them. After the 2 CP0s and Mr. 5 sat up, the moving crab started to walk into the desert. However, what the 3 did not know was that at an altitude of 5,000 meters above their heads, a plane was silently monitoring all this. This is a Global Hawk unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, and it is also the first aircraft drawn by Yao Chen. As an active reconnaissance aircraft for the US Army. It's the size of a normal fighter jet. There are military-grade reconnaissance cameras mounted on it. The entire fuselage is made of composite materials. Its flight altitude can reach 18,000 meters. The endurance is 26,000 kilometers.
The flight time is up to 41 hours. It is a high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft with excellent performance. With such a thing, Yao Chen is equal to an extra eye in this world. And it is the eye of the sky that no one can do anything about. When the drone sent the footage back to the base, it immediately caught Jarvis' attention. Chapter 15 Super Violence Kun. Newcomer asking for flowers, collection, evaluation.
Hive base, Yao Chen's room, he was holding a syringe filled with purple liquid. This is one of the rewards he drew today, the primary evolution fluid. After Yao Chen looked at his eyes, he directly injected. I thought that I would suffer a certain amount of pain next, but after the evolution fluid was integrated into the body, an extremely comfortable feeling began to fill the body, as if soaking in a hot spring. This feeling lasted for a full quarter of an hour before it gradually began to dissipate. At this time, Yao Chen sat up from the bed, only to feel the clothes becoming tight. He untied it and found that 8 angular abdominal muscles appeared in his abdomen. The biceps on the arms also bulged high. At the same time, a powerful force emerged from the body. The whole person is completely new from the inside out. Just when Yao Chen was pleasantly surprised by his change.
Jarvis' voice sounded at this moment. Sir, we have the latest image from our unmanned reconnaissance drone outside. Someone has stepped into the desert. Yao Chen looked puzzled. What does this have to do with us? Sir, they're heading towards our base. Jarvis's words caught Yao Chen's attention. Transfer the image to my room. Okay, sir. I saw a projection device in the room lit up, and immediately, the reconnaissance picture of the drone appeared in front of him. On the screen, a moving crab is slowly walking towards the base. On top of it, 3 people are sitting. Under the military-grade camera of the Global Hawk, their appearances were clearly seen. Yao Chen, who knows the world of pirates very well, immediately recognized 2 of them as CP0. The other is Crocodile's subordinate, MR5 of the Baroque studio. Strange, why did they come here? Could it be that my actions left some flaws? Advertisement, but it shouldn't be. I'm flying back and forth with Kun-style fighter jets. There are no satellites in this world. How can I know my location? Could it be that it's some kind of unknown devil fruit? I have to say that in Yao Chen's words, CP0 really relied on devil fruit's power to find this place. I saw him and said, Jarvis, keep an eye on them from now on for me. If they're just passing by, don't worry about it. If they have any changes, let me know as soon as possible. Okay, sir. I saw the picture in the room disappear directly, and Yao Chen also left here to look for William, wanting to see how his research on Seastone was going. When I came to the laboratory, I saw that William was not here. After inquiring about Jarvis, I learned that he was at the clone center at this time. Go to the cloning center, and soon see William, who is busy commanding his men in front of a large culture tank. Yao Chen stepped forward. William, what are you doing? Hearing Yao Chen's voice, William turned his head and said in an excited tone. Boss, you're here just in time, and I'm just trying to show you the latest improvements to the Violent Coon. Huh? Yao Chen was taken aback, then turned to look at the large cultivation tank in front of him. I saw a humanoid creature with a height of 3 meters 5, with a pair of huge bone claws, and the whole body was covered with a hard cuticle. It is the most famous trump card product of T-Virus, Typhoon Coon. After Yao Chen summoned William, it was specially purchased for research at the request of the other party.
I saw a staff member holding a syringe with blue liquid and slowly injecting it into Bao Kun. Yao Chen frowned. William, what is this? William replied. I was about to explain to you that boss, this is the latest improved T-Virus. He fused the mysterious substance contained in the sea stone you brought back. Mysterious substance. Yao Chen looked puzzled. Seeing William said, yes boss. After my research, there is a magical substance in that sea stone. You have to know that the transformation of the human body by the T-Virus is very violent. Advertisement. What it does is take the evolution that humans need 10,000 years to achieve in hours or even tens of minutes. In the face of this violent evolution, no one can withstand it. However, for some reason, the substance contained in this sea stone can effectively suppress the violent aggression of the T-Virus. Hearing this, Yao Chen somehow remembered those demon fruit powers. These people, once they come into contact with sea stone, their abilities will disappear, and their bodies will become weak and weak, as if they were suppressed.
He was a little curious if there was any unknown secret in it. At this time, another researcher came to the culture tank and injected another tube of red liquid into the body of Storm Coon. Immediately, I saw that the Violent Coon who had been sleeping all the time moved immediately. Yao Chen also woke up and hurriedly asked, William, what did you do? William looked at Bao Kun with a look of anticipation. I injected him with the blood you brought back from boss. What? Yao Chen was startled, and hurriedly called for the soldiers to come over.
However, William stopped. Please trust me boss, I promise that nothing will happen. Looking at the serious expression of the other party, Yao Chen's face twitched slightly, and finally took a deep breath. It's only this time, it won't happen next time. Don't worry boss, I won't do dangerous things without absolute certainty. At this time, the Storm Coon injected with the blood of the flying squirrel began to change. Its body actually developed again, and the already huge bone claws became larger. The body is covered with horny skin like a rock layer, and its height has reached 5 meters. Fortunately, the cultivation tank of Violent Coon is big enough, otherwise, this big guy will definitely squeeze it out. And the evolved Storm Coon did not get out of control, but re-entered a dormant state. I saw William looking at it with a frenzy on his face, and said excitedly, my guess is not wrong. With the suppression of the mysterious substance, even the violent virus can become stable and controllable.
Now this big guy can't be called an ordinary Violent Coon. Should call him a Super Coon. Chapter 16 Testing Super Violence Coon, Newcomer Seeking Flowers, Collection, Evaluation. Looking at the big guy in front of him, Yao Chen sincerely thinks that scientists are a bunch of lunatics.
However, it is this madness far beyond others that can achieve many world-shattering achievements. However, achievement is achievement, Yao Chen doesn't like to die like this. Just as he wondered if he should send 2 soldiers to keep an eye on William, just in case something went wrong. Jarvis' voice sounded again. Sir, they stopped 100 meters from the base. He saw a picture projected in front of him again. On the screen, the 2 CP-0 and MR-5 have jumped off the moving crab and began to investigate on the spot. Seeing this, Yao Chen's face became a little ugly. It's really aimed at us. William on the side asked curiously, Boss, who are these 3 people? Yao Chen sneered. 3 things that don't know how to live or die. Jarvis, activate the nearby defensive turrets for me. Send 2 heavy fire teams at the same time, and directly send them.
However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by William beside him. Wait for the boss, we can just use these 3 people to test the ability of Super Violent Coon. Yao Chen was stunned and looked at the Super Coon in the large culture tank. Jarvis, is the control chip in Superstorm Kun's mind stable? Very stable sir. What about control? No problem, sir. I saw him hugging his hands and thinking for a while. Okay, just listen to your Super Violent Coon and go. Seeing the boss agree, William immediately greeted his researcher. Quick, get all kinds of test tools ready, and be sure to record all the data of the Superburst Coon. The liquid in the culture tank was quickly drained, and then a team of soldiers came here with a large container. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jarvis controlled the Super Coon into the container. At this time, the soldiers stepped forward and pushed the container to the transport elevator. On the ground, the 2 CP-0s were still searching. MR-5 is standing aside to supervise silently. Are you sure it's here, Vaster? Vaster raised his hands and made another prediction. Advertisement. I'm pretty sure what we're looking for is here. Dukan frowned. But this is surrounded by desert, and there is no half-figure at all. Vaster said. If you don't believe me, you can call someone from the 5 Elders faction. No, I can't report 5 Elders without solid evidence. Just as he finished saying these words, there was a sudden tremor in the desert under his feet. Huh? What's going on? The three people who found something wrong immediately became vigilant, but saw a takeoff and landing platform suddenly raised 20 meters ahead, and there was a large container on the platform. Looking at the container, the three of them were puzzled, but their hearts were full of vigilance.
At this moment, the door of the container opened slowly, and then, a terrifying-looking humanoid came out of it. When they saw his appearance clearly, all three of them became shocked. What is this? However, before they had time to be surprised, the super-violent Kun had already begun to accelerate towards them. Dukan's eyes narrowed. So fast. He hurriedly grabbed Vaster beside him and jumped back. As for MR5, who is Crocodile, he doesn't care about each other's life or death at all. Just listening to the sound of boom, a big hole was stepped on by the super-violent Kun. Dukan, who had already landed, had a solemn expression. What a terrifying destructive power, what a fast speed. What exactly is this humanoid creature? I saw him saying to Vast next to him, "You stay away, I won't take care of you in the next battle." Hearing what he said, Vaster ran into the distance without hesitation. You must know that although he is a CP0, his own strength is not strong. The reason why the world government takes a fancy to him is also because his prediction fruits can detect the movements of others.
Inside the base, Yao Chen, who was also observing the scene, immediately focused his attention on Vaster. Jarvis, control the Superstorm Kun first to deal with the retreating CP0. Okay sir. I saw the super-violent Kun under the control of Jarvis, rushed directly to Vaster. Not good. Dukan's face changed, and he kicked it out, forming a slashing wave and rushing towards the Super Kun. It was the Tempest kick from one of the Marine 6 styles.
In the base, William's eyes became hot when he saw this scene. Advertisement. It's actually just relying on the human body to emit such an ability. How on earth did he do it? I saw that this slashing wave directly hit the Super Storm Kun. Surprisingly, the other party ignored the attack. How is it possible? I can kick a rock with this blow, and this monster is actually unscathed. Just when he was surprised, a series of explosions suddenly sounded around the Super Boom Kun that was running towards Vaster. It turned out that MR5 had been ambushed on the only way to Super Kun at some point. As an explosive person who ate the explosive fruit, he was very confident in his own strength. HMPH, such a ferocious explosion, should have died without a body, right? He saw a sneer on the corner of his mouth, but the next moment, Superstorm Kun rushed out and grabbed MR5. How is this possible? MR5 was shocked to find such a ferocious explosion.
Super-violent Kun's body just broke some skin. Although he was caught now, he was not panicking. Don't think you can feel at ease if you catch me.
On the contrary, you brought it to the door yourself. I saw his body surging, and then the whole person began to explode. However, what is surprising is that this zero-distance explosion has never let Super Rio Kun let go. Seeing that his own explosion could not threaten the other party, MR5 finally panicked. You monster. Inside the base, William said anxiously, "Boss, don't kill him, this bomber is a good research material." Looking at the eager eyes of the other party, Yao Chen raised his eyebrows, and finally said to Jarvis, "Jarvis, just knock the bomber unconscious." Okay sir. Seeing that under the control of Jarvis, the hand of the super-violent Kun is getting tighter and tighter. Under the strong squeeze, MR5 only felt difficulty breathing for a while, and then quickly passed out of a coma. And at the moment when MR5 was in a coma, Dukan's voice sounded from behind the super-violent Kun. Finger pistol. Hits. The next moment, I saw a series of fingers covered with armament hockey attack the Super Kun's back, knocking it straight to the ground. Chapter 17 The Imminent Crisis, Newcomers Seeking Flowers, Collection, Evaluation.
Looking at the super-violent Kun Dukan who was knocked to the ground, there was no smile on his face, but a dignified expression. There was blood already flowing from his attacking finger, which was covered with armament hockey. He didn't expect the opponent's body to be so hard. The series of attacks just now used all his strength. However, it seems that now, it has only broken some stratum corneum-like skin. Yao Chen, who was watching inside the base, was also surprised.
Should it be said that it is the blood of Marine Vice Admiral? The already powerful violent Kun has become even more terrifying. According to the current defense strength, I am afraid that only armor-piercing bullets or powerful weapons can cause damage to it. At this time, I saw Super Storm Kun slowly climbed up from the ground, and Dukan hurriedly distanced himself. However, the other party ignored him and ran towards Vaster again. Damn. Dukan cursed, and hurriedly chased after him. Although Vaster's strength is not great, his ability is very practical. The five elders were far more interested in Vaster than Dukan. Therefore, no matter how dissatisfied Dukan was, he had to protect each other. Seeing Super Storm Kun chasing after him, Vaster's expression changed. He was watching the MR5's attack before. Such a violent explosion did not cause any damage to the opponent.
He is not strong, but he dare not let the super-violent Kun get close. I saw that he hurriedly used Moonwalk to increase his speed. Just different from Moonwalk, which can run in the air. Vaster's Moonwalk didn't even get home, and could only run on the ground. But having said that, after using Moonwalk, his speed has increased a lot. It's a pity that his speed is fast, and the speed of super-violent Kun is even faster.
Advertisement. Just as Vaster started to speed up, Violent Kun came behind him. Immediately, he raised his terrifying bone claws and swung it down. At a critical juncture, Duquan finally caught up and pushed him away. The next moment, I saw blood spurting out, and a claw mark with visible bone appeared on Duquan's abdomen. Duquan! Vaster exclaimed, only to see the super-violent Kun rushing in front of him again. Seeing that it was too late to dodge, he instinctively raised his hands to resist. Unfortunately, the miracle did not happen, and his body was easily torn apart by violent Kun's bone claws like butter. Looking at his companion Duquan, who had just been rescued, his face became extremely ugly. He disregarded his own injury and said angrily, "No matter what you are, from now on, there is no place in this world where you can survive. It's a pity that the super-violent Kun in front of him is just a biological weapon and has no intelligence at all." The next moment, I saw Jarvis controlling the violent Kun to charge at him again.
Seeing this, Duquan hurriedly took out a spherical device from his body and pressed it on it. Suddenly, his whole person turned into a flash of light and disappeared in the sky. The sudden scene made Yao Chen and others in the base stunned. What is this? Why did that person suddenly turn into a light? William's eyes were filled with deep curiosity. Jarvis said at this time, "Sir, the way that person disappeared just now is the same as the person who chased you back then."
Yao Chen folded his arms and understood that what the other party was talking about was Kizaru. Looks like the world government has some good stuff too. If I'm not mistaken, there's a good chance that the device was developed by Vegapunk. Vegapunk, who is he? William on the side asked. Yao Chen replied casually, "Just a scientist from the world government." Immediately said to Jarvis, "Jarvis, recover the Super Kun, and notify a team of soldiers to bring back the bomber MR5. By the way, there is that moving crab. Kill it. It should be able to provide a lot of biomass for such a big head." Advertisement. Okay, sir. Just when Yao Chen and the others were busy, Duquan, who turned into a flash and escaped, quickly returned to the rain banquet. When he found Crocodile, he said directly, "Set me a room, I'm going to contact 5 elders right now." Looking at the injured Duquan, Crocodile's eyes flashed a strange color. "If you don't dislike it, I'll lend it to you temporarily." He left the room as he spoke.
Seeing that the other party had left, Duquan immediately took out a phone bug and prepared to contact 5 elders. However, at this moment, a sharp pain hit, and immediately, a golden hook protruded from his chest. Duquan's face was full of disbelief. "Crocodile, you." Crocodile stood behind him and brought the phone bug over. "5 elders, you don't need to contact me anymore, just go to hell."
Wow, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and Duquan said in pain, "Do you know what you're doing?" Crocodile had a mocking smile on his face. "Of course I know.
Isn't it because you CP0 went to the desert to capture the Celestial Dragon's criminals, but they were eliminated by the other party instead? You." Duquan opened his eyes angrily, but didn't know what to say. At this time, a huge creature crawled out of the water channel on the other side of the room. It was the banana crocodile kept by Crocodile. I saw that he flicked the golden hook on his hand and threw Duquan at the opponent. Seeing this, the banana crocodile directly opened his mouth to swallow him and then returned to the waterway. As for Crocodile, he took out a handkerchief and checked the blood on his golden hook, then turned and left the room. What he didn't know, however, was that the banana crocodile that ate Duquan would cause an extremely terrifying crisis in the future. Yao Chen didn't expect that Alabasta 2 days later would cause such turmoil in this world. Chapter 18 Shotguns and Cannons, Newcomers Seeking Flowers, Collection, Evaluation. Inside the base, Yao Chen was still thinking about what he might expose. In his opinion, the desert in Alabasta is big enough though. But there will always be some unique demon fruit power in this world. Just like the Princess Violet of Dressrosa. After eating the star fruit, you can see things within a radius of 4,000 miles. In the face of this unreasonable ability, Yao Chen felt that improving his strength was the best choice. I saw him take a look at his reputation value, and found that the cost of buying a big plane not only rose again, but also more. This made him have to sigh that the celestial dragons are really a golden mountain, and anything linked to them will cause the world to turmoil. As for improving his strength, in Yao Chen's opinion, he can only upgrade Jarvis now. The reason for this choice is that this upgrade is in addition to improving Jarvis' computing power. The main thing is to unlock some Iron Man tech on it. Jarvis, as Tony Stark's smart butler, keeps all kinds of information on steel suits. However, in order to obtain these materials, Jarvis must be upgraded through the system. Fortunately, based on the impact of his attack on the gold in the sky, the reputation value has risen to 85,102 points.
Without the slightest hesitation, Yao Chen directly spent 40,000 RP to upgrade. Immediately, Jarvis's computing power quickly improved. Seeing it said, "Sir, my ability has improved. At the same time, there are some more weapons and equipment in the database." Yao Chen was about to ask when he saw the system's voice ringing in his mind. Congratulations to host, who got the M1A2 Abram main battle tank by upgrading Jarvis. LAV-25 wheeled armored vehicle. Hummer H-1 military off-road vehicle. AH-1 Super Cobra gunship. XM-29 smart rifle. Iron Overlord steel battle armor. Listening to the system's prompt, Yao Chen seemed to be dumbfounded. Advertisement. It wasn't until Jarvis called many times that he came back to his senses and asked immediately. "Department, system, what the hell is going on? There was a trembling in his tone, fearing that he had hallucinations. The system said, "These weapons are all from Jarvis' database."
Jarvis's database? Yao Chen looked puzzled, and then he seemed to realize something. Damn, I'm so stupid, how could I forget that Stark sells arms? Isn't it normal to have data on these conventional weapons? If I had known it earlier, I would have upgraded Jarvis directly. Thanks to me wasting so much prestige, I haven't drawn out many good things. Thinking of this, Yao Chen felt how stupid he was before.
But fortunately, now this can be said to be a wave of fat. I saw that he hurriedly opened the system mall. As predicted. Newly unlocked weapons have appeared above and can be purchased directly. Needless to say, Yao Chen spent all the remaining reputation points and just bought and bought. I saw that a tank armored vehicle began to appear in the vehicle center of the base. It is different from the equipment that has thousands of prestige points at every turn. These land combat vehicles only need 3 or 400 reputation points to buy one. In addition, he also purchased 8 Super Cobra gunships. And 2 production lines of XM29 smart rifles. With this production line, the soldiers in the base can eliminate the AK-47 in their hands. Of course, he will not sell the replaced AK-47, but keep it as a prepared weapon. In the end, it's the Iron King. This is the suit driven by the villain boss in Iron Man 1.
It's no surprise that Jarvis has the information Yao Chen has on it. After the villain Obadiah was killed by Stark, the information on this suit was also obtained by Jarvis. However, rather than saying it is a battlesuit, it is better to say that it is a set of battle armor. Advertisement: it is equipped with a Gatling, a rocket launcher, and a missile launcher. Compared to the regular Iron Man suit, this big guy is a mobile arsenal.
Yao Chen looked at the price and found that 5,000 RP was needed. In the face of this price, he not only did not feel expensive, but felt very cheap. To know that AC-5 Galaxy transport aircraft, it is 3,000 reputation points. Yao Chen wondered. System, what's going on here, why is T-Bawang so cheap? The system said. The production process of Iron Overlord itself is not difficult. It can be manufactured by modern industrial machine tools. Most of the RP is actually used to buy its power source, the arc reactor. After hearing the system's explanation, Yao Chen finally understood. I understand, it's just buying the arc reactor to send the Iron Overlord, right? That's understandable. That's fine, I'll buy 2 Iron Overlords first. As soon as the voice fell, 2 giant-like iron lumps appeared in front of him.
Its huge size is comparable to that of Superstorm Kun. Coupled with the weapon that glowed with metal cold light, it was full of oppression. However, after purchasing these 2 iron lumps, Yao Chen's reputation value dropped back to the thousands. But to be honest, this feeling of buying and buying is really cool, and it is completely unstoppable. Just when he was refreshed and contented, Jarvis' voice came suddenly again. Sir, the giant crab has been decomposed into biomass as you requested. According to calculations, these biomass can clone 2,000 people. What? Can you provide so much culture fluid? I saw his face with surprise. Okay, now not only have weapons, but also soldiers. Now it seems that I really have some confidence in this world. Chapter 19 Virus Outbreak, Newcomers Seeking Flowers, Collection, Evaluation. Early in the morning, it was always drowsy. Yao Chen lying in bed didn't want to get up early. Especially when he was holding a seductive body in his arms. Embroidering the elegant fragrance from her nose, she opened her eyes slightly, and saw the blue lying on her chest. Yao Chen smiled wryly, then patted the other person gently. It's time to get up, Wei Lan. Although he didn't want to wake him up, his arm, which had been pressed all night, was already numb. Seeing Wei Lan rubbing her eyes lightly, she said in a confused voice, "Good morning, Commander." Then she sat up from the bed. To be honest, Yao Chen still can't believe that the two of them lived together like this. Originally, he also arranged a luxuriously decorated room for Wei Lan. However, who knew that after being alone for a long time, Wei Lan couldn't stand it and had to come and live with him. According to her, if the commander is not seen for 10 minutes, it is as if the whole world is about to collapse. At that time, Yao Chen was a little confused, but finally agreed to the other party's request. Because he felt it, Wei Lan was serious about his feelings. It can only be said that after the ship girl has chosen her commander, she will give everything for it. Even if they were to die, they would not hesitate in the slightest. Faced with such sincere emotions, how could Yao Chen bear to refuse? After getting dressed and washing up, the two walked towards the cafeteria. Along the way, Wei Lan clings tightly to Yao Chen's side. Although he knew that the other party was very dependent on him, it still made him a little helpless. With a wry smile, Yao Chen could only inquire about the operation of the Jarvis base. Sir, after 2 days of hard work, the population of the base has reached 7,000. I think it's time to slow down. Yao Chen nodded. Okay, then stop cloning first. There are enough Santaras lizards hunted in the past 2 days. Since the last time he got a lot of biomass from the mover crab hunt, he's had the idea of some larger creatures. Advertisement in Alabasta, there is really a huge creature that is at the top of the food chain, the Santara large lizard. This kind of creature is huge and purple, and as long as you send a drone to scout around the desert area, you can find a lot. The biomass that the base needs for the past 2 days is obtained by hunting such big guys. By the way, how's the flying squirrel's cell culture?
Very stable, sir. It's just about half a month to wait for maturity. Very well, once mature, proceed to the next step of embryo culture. Nowadays, we have no shortage of culture medium. After saying this, Yao Chen and Wei Lan also entered the cafeteria. On the other side, the rain banquet, although it is still as lively as ever. But some changes have taken place inside it. First of all, Nico Robin, who was in charge of intelligence work, was replaced by Miss Fingers, which is Zala. The reason for making such a change is to deal with the world government. After all, the disappearance of the two CP0s is no simple matter, and the world government will definitely send someone to investigate. If Nico Robin is still here, there is a good chance of being discovered. Therefore, she left Alabasta 2 days ago and went to other strongholds of the organization to take shelter. And just today, the new personnel sent by the world government finally arrived.
This is a charming woman with long pink hair, wearing a red coat, and exuding a mature air. Anyone who has seen pirates will surely recognize that it is Colonel Naval Headquarters, Hina, known as the Black Threshold. At this time, Hina is talking to Crocodile. You mean, they all disappeared into the desert in the end? Crocodile took a cigar and replied, yes, with my men. Hina frowned deeply. Your answer makes Hina very dissatisfied.
Crocodile's expression didn't change. Whether you like it or not, it's the truth. Hina didn't speak, just stared at him quietly, trying to see something on his face. It's a pity that being the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile is not so easy. Advertisement. Just when the two were silent, some kind of mutation occurred in the waterway on the side. I saw that the banana crocodile that swallowed Duquin had been changing in the past 2 days. Its volume was much larger, its eyes turned blood red, and its mouth was densely covered with sharp teeth. At the same time, many bones penetrated from under its skin, looking very terrifying. In the room, after a confrontation, Hina finally broke the silence. Anyway, your news Hina will be reported to Marshal Sengoku truthfully. As for whether you believe it or not, that's none of my business. Crocodile gave an inexplicable smile. I can only tell you that the disappearance of the two CP0s is related to the criminals who killed celestial dragons.
What did you say? Hina's expression changed, and she immediately asked, that wicked person is here. Crocodile exhaled a breath of smoke. Listen to the two CP0s, they seem to have found each other's traces in the desert. Seeing that Hina's expression changed, before he could ask carefully, a huge vibration suddenly came. Immediately afterwards, countless screams sounded. The two in the room were stunned for a moment, then immediately ran to the lobby of the casino.
When I came here, I saw a huge crocodile attacking gamblers everywhere. At the same time, Yao Chen, who had just finished breakfast in the Hive base, suddenly received a prompt from the system. There is an urgent task released, please accept it. Huh, Yao Chen said with a question mark on his face. System, in addition to reputation points, do you also publish tasks? He opened the system panel curiously, and saw a task displayed on it. Mission. Resident Evil. Task Overview. A banana crocodile infected with the T-virus is massacred in Rainland City. I believe it will not be long before the city is finished. Close black lens bracket. Task requirements. Stop the spread of the T-virus in Alabasta and eliminate it. Close black lens bracket. Task reward. Unlock Resident Evil series products. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the tasks released by the system, Yao Chen's face at this time has become extremely ugly. Chapter 20 Resident Evil 1 Newcomer Seeking Flowers, Collection, Evaluation. System, what's going on here? Why are there organisms infected with the T-virus? Yao Chen hurriedly asked.
See the system. This T-virus is caused by the host's superviolent coon. Superviolent coon? Yao Chen was stunned for a moment, then his face became solemn. He is not stupid, he immediately thought of the CP0 who was scratched by superviolent coon. Damn, I ignored such serious details. Looking at the description of the mission, it was the banana crocodile that was infected. And the banana crocodile is Crocodile's pet. In that case, the fate of that CP0 should be.
Thinking of this, he immediately said to Jarvis, Jarvis, send out all the drones in the base. Let them circulate over Rainland City 24 hours a day, I want to know what's going on there. Also notify all soldiers and prepare them for battle. And sir, tell him that there is an important task ahead. Yao Chen took a deep breath and immediately thought about the next arrangement. At this time, Wei Lan on the side asked, Commander, what happened? Yao Chen nodded and said with a serious expression, Wei Lan, you go to the dock of the base now and be ready to attack at any time. Hearing his order, Wei Lan gave a serious salute and then walked to the underground pier. System, I want to draw a lottery. After these 2 days, Yao Chen has accumulated a lot of reputation points. Seeing the system, he said, Congratulations, host, for winning the infrasound weapon. Congratulations, host, for winning the T-virus identification device.
Congratulations, host, for drawing a tactical nuclear bomb. Looking at the new rewards, Yao Chen was pleasantly surprised, but at the same time his heart was heavy. He said with some doubts, System, did you prepare this on purpose? The system only replied, please also prepare the host. Seeing what the other party said, Yao Chen could only calm down and turn his attention to the infrasonic weapon he had drawn.
As for nuclear bombs and virus identification devices, you don't need to look at them. Their functions are very clear. I saw Yao Chen holding a palm-sized device with a very complicated production process. According to the transmitted information, the weapon emits an ultrasonic wave. Advertisement. This ultrasonic wave resonates with the human body and destroys it directly from within. Those who were attacked in this way bleed to death. Before death, he will be subjected to inhuman torture, which is very cruel. After reading the information, Yao Chen frowned deeply. He immediately realized how terrifying this weapon was. Because ultrasound is something that you can't see or touch, there is no defense at all, it can be said that there is no solution. System, this thing won't hurt by accident, right? No, the device has a specially developed earplug that cancels out the ultrasound.
Yao Chen looked it up and quickly found the earplug from a groove. Can this earplug be purchased separately? Can. Very good, in this way, you won't be afraid that your subordinates will be affected. On the other side, in the Rain Feast, Hina has already dealt with a banana crocodile infected with the T-virus. As a Marine, she couldn't watch the massacre of civilians and remain indifferent.
I saw her raising her hands, and 2 rows of things like iron fences stretched out from them, tying the banana crocodile tightly. This is her devil fruit ability, and anyone who is in contact with her will be imprisoned. Crocodile, what's going on? Isn't it your pet? Why are you attacking people everywhere? But seeing Crocodile frowning deeply, the banana crocodile at this time was not what he knew at all. Seeing the banana crocodile struggling violently, the iron hoop bound to it began to crack rapidly. How come? Hina was a little surprised, didn't expect this guy's strength to be so strong. At this moment, a burst of yellow sand suddenly blew up on the scene and quickly buried it, but it was Crocodile who shot. I saw that he came to the sand pile and stretched out his right hand. Desert prison. Immediately, the whole pile of sand began to shrink violently, and a large amount of water was quickly absorbed. When Crocodile released his right hand, the sand dissipated and the banana crocodile became a mummified corpse. Seeing that the other party solved this big guy in an instant, Hina was a little surprised.
Advertisement. It has to be said that Crocodile is still very strong to be selected as Shichibukai. However, what they didn't expect was that the banana crocodile, which had become a mummified corpse, suddenly bit Crocodile. Crocodile had no time to react and was swallowed. Fortunately, he is the Logia demon fruit power, so he is not afraid of such attacks. I saw his body turned into a piece of sand and flew aside. When he returned to human form again, his face was full of puzzlement.
What's going on? I should have drained the water in its body, why can it still move? Not only him, but even Hina was shocked. It's still not dead. What kind of monster is this? But the next moment, something even more surprising happened. Many gamblers who were killed by the banana crocodile before stood up from the ground swayingly. Among them, many have only the upper half of the body. As soon as they woke up, they started attacking other people who were still alive around them. The casino, which was already in chaos, has now become a purgatory on Earth. What the hell is going on? Hina felt like she was going crazy. She was simply asking Crocodile questions as requested by the world government. It turned out to be like this all of a sudden. As for Crocodile himself, his face was gloomy. To know that this is his base camp, he has no idea what happened.
After seeing Hina kick down a zombie that came up, she asked, "What did you do?" Crocodile grimaced, almost crunching the cigar in his mouth. "Believe it or not, this has nothing to do with me." Outside the rain banquet, countless people rushed out of it, and there were a lot of zombies mixed in during the period. I don't know if the people in the pirate world are physically strong. These zombies are not like the slow ones in Resident Evil, they can all run fast.
Inside the Hive base, Yao Chen said in a heavy tone, looking at the footage captured by the drone. The virus has begun to spread. Chapter 21 Resident Evil 2 Open Black Lens Bracket Seeking Flowers, Collection, Evaluation Close Black Lens Bracket. The rain banquet at this time was chaotic, and there were zombies attacking people everywhere. As a large number of people fled, the virus and panic began to officially spread to the entire city. Sir, according to statistics, the city has a population of about 1 million. By calculation, at most 7 hours, the city will be completely infected. Yao Chen didn't answer, just quietly observed the city. Rainland, Alabasta's dream city, is built entirely on a large oasis. Because of this, he was surrounded by an endless desert. And to fend off sandstorms, and giant predators like the Santola tuatara. There are towering and sturdy city walls built around the city.
So that everyone can only go in and out through the front door. Seeing this, Yao Chen narrowed his eyes and said to Jarvis, "Jarvis, send an AC-130 attack aircraft. From now on, no one will be allowed in or out of the rain. Anyone who wants to escape, one word, kill." Soon, an AC-130 quickly took off and flew towards the rain. At the same time, in Rainland City, a reporter named Carl was flipping through a pile of documents in his hand.
As an employee of the News of the World, he was sent to the rainy land for a long period of time, collecting news here. I saw that he was holding a blank piece of paper and looked at it. Ram in Liushui Street has something stolen. He threw it away and picked up another one. There was a fight at the Orchid Bar yesterday. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he picked up the remaining pictures and looked at them, and found that they were all similar things. Damn it, some mess of 8 trigrams anyway. What I want is news, big news. What kind of news are these things? Just then, there was a burst of gunfire outside the window. Well, what's going on? He hurried to the window. I discovered that in front of the street, the garrison of Rainland City was attacking something. What's going on here? As a reporter, his gut tells him that something big has happened. Advertisement. Without any hesitation, Carl hurriedly put away all kinds of phone bugs, and then went downstairs impatiently. The streets were full of people fleeing in panic, and among them, a bearded man was maintaining order.
Seeing this man, Carl immediately shouted, "Captain Buzz, Captain Buzz." Hearing someone calling him, Buzz turned around and saw Carl coming to him. "Captain Buzz, this is what happened." Buzz shook his head. "I don't know, it seems that a group of monsters are attacking people everywhere." When Carl heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this the big news he was looking forward to? He looked ahead and immediately saw a group of zombies attacking people everywhere.
I saw Carl hurriedly took out a phone bug and started to connect. President, are you there? The phone worm in his arms immediately heard Morgan's voice. What's the matter with me, Carl? Big news, President. An unknown event has occurred in the rain, and countless monsters are attacking humans everywhere. Oh, let me see the situation at the scene. Yes, President. I saw him take out a video phone bug and relay the situation ahead to Morgan's. In the picture, countless zombies madly threw down various crowds and then bitten wildly. Morgan's expression also became serious as he watched the video that Carl had spread. As the uncrowned king of journalism, he quickly sensed that this could be an unprecedented event. I saw him hurriedly said, "Carl, listen to me now, be sure to take pictures of everything that happened in UD City." I immediately went to contact staff around the world to get them ready to play. So, before that, you must give me life and don't die.
Hearing Morgan's words, Carl was excited because he knew this was his chance. I saw him say seriously, "Don't worry, President, I will never die until the rainy ground is broadcast." Advertisement at this time, a soldier suddenly ran up to Buzz. "Captain, we can't take it anymore." Buzz hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" I saw the soldier and said, "Captain, you don't know. Anyone bitten by those monsters will soon become a monster.
And the only way to kill them is to hit the head. Otherwise, even if only half of their bodies are left, they will still keep attacking others." Listening to the words of his subordinates, Buzz gasped, and Carl on the side also felt cold all over. "Captain, what should we do?" I saw Buzz's expression changed, and finally waved, "Let's withdraw." The soldier said in surprise, "Don't care about the others. No matter, this is not something we can deal with at all, let's save ourselves first." Hearing what he said, the soldier also shouted to the others, "Brothers, retreat." Immediately, a large number of soldiers began to retreat quickly, and the already fragile defense line collapsed immediately. Carl saw this and quickly evacuated with Buzz and his party. Inside the base, Yao Chen shook his head and sneered as he looked at the rapidly fleeing garrison. There is no organizational discipline, no tactical cooperation. Is this an army?
No wonder Yao Chen despised them, even though Alabasta claimed to have 600,000 kingdom troops. However, in his view, these people are a group of rabble. After all, in the original Pirates, they couldn't even deal with a rebel army composed of a group of civilians. But contempt is contempt, and what should be done is still to be done. Jarvis, tell the troops to leave now. The order has been given, sir.
Very good. It's time for me to go to the rain. Chapter 22 Resident Evil 3 Open Black Lens Bracket Seeking Flowers, Collection, Evaluation Close Black Lens Bracket. Just when the chemical crisis broke out in the rain, at the same time, the capital Albana and naval headquarters also received news. A soldier is reporting to King Cobra, "Your Majesty, there is a major crisis in the rain. A bunch of monsters have appeared out of nowhere and are attacking people everywhere. Now the whole city is in a panic." Cobra immediately stood up from the throne. "Where's the garrison? What is the local garrison doing?"
I heard that the garrison can't stop those monsters at all, and now it has been completely lost. What? Cobra's expression changed drastically. At this time, Belle, known as the strongest warrior of Alabasta, came out. "Your Majesty, let me have a look." Belle? Cobra, who had a heavy heart, suddenly felt relieved. "Okay, it's up to you. You have Zone's bird fruit, and you can get to the scene as quickly as possible." Belle nodded and immediately walked outside the palace. And at naval headquarters, Sengoku was listening to Hina's report. "There are monsters attacking people everywhere? And they are also terribly infectious?" "Yes. These monsters wouldn't die at all if they didn't chop off their heads." Hina stood in a rain banquet hall that had turned into sand, reporting like Sengoku. I saw that Crocodile in the distance had cleaned up most of the zombies. However, there are too many of these guys, and they keep pouring in from outside. Looking at the inexhaustible zombies, Crocodile's eyes turned cold. He directly used his ultimate move, Reincarnation Erosion. This is the ability of his sand fruit, which can absorb the water on the ground in a large area and cause dry cracks. Any creatures that step on the ground will also be sucked dry together. Advertisement I saw the zombies who rushed in quickly withered, and it didn't take long for them to become a pile of mummified corpses. But even so, these zombies are still walking towards Crocodile unswervingly. It's just that they can't run after being sucked up. However, before they took a few steps, the floor of the casino began to crack and crumble, and the zombies also fell. Have to say, Crocodile did a stupid thing. Below his rain feast is a lake with a large population of banana crocodiles. After these zombies fell into the lake, they were quickly swallowed by the banana crocodile. In the casino, looking at the dilapidated hall, Crocodile looked cold. To be honest, if he wants to leave, it is very easy to rely on the ability of sand fruit. However, this was his base camp. How could he be willing to leave before finding Pluton? I saw him take out the phone bug and start to connect. Miss Fingers, are you still alive? Soon, the sound of Mrs. Fingers came from inside. I'm still alive, boss. Very well, notify all the employees who are still in the rain, and tell them to evacuate quickly and go to the Yuba stronghold to meet. Understood, boss. Seeing that Crocodile took back the phone bug, and regardless of Hina on the side, he turned into sand and left. Seeing this, Hina scolded angrily, damn sand crocodile, then he rushed out. It was only when the two came to the street that they realized that things were more serious than they thought. The whole city has become a cannibalistic hell. Even a hero like Crocodile was not frowning at the tragic situation in front of him at this moment. However, soon, he recovered and turned into a stream of yellow sand and rushed in the direction of the city gate. On the other side, Yao Chen, who was wearing a steel suit, was also following the troops. Just then, Jarvis' voice came. Sir, the AC-130 is already in place, are you firing? Advertisement. Yao Chen didn't speak, just looked at the countless crowds pouring out of the rain on the screen and remained silent. To be honest, he was also hesitant in his heart, because he knew that once he gave the order, more than 1 million people in this rainy city would die. However, thinking about the danger of the T-virus once it spreads to the world, he immediately said firmly. Fire. As soon as the words fell, the weapon on the AC-130 let out a fierce roar. And people in the pirate world will realize for the first time what an angel of death is. As a heavy attack gunboat in active service in the U.S. Army. The AC-130 is equipped with two M61, Vulcan, 6-barrel 20mm cannons. And a 105mm howitzer, and a Bofors, 40mm automatic cannon. Especially that 105mm howitzer, which can destroy a block with just one shot. I saw that the crowd below was still running, not knowing that death was approaching. Only a loud boom was heard, and a 105mm howitzer exploded among them. Immediately, countless stumps were broken and flying debris, and the ground was quickly stained red with blood. Seeing this scene, Yao Chen couldn't bear it, but he could only sigh, this is a massacre. Yes, this is a massacre, in the face of the power of modern weapons. The number of people will no longer have any effect. This is not the kind of special effect in the movie where the explosion is flying all over the sky, but no one is killed. This is the real battlefield, after Jarvis's statistics. The power of this 105mm howitzer just now killed more than 2,000 people. Listening to the cold numbers, Yao Chen knew, from today, he will definitely become the biggest demon in the entire pirate world. Chapter 23 Resident Evil 4, Open Black Lens Bracket Seeking Flowers, Collection, Evaluation Close Black Lens Bracket. What happened? What happened? A man who was deaf in both ears was staring at the tragic situation in front of him. Although he didn't die, the shockwave from the explosion of the 105mm howitzer. Still, his body was shaken violently, not only him, but also the others around him. Even many people were bled by the shockwave of the 105mm howitzer. On the other side, looking at the tragic situation caused by the shell, Yao Chen finally felt sympathy. Jarvis, notify the crew on AC-130 to shoot threateningly at the crowd to drive them back. Anyone who doesn't listen to persuasion is shooting. Okay sir. See AC-130 fire again, however, this time the shells all hit in front of the fleeing crowd. Looking at the sudden explosion, many people were frightened and they hurriedly fled. However, no matter where he ran, a shell would fall from the sky and block the way. In the end, it was found that only by going back, it would not be attacked. Faced with this situation, many people suddenly collapsed. What a joke, isn't it courting death when you go back? Many people who didn't believe in evil still ran out, but this time, they were not so lucky. I saw the two 20mm Vulcan guns on the AC-130 opened fire immediately. The escaped personnel were all broken into pieces. Watching this terrifying scene, the crowd finally began to retreat in fear. Between dying now and dying later, they still chose to die later. After all, although the monster is terrible, at least it can resist. If you insist on leaving, you may die now. Inside the city, Crocodile, who turned into yellow sand and flew, has arrived at the gate. Advertisement. When he noticed that many people were running back, his face was full of doubts. Strange, how do these people run back? Although puzzled, it has nothing to do with him. I saw him fly out of the city gate and run in the direction of Juba. On the other side, Yao Chen also discovered Crocodile through the scene of the investigation. Unexpectedly, this guy actually ran out. Yao Chen sneered, notify AC-130 to attack those who can turn into sand. I just want to see if Logia Devil Fruit can really ignore physical attacks. AC-130 received the order and started to attack Crocodile quickly. And Crocodile, who was running, suddenly felt a burst of heart palpitations. Then, a splendid firelight bloomed in front of him. Looking at the thick smoke rising from the explosion on the screen, Yao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. But I saw Crocodile burst out of the smoke and landed on the sand. What's the matter? Where did the attack come from? I saw that his face was solemn, and there was still a trace of blue smoke on his body. However, before he could figure out the situation, another cannonball landed beside him from the sky. Crocodile hastily raised a sand wall to resist. However, this attack was not as simple as the first time. CAC-130 full fire, 20mm Vulcan gun. The 40mm automatic, plus the 105mm howitzer, all greeted Crocodile. Looking at such a ferocious firepower, some people who wanted to take the opportunity to escape were all scared and pale. The attack lasted for a few minutes, and Yao Chen didn't order it to stop when the AC-130's ammunition was consumed by 2/3. When a gust of sand blew past, the smoke and dust dissipated from the scene, revealing the already riddled sand. And in the middle of the sand, Crocodile was half knelt on the ground with a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. Seeing that the other party was injured, Yao Chen's face finally showed a smile. It looks like it can't cause harm, isn't it? But listen to Jarvis. Advertisement. Sir, after data analysis, the damage to this humanoid creature is all caused by shockwaves. Shockwave. Yes. Every time the 105mm howitzer explodes, the powerful shockwave will cause a certain amount of shock to him. Although it is not clear what is the principle behind him turning into sand. But his internal organs were still damaged to a certain extent under the powerful shockwave. So it is. After listening to Jarvis' explanation, Yao Chen understood how Crocodile was injured. Looking at Crocodile himself, burning with rage, he didn't know what happened to him today. First, the casino was attacked by a terrifying banana crocodile. After finally solving it, the others turned into terrible monsters again. And in order to eliminate these monsters, he made a mess of his rain feast. In the end, he had no choice but to leave, preparing to go to Yuba to see what happened next. However, what he didn't expect was that just after he left the city gate, he was hit by an inexplicable firepower. Crocodile's heart was burning with rage. In his life, apart from having suffered such a big loss at Whitebeard's hands, he has never been so embarrassed as he is today. Looking at the little black dot in the sky, Crocodile knew that this thing was attacking him. Although he really wanted to kill this little guy, he flew too high, a distance of 2 or 3 kilometers. Helpless, Crocodile could only suppress the anger in his heart and continued to run in the direction of Juba. Looking at the fleeing Crocodile Jarvis, he said, "Sir, do you need to stop him?" Yao Chen waved his hand. "Let him go, just focus on other people." Looking at Crocodile who was far away, many people wandering at the gate of the city started to think again. I saw them rush out of it and start running away. Unfortunately, these people are not Crocodile, they don't have Logia's devil fruit. Therefore, it was directly beaten into scum by the AC-130 in the sky. Chapter 24 Resident Evil 5 Open black lens bracket seeking flowers, collection, evaluation close black lens bracket. With the thick wind and sand raised by the vehicle, Yao Chen's army finally came to the rain. When I saw tanks and armored vehicles parked outside the city, countless soldiers also stepped forward to guard. Faced with this scene, the people in front of the city gate were both curious and nervous. At this time, Yao Chen, wearing a steel battlesuit, fell from the sky. I saw him talking to the people of Rainland City. Residents of Rainland City, this is our first time meeting. You can call me Commander. As for the origins of me and my subordinates, you don't need to know. The reason why we are here is to solve the trouble in the city. I know you are scared now, after all, there are man-eating monsters everywhere in the city. But unfortunately, you can't leave now. I believe you all know that once you are scratched or bitten by the monsters in the city, it will become one of them. I don't know if there are any of you like that. So, I won't risk letting anyone go. Speaking of which, someone in the crowd suddenly asked. Is it you who attacked us outside the city before? A burly man with red eyes was staring at him angrily. Yao Chen nodded. I don't deny it, that is indeed what I did. After the man heard it, his expression became extremely ferocious. Did you know that because of your attack, my children, my wife, all died? Yao Chen apologized. I'm sorry for such a thing. However, he didn't say it was okay. When he said it, everyone became angry. You devil, murderer. Go away, we don't want to see you. You caused this crisis. You must have done things in the city. Advertisement. Looking at the increasingly excited crowd, the man who first asked the question roared and rushed towards him. When the others saw it, they immediately followed. Yao Chen shook his head and said helplessly, why do you have to force me to do it? As soon as he raised his hand, the soldiers behind him snapped the trigger. Only to hear a burst of gunshots, those who rushed up all turned into ghosts under the gun. Looking at the scene in front of him, the scene suddenly became quiet. The anger of everyone was immediately replaced by fear. In the crowd, Buzz brought a group of subordinates with a solemn expression. Originally he was ready to do it, but now he never dared to make such an idea. I saw a soldier beside him asking, Boss, who are these people? Is the weapon in their hands a gun? How can it be fired continuously? Buzz's face darkened. You ask me, I will ask who to go. In short, this group of people is not easy to mess with. Let's take a look at the situation first. Carl, beside him, took the videophone bug and spread the situation to Morgans. President, have you seen it? Morgans took a breath. I see. Your task now is to record everything in Rain City. Having said that, he looked at the employee beside him again. How are you preparing? I saw the employee and said, the president is ready, just waiting for your order. Very well, then let's get started. After speaking, he came to the news station and pressed a button. Suddenly, Sabadi Archipelago, Lobetown, the capital of Seven Waters, East Blue, West Blue. Every country with a large screen has begun to broadcast the events of Rain City. Marshal Sengoku is bad. Naval headquarters, a soldier burst in suddenly. And Sengoku, who was discussing how to save money with Crane, frowned. What kind of decency did you become in such a panic? What happened? I saw the soldier pointing out the door. You'd better go to the square to have a look. The screen there seems to be playing some big event. Advertisement. Hearing what he said, Sengoku and Crane looked at each other and walked out of the office immediately. When Garp, who was eating senbei, saw this, he hurriedly followed. In the square, many soldiers were already gathered under the screen. When Sengoku and others arrived, everyone started to salute him. Sengoku waved his hand and asked one of them, what is it? The soldier being questioned was a little nervous, but he still replied, I don't know about the marshal yet. Just heard what seems to have happened to Alabasta. Alabasta? Sengoku frowned because Hina had just spoken to him on the phone. At the time, he also asked if he needed support, but Hina refused. At this time, the scene of Yao Chen wearing a steel battlesuit facing the crowd was playing. Oh, isn't that the wicked man who killed celestial dragons? Lazy words sounded, and Kizaru appeared beside Sengoku at some point. Sengoku frowned and immediately asked, this person, the criminal who killed celestial dragons. Kizaru spread his hands. When I was chasing him, he was wearing such a tin suit. Sengoku's expression changed, and he was about to say something. But I saw Yao Chen on the screen move. I saw him speak to the crowd in front of him. I hope that the attack just now was just an accident, and I don't want to see it a second time. Now, back to our previous topic. As I said, the city has been infected with the virus. Maybe you don't know what a virus is, then treat it as an infectious disease. This infectious disease is very scary, and I can't risk letting you go. Because once one of you leaves with the virus, then there is a potential for a huge crisis for the whole world. As soon as these words came out, not only Sengoku, but people watching from all over the world were attracted. Chapter 25 Resident Evil 6 Open black lens bracket seeking flowers, collection, evaluation close black lens bracket. At the scene, listening to Yao Chen's words so serious, the crowd began to riot. Many of them hurriedly pulled up their sleeves, trying to hide something. At this moment, Carl, who was holding a videophone bug, suddenly asked. Since the virus you said is so dangerous, what should we do? Yao Chen glanced at him and replied, don't worry, we have special equipment to detect whether you are infected. You just need to line up and get checked one by one. I saw a group of soldiers come forward with something like a thermometer. Seeing this, Carl frowned and said, queue up for inspection? But the monsters in the city are about to be killed. Yao Chen smiled and said in an easygoing tone, rest assured, since we have made such a choice, we will definitely give everyone enough time. As soon as he waved his hand, the large troop behind him moved quickly and began to enter UD City one after another. Seeing the steel-made tank and armored vehicle passing by, all the people showed curiosity and inquiry. What the hell are these things? How can such a big iron cube move? What is their principle? Not only the people of Rainland City, but also those who are watching the broadcast from all over the world are also curious. At this time, a group of soldiers stepped forward and began to direct the people to line up. However, everyone looked at me and I looked at you, but no one dared to come forward to test. After all, they were very unfamiliar with Yao Chen and others and had no sense of security. Just when the crowd was speculating and uneasy, and no one dared to come forward, Carl stood up first. Let me test first. It has to be said that as a reporter, the courage is indeed much greater than that of ordinary people. After all, many of them don't even want their lives for some big news. Nervous, Carl walked up to one of the inspectors. I saw the man pick up the detection gun and scan him. It's safe, you can leave. Hearing the other party's answer, Carl breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time asked curiously, is this the end of the test? Others who are watching the broadcast are also very curious. What is this? However, curiosity returned to curiosity, seeing Carl was nothing, and the people finally felt relieved and tested. As for Carl, although he received the news of leaving, how could he leave now? Advertisement. I saw him coming to Yao Chen's side. This, Lord Commander, are you a human? Yao Chen glanced at him, the mask of the steel suit opened and said, of course I am human. Carl was stunned, but he didn't expect that the other party was really alone. I'm sorry, I thought you. Speaking of this, he paused again, feeling that Yao Chen's face had been seen before. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and his expression changed greatly. Ah, you are. However, before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Yao Chen. It's testing time and it's best not to cause panic. Hearing what he said, Carl immediately closed his mouth. However, Yao Chen's appearance was spread through the videophone bug. Many people recognized his appearance immediately, and suddenly, the whole world was in an uproar. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. I saw that Sengoku received orders from the 5 elders at this time. Sengoku, you still haven't sent someone to catch this guy? Sengoku looked at Kizaru beside him with a headache. Kizaru said lazily, "No way, Mr. Sengoku, I can't catch up with him. But now it's you who can get to Alabasta the fastest." Kizaru still looked like he was underwhelming. "So what if you go, isn't it equal to 0 if you can't catch up?" The veins on Sengoku's forehead bulged, and he wanted to scold Kizaru. But at this moment, another person's voice came. "Let me go." The person who spoke was none other than Aokiji, one of Marine's 3 admirals. "It would take 2 days to get to Alabasta by boat from Marineford now," Sengoku said. Aokiji said indifferently, "It doesn't matter, as long as people stay in Alabasta." Saying that, he turned and walked towards the pier. Although Aokiji took the initiative to take the task to Sengoku very pleased. But the thought of the 3 admirals' unique personalities gave him another headache. In Udi City, Yao Chen was also asking Carl, "Speaking of which, what are you doing?" Carl replied, "I'm a reporter for the news of the world." "Reporter?" A strange color flashed in Yao Chen's eyes. Thinking of his own reputation, he felt that it was necessary to get in touch with this reporter named Carl. Advertisement. Just when he was about to have a good chat with the other party, there was a sudden noise in front of him. "What are you doing?" "I saw a man caught by 2 soldiers." When the others saw this, they immediately looked over. Yao Chen stepped forward. "What happened?" The soldier in charge of the inspection said, "Report to the commander, he is infected." When the man heard this, a trace of panic flashed on his face. "You are talking nonsense, I am not infected." Carl, who was on the side, held a phone bug and spread the scene to the world. Yao Chen came to the man and looked him up and down. Then he rolled up his tightly covered sleeves. Suddenly, a terrible wound was exposed in front of everyone. "What's this?" The man looked flustered. "This, I accidentally cut it today." "Cuts?" Yao Chen sneered, took out a pistol from the soldier who grabbed him, and fired directly. The man shot in the chest looked in disbelief and then fell to the ground. The sudden scene caused everyone on the scene to panic. It even caused an uproar among those watching the live broadcast. Sengoku frowned. He is really a cold-blooded and ruthless guy, no wonder even celestial dragons dares to attack. Carl couldn't believe it and said, "Are you going to kill him?" Yao Chen was expressionless. "He has been infected and can't be saved." "But didn't he say he cut it?" Yao Chen glanced at him. "I don't bother to explain anything, whether it's an infection, you'll know right away." As soon as the voice fell, the dead man suddenly twisted irregularly. There was a low growl in his mouth. Then, he suddenly turned over and rushed towards Carl who was beside him. Carl was so frightened that he almost lost the phone bug in his hand. At the moment of crisis, a gunshot came, and the man's head was directly exploded by Yao Chen. Looking at the corpse lying on the ground still twitching, Carl's face was extremely ugly. Yao Chen said at this time, "Now, believe what I said." Chapter 26 Resident Evil 7 Open black lens bracket seeking flowers, collection, evaluation close black lens bracket. Looking at the corpse lying on the ground, many people's faces became very ugly. Some of the people who were scratched and bitten by the zombies even retreated. And the rest are trying to fight, betting that the other party can't detect it. Just when these people were thinking differently, there was a sudden scream from the crowd. But it was a civilian who turned into a zombie and bit the person around him. And the others around him all scattered in fright. A guarded soldier immediately shot and killed the zombie and the bitten person. This scene made countless people tremble with fear, and even made those who had been infected face ashes. Seeing this, Yao Chen frowned and said to the crowd, "Everyone, stay at least 5 meters apart to prevent someone from suddenly turning into a corpse." As soon as the words fell, the crowd began to vacate the distance autonomously. In the face of death threats, no one is disobedient. Yao Chen knew that there must be some infected people hidden in the crowd. But so what, with sophisticated equipment, even if these guys are upgraded together, they will not be able to threaten their own men. As for whether other people will be bitten, I can't help it. It is the greatest kindness that he can carry out the test and let these people go. After all, in the beginning, he wasn't going to let anyone go. Seeing that the test in front of the city gate had entered the formal stage, he began to contact Jarvis. "Jarvis, how is the layout of the front line? The line of defense is basically established, sir. Any suggestions?" He saw a 3-dimensional model of Rain City appear in front of him. "According to my analysis of the city, if these 14 buildings can be destroyed, it can create a barrier across the city. These barriers can effectively stop the spread of the virus. It's just that powerful weapons are needed to destroy these obstacles." "A powerful weapon?" Yao Chen looked at the 14 markers on the map and began to contact Wei Lan. "Wei Lan, I have a task for you now." Wei Lan, who had already summoned the hull and had been on standby, received the message. "Advertisement, please also give an order, Commander," Wei Lan replied earnestly. Yao Chen sent her the 3D model drawing. "See the markings above, I want you to shoot anti-ship missiles to destroy them." "Okay Commander, I'll go now." The silver-white steel battleship started quickly, then moved out of the port and entered the Sandora River. The next moment, the missile launcher on the ship was deployed, and then 14 anti-ship missiles were ignited at the same time. Accompanied by the violent flames, an incomparably spectacular liftoff scene was formed. "Commander, the missile has been launched and is expected to arrive in 2 minutes." Yao Chen, who received the news, praised, "Well done, Wei Lan." Receiving the commander's compliment, Rainland was very happy, and her face turned red. Jarvis, the supervision at the gate of the city will be handed over to you. I'm going to go into the city to have a look. As soon as he finished speaking, he started the steel battlesuit and flew into the city. Looking at Yao Chen who was leaving, Carl, who was about to interview him, was dumbfounded. Why did you leave suddenly? I saw him stunned in place, then turn around to look at the phone bug in his hand, and finally gritted his teeth and ran into the city. At this time, the city of Udi was full of killings and gunshots. Many civilians who have been unable to escape are trying their best to resist. Quick, this way. I saw Hina leading a group of people towards the city gate. Unlike Crocodile, as a marine, she can't be left to die for the people. Everyone she met along the way was protected by her. In the crowd, the fingers of Mr. 3 and Miss are also among them. They delayed their time out of the city because they rescued their companions. In fact, most of the team is from the Baroque studio. It's just that since Marine wants to protect them personally, why not do it? Everyone, hurry up, it's not far from the city gate, Hina said again. However, as soon as he finished speaking, there was a low roar from all around. Advertisement immediately, 5 lickers with pink bodies and exposed muscles appeared. Seeing these 5 lickers, Hina's expression suddenly became ugly. The fingers of Miss Point 3 and Miss are also solemn. These guys have met too before. Although they are all solved by Hina, it does not mean that they are weak. The lickers' movements are spooky and quick. It is possible to catch a road if you are not careful. Many people in the team were killed because they were unfamiliar with them. I saw Hina's hands stretched out of the fence, ready to fight these lickers. But he heard a whistling sound, and immediately, 5 small missiles hit the lickers directly, blowing them up to no bones. What's the matter? Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with surprise. But I saw Yao Chen in a steel suit descending from the sky. He looked at the crowd and found a few familiar faces. Hina of Marine, someone from the Baroque studio? I didn't expect these guys to get mixed up. Although curious, he didn't have time to worry about it, so he saw Yao Chen. 200 meters ahead, you will enter the defense line arranged by my men. When the time comes, you will be safe. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew away. Only a group of people are left. You look at me, and I look at you. I didn't expect the lickers to appear at this time. Is this evolution too fast? Yao Chen's expression was a little serious, and Jarvis' voice sounded. Sir, here comes the missile. On the horizon, I saw 14 anti-ship missiles falling from the sky at 3 times the speed of sound. Precisely hitting the marked building caused a huge explosion. And the zombies near the building were also cleaned up because of this terrifying explosion. Subsequently, the buildings whose foundations were destroyed quickly collapsed, forming a barrier that runs through the city. Chapter 27 Resident Evil 8 Open black lens bracket seeking flowers, collection, evaluation close black lens bracket. After cautiously walking 200 meters, Hina and her group finally came to the defense facility that Yao Chen said. Looking at the group of sci-fi soldiers in front of them, curious expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Is this what the Iron Man said about his subordinates? There was a hint of doubt in Hina's eyes. Are they holding guns? Why are they so peculiar? Then he turned his attention to tanks and armored vehicles. What are these 2 piles of iron body? I saw a soldier stepped forward and said, please leave quickly, it is very dangerous here. Hearing his words, the crowd quickly passed through the defensive positions and walked towards the city gate. As for Hina, she didn't leave with everyone, but stayed. As a Marine, her mission is to protect the population. There were still many living people in the city at this time. Moreover, he is also very curious about these strangely shaped troops in front of him. Aren't you leaving? The soldier asked. But I saw Hina said, you don't need to worry about Hina, Hina will take care of herself. Seeing her say that, the soldier looked at her and stopped talking. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps, and Hina turned her head. A man with a phone bug was found walking here. She frowned and immediately asked, why are you still in such a dangerous city as a commoner? Carl's eyes lit up at her. You are Marine? So, Marine is here too? Looking at his expectant eyes, Hina sighed. Sorry, I'm the only Marine in the city. And my subordinates are all in the port city of R**** flowers at this time. As an Aborigines in the world of pirates, Carl most believes in Marine. That's why she was so excited when she saw Hina. Unexpectedly, she was the only Marine in the entire city, which made Carlton extremely disappointed. Marineford, Sengoku, who was watching the broadcast, frowned. He was relieved to see that Hina was safe and sound, but his heart tightened when he heard Carl's question. Needless to say, Hina's answer will definitely have some impact on Marine's image.
Advertisement. After all, many people are watching this broadcast now. Just when Carl was disappointed, Jarvis' voice suddenly sounded at the scene. Attention to the 7th squad, there is a wave of corpses of thousands of people coming to you, please prepare for defense. The 7th team that learned the news immediately loaded their bullets and prepared to meet the corpse tide. Hina and Carl, who were on the side, also heard the news at the same time. Thousands of corpses. Carl's face turned pale. You must know that he was almost eaten by zombies at the gate of the city, so there was a shadow in his heart. Now that he heard that thousands of zombies were attacking here, he immediately panicked. Hina's expression was also ugly. She escorted the civilians all the way, and she knew very well how terrible these guys were. She looked at the 7th squad that was defending and found that there were only 12 people in total. Although I don't know what the use of tanks and armored vehicles is, the number of people is too small. I saw her stepping forward and said, "Leave quickly, your number is too small, you can't stop those monsters at all." However, the 7th team ignored her and waited quietly for the target to arrive. You guys. Seeing that this group of people ignored him at all, Hina was angry. It's a death sentence, you know. I came all the way, and I don't know how many guys like that I faced. They're just a bunch of irrational monsters who just want to kill. Unfortunately, the 7th team still ignored her. I saw Hina gritted her teeth and said to Carl next to her, "Leave now." Carl looked puzzled. What about you? Although Hina was angry, she said seriously, "I want to stay. Although these guys are courting death, as Marine, it is my responsibility to protect the people." Carl's heart trembled, and the eyes he looked at her suddenly changed. Sure enough, this is the Marine I know. And Sengoku, who was thinking about how to restore his reputation, immediately laughed again. Hina's answer not only saved Marine's face, but also gained a lot of points. However, the conversation between the two was interrupted the next moment, because the corpse tide had already arrived. I saw the zombies rush towards the defense line of the 7th squad overwhelmingly. The scene of the people stacking up was extremely shocking. Advertisement. Facing this scene, Carl was very scared in his heart. However, he firmly held the phone bug and broadcasted the scene. And people all over the world have finally seen how terrible the impact is when zombies get together. You must know that this is only 1,000 people, and there are more than 1 million people in the entire reign. If all these people turned into zombies, even Marine Admiral would feel guilty for a while when they came madly like you. Marineford, watching Sengoku on the broadcast, his expression also became solemn. And in front of the defense facilities, Hina is also ready to fight. However, before she had time to shoot, the 7th team opened fire. Suddenly, the entire pirate world has seen what modern weapons are. I saw countless bullets whizzing out, forming a terrifying firepower network. All the zombies fell down as quickly as reaping wheat. Although they are desperate for everything. But none of the zombies broke through the firepower network in front of him.
However, there are not only ordinary zombies, but also some lickers in this wave of corpses. I saw that these guys relied on their flexible speed and barely broke through the firepower network. And Hina, who was being shocked by modern weapons, changed her expression after seeing the licker and immediately shot. At this time, the silent tanks and armored vehicles opened fire. I saw a cannonball shoot from the barrel of the M1A2, blowing up a running licker. The power of the explosion also devoured the other two lickers. In addition, the 12.7mm machine gun on the roof of the tank also fired at the same time. That ferocious firepower is far from comparable to the rifles in the hands of the soldiers. All the zombies or lickers that were swept away by the anti-aircraft machine guns were all broken into 2 pieces. Moreover, the power of the bullet continued to penetrate more than a dozen zombies before running out of kinetic energy. It was a massacre, a terrible massacre. However, the slaughtered objects are zombies. After just a few minutes, the corpse tide formed by thousands of zombies was completely wiped out by the 7th team. Look at the strength of the modern army on the screen. The entire pirate world is silent at this moment. Chapter 28 Resident Evil 9. Looking at the broken corpses of the zombies, Carl and Hina opened their mouths, unable to say a word for a long time. In Marineford, Sengoku, Crane and others also frowned and looked solemn. They never thought that firearms had such a ferocious and fast killing ability. In other words, can the weapons in the hands of these people really be called guns? Because, compared with the weapons in their impressions, it is really different. Holy Land, Mariajoy, a phone bug is broadcasting events in Alabasta. And around the phone bug, there were 5 old people sitting. They are the top leaders of today's world government, the 5 elders. What an astonishing weapon, said a blonde 5 elders at this time. Yeah, as if born to harvest life, replied another 5 elders with a long knife in their arms. Precise, fast, effective, the perfect killing machine. The 5 elders with the mustache frowned slightly. I don't want to talk about firearms. What I care more about is that the 2 Iron Body's weapons are the same. The power they show is amazing. The 5 elders with long white hair stroked his beard. The blonde 5 elders added, and, the things that caused this Rain City crisis. We must figure out what, in such a short period of time, turned the people of this city into monsters that eat people everywhere. Otherwise, we don't know if the same thing will happen to Mariajoy one day. Listening to him, the rest of the 5 elders sensed the seriousness of the situation. I saw the last 5 elders tap the cane in his hand. Notify Sengoku, let him capture this extremely evil person alive. Advertisement, we want to know the origin of the intelligence on these weapons from him. And what happened in UD City, this person must know the reason. Soon, the 5 elders made a plan, and they continued to watch the broadcast. I saw the 5 elders with long white hair. To be honest, I still can't believe that firearms have such power. Don't say it's you, we didn't even think of it. Perhaps, we underestimated the development potential of these weapons? It has to be said that as the highest authority of the world government, the 5 elders' vision is far beyond comparison. The reason why I hadn't noticed this before was because those who dominated the world were the strong ones. You must know that the pirate world has hockey, kendo, and various secret skills. In addition, there is the unreasonable devil fruit. But in Yao Chen's original world, human beings had no choice except technology. Although the people in the original world cannot compare with the physical quality of the people in the pirate world. However, research in weapons is advancing by leaps and bounds. Even nuclear weapons to destroy the world have been developed. It can be said that in terms of killing, modern people have really achieved the ultimate. In UD City, Yao Chen, wearing a steel battlesuit, flew the entire city. Under his observation, 80% of the area has been occupied. Advertisement. Although some people escaped, the number of these people is really pitiful. And on their way out of the city, they didn't know how many zombies they would encounter, and they had to put a question mark on whether they could survive. Sir, the infection rate of Rainland City has far exceeded my statistics. Looking at the messy city below, Yao Chen asked, how long will it take until everyone is tested? At least 2 hours, sir. 2 hours. Thinking about the defense line arranged by his subordinates, it is difficult to resist the impact of millions of zombies. Yao Chen said softly, it seems that I can only give up some people. He knew that there were still many people alive in the city today. It's just that he was trapped at home, or he was hiding. However, Yao Chen could not have rescued them from house to house. Jarvis, get all the AC-130s in the air and get Azure ready. Next, I'm going to carpet bomb every piece of land in the entire city. Okay, sir. Seeing that the order has been issued, Yao Chen narrowed his eyes, but before that, I have to collect some interest. As he spoke, he flew to Crocodile's Rainfeast Casino. Chapter 29 Resident Evil 10 Rain Banquet, as the largest casino in Alabasta, is a daily win. Yao Chen came here on a temporary basis, and wanted to try his luck to see what he could gain. When he flew here, he found that the entire rain feast had collapsed by a third. It can be said that the splendor of the past is long gone. Fortunately, there are not too many zombies here. Jarvis, turn on the scanning device on the battlesuit and explore the structure of the entire rain banquet. Okay, sir. I saw a blue light projected on the electronic eyes of the armor, and began to quickly scan the entire building. After a few seconds, the three-dimensional model of the rain banquet appeared in front of him. Yao Chen sighed with emotion at this time. It is indeed the Mark 50 nanometer battle armor carefully developed by Tony Stark. The function is powerful. Sir, according to the investigation, there is a large amount of gold on the ground floor of the building. Very good, we'll go there now. I saw him plunge into the rain feast. Following Jarvis' mark, it soon came to the place where the gold was stored. I saw that there was a huge safe placed here. The entire cabinet is made of pure steel, and depending on its thickness, it is estimated that no one can open it without a key. No wonder Crocodile gave up here so easily. It seems that he knows that even if others find his treasure, he can't take it away. Thinking of this, Yao Chen raised a sarcastic smile. It's a pity that he bumped into me. As he said that, he lifted his right hand, and suddenly, a red laser emanated from his palm and began to cut the safe. Advertisement soon. There was a gap that could accommodate 2 people to pass through. Walking into the safe, I saw that it was piled with all kinds of gold gems. Yao Chen is not interested in these. His purpose here is to find devil fruit. Jarvis, scan it for anything other than gold. I saw the blue light penetrated and landed on the gold mountain and silver pile in front of me. Sir, the scan is complete and the item is marked. Looking at the red dots Jarvis showed, he rummaged in Kim Yamanaka. Before long, more than a dozen rustic wooden boxes were placed in front of them. Yao Chen opened it and found that it really contained devil fruit. He counted carefully and found that there were 12 of them. Hey, Sand Crocodile is actually so rich. Yao Chen was a little surprised, but then he was enveloped in a strong surprise. System, I want to recycle all these devil fruits. The fruit is to be collected, whether to issue a reward. I opened the system panel and took a look, and found that in addition to the 10 fruits that were normally deducted, there were 2 more fruits. This means that as long as you find 8 fruits, you can get the reward again. Very good, it's just that now is not the time to receive rewards. Wait until this incident is over. Suddenly, there was a violent vibration throughout the rain banquet. Advertisement immediately, a behemoth broke through the ground and rushed in. I saw that it looked ferocious and its skin was festering, and there was an unknown gray-green liquid flowing on its body, which looked very oozing. Yao Chen's eyes narrowed, and he immediately recognized that it was a banana crocodile. Sure enough, these big guys raised by Crocodile were also infected. Saying that, he raised his hand and it was a pulse cannon. But after the banana crocodile was hit, it was just thrown out. Yao Chen frowned slightly. It seems that to deal with such a thick-skinned big guy, you need a weapon with heavy firepower. Thinking of this, he didn't want to continue to consume it, but directly broke through the ceiling and flew out. Just as he reappeared over the city, a clothed eagle suddenly appeared in front of him. What is this? The eagle spit out a word of caution. And Yao Chen looked at its shape and instantly knew that this was the patron saint of Alabasta, the Bell of the Falcon. Seeing him say, "You are Bell, why are you here?" Falcon Bell was shocked, but he didn't expect that the strangely shaped Iron Man in front of him could speak. He immediately asked, "Who are you? What is the purpose of appearing here? What happened to UD City? How did it become like this?" Yao Chen was about to speak when he heard Jarvis say, "Sir, AC-130 is in place. Are you there?" He glanced at the sky and found that there were indeed several planes hovering above. Then he bowed his head and said to Bell, I can only tell you that Rainland City is not safe now, so you should leave immediately. After saying this, he flew towards the city gate. Chapter 30 Resident Evil 11. Wait, don't go. Bell wanted to stop the other party. However, his speed was completely incomparable to Yao Chen, and he was pulled away almost in an instant. But Bell did not give up, but followed up with all his strength. Sir, he's here. Don't worry about him, you are now telling all the troops to retreat. Re-establish a defensive circle in front of the city gate. Immediately, countless soldiers received orders and began to act. In front of the defense facilities of the 7th Squad, Hina asked as he watched the soldiers who were starting to retreat. What are you doing? One of the soldiers replied. The commander wants us to retreat and re-establish a defensive circle in front of the city gate. Retreat? Hina looked puzzled. Although he didn't know why the other party suddenly retreated, he didn't ask much. What she is thinking now is to rely on these soldiers to help her rescue the trapped civilians. After all, the entire city could not save many people by her alone. Seeing that everyone had left, Carl, who had been interviewing, hurriedly followed. In front of the city gate, a large number of people who have been tested are leaving quickly. None of them wanted to stay in this nightmarish city. At this time, Yao Chen finally flew out of the city, and then landed in front of one of the inspectors. What's the test result? Report to Commander Gao, 1/3 of the people have been tested. Yes, keep it up. Advertisement, Jarvis, how did the personnel retreat? It is expected to arrive at the scheduled location in a few minutes. Tell them to speed up. As soon as he finished speaking, an eagle fell from the sky, and after landing, it became a man. When the civilians who were queuing for testing saw him, they immediately cheered. It's Lord Bell, it's Lord Bell. Master Bell has come to save us. Alabasta's god of war has come. Bell looked puzzled. What are you guys doing? Who are these people? I saw a commoner and said, Mr. Bell, we are testing. Test? Test what? However, his doubts were not answered. I saw a person who was tested was dragged out. Wait a minute, don't kill me, I'm not infected, I'm not infected. However, no matter how much he struggled, the soldier who detected it decisively fired. Seeing this man's head suddenly blossomed. Seeing this scene, Bell immediately turned red. What are you doing? He roared and rushed towards the soldier. However, halfway through the road, I suddenly felt a suffocation in my neck. Immediately, the whole person was caught in the air by an invisible force. I saw Darth Vader in black armor, who appeared here at some point. Advertisement in Yao Chen, who was about to shoot, stopped what he was doing. When did you come, sir? Now. His answer was simple and clear. Looking at Bell's face that was gradually turning purple, Yao Chen said. Let him go, sir, as a lesson. Hearing his words, Darth Vader stopped releasing the force. Unchained, Bell fell to the ground and coughed violently. This scene is undoubtedly a huge blow to the people who regard Bell as their salvation. How come, Lord Bell actually? Impossible, I must be dreaming. It's not true. Looking at the group of civilians whose beliefs seemed to have collapsed, Yao Chen felt a burst of laughter. Bell is known as Alabasta's strongest fighter though. But not even an archaeologist like Robin can handle it. It can only be said that this title is really water. Just then, Jarvis' voice came. Sir, everyone has reached the evacuation position. Well, let's begin then. As soon as the words fell, the entire Rainland city was shrouded in countless firelights. Chapter 31 Resident Evil 12. When Yao Chen's order was given, the AC-130 hovering in the sky finally let out a violent roar. And the blue in the Sandora River also launched all the anti-ship missiles on the ship. Hearing a violent bombing sound, the entire Rain City was suddenly swallowed up by countless firelights. Hina and Carl, who followed the 7th team back to the city gate, were also shocked by the explosion behind them. I saw Carl hurriedly picked up the phone and took pictures of the scene. Hina looked shocked and angry. What's going on? She looked at a soldier and yelled angrily. The soldier said slowly, this is the bombing order issued by the commander. Who allowed him to do this? Doesn't he know that there are many living people in the city? The soldier did not answer, but went to his post to defend. Hina's expression changed, watching the violent bombardment in front of her fingers pinch into her flesh. At this time, another row of meteors appeared in the sky. When they flew close, it was an anti-ship missile launched by Wei Lan. I saw these weapons with large warheads falling from the sky. Its terrifying power far exceeds the firebombing of AC-130. Countless buildings were reduced to ashes under their attack. A huge shockwave destroyed everything in its path. Even Carl and Hina, who were outside the bombing range, were enduring the violent winds generated by the explosion. This shows how terrifying the power of these anti-ship missiles is. At the same time, countless people who were watching the broadcast were also shocked by the scene in front of them. These never-before-seen weapons are beyond their imagination. This is comparable to Marine's Buster Call, I don't know how many times stronger. Holy Land Mariajoy, the watching 5 elders were silent at this time. Advertisement, it seems that we have to re-estimate the strength of this army. I didn't expect them to be able to destroy such a huge city, said the 5 elders with a long knife. Yeah, especially the row of stick-shaped weapons that fell from the sky. Its power, I'm afraid even Marine Vice Admiral can't resist. 5 elders with long white hair also said, This kind of weapon has been a little bit off balance. The blonde 5 elders added, and did you pay attention, those stick-shaped weapons came from somewhere. But they can turn in the air and hit their respective targets. You mean, they can deliver precision strikes from great distances? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the 5 elders became solemn. It seems that the wicked man who killed celestial dragons is far from being as simple as we thought. The 5 elders, with a cane in hand, tapped the floor. But it doesn't matter, these weapons in the picture can't threaten Admiral yet. I believe that as long as Aokiji arrives at Alabasta, the task should be completed smoothly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the 5 elders with the mustache spoke. It's not enough to threaten Admiral because it's not strong enough. Although the Logia fruit claims to be able to ignore various physical attacks, that's just a claim. As long as it's powerful enough, it can still threaten Admiral, just like dynamite rock. Hearing him say this, the 5 elders, with a cane in their hands, asked, you mean, they have more powerful weapons? It's just my conjecture, but have to be prepared for that. The other 4 fell silent when they heard it, just when the 5 of them were discussing countermeasures in Rainland City. After the carpet bombing of AC-130 and anti-ship missiles. Advertisement: not a single building stood in the entire city, only the pitted remains of mutilated limbs. Jarvis said, Sir, after data analysis, this round of saturation attacks eliminated more than 90% of the infected people in the city. Hearing this, Yao Chen's face finally showed a satisfied smile. However, at this moment, a thunderous roar suddenly sounded in the city. Immediately, a huge crocodile with an unimaginable size rushed out of the lake where the rain banquet was low. In an instant, everyone's faces changed at this moment. Yao Chen looked solemn. So big? These are simply giant sea kings. Sir, according to statistics, the length of the crocodile is 1,067 meters. Listening to Jarvis' numbers, Yao Chen looked ugly. Damn, the whole pirate world is unscientific. It is possible to evolve such a large crocodile in such a short period of time. Notify AC-130 in the sky and give me a good hello to this big guy. The AC-130, who received the order, fired at full force, knocking out the remaining ammunition on the plane. I saw a series of explosions, and the crocodile, which was 1 kilometer long, was immediately blasted with numerous wounds. Seeing this, Yao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. Although it is huge, its defense is not strong enough to ignore the laws of physics. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the injuries on the crocodile began to recover quickly. But in just 10 seconds, the wounds hit by AC-130 disappeared. Damn, what kind of international joke are you playing on me? Sir, the regeneration rate of this creature is astonishing. Existing weapons cannot eliminate it. My suggestion is to use a nuclear bomb. Chapter 32: The Second Son. Newcomers ask for flowers. Collection, ask for a monthly pass. Hearing the nuclear bomb, Yao Chen fell into silence. Although from the moment he got it, he was already mentally prepared. But when he really wanted to use it, his heart still couldn't calm down. System, did you foresee all this long ago? The system replied. The right to choose is in the hands of the host. Yao Chen's expression changed. After hesitating for a long time, he took a deep breath. Jarvis, tell everyone to evacuate. Jarvis said, what to do with civilians, sir? Yao Chen thought for a while. To be honest, he really didn't want to care about this group of people. But these civilians have not been tested and cannot be let go now. Therefore, he said, bring these people along. If someone dies on the road, they will be killed on the spot. After saying this, he asked again, what's the situation with that crocodile now? It's gone, sir. No movement? Yes, it seems to have gone to sleep. Yao Chen frowned. Pay close attention to its movements and let me know if anything happens. Soon, a large number of troops were withdrawn from the city. Before the civilians could figure out the situation, they were asked to leave by the strong. At this time, Bell, who was on the ground, slowed down and asked, who are you and what do you want to do to the people? However, Yao Chen didn't have time to pay attention to him at this time. Just said, we will not harm civilians. Where can Bell believe? How do you make a guarantee? Too lazy to talk nonsense with him, Yao Chen raised his hand and fired a pulse cannon. However, he controlled the power and did not choose to kill him. Poor Bell barely recovered, but he was caught off guard by this pulse cannon and knocked unconscious again. Afterwards, Yao Chen called a soldier to watch over the guy. At this time, Carl and Hina also walked out of the city. When he found Yao Chen's figure, Carl's eyes lit up and he ran forward immediately. Hello, Mr. Commander, may I have an interview with you? Advertisement. Yao Chen looked at him. It's you, I thought you had left. However, Carl said solemnly, I am a professional reporter. How could it be possible to leave before everything in UD City was told to the world? Hearing the reporter talking about literacy, Yao Chen felt a burst of laughter and saw him. Okay, you just want big news, then follow me first. I just hope that soon, you can talk to me about professionalism as you do now. Hearing him say that, a strange color flashed across Carl's face. It looked like something big could happen next. Not only him, but those who are watching the broadcast at the moment are equally curious. However, they would not have thought that this curiosity would soon turn into fear. At this moment, a fence suddenly rushed out and attacked Yao Chen. Yao Chen frowned slightly, and a pulse cannon destroyed the fence. Seeing that his fruit ability was blocked, Hina used Moonwalk to charge at him. Upon seeing this, the soldiers at the scene hurriedly raised their rifles. However, Hina's speed was too fast for them to react at all. At this moment, Darth Vader raised his hand slightly. Hina was bound in midair by the classic force lock throat. I saw her face flushed, but she stared at Yao Chen. You be asterisk 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 D. There are so many living people in the city, but you gave them up. Listening to the reason why the other party attacked him, Yao Chen felt very funny. That's ironic coming out of one of your Marines' mouths. Hasn't Marine done bad things for the world government over the years? Ohara's tragedy is still in sight to this day. As soon as those words came out, Marineford's Sengoku's expression changed. This guy. The bound Hina was full of anger, and Ishin wanted to arrest Yao Chen, the executioner. But the force on her neck was getting tighter and she could barely breathe. Seeing it almost, Yao Chen said, "Let go of her, sir, but you can't really let her die." Darth Vader let go, and Hina suddenly fell to the ground and coughed violently. After a while, she recovered and stared at Yao Chen angrily. I don't care what others do, but you are an evil executioner. Yao Chen smiled slightly. I never deny it, I can even say I feel honored. You, Hina was so choked up that he was speechless. Advertisement Yao Chen no longer paid attention to her, but said to Carl, let's go. I saw a Kun-style fighter jet flying down. Darth Vader walked up, and Carl was also taken into it. As for Hina, no one cares about her at all. In the end, she stood up by herself, looked at the broken rain, and turned to leave. Inside the plane, Carl held up the phone bug to photograph the interior. He walked back and forth, not missing a single detail. When he found that the scene outside the window was receding rapidly, his face was full of amazement. So fast, which master crafted such a miraculous creation? Listening to his words, Yao Chen was very speechless. In the world of pirates, many famous knives and swords were made by some blacksmiths. Therefore, in his opinion, the Kun-style fighter should also be carefully crafted by a blacksmith. Yao Chen didn't know what to say to such a person with no scientific common sense. When the Kun-style fighter jet landed from the sky after flying a certain distance, Yao Chen got out of the plane and said to Jarvis. Jarvis, what is the crocodile in the city doing now? Sir, it's still lying there without any movement. However, its volume has grown by another 15 meters during this time period. According to the analysis, it is evolving. Yao Chen's expression changed. It's so big, how can it still evolve? That's the most reasonable explanation, sir. Hearing the answer, a fluke flashed in Yao Chen's heart at this moment. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly. It seems that the choice of nuclear bomb was correct. After waiting in place for more than an hour, the retreating troops finally arrived here. Seeing it almost, Yao Chen decisively gave the order. Jarvis, use the nuclear bomb. I saw the tactical nuclear bomb he drew flew out from the Hive base and came towards Rainland City. The nuclear bomb was flying very fast, and after 3 minutes, it reached the sky above the rain. I don't know if it was the instinctive warning of the creature, but the crocodile, which had been silent for a long time, finally moved at this time. It desperately wanted to climb back into the lake. Unfortunately, it was too late. I saw the nuclear bomb falling from the sky, and immediately, it seemed that the whole world went dark. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling day appeared. In an instant, a second sun appeared in the sky. Chapter 33 Nuclear Explosion. There was a sudden explosion, and then, an unprecedented huge fire rose up, and the air was quickly ignited. All kinds of light radiation, X-rays, radioactive substances spread around. And at the center of the bomb, the tens of millions of heat generated by its explosion vaporized everything. Under such an attack, the huge crocodile with a length of 1,000 meters was instantly vaporized before it could recover from the injury. Then, a powerful shock wave centered on the rain feast began to sweep the entire city. Whether it was a living zombie or a broken building, they were all smashed, burned, and vaporized under this apocalyptic attack. Even microorganisms can no longer survive in such a hot environment. Tens of thousands of tons of soil were lifted into the sky by the shock wave, forming an incomparably spectacular mushroom cloud. In the distance, Yao Chen and the others, who watched the nuclear bomb explode, seemed to have been casted by the immobilization spell. Either soldiers or civilians. Even Hina, who was following her all the way worried about the people, stood there sluggishly. Carl, who has always wanted to shoot big news, has been frightened and his mind has gone blank. He just instinctively held the phone bug and pointed it in the direction of the rain. And those who are watching the broadcast are no different from the people on the scene. Seeing the cigarette in Akainu's mouth fell to the ground, Kizaru, who had trimmed his nails, froze in place. Sengoku instinctively clenched his fists, and the crane, who had been very calm, also changed his face. And the most heartless Garp, even the snot flowing into his mouth has not been found. Holy Land Mariajoy, 5 elders stared blankly at the screen. The heart that had been like Shisui for hundreds of years had violent fluctuations at this moment. There was a soft sound, but the crutch fell to the ground, and the 5 elders who had been holding it, his hands trembling at this moment. This kind of power, how is it possible? At the scene, looking at the mushroom cloud rising into the sky, even Yao Chen, who already knew the power of nuclear bombs, was deeply shocked.
This is a nuclear weapon, one that existed from the very beginning to destroy the world. It's also the ultimate destructive power brought about by technology. Just as he sighed, Jarvis' voice sounded. Sir, I have to remind you that this is a 100,000-ton nuclear weapon. Although you are in a safe position now, you will still be hit to some extent. Hearing his words, Yao Chen's expression changed instantly. Advertisement. He immediately yelled. Everyone, turn off the electronic equipment that is still in use, turn off the vehicle, and prepare to resist the shock wave. As soon as he finished speaking, the mask on the battlesuit was immediately put down. And those soldiers also quickly turned off their electronic devices, and then ran behind each vehicle to avoid. The civilians did not know why, but they followed suit. Just after everyone hid, the shock wave finally arrived. I saw the whole earth trembling violently, and the hurricane caused by the nuclear explosion blew all the vehicles to crunch. Many people cried out in this natural disaster-like vibration. I don't want to die yet, I don't want to die yet. Woo, Mom, I miss you. God, why don't you bless us? I just escaped from that demon-like city, do I still have to die in the end? The strong vibrations began to dissipate after lasting for a few minutes. I saw that almost everyone at the scene was buried in the sand. When everything was calm, many civilians got up from the ground in panic. Then he looked at himself in surprise. We are not dead, we are not dead. My God, I thought I was dead. God must have heard our call. At this time, Yao Chen also got up from the sand and said to the soldiers. Check the equipment vehicle to see if it still works. I saw the soldiers began to check their equipment and various vehicles. In the end, only one Hummer's engine was found to have burned out. But fortunately, if you repair it, it can still be used. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Yao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I reacted fast enough, otherwise, all kinds of vehicles and equipment would be destroyed by the electromagnetic pulse generated by the nuclear explosion. However, in the next moment, his expression changed immediately, and he said angrily. System, didn't you say this is a tactical nuclear bomb? You tell me which tactical nuclear bomb has a 100,000-ton yield. The system did not answer, but a prompt came. Advertisement. Congratulations to host, you have completed the Resident Evil quest and unlocked various biochemical world products. Details can be viewed in the system store. Don't change the topic system. However, Yao Chen complained for a long time that the other party ignored him. In the end, the civilians could only be tested helplessly. Mariajoy, inside the house of the world's highest authority. The five elders were silent at this time. After a long time, the five elders with long white hair said, call Aokiji back. As soon as the words fell, the blonde five elders said, just give up the arrest. The five elders with long white hair gave him a look. Don't act rashly until you're not sure if they still have such a weapon. At this time, the five elders holding a long knife asked, does the legendary ancient weapon have such power? The five elders, holding a cane, replied, except for Poseidon, Pluton, Uranus, according to the text. There is no ancient weapon that can have such power. You mean, they found one of the three kings? It's possible. Hearing what he said, the five elders who held the long knife were silent for a while and said. Starting today, Alabasta will be fully monitored and CP0 will be based there. If there is any trouble, report it to us immediately. He had just finished speaking when the last mustache five elders spoke up. Although we have given up arrest now, we still have to have the attitude we should have. Raise the bounty of the most wicked. After all, more than 1 million people in UD City really died in his hands. At this point, his tone trembled slightly. Thinking of the more than 1 million lives, even the five elders, who are used to seeing life and death, have some emotional fluctuations. So, what about the reward amount? The bearded five elders was silent for a while, and said slowly, 6 billion. Chapter 34 The Super Aircraft Carrier, Chihi. Yao Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief when the last civilian was tested. I don't know if it was because of being scared by the nuclear bomb. Even the very angry Hina, and the people from the Baroque studio. They were all honestly tested. Looking at the row of corpses on the ground that were killed because of the virus, in order to prevent the Resident Evil crisis from recurring. Under the command of Yao Chen, a team of soldiers began to burn. As the raging fire ignited, it was announced that this time the Resident Evil crisis was finally fully resolved at this moment. I saw Yao Chen smiled and patted Carl on the shoulder. Well, I didn't lie to you about the big news I said. Seeing that Carl was confused, he still didn't recover. Yao Chen ignored him, but said to all the commoners. Congratulations, for surviving this virus crisis. I hope everyone can get back on their feet and build a better tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, he took his subordinates and left very simply. Only a group of people who were already exhausted physically and mentally were left. When returning to the base, Yao Chen stepped out of the elevator. The first time I found the blue waiting here. You've worked hard, Commander. Yao Chen smiled slightly, stepped forward and stroked her hair. Let's go. Simple words, telling everything in silence. When the two returned to the room, he just wanted to hug Wei Lan for a good night's sleep. But before that, the reward has to be claimed. System, let's start issuing rewards. Advertisement. The next moment, a space-time door opened, and then a woman with golden hair in a white marine suit came out. Looking at this person, Yao Chen's eyes widened. No, don't tell me. I saw the woman salute him. The domestic super aircraft carrier, Kai-Hi, is here to report, Commander. Sure enough, this is another ship girl. It's just that he has some doubts, before he came to this world. Didn't my hometown only build 3 aircraft carriers? One of them was modified with Mao Shangguo system. What's going on? This ship was built 15 years after the original world. Ship in 15 years. Yes. Hearing the system's explanation, Yao Chen finally understood. I saw him come forward excitedly. Welcome, Chihi. Kai-Hi, who was still a little nervous at first, immediately showed a beautiful and moving smile. Thank you, Commander. Looking at the two people standing together, Rainland suddenly felt a little sour in her heart. She hurriedly stepped forward and took Yao Chen's arm to swear her sovereignty. The smile on Kai-Hi's face froze, and then he squinted at her. Suddenly, the whole room was filled with the smell of gunpowder. And Yao Chen, who was caught in the middle, had a wry smile on his face. Just when he was about to say something to lighten the atmosphere. However, Kai-Hi showed an inexplicable smile. Are you an old Model 055 guided missile destroyer? Advertisement. As soon as Rainland heard it, she immediately exploded. I'm not an old model, I'm the latest model. Kai-Hi curled his lips. The latest model. She looked up and down. Then do you have an electromagnetic gun installed? Is there a laser anti-missile system installed? Are there any split ballistic missiles installed? Rainland looked confused, because she really didn't have the weapon the other party said. When it was Yao Chen, he was shocked at the moment. He did not expect that 15 years later, even weapons such as electromagnetic guns and lasers have been equipped. Kai-Hi sneered at this time. You don't even have these, and you dare to call yourself the latest model. Listening to her mockery, Rainland finally couldn't bear it and ran out. Rainland, Yao Chen shouted, but the other party ignored him at all. He could only face Kai-Hi with a wry smile. Don't be like Kai-Hi, everyone is a companion, why say something hurtful? Kai-Hi once again showed a beautiful and moving smile. Okay, Commander, I won't say these words in the future. Yao Chen nodded. Then talk about yourself, what abilities do you have? A proud look appeared on Kai-Hi's face. As a domestic super aircraft carrier, my hull has a full load displacement of 150,000 tons. Loaded with 150 fighters of various types. There are J-22 fighter jets, H-10 ground attack aircraft, Air Police 3000 early warning aircraft, and Z-17 anti-submarine helicopters. In addition to this, there are 6 sets of high-energy laser beam defense systems. Tianwei radar system. It can detect everything that happens within a radius of 3,000 nautical miles. Hearing Kai-Hi's introduction, Yao Chen was completely shocked by her performance. Chapter 35 Make a Fortune. After Yao Chen came back to his senses, he praised. I didn't expect you to be so powerful, Kai-Hi, it's amazing. If you have a chance, be sure to show me your hull. Hearing the commander's praise, Kai-Hi's smile grew brighter and his heart was full of joy. If the commander wants to see it, at any time. Yao Chen waved his hand. No hurry, there will be a chance. By the way, you just came here today, so let's arrange a residence first. Kai-Hi stood there gracefully. The commander will arrange it. Yao Chen nodded. Jarvis, arrange a place for me. The room should be bigger and the decoration should be exquisite. Sir, room 7 meets your requirements. Good. I saw him leave his room with Kai-Hi. When the two came to room 7, they pushed the door directly in. This is a standard sea view room set up and nicely decorated. Of course, the sea must be invisible to the ground. However, there is image projection technology in the room, and the sea is clearly projected on the curtain wall. Yao Chen asked at this time, how is it, let's talk to you. Kai-Hi nodded. I am very satisfied, Commander. That's fine, just rest early, and I won't disturb you anymore. Saying that, he waved his hand and exited the room. At this time, Yao Chen said to Jarvis again. Advertisement. Jarvis, where is Azure now? Miss Azure is staying at the underground dock. Hearing her movement, Yao Chen rushed there again. When passing by the research center, he also looked for Dr. William. I saw him saying seriously, Doctor, I hope you must take protective measures before you study any virus in the future. It's best to develop a corresponding antidote. I don't want it to happen again, like the last self-inflicted injection of Vice Admiral blood into the violent coon. William's face was a little ugly. Boss, you are difficult for a strong man. Science itself is a constant exploration, and it is not surprising that all kinds of accidents occur. Yao Chen ignored him directly. I don't care so much, I just want to be safe. William said helplessly. Okay, I see. Seeing his promise, Yao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, then turned and left. Underground dock, in front of a crane for fishing cargo. I saw Rainland clasping his hands, sitting quietly looking at the water in a daze. At this moment, Yao Chen's voice sounded, who made our lovely Miss Rainland angry. Rainland, who was in a daze, came back to her senses and quickly stood up from the ground. Commander, why are you here? Seeing her surprised expression, Yao Chen stepped forward and touched her head. Why, just because of Kai-Hi's few words, can't accept it. Wei Lan's eyes darkened. Commander, am I very useless? Yao Chen smiled and hugged him into his arms. Nothing, Wei Lan is very useful. Advertisement. If you are useless, then not all ships in the pirate world have to cry. Feeling the commander's embrace, Wei Lan's face was content, but she still said. But I don't have any of the things Kai said. Yao Chen smiled bitterly. My silly girl, your current technology has already crushed the ships of the pirate world. If they are getting stronger, let them live. Wei Lan felt a little embarrassed when she heard it. After this period of understanding, she also knows what level the ships in the pirate world are still at. Compared with her, it is completely the gap between primitive people and modern people. But having said that, Yao Chen still asked. System, can you upgrade Wei Lan? Can. Yao Chen's eyes lit up. Really? The system said. Host ship girl equipment is based on the latest ship girl. Once you have a more high-tech ship girl, you can use her as a standard for equipment upgrades. I see. I saw him open the system panel, wanting to see how much prestige he has, enough to upgrade Wei Lan. However, when he saw the numbers displayed, his eyes almost bulged out. 980,000. Yao Chen was a little stunned, and after a while, he said, Am I blind? Chapter 36. Blue Upgrade. Newcomers ask for flowers, collection, monthly pass. System, what's going on? Where did you get so much prestige? The system replied. This is what the host got in this Resident Evil event. Yao Chen looked puzzled. I didn't rescue many civilians. Just because they can give me so much reputation. The system said. This event was fully broadcast live. Live streaming. He frowned and thought, and suddenly the phone bug in Carl's hand flashed in his mind. I understand. Yao Chen suddenly realized, and finally understood what was going on. It has to be said that this is a basic common sense perception. For others, it might be easy to recognize the phone bug at a glance. But for Yao Chen, he has no such knowledge at all. After all, he is not a native of this world, although he learned many things about the pirate world from the anime. But the real world is far more complex than what is shown in anime. However, now is not the time to think about that. I saw him pat Wei Lan on the back and let go of his embrace. A trace of reluctance flashed across Wei Lan's face, and she asked, What's the matter, Commander? Yao Chen ticked at the corner of his mouth. Do you want to upgrade or change equipment? The other party was stunned for a moment, and then said in surprise, Can you do it, Commander? Yao Chen nodded. Of course, I'm your commander. However, if you want me to help you update your equipment, you have to kiss me. Hearing his words, Wei Lan blushed, and then quickly kissed his cheek. Yao Chen was a little stunned. He was just joking, but he didn't expect that the other party actually kissed him. Advertisement. Immediately, contented, he immediately opened the blue panel to check the upgrade options. Hull expansion. 5,000 prestige. Sky Eye radar system. 3,000 prestige points. Open black lens bracket smart digital center. 5,000 prestige points close black lens bracket. Electromagnetic cannon. 4,000 prestige. Laser anti-missile system. 5,000 prestige points. Split ballistic missile. 10,000 reputation points. Z-17 anti-submarine helicopter. 1,000 reputation. No need to say, just buy, now Yao Chen is not short of money. I saw that he ordered everything that could be upgraded. It's just when choosing the ship's energy system. In addition to its own new steam turbine generator, there is also an option of arc reactor. System, can Iron Man's arc reactor be installed on the Azure hull? The system said, the operation of electromagnetic guns and laser weapons requires a lot of energy. Listening to what it said, Yao Chen looked at it carefully. It was found that once the current generator is installed, the railgun can only be fired once per minute. Laser weapons can only be used for 10 seconds before running out of energy to recharge. But if the arc reactor is replaced, there will be no such concerns. After all, a palm-sized arc reactor can provide infinite energy to the steel suit. The arc reactor on the ship is the size of several people, so the energy is extremely abundant. Needless to say, Yao Chen directly spent 10,000 RP to replace Wei Lan with the arc reactor. When all the upgrades were completed, I saw a faint glow from the opponent's body, and then the whole person fell backwards. Yao Chen's expression changed greatly, and he immediately reached out to catch her. System, what's going on? He hurriedly asked. Advertisement. Just listen to the system. Host, don't worry, this is the upgrade status of the ship's mother. When will Wei Lan wake up? Go to sleep and wake up tomorrow morning. Hearing that, Yao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and then the princess hugged Wei Lan back to the room. After washing up, he hugged each other and fell asleep peacefully. Just after he fell asleep, the outside world. The big event in Rainland City is spreading to the whole world at a terrifying speed. After all, there are not many cities in the world with broadcast screens. 90% of the country is still at the level of the feudal period. The ruling class will always be the nobles and the royal family. Many civilians will never leave the island where they live in a lifetime. Therefore, once something big happens, it can only be known through the news bird. Juba, because Crocodile has not yet implemented a drought plan. So it is still an oasis city. And in the stronghold of a Baroque studio. After listening to the information from MISS Fingers and Miss Point 3, Crocodile fell into a long silence. He wasn't in any mood because the rain had destroyed it. He never cared about things like gold and silver treasures. He was just thinking about their description of the nuclear bomb. Crocodile's eyes were brighter than ever when the smoke in his lungs came out of his mouth. Looks like this is the Pluton I'm looking for. Chapter 37 Main Quest, Newcomer asking for flowers, collection, monthly pass. Although Crocodile thought that was Pluton. But to be on the safe side, he decided to go back to the rainy ground tomorrow to check on the field to see if it really disappeared completely. The capital, Albana, outside a large temporary shelter. Falcon Bell, the guardian of the kingdom, is talking to King Cobra. Your Majesty, all the refugees have been resettled. Do you have statistics on how many people are left? Bell replied. In addition to those who left on their own, there are 113,672 people. Hearing this number, Cobra shuddered and almost fell to the ground. Gaka, another guardian of the kingdom on the side, hurriedly supported him. Your Majesty, please be careful. Cobra waved his hand with a heavy heart. There are more than 1 million civilians in the entire UD city. In the end, there are only so many people who survived. He looked at Bell. What the hell happened there? Bell was silent for a while and replied. Generally speaking, it seems that the rain has contracted some kind of infectious disease. This infectious disease will turn any creature into a monster that can only eat people. Once you get a bite from them, you become one of them. Rainy Land City is gradually falling under this group of constantly infected monsters. Bell said it was simple, but Cobra and Gaka were still cold. Because they know very well what a terrible disaster will happen once such a thing breaks out in a densely populated place. What about the follow-up? How is the follow-up resolved? Bell said. It's an army that came out of nowhere. They have powerful weapons I've never seen before. And it seems to be well aware of what's going on in Rain City. Speaking of which, Bell opened his mouth and said with a hint of fear. In order to eliminate the source of infection, they used a weapon like a doomsday catastrophe. Completely wiped the entire rain from the Alabasta map. What? Cobra and Gaka were shocked. Are you sure you're not kidding, Bell? Bell's expression at the moment is extremely serious. I didn't lie to you, Your Majesty. I believe that by tomorrow, you will know everything from the newspapers. Seeing his tone was so serious, Cobra had to believe it. Advertisement. Then time passed, and the night passed slowly. When the sun rises again, a new day finally arrives. New world, some unknown island. Countless news birds began to fly around the world with newspapers that shocked the world. At this time, in the Hive base, the upgraded Wei Lan also woke up. I saw that she stretched and showed her figure perfectly. Yao Chen, who was feasting his eyes, asked with a smile, how do you feel, Wei Lan? Seeing Wei Lan get up from the bed, he summoned his ship outfit to get used to it. Immediately, there was a look of surprise on his face. I've never felt better, Commander. Yao Chen nodded. That's good. After speaking, they also started to get up to wash, and then the two of them were ready to go to the cafeteria. However, when they just walked out of the door, they found Chihi standing outside the door. I saw the other party smiling, as if expecting something. However, when she found Wei Lan who walked out of the room together, the expression on his face froze, and the smile froze at the same time. Morning. Good morning, Commander. Seeing the other party's reluctant smile, Yao Chen only felt a headache. On the other hand, Wei Lan held his hand, showing a victorious attitude. Seeing this, Yao Chen sighed and said, Wei Lan, Chihi, I have something to tell you. The two women set their eyes on him. I saw Yao Chen and said, you are both the ship's mother, and you will be companions from now on. I hope that when I go to the battlefield in the future, I can trust my life to the other side with confidence. Therefore, from today onwards, you must get along well. Seeing what the commander said, the two women finally nodded. We understand, Commander, and we will definitely get along well in the future. Hearing their replies, Yao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, only to see a smile on his face. Okay, let's have breakfast now. As he said that, he took Chihi's hand and walked towards the cafeteria. I saw Chihi blushed and lowered his head shyly. Seeing this, Wei Lan pouted, holding Yao Chen's hand even tighter. After the three of them had breakfast in the cafeteria, Yao Chen started today's major renovation of the base. Advertisement. Now with so much prestige, many buildings that had no money to expand before can finally be built. I saw that he first purchased a mechanical production factory to produce various vehicles. It can be built from small to normal cars to large tanks and armored vehicles. Then another aircraft manufacturing plant was built, which can produce various civilian aircraft and fighter jets. A shipyard manufacturing facility for the production of various ships and warships. Having done all this, he built another mining factory. Used to mine various mineral resources in Alabasta. The factory is fully intelligent and will produce a specialized mining robot for resource mining. In addition, he will also build some production buildings for daily necessities. After all, as the population of the base gradually rises, the daily cost of purchasing daily necessities from the system is getting higher and higher. He first purchased 4 large-scale seawater purification equipment, which can provide daily water for 50,000 people. Then a hydroponic farm was built to grow a variety of fruits and vegetables. As for meat farms, they have not been built. After all, the most important thing in the pirate world is meat. There are too many large organisms that are high in protein. Just hunting down a sea kings is enough for everyone in the base to eat for a while. When everything was done, he spent another reputation point to strengthen the defense of the base. At the same time, he bought a lot of weapons and ammunition to enrich his arsenal. There are also 3 nuclear bombs, as a killer. When he finally finished his work, he spent a full 500,000 reputation points. And the Hive base is also completely changed under his massive expansion. Today, it is not so much a base as it is an underground city. Just when Yao Chen was satisfied with building the Hive, suddenly, a prompt came from the system. Congratulations to host, through your continuous efforts, you have finally built a complete industrial capacity. Close black lens bracket. The main mission is now released. Global conquest mode. Close black lens bracket. Initial mission. Please occupy the entire Alabasta within a month. Close black lens bracket. Task reward. Obtain nano-biochemical suit technology, from Crisis World. Mission failed. Recover all kinds of biochemical products. Chapter 38 Comprehensive Preparation, Newcomers asking for flowers, collection, monthly pass. Looking at the tasks released by the system, Yao Chen narrowed his eyes. To be honest, there is no need to say more about the system. From the very beginning, he had the idea of ruling the world. After all, after killing celestial dragons, the world simply can't hold him. So there is no second option other than to rule the world. Of course, as a traveler, I came to such a world. If you don't do something big, would you be embarrassed to call yourself a transmigrator? I saw him saying to Jarvis, Jarvis, starting today, the cloning center will give me all my efforts to cultivate clones. And the production plant is also running, giving me a lot of building weapons and vehicles. Okay, sir. I saw that the entire Hive base was in full swing at this moment. As for Yao Chen, he opened the system mall to buy new jeans. Because he knew very well that once he started on the road to conquer the world in an all-round way, then Marine, the world government, the Revolutionary Army, Shichibukai, and the 4 emperors will all be the enemies they will face. Therefore, ordinary soldiers alone are not enough to deal with some of the powerhouses. Therefore, he wants to build a powerful superhuman army. I saw him check it carefully, and finally chose 3 genes. Wolverine, Hulk, and Jedi. Troops built with Wolverine genes will be sent as pioneers. Relying on their immortality, I believe that they can quickly break through various defensive lines that are easy to defend and difficult to attack. The troops created by the genes of the Jedi Knight will be used as assassination and battlefield assistance. With their swordsmanship skills and the Force, they are sure to produce unexpected results. The last Hulk gene-built troops are pure killing troops. Advertisement. They go to the battlefield for only one purpose, that is to ruthlessly harvest the enemy. And the commander-in-chief of these 3 troops, Yao Chen, decided to hand it over to Sir. With these 3 troops, even if you meet some strong people, it is enough to deal with. Single quote. However, it's still a little difficult to deal with Marine Admiral level monsters. Single quote. Thinking of this, Yao Chen touched his chin and showed a confident smile. It's hard to deal with them, but it's not impossible. Single quote. Like Fujitora, who hasn't joined Marine yet, smiles. Single quote. As long as I can find him, I can get him to join me. Single quote. After all, Fujitora's laughing wish is to make life better for the people. Single quote. And with all kinds of technology, it's not difficult to do this kind of thing. Single quote. And Whitebeard, whose health deteriorated as he got older. Single quote. The dark wounds in the body kept tormenting him. Single quote. If he can cure him, he will surely owe him a huge debt. Single quote. And Shanks, who broke a hand to protect Luffy. Single quote. With some items in the system, I believe it will not be difficult to grow back. Single quote. Even Ishin's Hawkeye for Kendo. Single quote. Once you give him a sword made of edman alloy or vibranium. Single quote. I believe that the other party is also willing to owe me a favor. Single quote. Finally, there is the Revolutionary Army, which is better to deal with. Single quote. As long as you sell them some discarded junk weapons, you can be grateful to yourself. Single quote. Not even Marine Admiral can't win. Single quote. Sakarska didn't say it, but Kuzan's words were always confused because of his own justice. Single quote. Advertisement. If you can show the ability to overthrow the world government and build a peaceful world. Single quote. I believe he will join me too. Single quote. I have to say that Yao Chen thought about it and found that there are quite a few people who can win over. In addition to these top powerhouses, there are also some inferior powerhouses who can win over. Just like the Empress, Jinbei, etc. Of course, it's too early to think about this, and the most important thing now is to conquer the entire Alabasta. Maybe, as he continues to complete the task, the things given by the system will get better and better. Even then, there is no need to win over these powerhouses to dominate the world. And just when Yao Chen was thinking about the future, the original site of Rain City, I saw Crocodile appear here. At this time, he was looking at the terrifying giant pit in front of him with a shocked expression, and his face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Pluton. This must have been caused by Pluton. That group of people must be able to wipe out the entire rain because of the Pluton. I saw him looking into the depths of the desert, with fiery eyes in his eyes. Pluton, here I am. As he spoke, it turned into a windy sand, flying like a desert. For others, trying to find someone in the desert is as useless as reaching the sky. But for Crocodile, who ate sand fruit, it was just a bit of a hassle. With his control over the sand, I believe it won't be long before he finds the hiding place of Yao Chen and others. What Crocodile didn't know was that his choice would be the biggest mistake of his life. Chapter 39 Crocodile Strikes, Newcomers Asking for Flowers, Collection, Monthly Pass. In the cloning center of the honeycomb base, Yao Chen kept his hands safe and asked while watching the embryos that were gradually developing in the 3 culture tanks. Jarvis, how long will it take to cultivate these 3 new genes? Sir, after my calculations, the genes of Jedi and Wolverine will take about 2 days to mature. As for the genes of the Hulk, it will take a week. Yao Chen frowned. It takes so long to cultivate the Hulk. Yes, sir. And, the amount of culture medium consumed by these 3 genes is very large. According to the biomass currently stored in the base, it is only enough for 10 days. Hearing his words, Yao Chen frowned deeper. Although not many Sandora Tuatara are hunted. If the rest is broken down into biomass to breed stormtroopers, enough to clone 5,000 people. But now, it can only last for 10 days. It seems that we must continue to hunt large creatures. Better some sea kings. Otherwise, I don't know how long it will take for these 3 troops to take shape. Shaking his head helplessly, Yao Chen prepared to order some troops to go out to hunt large creatures. However, at this moment, Jarvis' voice came again. Sir, there is something going on outside. Okay. Yao Chen raised his head and saw Jarvis project a picture in front of him. In the picture, a unique sandstorm is moving around without any natural order. He frowned deeply. Is it a sandstorm? However, as the screen zoomed in, a figure appeared in the sandstorm. It turned out to be Crocodile. It was only then that he understood. Advertisement. Immediately, he wondered, what is he doing? How did he come to the desert? However, Crocodile kept blowing away all kinds of sand, as if looking for something. Jarvis said, Sir, I think he's here for us. Yao Chen didn't speak, but a sharp light flashed in his eyes. No need for Jarvis to say that. Looking at Crocodile's actions at this time, he can be sure that the other party is looking for him and others. Although he didn't know what the other party's purpose was, it was also an opportunity. After all, Crocodile can be said to be the biggest obstacle if he wants to occupy Alabasta. As long as he can be dealt with, some of the remaining guys will be unsightly. At that time, you just need to push it all the way. Notify sir. Let him take action. I just want to know, is it really difficult to deal with the ability of the Logia fruit? In a very simple room, Darth Vader is meditating at the moment. Though he was already a top-notch force master, meditation was ingrained in his bones. If there is nothing to do, he spends almost 24 hours in the room meditating. Mr. Vader, you have a mission. Jarvis' voice sounded at this time. The master wants you to go outside the base to deal with this person. Seeing the picture projected, Darth Vader glanced at Crocodile, then got up and walked out. Outside the base, Crocodile kept blowing away all kinds of sand. At this moment, a machine gun turret hidden in the sand was finally found by him. Crocodile's eyes lit up and hurriedly flew down. When he saw this clearly not naturally formed metal creation, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I finally found it. Although after a night of time, the traces have dissipated. But to me, sand can talk. Because, it never deceived me. Advertisement. Seeing his excited face, he was ready to blow this piece of sand away. However, at this moment, an elevator suddenly rose from the sand. Then, a man in black armor came out. Crocodile's movement stopped, and he immediately looked at the person who came. It's really interesting to hide in the desert. He took a deep breath of the cigar and said as if he was winning. Who are you? Or, what organization are you? Is Pluton in your hands? At this moment, he has a trace of anxiety and wants to know the answer urgently. Darth Vader did not speak, but pushed his hand. Immediately, Crocodile only felt a huge force hit and pushed him away. Seeing that his body in the air turned into yellow sand, he began to fight back. To know why Crocodile dared to enter the desert alone. It's about having absolute confidence in yourself. Because, to him, as long as he is in the desert, he is God. Looking at Darth Vader, who was already surrounded by yellow sand, Crocodile wore the usual gloomy smile. I'm not going to kill you, and I'm going to learn about Pluton's whereabouts from your mouth. However, although I can't kill you, I will let you taste the feeling of being unable to breathe. Suddenly, all the yellow sand quickly covered Darth Vader. However, in the next moment, the yellow sand suddenly scattered. But I saw Darth Vader looked at him and said slowly. You know nothing about the Force. Chapter 40 Sir Crocodile's Newcomers Asking for Flowers, Collection, Monthly Pass. Looking at the scattered yellow sand. Crocodile frowned slightly. You are also demon fruit power. Darth Vader did not speak, but raised his right hand. The lightsaber hanging from his waist flew out and was held in his hand. Then, a crimson light lit up, and he instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already behind Crocodile. I saw Crocodile turn around, a hot scar on his chest. He reached out and touched it, and found that the sand there was instantly burned into a crystalline structure by the high temperature. What a terrible weapon. It seems to be able to cut through anything and everything in the world. It's a pity, it's useless to those who have the fruit ability of Logia. After that, the scars on his body disappeared, and he became unscathed again. Darth Vader said nothing and swung his sword up again. This time, he cut the Crocodile into a dozen segments. But I saw Crocodile standing there and sneering, it's useless. No matter how many times you attack, it won't cause any damage to me. Looking at Crocodile recovered again, Darth Vader finally spoke. Interesting. Interesting. Crocodile narrowed his eyes. The more interesting thing is yet to come. Desert sword. Immediately, a large amount of sand gathered together to form a huge treasured sword and slashed towards Darth Vader. Advertisement. Darth Vader took it easy, raised his left hand, and the whole treasured sword was immediately imprisoned in the air by an invisible force. At the same time he struck Crocodile again with his lightsaber in hand. Seeing Crocodile's pupils shrink, a strong sense of crisis informed him. If you do not dodge this attack, you will be severely injured. Without any hesitation, he instantly turned into a piece of yellow sand, and then recondensed his figure in the distance. What's going on? Crocodile looked puzzled. At the same time, I only felt a tingling pain in my right shoulder. He looked down and saw that there had been a small hot wound there. How is this possible? There is no hockey, why does it still hurt me? His face was full of doubts, and his heart was even more shocked. Because in this world, there has never been anything other than hockey that can hurt the Logia fruit power. This kind of thing completely broke the three views for Crocodile. I saw Darth Vader said again. I said, you don't know anything about the Force. He shook his left hand as he spoke, and the sand floating around Crocodile rushed towards him. Crocodile was stunned. How is it possible that the sand under my control will attack me? He immediately became elemental, but found that the movements that have long been practiced made perfect, and at this moment there was a bit of jerky. How could it be? His heart was shocked, but his fighting instinct made him rush out of the sand. He hurriedly distanced himself from Darth Vader, and then asked very solemnly. What kind of power are you? Why is my elementalization affected? Darth Vader said calmly. You don't know anything about the Force. Hearing the same words again and again, it was like ruthless mockery. Advertisement. Crocodile's eyes were cold, and his hands were open, heavy Shalon. The next moment, a devastating sandstorm formed and struck Darth Vader. I saw Darth Vader push with both hands, and the incomparably powerful force was released. The sandstorm formed by Crocodile was instantly defeated. Then, he sped up and said in front of Crocodile with an unbelievable face. The Force is everywhere. Whether it's sand or you, it's part of the Force. He waved his hand, and a dazzling red light struck. Crocodile hurriedly resisted with the golden hook in his hand. Unfortunately, the golden hook, along with his abdomen, was easily slashed with a terrifying scar by the lightsaber. The next moment, a large amount of blood was sprayed out, and even the intestines were almost exposed. Crocodile fell to one knee, a look of pain on his face. You know, his biggest reliance is sand fruit. Today, however, it has almost been abolished by Darth Vader. Crocodile, without the ability and no hockey, suddenly became a lamb to be slaughtered. In a trance, he seemed to see hell at this moment. Could it be that now is my end? Crocodile laughed at himself. It's really not reconciled. I saw Darth Vader raised his lightsaber and was about to cut it down. Suddenly, Yao Chen's voice came. Wait a minute, sir, don't kill him, he is a very good experimental material. Chapter 41 Test, Newcomer asking for flowers, collection, monthly pass. I saw Yao Chen in a steel suit appearing beside Darth Vader. And Darth Vader also withdrew his lightsaber and stood there. Crocodile forced his body and asked, who are you? Yao Chen glanced at him and replied, my name is Commander. Commander. So, you are the boss of the organization. Obviously the stomach has been drawn with such a long hole. He can still speak like a normal person. Yao Chen had to sigh that the physique of pirate world is powerful. He asked, seeing that you have set off such a big battle in the desert, you should be looking for us. What's your purpose? Crocodile knew that he was a prisoner at the moment. But he still asked eagerly. I want to know, have you found Pluton? Pluton. Yao Chen raised his brows and asked with some doubts. Why do you think we found Pluton? Crocodile replied, if not for Pluton. How did you destroy the entire Rain City? After listening to his explanation, Yao Chen chuckled. Really, so you think so? Is not it? Yao Chen didn't answer, but was thinking. Since Crocodile thinks I destroyed Rain because of Pluton. Single quote. Then the world government will certainly have such an idea. Single quote. Therefore, they will not do anything to themselves until they find out the truth. Single quote. Thinking of this, he suddenly smiled. Originally I was worried about Alabasta as a world player. Single quote. Advertisement. When the time comes, once an attack is launched, the world government will not stand idly by. Single quote. Now it seems that there is no need to worry. Single quote. He looked back at Crocodile. I heard that the power of the Logia fruit can ignore all kinds of physical damage. So I wanted to give it a try and see if it was true. Crocodile, who was half kneeling on the ground, changed his expression and immediately turned into a piece of yellow sand and started to run away. Don't look at him talking to Yao Chen calmly before. All he did was to stall for time. As a hero, how could he easily let go of any chance to survive? Looking at the fleeing crocodile, Darth Vader was about to shoot when Yao Chen interrupted him. Wait a minute, sir, just watch from the side. If I can't deal with him, it's not too late for you to take action. Saying that, he raised his hand and fired a pulse cannon. However, this attack had no effect. It really didn't work, as expected. I saw him chasing after him in a steel battle suit. Seeing the enemy approaching, Crocodile didn't care about his injuries, and once again condensed the desert sword to fight back. However, just as he was about to start, an invisible wave came. The next second, Crocodile's expression changed instantly, and the whole person fell from the air. I saw the blood vessels under his skin bulging, and his chest was tight and he felt very sick. At the same time, he was paralyzed and unable to move, he could only take a deep breath to relieve his discomfort. Yao Chen fell from the sky, crouched down beside him and observed carefully. Sure enough, this invisible sonic weapon is the most terrifying. I didn't expect that even those with the ability of the Logia fruit could not resist. What did you do? After Crocodile uttered these words with difficulty, he began to gasp violently. It wasn't how tired he was, but how uncomfortable his chest was. If it is normal pain, he can resist it completely by willpower. Advertisement. But this unpleasant feeling is mental torture. I saw Yao Chen took out a palm-sized machine and shook it in front of him. Your current situation is caused by this gadget in my hand. It can emit an ultrasonic wave that directly destroys the inside of the human body. Of course, you probably don't know what an ultrasound is. I won't explain it to you either. I saw him stand up. From your performance, although Logia's abilities can be elementalized. But that doesn't mean the body is gone. Even if it transforms into another substance. Can face the invisible attack of ultrasound. It is still difficult to effectively resist. Having said that, he looked at the device in his hand. I have to say, this is indeed a terrible way to kill. In fact, this sonic weapon appeared in Iron Man 1. It was with this weapon that Obadiah completely paralyzed Stark before taking his arc reactor. However, the sonic weapon in Yao Chen's hands is far from the one in Iron Man. If the vibration frequency of the ultrasonic wave is increased, it will completely destroy the internal organs of the human body and cause the opponent to bleed to death. Jarvis, send someone to bring this guy back to the base. He can do some other experiments. Yao Chen said at this time, and then flew away regardless of the crocodile on the ground. He was not worried that the other party would escape. People attacked by this ultrasonic weapon. Paralyzed and paralyzed. If you want to recover, you have to wait at least half an hour. Chapter 42 Alexia, newcomers asking for flowers, collection, monthly pass. Inside the base, when Yao Chen just got out of the elevator. I saw William coming to him with a flattering smile. Boss, you've worked hard. Things like dealing with the enemy, just leave it to your subordinates. How can you go into battle in person, once you encounter something? However, before he could finish speaking, Yao Chen interrupted him. Okay, doctor, you're not good at flattering, so speak up. William was a little embarrassed, but he still asked. That boss, the enemy outside the base. Can you give him to me? Yao Chen glanced at him, his expression unchanged. Leave it to you. Are you doing something on your own as you did last time? William's face turned red and he was a little unconvinced. It was just a science experiment. Besides, it didn't turn out well. Yao Chen nodded. I don't deny it. But before you do these things, have you considered the consequences? But William complained. Science itself is a path of constant search. Even if there is an accident, it is a normal thing. Besides, what about scientists, can it be called a mistake? That's just a setback on the road to success. Yao Chen's mouth twitched, almost amused by William. It's still frustrating. It's because of your character that I dare not let you touch anything too dangerous. Besides, didn't I hand MR5 to you? Advertisement. As for Crocodile, forget about it. I have my own arrangements. Listening to what he said, William hurriedly said. You don't leave it to me, boss. There is no better scientist at the base besides me. Yao Chen looked at him. Are you sure? As soon as the voice fell, there was a sound of high heels stepping on the ground. I saw a woman wearing a purple dress with an aristocratic atmosphere coming over. Seeing this man, William's expression was as ugly as his dead parents. When the other party walked in, he said in a very proud tone. William, your face is more shameless than I thought. Facing the woman's ridicule, William couldn't say anything to refute. Because the person in front of him was named Alexia. A super genius in the world of nativist crisis. Graduated from a prestigious university at the age of 10. At the age of 12, on the basis of the T virus, he developed a nearly perfect Veronica virus. It made William, who was with her in Umbrella, almost out of breath. I even felt that I was unfit to be a scientist at one point. This shows what a terrifying genius Alexia is. It can be said that she is the nightmare of William's life. I saw Yao Chen say at this time, You are here, Alexia. Alexia smiled. Boss, leave that person to me. Exactly, I am very interested in the capable people of this world. No problem, I'll leave him to you. See attribution of Crocodile is finalized. William is like an eggplant beaten by frost. Advertisement. At this time, Yao Chen asked, That's right, William. How's your research? Hearing the boss's question, William, who was still listless, recovered. I was about to tell you about the boss. After my research, the substance in seastone has been successfully extracted. Yao Chen's eyes lit up. Really? William nodded and said, Of course it's true. Speaking of which, this seastone is very magical. It's completely the solid state of seawater, and its texture is very hard. But once the substance in it is extracted, the seastone will turn back to sea again. That's why I call this substance the sea factor. Yao Chen asked, What does this factor do? William nodded. After my experiment, this sea factor can be attached to any object. Hearing what he said, Yao Chen finally showed an expression of surprise. Well done, William. Being praised, William was also very happy. This is what I should do. Yao Chen patted him on the shoulder. Keep working hard. No problem, boss. I'll go back to the lab now and continue my research. Then you go. Looking at the figure of the other party leaving, Alexia, who has been silent, also opened her mouth. Then I'll leave first, Commander. Yao Chen nodded and saw Alexia turn and leave. I saw him standing there, squinting his eyes and thinking. With this sea factor, in the future, I will no longer be afraid of demon fruit power. Chapter 43 The war begins. Newcomers ask for flowers, collection, monthly pass. Alabasta, the spider bar. I saw that the senior agents of the Baroque studio were gathered here. Even Robin, who was out to avoid, appeared here, sitting in front of a table and chair and flipping a book. It's been 2 weeks, and there's no news about Boss and MR5. Mr. Point 2 Bentham asked now. Seeing Miss, who was wiping the wine glass, replied with her fingers. Except for us senior agents. All the rest of the Baroque studio members are looking for traces of the boss. Unfortunately, there is still no news so far. Mr. Point 1, leaning against the door, said at this time. I heard that he finally went to the desert, didn't he? According to what you said, he went to find the people who wiped out Rain City. As soon as these words came out, the entire spider bar fell silent. Even Robin's hand turning over the book paused. To be honest, most of the people in the bar at first. I don't believe that Yao Chen and others will be so powerful. It can actually destroy the entire Rain City. However, after seeing the terrifying giant pit, they had to believe again. Moreover, recently I heard that the creatures living near the giant pit have also begun to undergo some unknown changes. In the bar, Nico Robin, who had been quietly flipping through the books in his hand, suddenly spoke up. Although I saw the report of Rainland City in the newspaper 2 weeks ago. But at that time, I just thought the above description was too exaggerated and false. But now, after really seeing the giant crater that made the rain disappear, I have to say that the description in the newspaper is indeed correct. In fact, not only Robin, but also other people who read the newspaper at the time thought it was a fantasy. Because the power of the nuclear bomb described above is too exaggerated, it is simply unconvincing. Advertisement. Except for those who have watched the broadcast, most people in the world regard this newspaper as a joke. I just feel that the news of the world has lost its mind, and actually published this kind of fake news on it, and even spread it all over the world. Inside the bar, Miss said with 2 fingers, What are you trying to express when you say this now? I saw Robin close the book and said with a smile, Since the boss disappeared because of looking for these talents. Then, it is necessary for us to prepare for dissolution or change of boss. After all, everyone knows the strength of this group of people now. Hearing what he said, all the senior agents showed thoughtful expressions. The capital, Albana. At this time, the King Cobra was discussing the refugee issue in Rainland City with Yaka the Jackal. I saw that he was holding a drawn city map in his hand. After reading it carefully, I asked. The expansion plan has already been arranged. Gaka bowed his head respectfully. It's all ready, Your Majesty. It's just your order now. A house will be built very soon, and the refugees in the temporary residence will be moved into it. Cobra nodded. What about the arrangement of work? Garka replied. According to their original work in Rainland City. It's not difficult to distribute in Albana. In that case, let's prepare. Gaka, who received the order, bowed to Cobra before stepping out of the palace. However, seeing the figure of the other party leaving, there was always a trace of unease in Cobra's heart. This unease comes from the disappearance of Yao Chen and others. He didn't understand where these people came from. Why go to Alabasta? What is their purpose? Just then, a sweet chuckle came. Advertisement. I saw a little loli with blue hair jumping in and running in. At the same time, she was holding a bright red flower like blood in her hand. Look, father, isn't the flower in my hand very beautiful? Look at the flowers held up in front of you. Cobra smiled and patted Vivi's head. It's really pretty, Vivi. However, my father doesn't like red. Why? I saw Vivi's eyes wide open with curiosity on his face. Cobra's expression was a little heavy, he said slowly. Because red represents blood, and more importantly, war. Hive base, in front of a door leading to the outside world. Darth Vader is standing here. And behind him, there are 8 full of pressure Iron Overlord. In addition, there are a large number of armored vehicles and a large number of clone corps. At this moment, Yao Chen's voice came from everyone's communicator. Today is an exciting day. I believe that you are all prepared. So, it's time to show our strength to the world. Nothing can stop us. I am here to give you the name Xingyao. Meaning, our goal is not just the world in front of us. And the universe that shines like a starry sky. Here, I sincerely wish you all a victory. As soon as the words fell, the gate of the base slowly opened. Afterwards, the entire army, led by Darth Vader, set off in a mighty manner. And this also means that the conquest of Alabasta starts from this moment. Chapter 44, The Iron Overlord Strikes. Juba, as one of the main 6 cities of Alabasta. Like the rainy land, it also developed on the basis of a large oasis. Unlike Rain, however, Juba was built later. Therefore, it failed to develop and grow like the rainy land. If we say, Rain is the pearl of Alabasta, then Yuba is just a large ordinary city. I saw people in the city, doing their own things as usual. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the sky, which attracted everyone's attention. They looked up and saw 2 iron overlords descending from the sky and landed in the center of the city square. Many people were curious and all gathered here. What is this, such a big chunk? It looks like something made of metal. Uncle Doc, you are a famous blacksmith in the city, do you know what this is? You ask me, I ask who to go. Gradually, the entire square was surrounded by a large number of people. At this time, one of the Iron Overlord finally spoke. The people of Juba City, we are the Star Legion. Now I hereby inform you that starting today, the whole city will be taken over by us. After listening to his words, everyone at the scene was startled for a while, and then burst into shocking laughter. What did they say that they want to rule Juba? Ha 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 ha. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. 2 iron lumps, not even human, actually want to rule this city. Just then, there was a sudden shout from outside the square. Advertisement. Let me go, Lord Mofu is here. Hearing this, everyone at the scene immediately gave way. Then, a man with a big belly and wearing aristocratic costumes came here with the support of everyone. I saw him asking, what's the matter with these 2 things that look like Iron Men? One of his subordinates replied, Master Moff, these 2 Iron Men said that the whole of Juba will be in charge of them from today. What? Mofu's face changed, and then he looked at the 2 Iron Overlords angrily. You know, he is the great noble of Alabasta. It is the actual ruler of Juba today. But now, there are actually 2 iron lumps who say they want to rule Juba. How could this not make him angry? As soon as he waved his hand, the guards behind him rushed forward. Give me these 2 iron lumps. Look at the garrison rushing forward. The previous Tibawang said again, I'll say it again. From today, Juba will be ruled by our Star Legion. Anyone who resists will be shot. As soon as these words came out, Moff immediately exploded. Attack, attack, dismantle these 2 iron lumps for me. Looking at the upcoming battle, many people began to retreat quickly. Of course, there are also many people who are not afraid of death and want to stay where they are and see the results. Only a burst of gunshots could be heard. There was a tinkling sound from Tibawang's body. Sadly, though, these attacks don't even count as tickles. Advertisement. The crowd on the opposite side exclaimed. How can this be? Firearms don't seem to work against them. Damn it, the defense of these 2 iron men is too high. The 2 iron overlords who were attacked finally launched a counterattack. I saw them raise their right hands, and then the Vulcan Gatling above began to spin. The next moment, a terrifying flame spurted out. The metal storm formed by countless bullets smashed a group of garrison troops on the opposite side into a pile of minced meat. The sudden scene made everyone on the scene stunned. Subsequently, a large number of civilians began to cry and flee. The remaining garrison troops immediately launched a counterattack. Try this. At this time, a soldier carrying an artillery pulled the trigger on the Iron Overlord. What he used was a common weapon in the pirate world, similar to the most primitive bazooka. Hearing a roar, the shells accurately hit the 2 iron overlords. The violent fire engulfed them completely, leaving behind a large amount of smoke and dust. Seeing this scene, there was a burst of cheers from the entire scene. Good. Kill them. Let's see if you are still dead. But as the smoke dissipated, the cheering crowd stopped abruptly. I saw the figures of the 2 iron overlords appear again, without any damage to them. Chapter 45 Asymmetric War. On the square, I looked at the 2 iron overlords unscathed. Everyone's faces were full of shock. How come? The shell that hits completely didn't cause any damage. What metal are they made of, and why are they so defensive? Monster, these 2 iron men are monsters. And just when they exclaimed, the 2 iron overlords raised their right arms again. As the Vulcan Gatling roared violently, the violent bullets engulfed countless people. Those garrison troops that were swept away by bullets all became fragmented. Look at the scene that is like hell. Many soldiers with strong minds couldn't help but feel nauseated. This war between steel and flesh and blood finally broke many people. I saw them drop their weapons and start running away. Affected by these people, the entire garrison was in chaos and could no longer organize an attack. Looking at the garrison that has gradually fled, one of the Iron Tyrants said. Tai 2, you stay here and report the situation to the main force by the way. I'll deal with that nobleman. I know, you have to be careful. I saw the Iron Overlord quickly lift off and fly towards the City Lord's mansion. And in the City Lord's mansion, Mofu has returned here. After the Iron Overlord opened fire for the first time, he was frightened and fled with the people around him. I saw that he was angry at the moment. Send all the troops in the city. I don't care what method they use, I must kill those 2 Iron Men. Just then, a subordinate reported. Lord Muff, one of the Iron Men is flying towards us. Advertisement. Hearing his words, Mofu was stunned for a moment, and then a surprised smile appeared on his face. Okay. Very good. I'm afraid it won't come. Activate all the weapons in the City Lord's mansion. I want it to know what to do with me. Yes, my lord. The subordinate who received the order immediately retreated. And Moff also happily poured himself a glass of wine. Then slowly sit on the main seat and taste it. The reason why he is so fearless is because of this City Lord's mansion. Mofu is a person who is afraid of death. As a big noble, he doesn't want to die if he doesn't live enough. So, all these years of ruling Juba, he spent a lot of money and time to transform the entire City Lord's mansion into impregnable. I saw countless cannons rising from various places, and then aimed at the Iron Overlord who had arrived. The next moment, the sound of intensive artillery fire sounded, and the overwhelming shells began to shoot at it. Seeing this, the Iron Overlord hurriedly evaded. However, it is a pity that, unlike the small and exquisite steel battle suit, the Iron Overlord is too bulky. Although he tried his best to dodge, he was still shot down from the sky by a cannonball. I saw that the ground was thrown into a big pit by it, and then Iron Overlord struggled to get up from the ground. But it just moved, and countless shells hit it again, knocking it back to kneeling on the ground. Although these artillery pieces are very primitive, they cannot stand in large numbers and the shells are large. The Tibawang was beaten and could only passively withstand the fire bombardment from the opposite side. In the Hive base, looking at the suppressed Iron Overlord, Jarvis asked. Sir, do you want to notify the large force to speed up the reinforcements? Yao Chen waved his hand. No. Although this Iron Overlord was suppressed, those shells simply couldn't penetrate its defenses. Just clear those forts. Advertisement. And Kai Haidao beside him. Commander, why don't I send 2 fighter planes there? Yao Chen shook his head and said, if you want to send a fighter plane, you have to deploy the ship first. It's too much trouble, and it's not worth it. You must know that you and Wei-Lan go out to sea once, but it will cost a lot of resources. Hearing what he said, the faces of the 2 women suddenly turned red. I'm sorry, Commander. Hearing the words of the 2 women, Yao Chen immediately explained. I don't mean to blame you. But this war doesn't need you to take action. Only based on the performance of the 2 Iron Tyrants in Yuba. I don't think there is any need to send such a large number of troops. It can only be said that this is an asymmetric war between technology and strength. Then he said to Jarvis. Jarvis, notify the other Iron Overlord and let him go to the rescue. Okay, sir. I saw the Iron Overlord, who had been guarding the central square, quickly flew to the City Lord's mansion after receiving the order. However, it was not as reckless as the first, and rushed directly to the muzzle. But after reaching a certain distance, they launched an attack on the City Lord's mansion. A rocket fired from its arm destroyed the turrets. It wasn't until everything was cleaned up that the Iron Overlord, who had been on fire, finally got up from the ground. In the City Lord's mansion, a servant hurriedly ran into Moff's room. No, Lord Moff, all our forts have been destroyed. Muff, who was tasting the wine, shook his hands. What did you say? Chapter 46. Controlling Yuba. As Muff was killed while fleeing. The entire Yuba has fallen into Yao Chen's master. Watch the army of clones taking over every intersection. The people in the city were all confused. At this time, a little boy was humane to a middle-aged man. Uncle Luck, has our city changed its management? There was a hint of indignation on Lack's face. Of course not. Their occupation is only temporary. When His Majesty the King reacts, he will send troops to drive them away. You must know that in the capital Albana, there are 600,000 permanent troops. Although the little boy didn't know much, he still understood. The king will send someone to drive away the Star Legion. Indeed, as Lack said. At this time, Cobra had already received the news of the fall of Yuba. Not only him, but other cities also got it at the same time. However, compared with the 600,000 troops standing in the capital, the military strength of these cities is very different. Cobra is the ruler of Alabasta though. But in reality, only the capital Albana has absolute control. As for other cities, they were ruled by major nobles. Seeing Cobra's gloomy face at the moment, the unease in his heart finally turned into reality. Seeing this, Bell immediately stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, let me lead the troops to take Juba back. Cobra looked at him. But those people have the ability to destroy the entire city. Advertisement. Can you make sure they don't destroy Albana? Listening to the other party's question, Bell was also silent for a while. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. This time is different from last time, Your Majesty. The last time was because we wanted to prevent the spread of infectious diseases. That's why they destroyed the rain. But this time, judging from their occupation of Juba, they shouldn't do such a thing. Seeing that Cobra hesitated in his heart, after a long time, he finally made up his mind. Well, I'll send you 200,000 people to fight. After receiving the order, Bell's eyes became sharp. I will not disappoint you, Your Majesty. I saw that he turned into a big bird and flew quickly towards the direction of the military camp. At this time, Jackal Yaka, who was beside him, asked. Your Majesty, with regard to other cities, should we send someone to support them? Cobra waved his hand. No, it's the nobles' territory, let them solve it themselves. Gaka hesitated. However, in the event of a war, the civilians in the city will inevitably be hurt. Cobra said. Didn't I have sent 200,000 people to Bell to support? Hearing what he said, Gaka opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything more. To be honest, don't look at Cobra's approachable performance in the original book. But he is a ruler after all, and it is impossible to have only a positive side. For this group of nobles in the country, he wanted to eradicate them a long time ago. Just haven't been able to find any chance. Since someone is willing to do it now, he is very willing to see it happen. Although the last batch of civilians may die during this period, so what? Advertisement. As long as he can take back control of these cities, he is still the good king loved by the people. Of course, the premise is to defeat Yao Chen and others. For this, he is very confident. After all, the 600,000 royal army in the capital are not vegetarians. In the entire pirate world, there are not many countries that can have so many troops. On the other side, in the city of Juba, at this time, dozens of small drones were shuttled around the city. They'll hover over entertainment venues, traffic arteries, or crowded places. People are very puzzled. What exactly is this flying thing, and what are they used for? In the Hive base, seeing that the drones have been arranged, Yao Chen nodded with satisfaction. These drones are all obtained by unlocking Jarvis database. Because of the amount of prestige he has leveled up Jarvis several times at a time. As a result, a lot of weapons and equipment were obtained. Although there is still no information on the steel suit, it has already made him very satisfied. It has to be said that Stark is the largest arms company in the Marvel world. Not only does it have various weapon information of its own country, but even other countries have it. This swarm drone is a very practical multifunctional battlefield equipment. Yao Chen said at this time, Jarvis, let's start. The next moment, the drones scattered in the city of Yuba began to project a picture. Everyone looked up and found that it was the Xingyao Legion displayed on the screen. In front of them is another port city of Alabasta, Aruma. Chapter 47 Apache Helicopter, Rookie asking for flowers, collection, monthly pass. At this time, in the city of Aruma, a large number of forts were erected, and various buildings were transformed into defensive facilities. Countless soldiers were lying in the trenches, waiting, and it could be said that the entire city was ready for battle. And in one of the bunkers, a young soldier was asking, Uncle Colt, do you think we can win this battle? Another middle-aged man in his 40s slapped him on the head. As a soldier, how can you say dejected words on the battlefield? Seeing the young soldier clutching the back of his head, he said nervously. But I heard that we are not facing a normal army at all. They have weapons like never before, strange equipment. I heard that the destruction of UD City was done by them. Colt looked curious. Where did you hear these news? The soldier said. This is what I heard from the refugees in UD City. Hearing what he said, Colt was silent for a while before speaking. I don't know how strong the army you are talking about is. I only know that this time the city lord even took out his own coffin board. Don't say anything else, just talk about the hundreds of various artillery forts. Tell me, which army can break through such a defense head-on? The soldier thought about it for a while, and finally nodded in agreement. It's the same. There should be no army that can break through this defense head-on. Colt interrupted. Okay, stop talking, they're already here. At the end of the line of sight, a burst of dust rose up. And in the dust, an army of modern vehicles appeared. At the same time, the people in the city of Yuba also saw Aluma through the drone screen. But I saw many of them clench their fists and kept puffing. Come on, Aluma, let these intruders see how powerful you are. As the distance gets closer, Aruma has been clearly displayed in the picture. Advertisement. Look at the bunkers built everywhere, as well as the densely packed forts. Many people in Juba City breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were excited again. Well done, Aluma. This kind of defense, these intruders must not be able to break through. Let them suffer. Teach them a hard lesson. Just when people were expecting that the Xingyao army would fall into the sand in Aluma, they stopped moving. What's going on? Stopped. Are you afraid? The people looked puzzled, but they didn't know what the Xingyao army was up to. And the Aluma soldiers who were ready for battle were also puzzled. Just as everyone was talking about it, the sound of the propeller rotating at an extremely high speed came. I saw a dozen helicopters flying over from a distance. What is this? Everyone looked curiously. As the line of sight got closer, the appearance of the helicopter was finally shown in front of them. It is the original world-famous Longbow Apache. This is a helicopter that focuses on firepower. In Yao Chen's original world, he has always had the title of the strongest armed helicopter. Its performance in all aspects is excellent. 4 weapon hanging points, can install 19C Basilisk rocket launch nests. And Hellfire anti-tank missiles. In addition, there is a 30mm chain gun with a total of 1200 rounds. It can be said that its firepower is extremely powerful. Just when everyone was looking at the longbow Apache. Advertisement. However, they flew to a height of hundreds of meters in front of the Illuma position, and hovered there. Fox Squadron has reached the scheduled attack position. Each team member, choose your own attack target. Fox 1, to be ready. Fox number 2, to select the target. Fox number 3. As each crew member responded, they quickly locked onto their respective targets. And in a bunker below, Colt felt a strong sense of unease. Just then, those hovering Apaches opened fire. I saw rockets roaring out, bombarding the defensive positions below. The dense explosion made everyone know what is called fire coverage, which is commonly known as floor washing. A large number of bunkers were destroyed, and many soldiers were blown to pieces before they understood what was going on. At the same time, the Hellfire missiles carried by Apache also began to launch, quickly clearing the forts. And those soldiers who survived the rocket bombardment and faced the Apache's 30mm chain gun attack. In the face of this precise burst, no soldier can dodge. You know, it's a cannon, not a gun. The people who were hit were, without exception, turned into a pile of minced meat. If you are lucky, you can still have a complete arm or thigh. This terrifying scene scared countless soldiers to the ground, or forcibly pretended to be dead. Unfortunately, the Apache has thermal sensors. To be able to tell whether you are still alive or not, you can see the continuous burst of chain guns. All the guys who pretended to be dead were sent to Lord Yama. When the entire scene settled down, there were no more living people on the entire defensive position. In the city of Yuba, watching the footage sent back by the drone, all the people were terrified. Chapter 48. Broken Back Road. How is it possible? It's dead, it's all dead. It's a massacre at all. In the city of Juba, countless people either shouted or cursed. I want to express my fear in this way. The killing ability shown by Apache really shocked them too much. Before, the little boy who asked Lack asked again. Uncle Luck, can His Majesty the King really drive them away? Lack looked complicated, opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word for a long time. In the Hive base, Yao Chen smiled satisfied when he saw the reaction of the people. To be honest, he has little interest in ruling the country. Because, wanting to change the thinking of a country is a long process. Yao Chen can't make the local people support him every time he occupies a country. After all, they overthrew their country, these people hate themselves too late, how can they support it? Even if he spends a lot of manpower and material resources to improve people's lives. But these people will still scold him while enjoying the benefits he brings. It can be said that this is a disgusting and helpless thing. Therefore, Yao Chen will not do it, he is not the virgin. Therefore, he is ready to learn MIDI from the original world. After conquering a country, support a puppet regime. If the regime is obedient, then he doesn't mind giving a little favor. It's like Alabasta is a country with a severe water shortage. He can build a batch of seawater purification equipment to solve the problem of water resources. Of course, the premise is that they are obedient. In the city of Yuba at this time, after seeing the power of Apache, all the residents were honest. The gaze that looked at Xing Yaojun was no longer in anger, but in deep awe. Advertisement. It is human nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. But the premise is that you have to be strong enough. There are many great ideas circulating in this world. But if you want to convince others of your set of theories, do you rely on a mouth? Doragron can build a revolutionary army to oppose the world government, just because many people agree with his ideas. Of course not. In addition to his thoughts, the most important thing is that Drago Dragon is strong enough. His strength allows his followers to see the hope of overthrowing the world government. Also, Yao Chen is strong enough now, so what he said is correct. Even if it is wrong, others will think he is right. Inside the base, Yao Chen nodded with satisfaction. Very well, now I'm not afraid of what the residents of Juba City are doing in the dark. Moreover, it can also increase my reputation. Sir, there is a new situation. Jarvis said suddenly. The smile on Yao Chen's face disappeared. What's the matter? See screen switching. A mighty army was coming towards Juba. Jarvis said. According to statistics, there are 200,000 troops in this force. 200,000 people. Yao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that our king has made a great determination. Notify the main force to intercept. Leave a small number of soldiers to occupy Illuma. As for R***** Flower and Catalya, there is no need for troops to go there. Send the 8 Iron Overlords and let them occupy these 2 cities. Okay, sir. Oh, by the way, don't forget to drop drones on Aruma for broadcast. Soon, the Xingyao army outside Illuma began to turn back quickly. Only a small number of people continued to occupy the city. Advertisement. On the other side, Bell also led the 200,000 Kingdom army across the Sandora River. I saw him heaving a sigh of relief and letting go of his dangling heart. You know, the capital Albana is to the east of Alabasta. Cities such as Yuba and Yuba are to the west. And between them, there is also a Santara River. If you want to go to the opposite side, in addition to taking a boat, the only way to go is to cross the Santara Bridge. This bridge was built by Alabasta with a lot of effort. After seeing the weapons of Yao Chen and others in the rain, Bell was very worried that the other party would suddenly blow up the bridge when he was crossing the river. But now it seems that his worries are unnecessary. Although I don't know why the other party doesn't do this. But since 200,000 people have come, the rest is a head-on battle. With an army of 200,000 people, Bell believes that even if the opponent's weapons are powerful, faced with so many people, it must be full of fear. If Yao Chen knew what Bell was thinking at this time, he would have laughed out loud. The reason why he didn't blow up the bridge was that he planned to wipe out all these 200,000 people. He will rely on this battle to lay the victory for Alabasta, so that they can no longer resist. Jarvis, blow up the bridge and make them lose their way out. Okay, sir. A missile was launched from the base, heading towards the Santola Bridge. Bell and the army of 200,000 are preparing to hit the road again. I saw that missile fell from the sky and destroyed the entire bridge. The sudden scene made many soldiers of the kingdom's army turn pale, and also shocked the horses under their crotch. Watching the broken bridge, Bell's heart suddenly tightened, as if something major was about to happen. He didn't understand where this sixth sense came from, and he didn't have time to think about it. But in the distance, in the dusty sky, the Xingyao army has arrived. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Annihilation. Looking at the enemy in the distance, Bell said loudly, "Everyone, prepare for battle." Hearing the sound of "Ba," all the 200,000 kingdom soldiers pulled out the long swords on their horses. I have to say, this scene is really spectacular. The Xingyao army in the distance also changed their formation. Begin to line up, forming an arc-shaped surrounding network. Looking at the approaching enemy, Bell knew that this battle was inevitable. Because the 200,000 army behind him represents Alabasta's attitude. I saw Bell took a deep breath and shouted with the loudest voice in his life. Charge. As soon as the words fell, the 200,000 kingdom army roared and charged. Kill. Come on. Victory is ours. Seeing that the royal army's momentum was like a rainbow, it was like an overwhelming wave, rushing towards the Xingyao army. Inside the base, Yao Chen sighed at the oppression caused by the 200,000 cavalry charging. In the original world, because of the popularity of hot weapons, cavalry, the strongest arm of the cold weapon era, has disappeared into history. Today, only the pirate world can see such a spectacular scene. It has to be said that the development of this world is really very deformed. Obviously have a variety of guns and artillery, but the mainstream is still cold weapons. Of course, this is also impossible. After all, none of the world's top powerhouses are famous for their firearms. What they have been relying on is the sword in their hands. Looking at the roaring Wang Guojun, Yao Chen shook his head. Charge modern armored swarms with flesh and blood. Should I call you brave or stupid? I saw the distance between the two sides getting closer and closer, when it was about to approach 200 meters. Finally, the tanks and armored vehicles of the Xingyao army opened fire. There was a burst of gunfire and artillery fire. The army of the kingdom fell as quickly as wheat. Advertisement. Many people were shot through their bodies before they could react. The sudden scene stopped the momentum of the entire charge. Bell shouted. Don't panic, everyone dispersed, and quickly approached the enemy in a squad. After receiving the order, the royal army began to divide into countless groups to spread the firepower of the other side. Although they have not seen the weapons of the Starlight army, there are firearms in this world. I also know what to do to reduce the pressure on the fire. However, although the idea is good, it is a pity that the weapons in the hands of Xing Yaojun are not comparable to the firearms in this world. Its ammo capacity, rate of fire, and power are far beyond the imagination of others. If nothing else, let's talk about the anti-aircraft machine guns installed on tanks and armored vehicles. It can fire thousands of bullets without interruption. Soon, Bell discovered that no matter how scattered the kingdom's army was, but still can't break through the firepower network in front of him. No one can approach within 100 meters. How so? Bell's eyes were red, completely unable to accept such a result. Looking at a fallen soldier of the kingdom's army, his heart was cut like a knife. Although he was in Yudi City, he had seen how powerful the weapons in the hands of Xingyao army were. But now it seems that it is still greatly underestimated. Only when you really face them can you know how terrible they are. It must be said that the royal army is the regular army of the capital Albana. Its willpower is far beyond that of soldiers in other cities. In the face of such heavy casualties, they still did not flinch. Unfortunately, this insistence is meaningless. After wiping out tens of thousands of people, the kingdom army finally collapsed. Many people began to raise their hands in surrender. Don't shoot, I surrender. However, what awaited him was a bullet. Why? Everyone roared, wanting to get an answer. What can be ushered in as more bullets? Advertisement. Yao Chen looked at all this indifferently. Started after the Sandora Bridge was destroyed. The fate of these 200,000 people is already doomed. He will leave nothing alive. He will use the cruelest means to let Alabasta know what pain is. Only then, after ruling the country, no one will stand up against him. In the picture, seeing that the enemy did not give him a way to survive, the royal army went crazy. Part of it begins the final death charge. More, but ran backwards, trying to hide in the crowd who were still alive. Seeing such a scene, Bel's face turned ashen, and his heart also died. A shell from nowhere hit him. With the violent fire rising, Alabasta's patron saint, Bel the Falcon, left the world. The Xingyao army's advance is still continuing, but the kingdom's army has no way to retreat. When they were back in front of the Sandora bridge, only then did I understand what the previous missile meant. Looking at the teammates who kept falling behind, many people were afraid. Finally, desperately jumped into the Sandora River. Although the chance of surviving in the face of the turbulent and violent river is not high, it is better than being beaten to death now. When the last soldier of the royal army fell, Jarvis said, "Sir, the enemy will be wiped out." Yao Chen didn't speak, just looked at the densely packed 200,000 corpses, a little silent. He asked the two women beside him, "Do you think I'm cruel?" Wei Lan and Kai Hai shook their heads at the same time. "No. No matter what the commander makes, we will always be by your side." Listening to the words of the two, Yao Chen was a little moved. "It's nice to have you by my side." Jarvis also said at this time, "Sir, I will always be by your side." Yao Chen laughed in surprise. "Okay, you will always be by my side, forever." Asterisk. Chapter 50 Becoming a Subject. Jarvis, save this video and play it in the captured city. And inform Sir, let him join me. I saw Yao Chen stand up from the main seat. It's time for me to go there myself and make the final touches. Albana, Cobra is walking back and forth anxiously. Have you not received the message yet? Gaka on the side shook his head. There is still no news from the front. I saw Cobra frowning. In the end, what happened? It's been more than half a day. It stands to reason that there should be at least one reply. Gaka comforted. Your Majesty, please trust Bel. He was Alabasta's strongest fighter. I will never lose to anyone easily. In addition to the 200,000 royal army, no one should be able to resist. Cobra waved his hand. It's different, this time the opponent is different. Just then, a soldier rushed in. Your Majesty, the king is not good, someone invaded the palace. Cobra, who was upset, reprimanded directly. The enemy can't stop it, what qualifications do you have as soldiers? The soldier was a little aggrieved. Your Majesty, they are from heaven. Heaven. Cobra seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly walked out, and Gaka immediately followed. When they came outside the palace, they saw two people standing in the square of the palace. Advertisement. One of them was wearing black armor. The other is a red steel suit. And around them, there are still a large number of royal troops waiting in battle. When Cobra saw the appearance of the two clearly, immediately exclaimed, very evil people. Today's Yao Chen, in the world of pirates, can be said to be known to everyone. His unique steel suit shape. It was spread all over the world by the news of the world. Cobra frowned, and there was an uneasy feeling in his heart. He stepped forward and said, why are you here? Yao Chen smiled slightly. I'm here for one thing. What's up? That was the total surrender of Alabasta. As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar from all around. What? Alabasta surrender? What does it mean? The soldiers of the royal army were full of doubts. Cobra felt a strong sense of unease in his heart. What are you talking about? How could Alabasta surrender? I saw Yao Chen beckoned, and a drone flew out of nowhere. He said to Cobra, look carefully, and after you read it, you will understand what is going on. I saw a picture projected by the drone, which was the annihilation of the 200,000 kingdom army by the Xingyao army. With the playback of the video, the scene gradually quieted down. The expressions of many people also changed rapidly at this moment. Because in the picture, it is the scene where the royal army was slaughtered. Advertisement. When he saw that the kingdom's army surrendered and was still killed, in the end, he had no choice but to jump into the river. Everyone's faces turned pale. Until the fall of the last soldier, the scene was covered with 200,000 corpses. It made everyone in the palace square fall into silence. You know, although the world government counted the more than 1 million people in the reign on Yao Chen. But in fact, most of these people died because of the T virus. The percentage of people actually killed by Yao Chen is actually not high. However, this time the royal army was annihilated. But it completely showed this massacre in the eyes of the world. The corpses piled up by a full 200,000 people. Let Yao Chen truly become a butcher. At this time, the royal army at the scene set their sights on Yao Chen and Darth Vader. There was deep anger in their eyes. But at the same time, it was filled with endless fear. The weapons used by the Xingyao army were completely beyond their imagination. That wouldn't be called a battle at all, but a one-sided slaughter. I saw Cobra took a deep breath and said slowly, I will surrender to you, but please be kind to the people of Alabasta. As soon as these words came out, his whole person seemed to be several decades old. Yao Chen smiled slightly. Very good, I like obedient people. But don't worry, I will not deprive you of your king's rights. You can still govern the country. Cobra, who was originally ashen-faced, came back to life again. He asked inexplicably, then what was your purpose in attacking Alabasta? Yao Chen said, I need you to announce to the world. Alabasta will become a vassal of the Shining Star Army. Asterisk.
2IM Chapter 51 Germa 66. What did you say? Cobra's expression changed drastically. Do you know that such a request is completely against the world government? Alabasta is a member of the world government, once declared to be a vassal of other forces. It's like putting the world government's face on the ground and trampling it hard. Yao Chen nodded. Of course I know, however, so what? All you have to do now is get ready for tomorrow's speech. After saying this, the two of them took the Kun-style fighter and left. Only Cobra's expression changed, and in the end, the whole person seemed to have lost his energy. Your Majesty, you can't promise them. Gaga, who had not spoken for a long time, finally spoke up at this time. However, Cobra shook his head and sighed. It's useless when they're here. The result is already doomed. The next day, when he announced that Alabasta became a vassal of the Shining Star Army, the whole world caused an uproar. At the same time, Yao Chen also received a prompt from the system. Congratulations host, the mission has been completed. Reward nano-biochemical suit technology. I saw a smile on his face. Very good, with this high-tech combat uniform, my strength has increased a lot. On the other side, the Holy Land Mariajoy, the house of the highest authority. The 5 elders, holding a cane, slammed a pestle on the ground. Punch a small hole in the ground. Damn Cobra, does he know what he's talking about? This is completely trampling on the dignity of the world government. Not only him, but the other 4 or 5 elders also looked ugly. The main thing right now is not Cobra's problem. It's the force called Xingyao Army, advertisement. They are the subordinates of the most evil people. The blonde 5 elders frowned. It's him again? And the 5 elders with the mustache, with deep eyes flashing in their eyes. Alabasta has 600,000 kingdom troops, faced with such a large force. Even if we want to deal with it, we will pay a certain price. But the wicked man actually won in less than a day. It seems that his strength is far beyond our imagination. Hearing his words, the other 5 elders fell silent. After seeing the weapons in their hands, aren't we already mentally prepared? The only thing I'm curious about now is where the weapons came from. At this moment, the long-haired 5 elders, who had been silent for a while, spoke up. Recently, news came from CP0. They were in Alabasta and they found information about Pluton. As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted the attention of the 4 people on the scene. Long-haired 5 elders said, after multiple investigations during this period of time, the purpose of Crocodile's stay in Alabasta is for Pluton. What? The expressions of the 4 or 5 elders changed, and their faces were ugly. Damn Sand Crocodile, no wonder he stayed in Alabasta and never left. Long-haired 5 elders continued. After the crocodile was destroyed in the rain, he went to the desert to find the most evil people. Since then, it has never been seen again. The 4 people were startled for a while, and then they thought of something. You mean, he's determined that Pluton is in the hands of the most wicked? The gray-haired 5 elders nodded. That's the most plausible explanation. Otherwise, the other party can't destroy the rain. Hearing what he said, the 4 fell silent. I have to say, this is extremely bad news. Advertisement. I saw the blonde 5 elders pinching their brows. Bad news really comes one after the other. Since Crocodile is missing, who will fill in the Shichibukai position he vacated? The long-haired 5 elders said, I have chosen Whitebeard too. Is Whitebeard too, with his strength, indeed qualified to become Shichibukai? Then choose him. The 5 elders, holding a cane, tapped the floor. Now that the candidate for Shichibukai has been decided, let's go back to our previous topic. The matter of Alabasta, how to solve it. The bearded 5 elders said, my idea is to send Marine.
As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 elders holding the long knife immediately denied. No. The extremely evil person to deal with this time is different. He is not a pirate. It's a ruler with great power. We've seen those weapons too. Some even threaten Vice Admiral. Now adding Pluton. It can be said that he has already benefited from the invincible position. He had just finished speaking, the blonde 5 elders added. Also, Marine's main focus now is on the 4 emperors. Once you go to eliminate the most evil people, you will definitely lose a lot. When the time comes, who will limit the 4 emperors? The bearded 5 elders resented. Then what do you say, if that's the case? Where is the face of the world government? The 5 elders, holding crutches, tapped the ground. Let Germa 66 deal with the most evil people. Germa 66. That group of mercenaries. The remaining 4 people thought for a while, and all nodded in agreement with the choice. If you can eliminate the most evil people, give them a chance to return to North Blue. If not, we have nothing to lose. Asterisk. Chapter 52 The Force Awakens Open Black Lens Bracket for Collection Close Black Lens Bracket. Whitebeard quietly looked at the newspaper in his hand, wondering what he was thinking. After a long time, he put it down and let out a sigh full of emotion. Marco on the side asked, Dad, you have been reading this newspaper for a long time. Is there a problem? Deep eyes flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. I just didn't expect that in this era, someone who dared to challenge the world government would appear. Marco looked puzzled. Dad, there are many lawless people in the sea. There are also many people who look down on world government. That's not surprising, is it? Let's talk about Roger and Dragron. They are all people who challenge the world government. Whitebeard shook his head. It's not the same, it's completely different. Marco was even more puzzled. I don't think there is any difference. What's the difference? Whitebeard said. Although Roger used his own death to start the era of great sailing. But he was just a pirate from start to finish. It is impossible to shake the rule of the world government. As for the Revolutionary Army, don't look at their reputation. But there is simply no way to go head to head with the world government. You can only develop secretly and secretly. Only this extremely evil person named Commander has truly shaken the foundation of world government. Marco understood it roughly. That is to say, the Alabasta thing is more complicated than we thought, isn't it, Dad? Whitebeard nodded. That's right. You have to know Marco, although I am called the Four Emperors. But in essence, he is actually a pirate. No matter how large my power is. But what I yearn for is always the unrestrained sea and freedom. As a result, it will not shake the rule of the world government. Advertisement. So, they will only guard against us, not fear us. After listening to Whitebeard's explanation, Marco finally understood. Why did Dad say that the man named Commander will shake the rule of the world government? At this moment, his expression changed and he said casually. Dad, he's here again. I saw a young man with a naked upper body and a pair of black shorts jumping on the boat. Old man Whitebeard, here I am again. I will definitely defeat you today. I saw a raging flame on him. Goo la 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 la. Whitebeard laughed. Ace kid, it's 100 years too early for you to defeat this old man. Saying that, he got up from his seat and fought with Ace. Just when the two staged a passionate father-son duel. Inside the Hive base at this time, a group of people are nervously surrounding a cultivation tank. In the cultivation tank, it is Yao Chen himself. I saw Alexia say at this time. The boss's physical function is at its best. Now start injecting fibrils. I saw a purple liquid and began to inject into Yao Chen's body. The onlookers watched nervously. They didn't finally breathe a sigh of relief until all the liquid had been delivered. Alexia looked at the display panel. After finding that all the data of the body are very normal, he said. Okay, you can let the boss out. Seeing that the liquid in the culture tank was quickly drained, Yao Chen also fell to the ground. Kai Hai and Wei Lan on the side hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Advertisement. Commander, how do you feel? In a trance, Yao Chen opened his eyes. The next moment, he found that the whole world was different. I saw him shaking hands with a hint of surprise on his face. As this the Force, as if everything in the world came to life. Darth Vader said. This is the Force, and they are everywhere in the world. Yao Chen nodded, then raised his hand. Suddenly, an iron trash can flew over quickly. When Darth Vader saw this, he couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, this. He didn't expect that Yao Chen had just obtained the Force. It can be controlled without anyone's teaching. You know, the Force is everywhere. But not everyone can control it. To perceive the Force, one must have a fibril. This is a symbiotic substance that lives inside human cells. He can help host himself feel the Force and take control. The greater the number of fibrils, the more powerful the Force under control. Darth Vader is the strongest Force controller. There are more than 20,000 fibrils in its body. And the average Jedi Knight is only between thousands and 10,000. However, fibrils are born by a person and cannot be cultivated. In his original world, many scientists had done experiments to extract fibrils. But unfortunately, once the fibrils are separated from the host cells, they die outright. Unexpectedly, in this world, the problems that have stumped countless scientists for thousands of years have been solved. Seeing him look at Alexia, the expression under the mask is already extremely solemn. Chapter 53 The Essence of Demon Fruit Power Open black lens bracket collection close black lens bracket. I saw Yao Chen move various objects to get familiar with the Force before putting them back in place. At this time, he looked at Darth Vader and said, didn't you say that after the Force awakens, you need professional training before you can use it? Darth Vader did not speak, but stepped forward and took his hand. Let me feel your power. Seeing that a force of force surged up from him, he began to probe Yao Chen's body. However, in the next moment, an even more powerful force erupted, pushing Darth Vader out. Yao Chen was shocked. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Sir, are you all right? Darth Vader shook his head. The number of fibrils in your body far exceeds mine. Oh, Yao Chen looked at Alexia with curiosity. Seeing the other party showing an elegant smile. I'm based on my boss's existing fitness. Infused with 100,000 fibrils. Hearing this number, Darth Vader was shocked. Yao Chen was also surprised. You know, the number of fibrils in each person's body is fixed. How much is at birth, how much is in this life? Don't look at the fact that there are only more than 20,000 fibrils in his body. However, in the peak period, he was able to tear apart the Star Destroyer. Now Yao Chen's fibrils are 5 times his size. Then the control of the original force will be extremely powerful. Feel the surging power in your body. He smiled contentedly. Sure enough, this feeling of great power in itself. It's really intoxicating. He turned to look at Darth Vader. Sir, I'll leave it to you to study. Darth Vader didn't speak, just nodded slightly. Advertisement. At this time, Yao Chen looked at Alexia again. By the way, how is Crocodile's research? Hearing this question, Alexia's eyes suddenly brightened. After this period of research, I have roughly understood the source of his ability. Oh, Yao Chen asked curiously, what's going on? I saw Alexia explain. Boss, you should know that normal humans have 23 pairs of chromosomes. He nodded. I know that, but what does it have to do with Crocodile? Alexia explained. I found out from the capable person that he has 24 pairs of chromosomes. Huh, Yao Chen opened his eyes wide. What do you mean? Yes, that extra pair of chromosomes is the source of his ability. If Vegapunk were here at this time, he would have been shocked by Alexia's words. You know, although the bloodline factor was proposed by him. But its core theory, apart from Guy Sakuron and Vinsmoke Judge, no one else knows. Because, this involves the essence of demon fruit power. This is the 24th chromosome. It's just that the three researches in this area are different. Don't look at Vegapunk, known as a scientist who surpassed human intelligence by 500 years. But in terms of basic theory, he is no match for Alexia. Because, Alexia was in an environment that he did not have. As a technology-oriented modern society, Alexia can learn too much knowledge theory and scientific research. In this environment, the education they received from childhood was very different. This is not a gap in wisdom, but a gap in knowledge and thinking. To put it badly, the basic theory of Vegapunk may not be comparable to even William. Who told him to be born in the world of pirates, not the modern society based on technology? Moreover, Alexia was also a super genius in the original world. Had she been born into this world, she might have achieved nothing less than Vegapunk. Advertisement. I saw her saying. Under my observation, this 24th set of chromosomes will give people all kinds of incredible powers. But the magic is that under the influence of the C factor, the power of chromosomes will disappear. Now I don't know the principle, and need to continue to study. Hearing this, Yao Chen was very satisfied. He praised. I am looking forward to your research results. Then he clapped his hands again. Okay everyone, since everything is fine, let's go. As soon as everyone heard it, they began to disperse. At this time, he asked again. Jarvis, how is Yudi's situation now? Everything is normal, sir. All kinds of radiation are being cleaned up quickly. Jarvis projected the scene from the scene. I saw that there were several large radar-like machines around the giant pit. Around the machine, a group of people in biochemical protective suits were busy. This device was obtained by Yao Chen when he unlocked Jarvis' database. It is an energy absorber specially developed by Stark. Can absorb all kinds of radiation, harmful substances, electrical energy, light energy, etc. It is a very useful machine. I have to say that there are many good things about Stark, and they are involved in all aspects. On the red line, on a cliff over 1,000 meters, there is a moving city. Under the city, there are all kinds of snails struggling to climb. Inside the city, in a splendid hall, 5 people are having a conversation. Father, we have almost collected the information about the most evil people. The only thing you need to pay attention to is his long-range weapons. I saw Judge asking. A new batch of clone soldiers, are they mature? Yes, after 5 years of cultivation, it has fully matured. Well, let this group of soldiers go to destroy the most evil people. Complete the 5 elders quest early so we can go back to North Blue. Chapter 54 The arrival of Germa 66 Open black lens bracket for collection close black lens bracket. Father, do we need to take action in this battle? The eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, Reiju with a sexy body asked. No need to deal with such a guy, as long as the clone soldiers are enough. Judge said confidently. To be honest, Judge was hesitant when he first heard from the 5 elders that they wanted to deal with Yao Chen. Because the other party is the only wanted criminal in history with a reward of more than 6 billion. But after collecting information, it was found that Yao Chen's high reward was entirely due to various advanced weapons. After knowing this, his fear of Yao Chen disappeared completely, and he became disdainful. Because in his opinion, in terms of technological development, apart from world government, no one in this world can compare to Germa 66. Yao Chen was able to capture Alabasta in 1 day, but only by relying on powerful technological weapons. If it is replaced by Germa 66, Alabasta can be captured in 1 day. After all, they ended the 2-year war in the Broccoli Kingdom in just 4 hours in New World. Moreover, his clone troopers are emotionless, fearless, and can complete their missions more quickly. Therefore, in comparison, Judge believes that Yao Chen is simply a guy with a fake name. With the passage of time, 5 days later, Germa 66 finally came to the first half of the Grand Line. And during these 5 days, the events of Alabasta resounded through the sea. However, the world government, but there is no movement. Some people said that they were afraid and did not dare to attack Yao Chen. Anyone who talked like this was thrown into prison. But more people believe that there must be something in the world government. In the Hive base at this time, Yao Chen was learning the knowledge and application of the Force from Darth Vader. At this moment, there was a sound of pulu pulu on his body. Yao Chen reached into his arms and took out a phone bug. Advertisement. This phone bug was given to him by Cobra, specifically for contact. What's the matter? He answered. Cobra's voice came from over there. There's big trouble. I just received a notification from Germa 66. They want me to surrender and come to Alabasta against you. Yao Chen narrowed his eyes. I'm still surprised that the 5 old guys didn't react at all. It turns out that Germa 66 was hired. Did they look down on me by sending such a group of guys instead of Marine? Cobra asked, what are you going to do? Yao Chen said in a flat tone, since they chose to follow the words of those 5 old guys to deal with me. Then I have to make them disappear from this world. After saying this, he hung up the phone bug, leaving Cobra with a stunned face. Looking at the phone bug in his hand, Yao Chen said helplessly, I'm still not used to this kind of thing. Looks like it's time to launch a satellite to build a base station. Then he asked, Jarvis, where is Germa 66 now? Sir, what is Germa 66? Yao Chen patted his forehead. My fault, I forgot that you don't know what the other party is. You just need to tell me that there is no moving city in the sea near Alabasta. Sir, according to the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft outside 800 nautical miles to the west, there is a moving city. Yao Chen nodded. Let Kai Hai and Wei Lan go to the pier. At the same time, inform Yuan Yi, Wolf and Lu San to also go together. Advertisement. After he finished speaking, he looked at Darth Vader again. Let's go together, sir. It just so happens that I also want to see Germa's battle suit. Darth Vader didn't speak, just picked up the lightsaber and hung it on his waist. He has always been so simple and clear. The two left the room and headed to the underground dock. When I came here, I found that other people had arrived. Commander. Kai Hai and Wei Lan greeted him. As for the other 3, they gave a salute. Commander. Yao Chen said casually, don't be so serious. The reason why I brought you here this time is to test your strength. The 3 immediately said, we will not disappoint the commander. He nodded, then looked at Kai Hai. Didn't you always want to go to sea? Today is the opportunity. This time, it's up to you to be the main force. Kai Hai's eyes lit up. To be honest, she hadn't been in the water since she came to the Hive base. Although there is nothing wrong with staying by her side, she still wants to show her worth. Seeing Kai Hai excitedly said, leave it to me, Commander. She jumped off the pier, stepped on the water, and raised her hands in a spreading motion. Immediately, a huge space door appeared. In the space gate, a huge steel battleship sailed out. The figure of Kai Hai also appeared on the bow of the battleship. When the entire aircraft carrier was driven out of it, Yao Chen could see how huge the hull of Chihi was. As if in front of you is an island made of steel. Chapter 55 The Chihi Sailing Open Black Lens Bracket for Collection Close Black Lens Bracket. A slide descended from the deck, and everyone boarded the aircraft carrier along. Yao Chen looked at it and found that the area is very large, and there are various advanced fighter planes parked on it. At this time, a burst of white light flashed, and Kai Hai appeared in front of him. Commander, are you going now? Yao Chen said in surprise. Chihi, are you still teleporting? Kai Hai replied. This is the unique ability of the ship's mother. You can appear anywhere on your own hull at will. After listening to her explanation, Yao Chen understood, and then said, let's go. Yes, Commander. I saw the entire aircraft carrier slowly start, and began to resort to the underground dock. The port city of R***** Flower, since King Cobra declared Alabasta to be a vassal of the Shining Star Army. Many people are a little uneasy. However, after a few days, except for some more soldiers of the Xingyao army patrolling on the street, they found no change. Seeing that nothing happened, everyone was relieved and returned to normal life. I saw an endless stream of boats on the pier. Large quantities of seafood products were brought ashore. Just when people are busy with their new day's livelihood. Suddenly, a shadow blocked the sun. Everyone turned to look, and they saw the Santadora River. A behemoth with a total length of more than 400 meters sailed out. Some workers who were carrying goods were so scared that they dropped the boxes in their hands on the ground. Everyone stared at the steel monster in front of them. What is this? Is it a boat? How can it be so big? Why is it all steel? Won't it sink? Everyone was shocked by the hull of Chihi. And some CP0s hiding in the crowd began to report the situation immediately. Advertisement. The 5 elders who got the news, take it seriously. I saw them discussing quickly. Giant ships over 400 meters, made entirely of steel. Could it be? The blonde 5 elders' eyes narrowed. The other 5 elders also went with him. Notify CP0. From now on, give me a close watch on the movement of the ship. Be sure to tell us everything, without any leakage. After receiving the command, CP0 began to operate with full force. And on a pier in Rapeseed, there was a CP0 who looked like a team leader. A very rare anti-mazookage like a phone bug was given to another CP0 who was very tall and didn't look like a normal person at first glance. From now on, your task is to keep an eye on this steel ship. Rebroadcast everything you see to Lord 5 Elders. After the task is completed, go back to the base by yourself, and you don't need to come to join us. We will attack a group of Shining Star Army soldiers, snatch their weapons and bring them back to Marine's Science Unit for research. Hearing him say that, CP0 nodded. After picking up the phone bug, he took off his white coat outside. The body covered with fish scales was exposed, and it was the Murlocs of the pirate world. I saw him jumping into the water and quickly chasing after the aircraft carrier ahead. Seeing this, another CP0 began to contact other members to prepare for the snatch mission. On the ocean, there may have been no chance to get into the water. Today's Chihi looks extraordinarily excited. I saw the entire aircraft carrier ride the wind and waves, and the speed has been soaring to 39 knots, close to 40 knots. You must know that this is a full 150,000-ton aircraft carrier. This kind of speed doesn't scare the rest of the world's eyes out. At the rear, the CP-0 was also surprised. However, he is a Murloc, and in the sea is his world, so the speed can keep up. Mariajoy, looking at the speed displayed by the giant aircraft carrier in the picture. The 5 elders looked shocked. How can the speed of this ship be so fast? Advertisement. It's so big, it shouldn't be. What is the working principle? Where did the motivation come from? It doesn't seem to have to rely on the wind to move forward. No more than they were so shocked. After all, the ship technology in this world is still at the level of sailing ships. If there are no currents or strong winds, the normal speed can also reach 10 or 11 or 12 knots. And if you can reach more than 13 knots, you can kneel on the deck and thank God. The reason why the calm belt on both sides of the Grand Line has become a restricted area. In addition to living with many large sea kings. And the main point is that there is no wind, not even the slightest breeze. This is undoubtedly fatal to sailing ships that rely on wind for propulsion. Inside the bridge, I saw a trace of satisfaction on Kai Hai's face. Yao Chen smiled. How, are you satisfied with the newly replaced arc reactor? Kai Hai happily stepped forward and took his arm. Thank you, Commander. He touched her head. Between you and me, there's no need to say this, let's get down to business now. Kai Hai nodded, his expression became serious. I saw a gleam of white light in her eyes, and a large amount of data flow began to appear. Then, the various fighter planes on the deck began to move. Not far away, the following CPO was shooting. It's just that Chihi's hull is too high, and he can't see what it looks like on it. At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded. Just before he could figure out the situation, 2 fighter planes took off from the aircraft carrier and quickly disappeared into the sky. Mariajoy, looking at the scene, the 5 elders looked puzzled. Just now, what was it? Chapter 56 Paralyzed Germa 66 Open black lens bracket collection close black lens bracket. Just when they were wondering, 2 more fighter jets took off quickly. Next, 8 planes took off from the deck before and after, and then disappeared into the sky. That kind of steel creation can actually fly. And so fast. The 5 elders looked at each other. Sure enough, we were right in choosing to track this steel battleship. Otherwise, you don't even know what the things on the ship are for. Long-haired 5 elders stroked his beard. What I'm more curious about now is what's the use of that flying thing. Also, where are they going? The bearded 5 elders said, do you want this CP-0 to sneak onto the ship and check it out? Such a large steel battleship should not be found. The blonde 5 elders immediately denied it. No, this ship is full of unknowns to us. Many of the creations above are beyond our imaginations. Are you sure that he will not be discovered if he boarded the battleship? So, it's best to stay where you are and observe. And, we also have to determine if it's actually a Pluton. Listening to him, the bearded 5 elders didn't say much. In the bridge, Kai Hai is reporting to Yao Chen. Commander, show it through the early warning aircraft. Our fighters will arrive at the target sea area in 10 minutes. Yao Chen said casually. You just need to tell me the result, the others don't need to report to me. Yes, Commander. On the other side, Germa 66. At this time, the members of the Vinsmoke family are discussing matters after returning to North Blue. Among them, the eldest son IG with red hair said. Father, after this mission is completed, we're definitely going back to North Blue with a bang. Advertisement. Second son Niji also said. That's right. Let the guys at North Blue know that we, Vinsmoke, are back. The third son Yuji snorted coldly. If it weren't for the fact that Doflamingo's power continued to expand in North Blue. How can we be run out of there? Judge also said at this time, don't worry, this time we have the promise of the 5 elders. The Doflamingo guy is afraid to do something. At that time, we must retake the territories he occupied. Let him know who is the true ruler of North Blue. While they were still negotiating a great vision for a return to North Blue. Chihi's fighter jets have reached the target sea area. Yao Chen and others saw Germa 66 through the picture returned by the early warning aircraft. It's a mobile city built on the backs of dozens of giant snails. According to the original information that Yao Chen is familiar with. Germa 66 is usually scattered around the world to get hired tasks. It is only when these snails come together that the kingdom of Germa is formed. He looked carefully and found that the city was not big. Compared with the original world, it is the size of a small county. There may be about 30,000 or 40,000 people in the entire country. And you can rely on such a few people to traverse the world of pirates. It is enough to show how advanced the technology of Germa 66 is for this world. Of course, there is another reason besides this. That is, most of the countries in the pirate world are actually not big. After all, as an island country, the land area inherently limits the development of the population. Many countries actually have only one city. A country with hundreds of thousands of people is considered a big country. As for a country like Alabasta with a population of 10 million. Completely an anomaly in the world of pirates. Inside the bridge, Kai Hai asked, Commander, do you want to launch an attack? Yao Chen touched his chin and thought for a moment. How much damage can the fighter you send do? Advertisement. Because it was the first test, my fighters were carrying KD-88 air-to-surface missiles. Can only destroy some regular buildings. A gleam of light flashed in Yao Chen's eyes. Enough is enough. Chihi, launch all missiles to attack the giant snails in the kingdom of Germa. I want to paralyze them directly on the endless sea. Yes, Commander. Chihi, who received the order, started to attack. I saw 8 fighter jets fired missiles several kilometers away from Germa 66. For modern military fighters, over-the-horizon strikes are already routine. The enemy will never know where the attack is coming from. I saw this row of air-to-surface missiles whizzing past at 5 times the speed of sound, accurately hitting the giant snail below the city. The 5 people who were talking in the hall only heard an explosion from outside. Then the whole city shook violently. Judge frowned and hurried to the balcony. I saw a blazing fire on the sea in front of me. 4 other children also came to him. Father, what's wrong? Judge looked gloomy. I don't know, I just know that there seems to be an explosion ahead. IG asked. Did someone accidentally trigger it during the experiment? Reiju shook his head. It doesn't look like it. Just then, another row of missiles fell from the sky and hit the giant snail. Seeing another explosion, Judge's expression changed drastically. No, someone is attacking the island snail. I saw him roll over, jump off the balcony and run forward. On the other side of the bridge, Chihi is reporting. Commander, all missiles have been fired. Looking at Germa 66, who has been completely paralyzed on the screen. Yao Chen commended. You did a good job, Chihi. Chapter 57 The Destruction of Germa 66 Open black lens bracket for collection close black lens bracket. Inside the bridge, Yao Chen narrowed his eyes and thought. According to such destructive power, if all Chihi's fighters are dispatched, they should be able to completely destroy Germa 66. Just as he was about to order, Chihi said, Commander, I recommend using thermobaric bombs to destroy the target to reduce the loss of ammunition. Nani? Yao Chen's mouth twitched, looking at her in disbelief. Do you have thermobaric rounds in your magazine? Chihi nodded. Yes. Yao Chen, who got the answer, was a little stunned. He didn't expect Chihi's ship to have such a big killer. You must know that thermobaric bombs are known as sub-nuclear weapons, and their power is second only to nuclear weapons. It is the most powerful bomb among conventional weapons. Different from ordinary bombs, it relies on the high temperature and high pressure generated after the explosion to kill the enemy. Its interior contains high explosives and liquid fuel. The way of explosion is divided into 2 steps. In the first step, the thermobaric bomb will explode over the target. The liquid fuel in it then spreads rapidly like a cloud. When all the fuel has covered the target. In the second step, the high explosive charge will explode and ignite the liquid fuel. This specially configured liquid fuel burns oxygen violently, producing temperatures of up to 2,500 degrees. At such temperatures, any steel would be melted. Even if you narrowly escape the explosion, the oxygen in the air has been burned out. Its high-pressure environment will make your internal organs rupture, or suffocate to death. It can be said that this is a very cruel weapon that does not leave any alive. In Yao Chen's original world, it was strictly forbidden by the United Nations. However, there is no such rule in this world. I saw him and said, since it is what you mean, then use the thermobaric bomb. Chihi saluted him. Yes, Commander. Then began to put thermobaric bombs on the ground attack aircraft in the hangar. Subsequently, these planes with big killers took off one after another. Advertisement. And the 5 elders, who were watching in secret, also discussed with each other. Another batch of steel creations flew away. It looks like the shape is different from before. Should be another flying object. I'm really curious, what are these things going to do? Germa 66 at this time. I saw Judge's face extremely gloomy. Dozens of island snails, today, only a dozen are still alive. Moreover, because of the impact of the explosion, it has already appeared to be dying. Seeing this scene, Judge's heart was bleeding. You must know that the island snail was cultivated by Germa with a lot of effort. After so many years, I have saved dozens of them. But now, most of them were killed at once, which made Judge not angry. At this time, his 4 children flew back from the sea. IG said, Father, we have already explored a radius of several kilometers. Except for an uninhabited island ahead. No trace of anyone was found. Judge's face became bloodshot when he heard this. He roared. How could there be no trace at all? Did you try to find it? Seeing that their father was angry, the 4 children were silent for a while. After a while, Reiju said, Father, put the enemy's affairs aside for now. Now without the island snails to move, the whole of Germa would be paralyzed. Now, what we should be thinking about is what to do next. Judge regained some composure after hearing her words, and then ordered. Isolate the island snails that are still alive. Transfer the materials and research equipment in the city. Again. However, before he finished speaking, there was another roar from the sky. Advertisement. Everyone looked up and saw 4 attack planes passing over their heads. Then cast 4 iron bumps. Judge et al. Haven't figured out the situation yet. I saw the 4 iron lumps suddenly burst open, forming a huge cloud and fog covering the entire city. Then, a flash of fire flashed, and the entire cloud was ignited in an instant. An extremely terrifying explosion formed, completely engulfing the city below. Not good. Judge and the others' faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly flew into the sea. Fortunately, they didn't stay in the city to check on the island snails. Otherwise, it will be swallowed by the explosion. I saw that the buildings in the city began to melt under the terrifying high temperature of the thermobaric bomb. The screams of countless people also came from inside. And many people have spontaneous combustion in such a high temperature environment. Judge and the others looked at the scene in front of them, and the blemishes were torn apart. The entire Germa became a city of fire in an instant. However, the fire didn't last long, and it quickly went out. At this time, they quickly rushed back to the island. However, before taking a few steps, I felt it was difficult to breathe. What's going on? Iggy asked. I saw Niji's expression change greatly. It's air. The explosion just now burned out the oxygen in the city. I'm still wondering why the fire suddenly went out. Reiju's expression changed. No, I can't stay here. She turned around immediately and flew out of the city again, and the three younger brothers hurriedly followed. Judge was the only one who looked at the kingdom of Germa with a changing expression. Finally, he let out an unwilling roar and flew out. Inside the bridge, after watching the Vinsmoke family stay on the uninhabited island they found. Yao Chen smiled slightly. Let's go, it's time for us to meet them in person. Chapter 58 Dual Open Black Lens Bracket for Collection Close Black Lens Bracket. On the beach of the uninhabited island, Judge's face was extremely gloomy. He never thought that his kingdom of Germa would one day be destroyed. Iji and others on the side stepped forward and said, Father, what should we do in the future? Judge didn't answer, just stood there speechless for a long time. Because even he himself felt extremely confused. On the other side, when Chihi recovered all the fighters, another helicopter was called from the hangar. One of Yao Chen's men stepped forward and started to control. Afterwards, everyone boarded, and Chihi also began to recover his hull. The huge space door opened, and the aircraft carrier slowly drove in. When completely gone, the five elders of Mariajoy were startled. What happened? Why is the steel ship gone? The five looked at each other with deep doubts in their eyes. And the helicopter flying in the sky flew towards the distance. Seeing this, CP0 in the sea hurriedly followed. However, helicopters are much faster than ships. Although he is a Murloc, he is still gradually distanced. Looking at the helicopter gradually disappearing into the sky, CP0 did not stop. Instead, it swam fast in its final direction. After all, his job is to keep watch. On an uninhabited island, Judge 5 stood there silently. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of a propeller came from their ears, attracting their attention. I saw in the distance, a helicopter is flying fast here. Then he landed on an open space on the island. Looking at Yao Chen and the others who got off the helicopter, Judge looked vigilant. Advertisement. But when he found out what the other party looked like, he was shocked. You are a very evil person. Hearing this title, Yao Chen sighed. It seems that I can't get rid of this title in my life. Judge and his children are extremely vigilant. Why are you here? Yao Chen didn't answer, just glanced at Germa in the distance and said slowly. How do the fireworks look good? As soon as those words came out, Judge and the others immediately blushed, and even Reiju's expression became extremely cold. Did you do it? Judge showed a look of choice. Yao Chen said very indifferently. You are all coming to kill me, can't I fight back? The grumpy Yuji roared, I'm going to kill you. He saw the jet shoes under his feet activated, rushing towards Yao Chen. However, the next moment, a powerful force struck and blasted him out. I saw Yao Chen holding a hand, not a pulse cannon, but the force. Looking at the effect he caused, he nodded with satisfaction, and then said. As a murderer, before killing someone, don't you have to be prepared to be killed? Since you want to kill me, how can you not expect to be killed by me? So, what are you so angry about? Judge, who has not spoken for a long time, clenched the spear in his hand and said in an extremely indifferent tone. Well said, as a murderer, you must be prepared to be killed. So, here I swear by the Vinsmoke family's honor. From now on, our family and you will never die. Yao Chen smiled slightly. Very good, come on. As he said that, he walked to a clearing, only to see Judge roaring and rushing towards him. And his children are trying to join the battlefield. Seeing Yao Chen's three men, they stopped Iji and the three. Advertisement. Your opponent is us. Look at Reiju, the only one who wasn't blocked. Wei Lan said to Kai Haidao. You have already done the previous task, now it's up to me. As she spoke, a suit appeared behind her and started to attack Reiju. As for the Lord, he stood on the side and swept the array. This is what they said when they came. After all, if he did it himself, it would be meaningless. Originally, Yao Chen wanted to improve his actual combat ability by fighting. It's just that he was a little embarrassed by Judge at this time. After dodging the opponent's electromagnetic thrust again, Yao Chen sighed. Sure enough, actual combat is actual combat. It's not as simple as just talking about it on paper. Judge in the distance had a gloomy expression. He has just used 3 electromagnetic thrusts on Yao Chen. As his best trick, no one can easily escape. However, when he was about to stab each other every time, a sudden force will appear to deflect his attack. I saw the long spear in his hand exuding a dazzling electric light. I don't know how you did it. Perhaps you are some kind of devil fruit capable. But so what, I'll show you what the power of technology is. When Yao Chen heard this, he smiled and pressed the arc reactor on his chest. C Mark's 50 nanometer armor quickly cover him. You're right, never underestimate the power of technology. Then the pulse cannon in his hand blasted towards Judge. Chapter 59 The Destruction of the Vinsmoke Family Open black lens bracket for collection close black lens bracket. Seeing the pulse cannon coming directly, Judge immediately blocked it with Germa's unique defensive cloak. Although he blocked the attack, he was still pushed out by a powerful force. Judge looked at Yao Chen's steel suit in surprise. What's this? Yao Chen smiled. This is the technology you said. Judge frowned. It seems that the intelligence is correct that you have some kind of technological weapon. However, unfortunately, no matter what weapon you have, none of them can match our technology in Germa. I saw the jet shoes under his feet activated and flew into the air. Yao Chen curled his lips. Isn't it just flying? As he said that the engine on his body started, he also rushed into the sky. Judge was shocked when he saw the other party in front of him in an instant. Then he raised his hands, and the pulse cannon in his chest also erupted. At the same time, Yao Chen also used the force. Not good. Judge didn't have time to react, and was blasted from the sky by this round of attack. With a bang, he smashed a 10-meter deep hole on the ground. Although the battle suit on the body absorbs a certain amount of damage. But he was still bleeding from the corner of his mouth, with a painful expression on his face. Yao Chen shook his head. It's ridiculous that it has to be used for close combat despite having very good electromagnetic technology. Jarvis, full fire. I saw that his steel battle suit split into more than 10 floating cannons. A missile launcher is generated on the shoulder. Afterwards, countless energy pulses and micro-missiles bombarded Judge below. Father. When Iji and the others saw this, their expressions changed. The most impulsive Yuji stretched out his right hand and grabbed Green Sand's neck. Damn B**************** D, I don't have time to waste with you here. You'd better get your neck pinched alive under my mechanical gloves. However, Lu San's eyes revealed a penetrating gaze. Advertisement. I saw him let out a roar, and his body began to swell rapidly, turning into a little giant with pale green skin. After that, he grabbed Yuji's ankle and started beating wildly on the ground. This scene, can't help but think of the Hulk in Avengers 2 falling Loki. Originally, when his father was in crisis, IG and others were very anxious. Now Yuji is also in crisis. And Reiju, who had been entangled with Wei Lan, changed his expression and said, "Pink poison arrow." A burst of pink poisonous gas spit out from her mouth, turning into a poisonous arrow and shooting towards Wei Lan. Wei Lan did not dodge, and was immediately hit directly. Seeing this, Reiju breathed a sigh of relief. Fine, hit. Then he passed the opponent and ran towards Yuji. But at this moment, a red laser penetrated from her abdomen. Reiju, who was running, fell to the ground. She looked at the blue behind her in disbelief. Why, you should have been poisoned by me. Wei Lan stepped forward. I'm not human. Things like poison are useless to me. Reiju's face turned pale, and he couldn't help fainting. Watching their relatives fall one by one, Fudiko Niji drew out his weapon, the sword of light speed. Then he said to Yuan Yi in front of him, I will get rid of you soon. After saying this, he stepped on both feet and exploded with astonishing speed. In the face of such speed, Yuanichi seems to have insight into the opponent's attack. Often can be avoided at the most critical moment. Damn it, why can't you hit? He looked anxious, and the frequency of attacks became more and more messy. But at this moment, Yuan Yi suddenly revealed a flaw. Niji's eyes lit up. Good chance. I saw the light speed sword in his hand wrapped around Dao Liang's electric current and slashed at Yuan Yi. At the moment when the two met, a blue light lit up. Immediately, a lightsaber emitting a high-energy ion beam emerged from behind him. Advertisement. He looked at the sword of light speed that was cut into two pieces in his hand. Niji spurted blood from his nose and mouth, and said softly, how is that possible? Then he passed away with deep doubts. Finally, Ichi was the only one left at the scene. Seeing the death of his relatives, the wounds of the wounds, Yiji felt extremely sad and angry in his heart. Knowing that he could not defeat all enemies, his anger went to extremes at this moment. I saw him hug Lang with a pair of claws in front of him. Damn B*********************** D, you die with me. Spark double spin. A large amount of flames began to erupt from his hands. The flames then quickly merged. After reaching a critical point, it detonated with a bang. The next moment, Wolfer and IG were swallowed up by this explosion. After the explosion, two charred bodies appeared on the ground. Just then, one of the corpses began to regrow new skin. The scars on the body also began to fall off quickly. It didn't take long for Langer to stand up from the ground intact. Watching his subordinates resolve the battle individually, Yao Chen also stopped the attack and fell from the sky. Judge at this time has already been beaten by Yao Chen's saturation attack. Only to hear him say in a low voice, please, let me go. It's not surprising to hear Yao Chen surrender. After all, Judge is an extremely hypocritical and selfish person. In order to survive, he can give up everything, even his relatives and children. Please, let me go. He begged for mercy again. Tears of utter terror were streaming down his face. Yao Chen laughed dumbly. Is this the ruler of Germa who terrified North Blue? Saying that, he directly blasted the opponent's head with a pulse cannon. At this point, the entire Vinsmoke family was destroyed here. Chapter 60 Compromise Open Black Lens Bracket for Collection Close Black Lens Bracket. Lu San grabbed Yangji, who had only half his life left, and came to Yao Chen. Commander, what should he do with it? At this time, he has changed back to a normal person. Fortunately, the clothes on his body are specially made and will not be damaged with the transformation. Yao Chen glanced at him and said, take him and the living woman back. As for the bodies of the remaining 3 people, don't worry about it. Having said that, he looked at the 3 subordinates he brought this time. I am very satisfied with your performance this time. As a reward, I will give you new names. They are Yuan, Laolong, and Green Crazy. Hearing the commander's name, the 3 immediately burst into tears. You know, they are clones and have existed as a tool since birth. However, the emotions that normal people have, they also have. And compared with ordinary people, their hearts are more eager to be recognized. Now, the object of allegiance actually names them personally. This shows that the other party regards them as human beings. That's why the 3 of them were so ecstatic. Looking at the 3 people who wanted to die for themselves immediately. Yao Chen smiled. Okay, there's no need for this. Isn't it just giving a name? It's no big deal. Go start the helicopter and prepare to leave. I saw the 3 of them salute him, and then rushed to the helicopter. The 3 of them looked as if they had found the value of life. Yao Chen's heart was full of sighs. Unlike Germa 66, he does not treat his subordinates as tools. Even if they were clones, to him, they were still alive. Advertisement. This has nothing to do with sympathy, but the bottom line of his life. After all, he grew up accepting the core values of solidarity and fraternity. As long as it is not his enemy, he will return the most basic respect. Soon, Yao Chen and others left in a helicopter. Not long after, that CP0 also came here. I saw him carefully observe the surroundings and found no one before he boarded the beach and started filming. Looking at the potholes in the picture, the 5 elders judged. Here, it seems that there has been a war. Just then, a headless corpse in a yellow battle suit appeared in front of them. Looking at the corpse, the 5 elders froze for a moment, and then said solemnly. Things are going in the worst direction. I didn't expect him to die here. The blonde 5 elders frowned, and suddenly picked up the video phone bug on the table and said to the CP0. Look around, see if there is any trace of the kingdom of Germa. The CP0 looked around quickly, and soon found the thick smoke floating in the distance. I saw him jump into the sea and quickly swim in that direction. When he came here, what caught his eye was Germa, who had been reduced to ruins. The 5 elders were silent, then spoke. Go in and have a look. The CP0 found a way to enter the city. Fortunately, over time, the oxygen came back again. Otherwise, this CP0 will definitely be suffocated to death. I saw charred corpses everywhere in the city. When I looked up, I couldn't see any living creatures at all. What caused all this? The bearded 5 elders looked puzzled. It should be related to the flying object launched by that steel warship. The long-haired 5 elders replied. Advertisement. It looks like Germa 66 has been wiped out. So, is that really Pluton? The blonde 5 elders said. Whether it's Pluton or not, it's power, there's no doubt about it. What to do? 2 countries have already been defeated by extremely evil people. The 5 elders were silent for a while, and finally, the 5 elders with a long knife said. Let's talk about peace, it's time to have a conversation with that wicked person. Peace talks. The bearded 5 elders were startled. We, the world government, have never had peace talks with anyone. The 5 elders, holding a cane, said, now the master is holding a weapon that can destroy a country. We don't have many options. Moreover, there is already a team of CP0s that successfully snatched the opponent's weapons. On the way to naval headquarters now. We need time to study these weapons. Hearing him say this, the mustache 5 elders looked struggling and finally sighed. Hey, that's all, let's talk peacefully. To be honest, the 5 elders were also helpless. Since getting to know Yao Chen, the strength the other party has shown has exceeded their imagination again and again. Looking at the endless supply of equipment, they were really a little guilty. Because I don't know what the other party will come up with. At this time, the blonde 5 elders said, since Germa has been wiped out. Then send Marine to receive their science. Speaking of Marine, another 5 elders seemed to think of something. By the way, I heard that Zephyr has been a little violent recently because of the Whitebeard 2 affair. The long-haired 5 elders frowned. As a Marine, he should obey the government's arrangements. Notify Sengoku if he's making a fuss. Let him go to another branch for retirement. Chapter 61 Exit Marine Open Black Lens Bracket for Collection Close Black Lens Bracket. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. I saw a fierce quarrel going on in the Marshal's office at the moment. What a joke. I cannot accept this outcome. Sengoku said solemnly, Whether you accept it or not, this is the truth. Zephyr raised his robotic arm angrily and smashed Sengoku's desk directly. What is this fact? Whitebeard 2 killed so many Marines to become Shichibukai. Looking at the documents scattered all over the floor, Sengoku's expression was a little ugly. Watch your attitude, Zephyr. This is an order from the 5 elders themselves. Zephyr gritted his teeth, wishing he could beat Sengoku. I saw the two of them staring at each other like this, neither of them willing to back down. After a long time, the expression on Zephyr's face slowly returned to calm. Seeing this, Sengoku felt relieved that he had given up. However, Zephyr suddenly said, I quit. Huh. Sengoku looked puzzled, not understanding what he meant. Even Crane and Garp, who had not spoken, looked over. What's the meaning? What do you mean by quitting? Zephyr took a deep breath and said in a very disappointed tone. From today, first quit Marine. As soon as these words came out, the 3 people on the scene were shocked. Even the heartless Garp became serious. You know what you're talking about, Zephyr. Zephyr was calm. Of course I know what I'm going to say. Crane also frowned. Zephyr, calm down. Now is not the time to be angry. Zephyr said indifferently, I'm calm. It could even be said that there is no calmer than now. After saying this, he turned and left. However, as soon as he took 2 steps, he was pulled tightly. I saw Garp staring at him solemnly. Zephyr, you should know what it will mean once you get out of this office. Advertisement. Zephyr suddenly smiled. So what? I've been in Marine all my life, and I've seen too many dirty things about the world government. To be honest, I can't tell what is justice and what is wrong. It's better to quit Marine and find your own justice than that. I saw Garp's anxious face. Can't you just stay on our decades of friendship? Zephyr's eyes were a little dazed when he heard this. It seemed to recall the days when we entered the Marine together. But soon, his eyes became firm again. Sorry Garp, I decided to quit anyway. After saying this, he finally walked out of the office. Looking at the back of him leaving, the 3 people at the scene were extremely complicated. Sengoku scolded at this time. Damn Zephyr. How old is he? How can he be so immature? Crane said extremely solemnly. World government will not let Zephyr go. He is blatantly betraying Marine and the justice of the world government. Also, Zephyr serves as Marine's general instructor. A lot of Marines came out of him. The 5 elders will not allow someone who can affect Marine to exist. Garp didn't speak, just lowered his head and exuded a violent aura. You can see how angry he was in his heart at this time. Seeing this, Sengoku sighed. Forget it, since it's his own choice, we can't say anything more. I won't report this to 5 elders. Try to delay as much as possible for one day. At the pier of naval headquarters, Zephyr boarded his own exclusive warship. On the warship, countless people are busy. When they spotted Zephyr, they all started greeting him. Zephyr Admiral, you're back. Zephyr Instructor, are we going to see today? Mr. Zephyr. Hearing the warm greetings and seeing the smiles on their faces, Zephyr looked complicated. He opened his mouth, and finally said, Everyone, let's put down the work at hand, I have something to announce. Hearing what he said, everyone hurriedly put down the work in their hands. Seeing Zephyr, he said, You, Marine, have been with me for 4 years. Advertisement. First of all, I'm here to say sorry to you. The Marines looked at each other, puzzled faces. One of them was a very beautiful woman with long blue hair looking at him. What happened, Teacher Zephyr? Zephyr hesitated before saying, First quit Marine. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar. I saw all the Marines asking, why? What happened, Zephyr Admiral? Yeah, why quit Marine? Looking at the panicked crowd, Zephyr squeezed his hands. It's just my personal decision, and it doesn't affect your stay at Marine. At this time, the blue-haired beauty asked, Teacher, why did you quit Marine? Zephyr was silent for a while and said, Because of the world government, Whitebeard 2 will be elected as Shichibukai. What? Hearing this news, the Marines on the whole ship were fried. You know, they've been with Zephyr for 4 years. Also hunted down Whitebeard 2 for 4 years. But now, the world government has actually made the other party a Shichibukai. How can this be accepted by them? I saw a group of people angry. Why does the world government do this? This is so unfair to Zephyr Admiral. Many Marines died at the hands of Whitebeard 2. Looking at the angry crowd, Zephyr said again. Now that you understand what happened, you can leave. Don't worry, I won't stop you. However, after waiting for a long time, none of the Marines on the ship left. Seeing them, they said, Zephyr Admiral, no matter where you go, we will always follow you. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zephyr was very moved. You guys, really? I saw a smile on his face, and he returned to his former demeanor. Since you all choose to follow me, then I will definitely not disappoint you. Ain, do you know where Whitebeard 2 is now? The blue-haired Ain smiled and replied, According to the latest news, they went to Alabasta. Zephyr immediately announced, Okay, we're off to Alabasta now. Asterisk. Chapter 62 Launching Satellite Open Black Lens Bracket for Collection Close Black Lens Bracket. In the Hive base, when Yao Chen and his party just returned, Jarvis reported. Sir, while you were out, one of our soldiers was attacked. Okay. Yao Chen frowned. How about the casualties? 4 people were seriously injured, 6 people were slightly injured, and the other party had no intention of killing. Do you know who moved the hand? It's a group of people in white coats. White coat. CP0. He raised his eyebrows and asked, what is their purpose? Jarvis said. This group took all the equipment of the soldiers. A total of 10 XM29 smart rifles. 30 fragmentation grenades. 7 RPG bazooka. 4 small drones. 10 sets of fully enclosed combat uniforms. And a LAV-25 armored vehicle. When Yao Chen heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. The weapons were stolen. Unexpectedly, this group of CP0s actually ripped off their clothes. But fortunately, at least no one died. I saw him and said, give this team a few days off. Then give them a new set of equipment. Also, from today, all firearms will be equipped with a fingerprint recognition system. Even if it drops in the future, you don't have to worry about being used by others. Okay, sir. After finishing the matter, Yao Chen didn't go back to his room. Instead, he got on a passing vehicle in the base and drove towards a place. Today's Hive base has been built very large. Various underground highways lead in all directions. From time to time, there will be trucks carrying food, weapons, or minerals passing by. Looking at the base he built with his own hands, Yao Chen felt a burst of pride in his heart. Along the way, the traffic car finally came to an incomparably huge space. I saw a variety of expensive aerospace equipment placed here. Advertisement. There are also a large number of workers around. In the center of the space is a large rocket. Its volume is twice the size of a conventional rocket. Yao Chen got out of the car, looked at the large rocket in front of him and asked. Jarvis, how are the preparations for Comet 1? Everything is ready. Have the satellites been installed? It's all set, sir. Yao Chen smiled. Very good, since everything is ready, let's launch. After all, I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Okay, sir, I will start telling the staff to evacuate now. As the order was issued, there was a burst of announcements from the entire rocket center. The rocket is about to launch, please leave the site. The rocket is about to launch, please leave the site. Quote. Everyone who heard the notice began to put down their work and evacuate. At the same time, the ceiling above the launch center began to slowly open, revealing the sky outside. And Yao Chen himself came to the command center of the rockets. I saw a large number of employees sitting in front of the computer, observing the various data of the rocket. In the front, there is a large screen showing everything in the launch site. Yao Chen came to the main seat and sat down, and saw Jarvis asking. Sir, do you want to start firing and firing now? Have all inspections been completed? It's over, sir, nothing happened. Then let's launch. With his orders, Jarvis began the final count. Countdown to rocket launch. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rocket fire. The next moment, the rocket on the launch pad began to ignite rapidly. Intense flames shot out from below, forming a large amount of smoke. Then, under the strong thrust, the whole rocket began to lift off slowly. In fact, Yao Chen purchased this rocket from the system mall very early. Advertisement. It's just because of the transformation that it has been delayed until today's launch. After all, the cost of a one-off rocket is simply too high. For Yao Chen, only reusable rockets are the best choice. Therefore, after the purchase of Comet 1, a comprehensive transformation was carried out. First of all, the aviation fuel required by its engine was replaced by the arc reactor. Second, the conventional rocket motor was replaced with a scramjet. This kind of engine has the advantages of simple structure, lightweight, low cost, high unit thrust and high speed. Finally, in order to be able to use it for a long time, Yao Chen also coated him with a layer of steel titanium alloy. It is a metal with high strength, good corrosion resistance and high heat resistance. Basically, except for the main body not moving, the entire rocket can be said to have undergone a major blood change. In the picture, with the full operation of the arc reactor, the speed of Comet 1 is getting faster and faster. At the same time, all the cities of Alabasta saw a strange fire in the sky. The fire rose higher and higher with a dazzling light blue flame. Countless people who didn't know why looked at the fire in shock. Even many people were so frightened that they knelt down directly to the ground. After a period of flight, Comet 1 finally broke out of the atmosphere and began to enter the planet's low Earth orbit. Subsequently, he began to release the satellite. In the previous life, Yao Chen's motherland had the reputation of 1 arrow and 10 stars. And his Comet 1 carried a full 20 satellites. See, these satellites are quickly released into their respective orbits. After the last one also started to exit the cabin smoothly. The entire control center burst into warm applause at this time. Sir, the satellites have all been released. They are entering synchronized planetary orbits. Yao Chen also showed a happy smile. Very good, let's start the final rocket recovery. Yes, sir. I saw Comet 1 ignited again and flew back towards the planet again. When passing through the atmosphere, the fire was caused by violent friction with the air. The people of Alabasta once again enjoyed the picture of the fire falling from the sky. With the precise control of Jarvis, and the large parachute that Comet 1 comes with. The rocket finally landed successfully on a platform near the base. So far, the satellite launch plan has been successfully completed at this moment. Asterisk. Chapter 63 XM29 Rifle Test Open Black Lens Bracket for Collection Close Black Lens Bracket. The next 3 days return to calm days. In addition to the 3 daily lottery draws, Yao Chen went to Darth Vader to learn about the Force. Although the lottery is a bit tricky, there are still some good things from time to time. For example, he directly drew the follow-up version of the primary evolution fluid, the intermediate evolution fluid. Needless to say, Yao Chen injected directly, and his physical fitness improved again. In the end, it was about 3 times stronger than the original physique. So far, even if he doesn't use the Force or the Iron Suit. With his own powerful strength, he has also become a non-human being. Since the satellite is fully online, the entire first half of the Grand Line is under his surveillance. According to Jarvis statistics, there are at most 4 rocket launches. The entire planet can be covered with his satellites. At that time, a real sky eye will be formed from space. And while Yao Chen was busy with his own affairs, the 5 elders were not idle either. Naval headquarters, an extremely well-guarded laboratory. I saw Sengoku, Crane, Garp, and even the 3 admirals all appearing here. At this time, their eyes were on a slender man wearing a scientific uniform. This person is Vegapunk, who claims to be 500 years ahead of human wisdom. The science department he was in was also in charge of Kizaru. Of course, Kizaru isn't here most of the time. The real person responsible for Vegapunk's safety is another person, Zon Taomaru. At this point, Kizaru took out a phone bug and started projecting an image. In the picture, the figures of the 5 elders appeared. On the other side of Mariajoy, they also saw Sengoku and others in the laboratory through the screen. Seeing the blonde 5 elders, let's start about the experimental report of the past few days. As soon as he finished speaking, Vegapunk on the side picked up an XM29 smart rifle from the table. After several days of testing, we have roughly figured out some of the structure of this weapon. Its work is very precise. No, it should be said to be precise. Advertisement. Every piece fits together perfectly, and it can't function without any one of them. I never thought that firearms could be so complicated. Our science department has done experiments, and we want to see if we can imitate it. However, unfortunately, there is no way to start. It's definitely not made by human hands. At this time, one of the 5 elders interrupted. Doctor, we want to hear its actual combat effect. Vegapunk said, don't worry, I'll explain. Seeing him holding XM29, he said, the weight of this gun is very light. After comparison, it is only a quarter of the active firearms. I don't know what material it's made of, but it's definitely not metal. Having said that, he gestured to a researcher. The researcher pressed a button and saw a target raised in the distance. And this target is still moving back and forth left and right. Vegapunk said to the previous 5 elders, now enter the actual combat phase that interests you. After saying this, he directly picked up the XM29 and started shooting. Seeing that the bullet was under his control, each shot accurately hit the bullseye in the distance. Vegapunk seemed to be Shinso's hand, and he didn't put down his weapon until all the bullets had been shot. At this moment, Sengoku and the others, including the 5 elders, all stared at him dumbfounded. Remember that Vegapunk is just a scientist, not a combatant at all. But the marksmanship shown now has shocked everyone. Vegapunk smiled inexplicably at this time. Doesn't it feel incredible? I actually have such accurate marksmanship. Although everyone did not speak, they were full of doubts. I saw him laugh dumbly. Actually, it's not my marksmanship, but the reason for this gun. When I shoot through the scope of this gun, a crosshair appears inside. This crosshair will accurately calculate and mark the drop point of the bullet. I don't need to aim myself at all, I just need to pull the trigger at the point where the bullet falls, and I can hit the enemy accurately. Hearing him say that, the faces of everyone at the scene have become extremely solemn. You must know that the target is hundreds of meters away from Vegapunk. Advertisement. It has greatly exceeded the range of firearms in this world. But even so, he can still hit accurately. According to his words, even a child got the gun. It can also threaten or even kill many strong people from 100 meters away. Thinking of this picture, everyone shuddered. At this time, Vegapunk said, are you curious, how did this happen? I saw him pick up a small chip from the table. The answer is this thing in my hand. Everyone stared at it, but found that the chip in his hand was very small, only a few millimeters. Are you wondering, what is this? Actually, I'm just as suspicious as you are. At first, I didn't notice this thing. But under the magnified observation, I was shocked. I'm sure you'll be shocked too. He gestured to the researcher again. The researcher took the chip from Vegapunk's hand and put it under a machine. And this machine began to enlarge the picture of the chip in some way. In the end, it was shown in front of everyone. Sure enough, after seeing the enlarged chip, Sengoku and others were as shocked as the original Vegapunk. I saw a variety of integrated circuits densely burned on it. It seems like the most precise object in the world. Seeing such a picture again, Vegapunk still sighs. I really don't know how this is made. It's actually possible to install so many things within a few millimeters. If I have the chance, I really want to see it. Asterisk. Chapter 64 Science is rigorous open black lens bracket for collection close black lens bracket. Seeing that everyone has recovered from the shock. Vegapunk said, stroking XM29 lightly. To be honest, such a weapon gave me a lot of inspiration. For a long time, the development of firearms in this world has been stagnant. Because no one could have imagined that they had so much potential. Even if I redeveloped it, it is far from the level of this gun. One of the 5 elders frowned. Can't even you? Vegapunk said. This is not a problem of inability to do it, but the gap between technology and knowledge. Even if I come to study it, it's just to increase the propulsion of the bullet to increase its power. As soon as he finished speaking, another 5 elders said, you are a scientist who surpassed human wisdom by 500 years. But I saw Vegapunk smile sarcastically, beyond the world for 500 years. Is this the funniest joke in the world? I saw him say with a serious face, science is rigorous, and it has never been possible to reach the sky in one step. I just discovered the lineage factor theory by accident, and have conducted a more in-depth study. Just because of this, you think I surpassed the world for 500 years. Don't be ridiculous, you said that I have reached a certain level in life research, I admit it. But you want to say that I have reached such heights in mechanical engineering. I'm sorry, but I can't do it. After all, I'm not an almighty scientist. After hearing his words, the 5 elders were a little silent, and then said. Let's talk about how this gun is different from normal firearms. Seeing Vegapunk said. In general, I see the perfection and future of firearms on it. Every part of it is gradually formed after the accumulation of time. It's like human evolution. Hearing this, one of the 5 elders frowned. You mean, this weapon is gradually perfected over time? Vegapunk nodded. Yes. As I've said, all parts of this gun fit perfectly. It won't work without any of them. It couldn't have been built in a very short period of time. It should be continuously improved in a lot of actual combat. In the end, it developed into this form. He put down the XM29 in his hand and picked up a disassembled gun tube on the table. Its barrel, which is completely different from existing barrels, is rifled. With this design, the bullet can be fired in a rotation. There are 3 advantages to doing this. One is to maintain stability. Advertisement. The second is to increase the penetration, and the third is to greatly improve the shooting distance. And its bullets are pointed, unlike normal round bullets. Such a design can improve the penetration and lethality of the bullet. It can be said that this gun, from the bullet to the parts, tells the world that it was born to kill. After listening to his words, the 5 elders discussed. Tell us more about that weapon like a barrel. Vegapunk lowered the barrel and picked up an RPG that had been cut open. The important thing about this weapon is not its launcher, but the rocket. Because of the carelessness at the beginning, it also caused an explosion when it was decomposed, killing some researchers. Later, after our careful dismantling, we found that the design in this warhead was unexpected. It's a very delicate, never before seen trigger fuse. That is to say, after the warhead is hit, it will detonate itself. Also, it's different from normal shells. After our shells explode, the power is scattered. But after the rocket exploded, there was a device inside that concentrated the power of the explosion to one point. This approach can greatly improve penetration. It's a genius design, so to speak. It is because of this device that when it explodes, it can destroy some extremely strong defenses. I saw him beckoning like a researcher. The researcher raised 2 targets made of pure steel again. At this time, 2 soldiers came forward. One holds the usual artillery, the other holds the RPG. I saw them pulling the trigger at the same time, only to hear 2 violent explosions. After the flames passed, the target hit by normal artillery was unscathed. And the target attacked by the RPG has broken a big hole. Everyone could see that this big hole was penetrated by the power that was concentrated at the time of the explosion. Kizaru said at this time, it's scary. With such a terrifying penetration, those who will not be able to practice armament hockey in the future will be in danger. Akainu frowned, and Aokiji was silent. But I heard Vegapunk say, of course, this kind of damage can be caused, except for focusing on a single point of penetration. And the gunpowder in it is also an important reason. The power of this gunpowder far exceeds the gunpowder we use now. I still haven't figured out what his ratio formula is. The 5 elders asked, can the science department produce these 2 weapons? Vegapunk shook his head and said, it can't be produced. These weapons are all made up of various precision parts. Every ray, every centimeter, has been strictly calculated. It looks like it's produced by some kind of equipment. Advertisement. It's a level of technology that goes beyond this world. It's really too difficult to rely on manual production. And the cost of manual production is too high. Even if it is forcibly developed, there may be problems such as jamming or inability to fire a gun. The 5 elders were disappointed to hear Vegapunk's analysis. They discussed it for a while and then said, we hope that you can carry out a pacifist plan. Vegapunk frowned. Is this the plan again? I've already said that I want a pacifist program. You have to find someone who can withstand the transformation. Otherwise, everything is empty talk. The 5 elders said, man, we'll find it for you. You just have to be prepared. After saying this, they turned off the phone bug. At this time, one of them said, what do you think of the results of this test? The 5 elders, holding a cane, tapped the floor. I thought I could imitate it with these weapons. Even if it doesn't work, we can study it to enhance our strength. But now it seems that the technology of these weapons is far beyond what we can manufacture. Yeah, the 5 elders holding the long knife also sighed. Although it's just a gun. But I didn't expect it to have such a complex structure. Even normal weapons are like this. It's hard to imagine how complex other weapons can be. Listening to his words, the hearts of the other 5 elders were also extremely heavy. At this moment, the long-haired 5 elders sighed. Notify CP0 in Alabasta. We are officially negotiating peace with the wicked. I don't know when Lord Yimu got the news. What will it be like? The bearded 5 elders said. This is also something that can't be helped. Now only talk to the most evil people. Only in order to maintain the stability of the world government. It's the only way now. As the 5 people reached a consensus, the CP0 in Alabasta took action. Asterisk. Chapter 65 Negotiation Open black lens bracket for collection close black lens bracket. Seeing the 5 elders leave, Sengoku and others finally relax. I saw him saying, Doctor, read your research report just now. I want you to modify Marine's guns. After all, the pirates are getting harder and harder to deal with now. However, Vegapunk said, you heard the request of the 5 elders too. Next, I will start preparing for pacifist research. So there won't be a lot of time. If you really need it, I can help you at most increase the power of the firearms. Hearing what he said, Sengoku frowned. Well, something is better than nothing. Then we won't bother you anymore. After saying this, the group exited the laboratory. On the way back, Akainu couldn't help but speak. That very evil person is very dangerous. His existence has seriously threatened the stability of the world. Sengoku reminded. Akainu, the 5 elders have their own ideas. It's not something we should discuss. Akainu frowned, then said no more. He is a self-disciplined soldier who does whatever he is in. Now, he just needs to follow the orders carefully. As for the other 2 Admiral, Kizaru is still the same lazy look he clocks in at work. Aokiji showed an indifferent attitude, but the ghost knew what was on his mind. Seeing this, Sengoku sighed in his heart. They're all a bunch of restless guys. In the Hive base, in Yao Chen's exclusive office, Jarvis is reporting. Sir, I have bad news here. According to the current development of the base, Alabasta's various minerals are only enough for us to continue mining for 2 months. Hearing this news, Yao Chen frowned. In fact, even if Jarvis didn't say it, he found that the resources mined were gradually unable to keep up with the consumption. Regular minerals are fine, but some rare metals are very scarce. If nothing else, the manufacture of the arc reactor requires some rare metals. Therefore, Yao Chen cannot be popularized on a large scale. The main source of energy for various vehicles is still the oil used. However, Alabasta's oil reserves are not high, and it will be exhausted in a short time. He pondered for a while. It seems that a sub-base needs to be established. Open black lens bracket ding. Main quest released. Close black lens bracket. Since the current base of host has developed to reach saturation, please quickly build a second base. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Quest reward. Zhenjin formula. Looking at the system reward, Yao Chen's eyes almost popped out. There was a sense of urgency in my heart at the same time. I must get this reward. At the same time, he asked curiously, System, isn't Zhenjin born because of the influence of meteorite radiation? The system said, any metal is composed of various types of atoms arranged. As long as you know its arrangement formula, you can synthesize it. I see. At this moment, Jarvis' voice suddenly sounded. Sir, we have a message from a patrol team. A man in white came to them and said that the world government wanted to contact you. Oh, a strange color flashed in Yao Chen's eyes. Send the scene from the scene. An image was projected, and I saw a pair of soldiers aiming their guns at a CP0. And this CP0 raised the phone in his hand after seeing Yao Chen. The 5 elders want to talk to you. Yao Chen smiled inexplicably. Interesting, let's chat. I saw the phone bug in the other party's hand projecting an image. In the image, it is the 5 elders in Mariajoy. The 2 sides looked at each other, but neither of them spoke. After a while, it was the 5 elders who spoke in advance. This is our first official meeting. I believe our origin, you already know very well. Yao Chen smiled slightly, and the whole person came out of the picture. Seeing this scene, the 5 elders were stunned. But seeing him say, don't be nervous, I'm not here. It's just a holographic projection technology that shows my image on the scene. The 5 elders frowned. Sure enough, you have a lot of unheard of technology. Showing it in front of us, do you want to give us a slap in the face? Hey, how can this be said to be dismounted? It's you who want to contact me, not me. I'm just showing my respect with this all-round image. The 5 elders said, whether you respect it or not, the reason why we are looking for you this time. I just hope that you will not cause turmoil in the world in the future. After listening to their words, Yao Chen simply said, okay. The 5 elders were taken aback, but they didn't expect the other party to agree so easily. Are you unconditional? Advertisement. Yao Chen looked at them like a fool. Of course there are conditions. I want you to cancel my arrest. At the same time, you can use some exclusive waterways controlled by the world government. 5 elders nodded. Yes. Seeing their agreement, Yao Chen said, okay, let's go here then. Ready to leave, etc. When he was called again, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Pretending to be puzzled, he asked, do you have anything else to do? 5 elders said, we want to buy some weapons. Buy weapons. He pretended to think for a moment. Okay, what weapons do you want to buy? I saw 5 elders pointing at the soldiers at the scene and said, we want to buy this kind of weapon in their hands. Yao Chen shook his head. Sorry, this is not for sale. The 5 elders asked, what do you need? Money, gold. Yao Chen's mouth twitched. What do I want those useless things for? Then what do you want? I saw him and said, I want mining rights. A right to extract resources from the islands of the world. What? This is impossible. The 5 elders outright deny it. However, Yao Chen said, nothing is impossible. I can't talk about it, it's just that the interests are not enough. So, how about I arm you with a 5,000-man army for free? 5,000. That's too little. Yao Chen shook his head. Don't be insatiable. This is already my greatest sincerity. If you want to buy more weapons, you can exchange all kinds of resources. Hearing his words, the 5 elders began to discuss quickly. After a while, they said, okay, we agreed. Hearing the other party agree, Yao Chen finally showed a satisfied smile. With this mining right, he is equivalent to obtaining the imperial edict. From now on, no country in this world dares to stop him. By the way, my weapons can't be sold to you, but I can sell something else. So, you'd better send someone to negotiate with me as soon as possible about what to buy. After saying these words, he disappeared from the scene regardless of the other party's reaction. Asterisk. Chapter 66 Whitebeard 2 Subscription. After finishing the contact with the 5 elders, Yao Chen looked at the map drawn by the satellite. Next, it's time to pick an address. In fact, from a long time ago, he had thought about the construction location of the sub-base. That's the red line near Upside Down Mountain. When it comes to the richest minerals in the world, it must be the red line. The reason why it was built near Upside Down Mountain is because it is the meeting point of the 4 seas, which is very convenient for transportation. Moreover, he also has the idea of controlling important shipping lanes. Just as he was thinking, Jarvis said, Sir, that woman named Reiju wants to see you. Huh. Yao Chen raised his eyebrows, wondering why the other party suddenly wanted to see him. Although they were brought back just for research. But Yao Chen at least served delicious food. The only requirement every day is to draw a little blood, or cooperate with the researcher to conduct some tests. Of course, there are also uncooperative ones like Crocodile. As for the fate of not cooperating, that is to be forced to draw blood. Then he was locked up in a small black house built by the sea factor and suffered endless loneliness. At first, this guy was tough. But after being locked up for a few days, I finally couldn't stand it and started to cooperate honestly. The new UG is the same as the earlier MR5. After being locked up twice, he became obedient and obedient. After all, not everyone can endure the taste of a small dark room. I saw Yao Chen thinking for a while, and said to Jarvis, bring her here. Yes, sir. Soon, Reiju was brought here. Yao Chen looked at her. I heard, you want to see me. I saw Reiju bowing solemnly to him. A bright smile appeared on his face. Yes, I am here to thank you. I want to use my little power to repay you. Hearing Reiju's words, Yao Chen raised his brows, with inexplicable eyes flashing in his eyes. Repay. Huang nodded. Yes, advertisement. I believe you also know what kind of country Germa 66 is. In fact, when I was young, I was under the control of my father and couldn't resist. So, I've been miserable all the time. I don't want to be a tool, I want to live well. I hate Germa 66, I hate my father even more, and I want to kill him all the time. Unfortunately, there has been no chance until the end. You showed up. You are like a beam of light, a prince I am waiting for. Speaking of which, a blush appeared on Reiju's face. With affection in her eyes, she walked over to Yao Chen and sat in his arms. I want to repay you, no matter what the price. I saw her soft pink lips open slightly and kept approaching Yao Chen. Just as he was about to approach, suddenly, a powerful force struck. Huang Mei couldn't help being blasted out directly. She struggled to get up from the ground, holding back the pain on her body. What's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with Lei? I saw a playful smile on Yao Chen's mouth. Did you just want to poison me? Reiju's heart skipped a beat, but a look of grievance appeared on his face. How come? I really want to repay you. Yao Chen's expression remained unchanged. You said you hated Germa 66 and your father. Then your brother must be annoying too. Reiju didn't know why, but replied anyway. Yes, I hate them so much that I even wish they died. Yao Chen nodded. That's good. Since they make you so miserable. Then I will now give the order to kill your brother Yuji. To ease your pain. Reiju's expression changed, and he exclaimed, no. Yao Chen looked at her with a playful look in his eyes. Don't you want them to die? Advertisement. Huang Mei opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word for a long time. At this moment, an invisible force suddenly lifted her neck. Yao Chen walked slowly in front of her. You know, your acting is really bad. Though you try to keep a smile on your face. But the hatred deep in his eyes can't be hidden. Huang Kuo held his neck in pain. However, she stared at Yao Chen closely, not hiding the hatred in her heart. With a wave of Yao Chen's hand, he bumped her against the wall, and then called the soldiers to press her down. At this time, Jarvis said, "Sir, you are a threat to keep her." Yao Chen said with a smile, "It's nothing to do, just treat it as an adjustment in life." Port City, Rapeseed. After Alabasta was captured by Yao Chen. There are many strangers in this country. Part of it is because of curiosity in my heart, I want to see Xing Yaojun. But more, they came here with various purposes. Now, on the pier where people come and go, two strange combinations have appeared. One of them was a small, bejeweled lady in a leopard print coat. The other is a peculiar physique, with a white crescent beard and a giant strong man holding a male. These two people are Miss Ba Jin, and Edward, Wable, that is, Whitebeard 2. Mom, why are we here? Whitebeard 2 asked at this time. Just saw Miss Ba Jin tapped his leg with a cane. You idiot, as I've said many times, we're here to make money. Whitebeard 2 scratched his head. To make money. How to make money, Mom? Miss Ba Jin was a little anxious, but he said it again. That guy from Doflamingo hired us to come here to snatch a batch of weapons. Whitebeard 2 nodded. Oh, I see. But whose weapon are we going to steal, Mother? A gleam of light flashed in Miss Jin's eyes. Of course it's the Starlight Army that has been on fire recently. Whitebeard 2 asked, where are they? Miss Ba Jin waved his hand. No hurry, let's observe it for a while. I saw the two of them leisurely strolling down the street. Chapter 67 Gathering of all parties for subscription. Just when Miss Bajin and mother and son were hanging out on the street. On another street not far from them. A man holding a long knife and wearing a white Madara hat is walking slowly. Although I don't know why Doflamingo hired Whitebeard 2. But I finally found out a little bit of news about him, but I can't just let it go. Trafalgar Law thought in his heart, then raised his head and looked around. Speaking of which, it was my first time in Alabasta. Recently, a lot of events that shocked the world have really happened here. Perhaps, Doflamingo's purpose is related to the Xingyao army here. At the same time, in a remote hotel in R***** Flower, there are two famous people. One of them is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dorag, Long. The other person is the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, Bello and Betty. At this time, Dragron said with some worry, I don't know how this kid Sabo is going out to find out the news, and will he be in danger? Sexy Betty said. Don't worry, Chief. Sabo is not so simple. Don't look at him now that he is only 17 years old, but his strength is not bad at all. We have to have some confidence in him. I saw the two of them waiting quietly. After a while, the door was opened and Sabo finally returned. I saw two people looking at him at the same time. Have you heard the news about the Xingyao army, Sabo? Sabo shook his head. I didn't find out much information about the Xingyao army. But Marine was found on the dock. Marine. Both of them froze at the same time, and Betty asked, why are they here? And Dragron said, do you know who Marine is taking the lead? Sabo nodded and said solemnly. Leading it is the former Marine Admiral, Zephyr, known as the Black Man. Zephyr. When the two heard it, their faces suddenly became solemn. Doragron said, didn't he keep catching pirates in New World? Why did you come to Alabasta all of a sudden? Sabo shook his head. I don't know. However, it seems that Zephyr must have followed someone to come here. Doragron was silent for a moment. No matter what, try not to conflict with the other party. Advertisement. Our mission is to find a way to contact the senior management of the Shining Star Army. Betty on the side frowned and asked, Leader, why do we have to look for the Xingyao army? Doragron was silent for a while, and said, you have also seen the broadcast in the newspaper at the beginning. What do you think of the strength of the Xingyao army? Sabo said without any hesitation. Strong, very strong, it can even be said to be very terrifying. Betty also said at this time, indeed, the strength of Xingyao army is beyond doubt. Especially the explosion that destroyed Rain City. Now when I think about it, I feel cold all over. Speaking of which, a strange look suddenly appeared on her face. Leader, don't you want the Xingyao army to join the revolution? Dragron waved his hand. I don't have that naive idea. My main purpose is actually to buy a batch of weapons from them. Buy a weapon. Dragron nodded. Yes, you also know that the weapons of our revolutionary army are really in short supply. Because of the world government, many people dare not sell to us at all. Even money can't buy it. But Xing Yaojun is different. Their weapons are powerful like never before. If you can buy weapons from them, that will greatly enhance the strength of our revolutionary army. There will also be an additional fixed weapon channel. And, from various indications, that is, Xing Yaojun is not afraid of world government. After listening to his words, the two finally understood at this time. Why Doragron, come to Alabasta. On the dock, Zephyr was staring solemnly at the city in front of him. Ain, notify everyone. Let them go into the city and don't cause any riots. Today's Alabasta is no longer a member of the world government. Ask for flowers. It's a vassal of the Xingyao army. Advertisement. Therefore, we cannot rely on Marine's identity. Just act casually in other countries as in the past. Be sure not to have any conflict with the Shining Star Army. Remember, we're here to find Whitebeard too. Hearing his words, Aang immediately gave orders to everyone. Teacher, the order has been conveyed. Zephyr nodded. Fine, let's go. Find a place to stay first. Then sending everyone to find out the whereabouts of Whitebeard too. Remember, you must not disturb the people at that time. I saw a group of Marines walking towards the Rapeseed City under the watchful eyes of many people. 0. And this scene was also seen by the CPO hidden in the crowd. I saw that they started to contact the 5 elders. And in the Holy Land Mariajoy, the 5 elders are negotiating who will go to Alabasta for this weapon's purchase. After discussing for a long time, it was decided that Sengoku would take a group of people to go in person. He was sent because the 5 elders valued this batch of weapons. At the same time, it is also to show the importance of their first collaboration like Yao Chen. After all, we all sent Marshal Marine himself. I believe that the weapons you sell can also be cheaper in face. Just then, a phone bug rang, attracting the attention of the 5 elders. The blonde 5 elders picked it up from the table and asked. What's up? The voice of a CPO came from the opposite side. Lord 5 elders, we found Zephyr Admiral in Alabasta. Okay. The 5 elders were startled and looked at each other. How did FA go there? Is it an order from Sengoku? I saw them take out another phone bug. Pool puff, puff puff. Hey, what are you looking for from me? The 5 elders asked. Sengoku, why is Zephyr in Alabasta? Hearing this question, Sengoku, who was in Marineford, immediately changed his face. What? Chapter 68 I'm not a Marine anymore, subscribe. Sengoku didn't expect that Zephyr would catch the attention of the 5 elders so quickly. I saw him pretending to be puzzled. Zephyr in Alabasta. I do not know how. Didn't he say that he was going to New World to catch pirates? When the 5 elders heard this, they frowned. You don't know. Isn't it your order? Sengoku denied. I definitely never gave such an order. He had never given such an order. It just kept the news of Zephyr's exit from Marine. The 5 elders looked at each other. Well, put the Zephyr thing aside for now. Sengoku, I need you to bring a group of people to Alabasta as quickly as possible. Sengoku looked puzzled. What are you doing there? The 5 elders said. We are with the most evil, 6 or 7, people. As soon as they said this, they remembered that Yao Chen didn't like this name, and changed their words. We negotiated a business deal with the commander of the Xingyao army. He will provide 5,000 people with weapons and equipment. Now, we need you to go to Alabasta and pick it up yourself. Hearing their words, there was a hint of surprise in Sengoku's eyes. I didn't expect 5 elders to talk business with Yao Chen. Although this is just a brief statement. But it revealed a lot of information. This means that the 5 elders gave up being hostile to each other. Instead, there is a certain degree of cooperation. Thinking of this, Sengoku had to sigh. Sure enough, there are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. I saw him and said, I know, I will depart from Marineford to Alabasta as soon as possible. The 5 elders nodded. Fine, so be it. Cough. That's right. Before that, the commander's arrest, Marine, has also been cancelled. After saying this, they hung up the phone bug. Only Sengoku sighed. Holy Land, Mariajoy, after discussing things with Sengoku. Advertisement. They went back to the Zephyr thing. See the blonde 5 elders say to the CPO who was still on the phone. Do you know why Zephyr is in Alabasta? Have no idea. But we also found the figure of Whitebeard too at the same time. Huh, the 5 elders finally understood why Zephyr was there. The blonde 5 elders frowned. You go and inform Zephyr now that he will leave Alabasta immediately. Yes, Lord 5 elders. I saw that CP0 quickly walked to Zephyr's location. Before long, they were found on a street. I saw that came to him Zephyr. The former Marine Admiral Zephyr, 5 elders want you to leave Alabasta with Marine immediately. Seeing the sudden appearance of the CPO, Zephyr frowned and said directly. First have quit Marine and will not follow the orders of the world government in the future. Then CP0 was stunned for a moment, then his face changed greatly. What did you say? You actually quit Marine. Zephyr walked past him. From now on, I have no relationship with the world government. Seeing Zephyr leaving, the CPO said anxiously. Whether you quit Marine or not, you must leave today. I saw him rushing forward, but was directly stopped by Aang. Zephyr turned around. What, do you want to fight me here? After listening to his words, the CPO looked around and found that it had attracted the attention of many people. Helpless, he had to stop moving. Seeing this, Zephyr stopped paying attention to him, and left with a group of his men. Looking at his back, the CPO looked gloomy, and finally he could only take out the phone bug and start to notify 5 elders. How are things going? The CPO said. Sorry, Lord 5 elders, things failed. Huh, there was a burst of surprise from the opposite side. How could it fail? The CPO said. Zephyr said he quit Marine and is no longer associated with world government. What? The 5 elders with crutches slammed to the ground. Damn, Zephyr, this is betrayal. The other 5 elders also looked ugly. My lord, What should I do next? Mustache's 5 elders. It's a moment of truth. Advertisement. We mustn't let Zephyr ruin our deal with the Shining Star Army. Give me full surveillance of Zephyr from now on. Once there is any change in him, you will report it to me as soon as possible. Remember, from now on, he is the enemy of the world government. Yes, Lord 5 Elders. I saw that the CPO hung up the communication and started to contact other people. Soon, Zephyr and his party discovered that a group of CPOs were watching them. Seeing this, Ain asked, "What should I do, Teacher Zephyr?" Zephyr frowned, then said, "Since they're just watching us without further action. Then leave them alone." "Good, teacher." Then a group of people continued to walk down the street. Hive base, inside Alexia's laboratory. At the time she was conducting a study. After the red, start injecting diluted industrial viruses into the genetic medicine. I saw blue T virus poured into a glass filled with purple liquid. Subsequently, the two liquids began to merge rapidly. What Alexia can clearly see through the instrument's changes on a microscopic level. I saw that the two stock solutions kept devouring and merging. In the end, the worker virus reproduced rapidly and devoured all the genetic stock. Looking at this scene, Alexia sighed. Failed again. This is the 32nd time. 5.3. At this time, a little girl in a red princess dress appeared on the spot. It is Umbrella's famous artificial intelligence, the Red Queen. I saw her saying, "Doctor, after analysis, the dilution of the virus has reached the ultimate. If you are weakening, it will not have the effect of making people evolve." Alexia folded her arms. Of course I understand. It's just that the boss asked me to study genetic medicine. How could I possibly let him down? And, I also want to see this well-established potion. Can it be fused with the virus to create a more powerful evolution fluid? Unfortunately, this primary genetic stock solution is still a little weak and cannot withstand the erosiveness of the virus. Chapter 69 Whitebeard 2 vs. Zephyr. In the laboratory, Alexia was thinking hard. I hope to find a method that can be perfectly integrated with genetic medicine. At this moment, the door of the laboratory opened, and Yao Chen walked in. Alexia came back to her senses and said in surprise, "Boss, why did you come to me?" Yao Chen smiled. "I heard that you have encountered a bottleneck here, so I am here to help you." Alexia looked him up and down. "Boss, do you still understand science?" Yao Chen shook his head. "Of course I don't understand this, but I have something to help you." I saw that he took out a bottle of purple gene stock solution in his hand and handed it to the other party. Alexia took it with a puzzled look and found the bottle of genetic stock in her hand. Its color is much darker than the one she used for experiments. This is. Alexia looked at him puzzled. I saw Yao Chen and said, "This is an intermediate evolution fluid. It's a follow-up version of the evolution fluid I gave you." Hearing him say that, Alexia's eyes suddenly lit up. I saw that she couldn't wait to start a new experiment immediately. And Yao Chen looked at the little girl in the room at 31. "How, Red Queen, how does the new Hive base make you feel?" However, seeing the red behind, he said expressionlessly, "I am an artificial intelligence, and there is no difference to me where it is." Yao Chen smiled. "Really, I hope you can get along well with Jarvis." The Red Queen did not speak, and at this time Alexia said, "After red, inject 1/5 of the virus. Remember, use stock solution this time." As an AI, she would have no doubts and would only take orders. I saw a bottle of worker virus was poured into the intermediate evolution fluid. Then, through the on-site screen, the changes of the two stock solutions at the microscopic level were seen. It was seen that after the contact between the virus and the intermediate evolution fluid, the two had a violent conflict. I saw that the two sides devoured each other, forming a situation of jiaozuo. However, the intermediate evolution fluid began to suppress the virus in huge numbers. Upon seeing this, Alexia said again, "After the red, pour 1/5 of the virus stock solution." With the re-injection of the virus, the unbalanced situation has returned to balance. Advertisement. The two raw liquids clashed fiercely, but they couldn't help each other. After a while, I saw that the two stock solutions actually began to fuse with each other. Subsequently, a new stock solution was born. Upon seeing this, Alexia began to observe quickly. She found that the new stock solution is very stable and does not produce the violent aggressiveness of the virus. And after the fusion of the two sides, it seems to have become stronger. I saw a charming smile on her face. Success. At this time, Yao Chen also received a prompt from the system. Congratulations to host, who developed an evolution potion by himself, and rewarded with a lucky draw. Yao Chen was stunned, he didn't expect such a benefit. Seeing Alexia said, "Boss, according to my observation, this is a new evolution fluid, and it is very stable." She removed the evolution fluid from the machine and handed it to Yao Chen. Yao Chen reached out to take it and carefully observed it. I found that the color of this evolution liquid is very beautiful, as if it is full of various stars, exuding a lavender light. "Thank you for your hard work, Alexia." I saw the other party smiling. "Thank you for your compliment, boss. By the way, please name the new potion." Yao Chen said. "Let's just call him the Industrial Evolution Fluid." Evolution Fluid, is it a name that fits its meaning? However, now that the evolution fluid has been researched, an experimenter must be found. Look what effect it can have on the human body. At this moment, Jarvis said, "Sir, something happened to the R***** flower, and someone was fighting there." "Huh, didn't the local troops stop it?" Jarvis said. "They are going, but both sides are very strong." The scene picture was projected. I saw an old man with purple hair fighting a big fat man with a childish knife in his hand. Huh, is this Whitebeard too and Zephyr? Why are they here? Yao Chen looked puzzled, and then seemed to think of something. "Jarvis, inform sir, let him rush to the rapeseed with me immediately." Advertisement. After saying this, he left the laboratory. Rapeseed, I saw that Whitebeard too was having a war with Zephyr. Coincidentally, these two groups of people actually met directly on the street. Zephyr was furious the moment he saw Whitebeard too. Regardless of whether it will threaten other ordinary people, it is like the other party launched an attack on the spot. However, Whitebeard too is very powerful. Blocked all his attacks. Miss Bajan on the side let out a harsh laugh. "Look who this is. Isn't that the translation that my son had cut off his arm and that has been chasing us for years?" Ain's expression changed next to him, and he was about to rush forward. Zephyr stopped her immediately. "Don't go to Ain, you are not his opponent. With everyone back, it's hard for me not to affect 670 to you in the next battle." Zephyr was angry, but not to the point of losing his mind. Ain worried. "But teacher Zephyr." Zephyr snarled, "Leave." Ain's complexion changed, and in the end he had no choice but to retreat with a group of Marines. At this time, Miss Ba Jin sneered. "Why, I still want to protect my subordinates. Have you forgotten how that group of Marines died in the first place?" Zephyr's eyes froze, and he waved his mechanical arm and collided with Whitebeard I's childish sword. However, the opponent's strength was too strong, and Zephyr was forced to retreat. Miss Ba Jin said at this time, "My son has inherited the bloodline of the strongest man. It's not something a crippled like you can defeat." At this moment, a group of soldiers from the Xingyao army finally arrived. They surrounded Zephyr with Whitebeard too. "Don't move, put down your weapon." Looking at the soldiers around, Miss Bagan suddenly smiled. "I was going to find you. I didn't expect to take the initiative to send it to the door." "Wable, kill them." Wable's expression changed after receiving the order, revealing a face like a ghost. Good mother. Chapter 70 Zephyr joins subscription. Watching that Whitebeard too was about to attack the surrounding Xingyao army. The CPO, who had been hesitating whether to stop it, finally couldn't help but jump out. "Stop Whitebeard too. I saw him blocking the front of the Xingyao army." Miss Ba Jin asked curiously, "Are you CP0 of world government? Why are you here?" CP0 said, "This is not the Miss Ba Jin you should ask. Now take your son and leave immediately." Miss Bacon was instantly furious and just wanted to say something. See Zephyr rush forward to fight Whitebeard too again. Ba Jin, who was already angry, said angrily, "Kill him, Wable. I don't want to see this guy's face from now on." Good mother. I saw that Wable's face became more and more hideous. There was a burst of heat. His skin was as red as cooked. At the same time, blue veins crisscrossed under the skin. Zephyr's expression was extremely solemn, furious. I saw Wable roar. "Mom hates you, so I hate you too. In order not to see you in the future, I will kill you." I saw the childish knife in his hand pressing down violently. An incomparably heavy force struck, and Zephyr was half kneeled to the ground. Afterwards, he raised the young knife in his hand again and slashed towards Zephyr with all his strength. Zephyr's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly raised his mechanical arm to resist. I saw that the entire robotic arm was smashed by Whitebeard I's knife. At the same time, a powerful shock wave sent him flying directly. I saw the entire street. Under the blow of Whitebeard too, a huge crack appeared. Many civilians around were also swept away. "Captain, what should we do now?" A star Yaojun looked at this terrifying blow and said with a guilty conscience. He had never imagined that a person could possess such terrifying power. The captain said, "There has been an order from above, asking us not to intervene. It now appears that these two are dangerous. We step back and don't get involved." I saw this group of Xingyao army quickly retreat. Miss Ba Jin was in a hurry when he saw this. How could she let the money in her hand run away? Seeing that, she hurriedly wanted to call Whitebeard too to take action. But I saw CP0 saying, "Pay attention to your identity, Miss Ba Jinbi. Your son is Shichibukai and has the right to legal plunder. But this right is given by the world government. Although, I don't know why you want to kill this group of soldiers. But according to your character, it's nothing more than money related." Advertisement. Are you sure you want to relinquish your identity as 7 warlords of the sea to attack? Hearing his words, Miss Ba Jin's expression changed. After hesitating half-pay, she finally gave up. After all, compared to the rights of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo's money is nothing. At this time, Zephyr's figure slowly appeared in the ruins in the distance. I saw that he was covered in blood at this time, and the mechanical arm disappeared. The entire right arm was empty, and at the same time he was breathing heavily. And in the dark, the Revolutionary Army, Telfagaro, was watching this battle. "Is this the power of Whitebeard too?" Sabo exclaimed. "This is a monster." Long and Betty did not speak, but looked solemn. As for Telfagaro, it wasn't much better. At this time, I saw Whitebeard too raised his own sword again. then swiped at Zephyr in the distance. A slash that was even more violent than before struck Zephyr. Zephyr's expression changed, and he was about to dodge. However, at this moment, a little girl stood up not far in front of him. This little girl was swept away by the slash just now, but she was lucky to survive. But now facing the second, more powerful slash, she is not so lucky. Not good. The secret Telfagaro, Long and others saw this. He rushed out in a hurry to save the little girl. At the same time Zephyr rushed towards the little girl. It was entirely his subconscious action. Unfortunately, they were all one step behind. At the critical moment, a figure descended from the sky, blocking the front of the slash. The next moment, there was a sudden explosion, and the scene was filled with thick smoke. Sabo said anxiously, "Damn it, it's almost." But when the smoke cleared, a figure in a steel battle suit appeared. He was standing there holding the little girl intact. Seeing this person, everyone else was stunned. Because they recognized the identity of the person in front of them at a glance. Seeing Yao Chen say, "It's a terrible blow. If it weren't for the fact that I have made great progress in the force recently, I might not be able to stop it." At this time, the little girl in his arms also recovered, and then cried out in fear. Yao Chen touched her head. "Don't cry, little girl. Didn't you survive?" There was a hint of fear in the little girl's eyes. Yao Chen asked, "Do you have parents?" The other party nodded. Yes, mom and dad went shopping. It appeared that her parents were not swept away by Weibel's attack. Advertisement. Then go home quickly, it's not safe here. Yao Chen put her down. I saw that the little girl quickly disappeared with her short legs. Seeing that the little girl had left, he turned his attention to the Revolutionary Army and Telfagaro. I really didn't expect that today's rapeseed flowers are so lively. Then he came to Zephyr again. Ju, your injury is really serious enough. Zephyr gasped violently. As people get older, their strength declines dramatically. If I could be a few years younger, this guy is no match for me. He stared at Weibel tightly, his eyes full of anger and unwillingness. However, Yao Chen said, "What if I could give you a chance to take revenge?" Zephyr was startled and looked at him. "Can you help me?" Yao Chen nodded. "I can not only help you, but also let you kill the enemy yourself." Zephyr hesitated. "What do I need to pay?" Yao Chen suddenly smiled. "Speaking with smart people is simple. The only reward you have to pay is to join me." Zephyr laughed dumbly. "Is that a condition?" I agreed. Yao Chen was stunned. "Don't you think about it?" Zephyr said. "First quit Marine long ago. If you are not afraid of the troubles of the world government, why not join you?" After listening to his explanation, Yao Chen understood. "Very good. From today onwards, you are a member of the Xingyao army." As he said that, he took out the industrial evolution fluid and handed it to him. "Zhao's, drink this, and you can gain the power to kill the enemy." Zephyr took it and looked at it. Some kind of elixir. He didn't think much about it, but just poured it down in one gulp. Immediately, Zephyr only felt a heat in his body. His right arm, which was already empty, also started to itch. Next, a bone quickly grew out. It is also covered with various muscles and meridians, and finally the skin appears. Soon, a brand new arm reappeared. And Zephyr himself felt that an infinite force began to spread in his body. At the same time, the wrinkles on his face gradually faded away. Originally an old man in his 70s or 80s. He quickly turned into a middle-aged man in his 40s. I saw him shaking hands, and his body was full of surging power. Zephyr's face was full of disbelief, followed by a burst of ecstatic laughter. I recovered. Yao Chen on the side saw this and smiled. That terrifying black Zephyr is back. Chapter 71 The Destruction of Whitebeard 2 Subscription. At this time, Long and others all looked at Zephyr in shock. How is this possible? Sabo opened his mouth as if stupid. And the most shocking one was Luo. Watch as Zephyr grow his arms out of thin air and recover his youth. His 3 views as a doctor were seriously challenged at this moment. But at the same time, Luo's heart was full of endless curiosity. What the hell did he drink just now? Why does it have such a miraculous effect? Is his current condition temporary, or permanent? Will it return to its original state as soon as the medicine wears off? What's the price? Your own life. I saw Zephyr let out a hot breath. The body begins to be covered with a deep armament hockey. Immediately, he stepped on it suddenly, stepped on a big hole in the ground, and rushed towards Whitebeard 2. Whitebeard 2, who was in a state of rage, saw this. He raised his juvenile knife and slashed at Zephyr. Zephyr didn't dodge or evade, and met him with a fist covered in armament hockey. I saw a violent force in front of the two of them, and then spread out violently. It's just that this force has not yet spread to the surrounding buildings. 700 was forcibly blocked within a range. It turned out that Darth Vader appeared nearby at some point. The shock wave was controlled to avoid causing more damage. Hearing Zephyr roar angrily, violent power poured out of his body, pushing Whitebeard II's childish knife away. Then, with an extremely heavy punch, he slammed into his chest. There was a hint of pain on Whitebeard II's ghastly face. Then a mouthful of blood spurted out by the blow. Feeling his own power at this time, Zephyr was also very surprised. Because his current state has completely surpassed his previous peak period, and he is even stronger. What kind of medicine did he give me? Just then, an inhuman roar came from the front. It hurts so much, I must kill you. I saw Whitebeard 2 stand up from the ground, and a lot of heat evaporated on him, as if the blood was burning. Advertisement. Seeing this, Miss Ba Jin's face changed dramatically. Not good. This idiot actually used the second stage fury. Don't know if it's going to be a huge DBFD burden on his body. However, at this time, Whitebeard 2 didn't care about this, he just wanted Ishin to kill Zephyr. I saw him jumping sharply and smashing towards Zephyr. Zephyr dodged to avoid, and then the place where he stood was blasted into a big hole by the terrifying force of the opponent. This blow looks powerful, but Whitebeard 2 is only relying on brute force to attack now. I saw him smashing and smashing, but he didn't even touch Zephyr's edge. And Zephyr counterattacked from time to time, blasting scars on the opponent's body. Whitebeard 2 shouted. It hurts, why don't you die? He had just said those words when Zephyr suddenly kicked him in the face. Whitebeard I's eyes began to turn white from the blow. Zephyr was stunned, because he didn't think about the blow at all, it was purely a subconscious reaction. Yao Chen, who was in the distance, saw this and smiled. It seems that the industrial evolution fluid has not only restored Zephyr's strength. It also gave him a superhuman physical response. This hit, it should be the one that his body automatically judged and sent out. Looking at the Whitebeard 2 in front of him, he was kicked by himself and almost passed out. Zephyr seized the opportunity, hands covered with high armament hockey. Then suddenly it hit his heart. Black arm, burst charge. The next moment, an extremely terrifying shock wave formed, destroying everything along the way. See Whitebeard 2 who took the blow head on. A transparent hole was blasted out of his chest. I saw that he finally shouted, "Mom, I am in pain." Then the whole person fell to the ground and died. This scene shocked everyone watching the battle. I didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. Watching monsters like Whitebeard 2 really get killed by Zephyr. Sabo exclaimed. Is this the strength of Marine Admiral? Unbeknownst to Sabo, however, Zephyr was also surprised at this time. Because the blow just now was far stronger than when he was at his peak. He had just wanted to hit Whitebeard 2 hard. Who knew it would kill him with one punch? At this time, Miss Ba Jin screamed, Weibo. Advertisement. She ran to the body of Whitebeard 2. How can you die? How can I make money when you die? She saw that she kept beating Whitebeard I's body with the crutches in her hand. There was a deep resentment on his face. It seemed that she had no feelings for Whitebeard 2 at all. Damn Doflamingo. I would have known that I would not accept his employment to come here. The speaker has no intention of the listener. Yao Chen raised his brows and came to her. You said you came here to accept Doflamingo's employment. Miss Ba Jin also recovered. Now she has no Whitebeard 2 to rely on. But don't dare to be as presumptuous as before. No, that's right, we were hired by Doflamingo to come to Alabasta. What did he hire you for? Miss Ba Jin said with a guilty conscience. He hired us to snatch the weapons of the Shining Star Army. Yao Chen's eyes jumped. It seems that there are still many people secretly attacking me. After speaking, he raised his right hand and aimed at Miss Ba Jin. Since your son is dead, let's go down and accompany him. Seeing this, Miss Ba Jin screamed in fear. You can't kill me, I'm Whitebeard's woman. You kill me, Whitebeard won't let you go. Yao Chen sneered. I don't care if you are Whitebeard's woman. Speaking of a pulse cannon, he sent Miss Ba Jin to hell. Not far away, the face of the CPO who saw everything in his eyes was very ugly. Know that Whitebeard 2 is Shichibukai just selected by the 5 elders. As a result, after a long time, he actually died. Zephyr is the current enemy of the world government, but it is related to Yao Chen. I saw him standing there with a confused expression. And Yao Chen noticed his face and came directly to him. Contact the 5 elders, I'll talk to them. Hearing Yao Chen's words, the CPO also relaxed. Then he took out a phone bug from his body and started to connect. Chapter 72 Treatment Subscription Required. What's the matter? The 5 elders asked from the phone bug. Before the CPO could speak, he saw Yao Chen grabbing the phone. I want to talk to you about another business. Hearing his voice, the 5 elders were startled. Although he didn't understand why the CPU's phone bug was in his hands, he still said. What do you want to talk about? Yao Chen said. I heard that Zephyr is your enemy now. Unfortunately, he is now under my command. Huh, the 5 elders didn't expect to hear such a message. You are sabotaging our cooperation. Yao Chen smiled and said, I said it before. I can't talk about it, it's just that the interests are not enough. As long as you pay enough benefits, nothing can't be solved. You sent people to attack my men to snatch weapons. I didn't bring it up in person, it's already a lot of face for you. After all, some things are well known to everyone. Hearing him say this, the 5 elders fell silent for a while, then said. What can you give? Yao Chen said. I am providing equipment for 2,000 more people. No, at least 3,000. He smiled slightly. Deal. The 5 elders on the other side of the phone were stunned, and immediately knew that they had been tricked. At this moment, Yao Chen suddenly said again, oh, that's right. One last thing, Whitebeard 2 was killed by Zephyr. Then, without waiting for the other party to respond, he hung up the phone bug and returned it to the CPU. Okay, It's settled. However, the CPO looked at Long and others not far away. In the end, he turned around and left without finding anything. Seeing that Yao Chen can actually help him solve the world government's troubles, Zephyr was surprised and moved. I saw him step forward and say, "From today onwards, this life of mine is yours." Yao Chen said, "Don't say that to Uncle Zephyr. I also hope that you will lead my fleet to gallop on the sea in the future." Advertisement. Zephyr's mouth twitched. "I'm a 70-year-old man." But he saw him and said, "But you only look like 40 now." Hearing his words, Zephyr was speechless. At this time, Yao Chen glanced at Drago Long and others again, and then came to them. "Guys of the Revolutionary Army, can you tell me why you came to Alabasta?"
I saw Dragron lowered his posture. "We want to buy a batch of weapons from you. After all, there is something to ask for, and the tone of speech seems to be a bit low." Yao Chen smiled and said, "No problem, I'm very welcome." Hearing his agreement, Long and the others breathed a sigh of relief. However, Yao Chen continued, "But you have to wait, because there is another group of people who also want to buy weapons.
When they arrive, I'll introduce you together to avoid trouble." Hearing that there was another group of people wanting to buy weapons, Dragron frowned, feeling a little bad in his heart. As for Luo, after seeing that Whitebeard too was dealt with, he was ready to leave. After all, he was here to find out about Doflamingo. However, Yao Chen stopped him. "Wait a minute, Trafalgar Law." Luo's body froze and turned around. I didn't expect Xing Yaojun to be the head of the army. Actually, knowing such a nobody like me, I don't know what's wrong with you calling me. Yao Chen said directly, "I can help you get revenge." Luo frowned slightly, puzzled. "What do you mean?" I said, "I can help you kill Doflamingo and avenge Corazon." As soon as these words came out, Luo's face finally changed. "Why do you know?" Yao Chen said. "I naturally have my own channels." I saw Luo's face changing constantly. "Since you stopped me, you must be asking for something." "I never believed in a free lunch." "Clever. I stopped you because I hope you can help me treat a person with op fruit." Hearing op fruit, Zephyr and the others immediately turned to Luo. At the same time, there was suspicion in his eyes. After all, the name of op fruit is known all over the world. However, Luo frowned. "Why should I trust you? Luo, who has lived in darkness since childhood?" Advertisement. Ask for flowers. I have seen too much darkness in the world. Therefore, he will not trust anyone easily. Yao Chen said at this time, "I believe you understand, Whitebeard too was hired by Doflamingo to come here. And it goes without saying that his purpose is my Xingyao army. So, even if you don't help me, I'm already on the opposite side of Doflamingo. It's just that you choose to help me at this time. Maybe, I'll be of great help in your revenge." Luo thought for a moment, then asked, "Who do you want me to treat?" I saw Yao Chen pointed at Darth Vader in the distance and said, "I want you to help me treat him." Luo glanced at Darth Vader, "But I don't think he's okay. That's just the appearance. In fact, he himself has been very seriously injured. That armor is actually a life support device." Hearing what he said, Luo hesitated for a while, and finally nodded. "Okay, I promise you." Seeing that Luo finally agreed, Yao Chen smiled. "Very good, since everyone has reached a consensus. Then, I am here to invite you to my base." Zephyr said at this time. "Wait a minute, I have to call someone else." I saw him take out the phone bug and start contacting. Soon, Ain with long blue hair rushed over. When she found out that Zephyr had regained his youth and grown his arms. Immediately shocked. "Mr. Zephyr, you must know that she has not eaten the fruit of regression at this time, just a female marine who specializes in kendo." So looking at Zephyr in front of him for a long time, he didn't regain his senses. Yao Chen ignored her and called the plane directly. I saw a Kun-style fighter plane flew down and stopped in front of everyone. Looking at this magical steel creation, everyone showed a curious and probing look. As they boarded the plane, the Kun-style fighter quickly flew into the sky and disappeared into the distance. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku was taking Suru and Aokiji on board one of Marine's fastest warships and headed for Alabasta. Chapter 73 Sengoku arrives. Subscribe. Looking at Alabasta in front of him, an inexplicable look flashed in Sengoku's eyes. If we say that in today's world, where is the most attractive place for the world's attention? That must be the Alabasta in front of him. Because there are too many big events that shock the world, all happened here. Even one of his own marine marshals had to come in person. As the ships sailed into the harbor, they stepped on the land of the dock. I saw a continuous stream of people all over the port. It has to be said that Yao Chen's army made the people of Alabasta fear. But it also brought prosperity in the economy. After all, too many people come here because of curiosity. The arrival of these people has all driven the local development. Hey, it's Marine again. Why are they here again? A lot of people died just 2 days ago. At this time, there was a sudden discussion around. I saw that the people, 700, were so frightened that they quickened their pace and left after seeing Sengoku and others. Aokiji put Kabuto in his hands. Alas, it seems that the people here don't welcome us, Marshal. Sengoku frowned, wondering how these people would react. But at this moment, a CPO came to them. Marshal Sengoku, we have received the news of your arrival. Please also come with me. Sengoku glanced at him and said behind him, Crane, Aokiji, you two come with me. Others, just stay in the port and watch the ships. The three of them followed the CPO all the way, and finally came to a square. In the square, a Kun-style fighter plane was parked. CPO said, my mission is complete. Next, please go on your own. After saying this, he immediately left. At this time, a soldier of the Starlight Army came to the three of them. Excuse me, are you Marshal Marine? Sengoku replied. I am. Then please the three of you to board the fighter plane, we will go to the base now. Hearing what he said, the three of them walked in with curious eyes. With the start of the engine, the entire Kun-style fighter quickly took off. Then fly towards the desert deep in Alabasta. Inside the plane, the three of them began to look around. Advertisement. Even a lazy guy like Aokiji was curious at the moment. It's very smooth, without any bumps. If you don't feel it carefully, you won't know we're moving. Crane said suddenly, and Sengoku, who was sitting next to him, lowered his body and touched the fuselage. Made of pure steel, with no trace of any other material. I don't know how this kind of thing is made. I saw three people sitting in their seats motionless. After all, it is the first time to make a plane, so I don't know what taboos are there. At this time, the former soldier said, you don't have to be nervous, you can get up and move freely. Don't worry, it won't cause any impact. Hearing what he said, the three people's tense bodies relaxed. The soldier said again, by the way, you can look at the scenery outside the window. Looking down on Alabasta from a Quinjet is a delight. After hearing his words, the three stood up and walked to the window to watch. And the feeling of looking down from a high altitude is indeed unusual. At this time, a city appeared in their eyes. It is Juba, now known as the New Oasis. However, Sengoku and Crane, who were standing in front of the window, looked a little dignified. How long does it take to get to Yuba from the rapeseed flower? As Marine's chief staff officer, he is far from being comparable to others in intelligence gathering. Before coming to Alabasta, she had collected all the information. I saw, he said, it will take 2 days to travel from rapeseed to Yuba and ride a camel. And the thing we're on now seems to only take about 5 minutes. Hearing her say that, Sengoku immediately recognized the strategic value of aircraft. I saw him take a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. Because he realized that once this thing became popular, then the travel between the islands will no longer be difficult. It can even be said to be easy and simple. With a luffy line, the Quinjet has entered the endless desert. After a few minutes, it finally started to slow down and stopped above a dune. The three of them were puzzled, and saw that the sand below opened a passage. The Kun-style fighter quickly descended into the passage. And the three of Sengoku who had been watching the situation outside. I found that I was in another world at this time. I saw that the plane that I was sitting in was parked below. In the airport, there are still many people busy going back and forth. Advertisement. When the fighter plane fell on a landing platform, the three who got off the plane found that Yao Chen was waiting there with Rainland and Chihi. Speaking of which, apart from work or something, nowadays, under normal circumstances, the two women are always by his side and take care of his daily life. At this time, Sengoku stepped forward with some seriousness. Hello, first am Marshal Marine sent by the world government, Sengoku of the Buddha. He knows that the identity of the person in front of him is not what it used to be, and it is not that he can handle it at will. But I saw Yao Chen smiled. Don't be so serious, Marshal Sengoku. Your name, I believe that no one in the whole world does not know. Having said this, he looked at the Crane again. I believe, you are Marine's chief staff officer, the Crane. Your name is also resounding all over the world. Then he looked at Aokiji. As for you, it's even more incredible. Countless pirates will be scared to sleep as soon as they hear your name. See how powerful you are in this world, Kuzan Admiral. Listening to the compliment, Kuzan replied, Allah, don't say that. What am first, Marine Admiral, compared to you? At this time, Yao Chen made a gesture of invitation to them. But not far away, there was a brightly stretched sedan parked. Seeing that it was a vehicle they had never seen before, the three of Sengoku also brought a hint of curiosity. Yao Chen walked to the car, opened the door and sat in. The three of them followed suit, and they also got into it. I saw him say to the driver, drive. As the car started, it quickly left the airport and headed towards the interior of the base. The three Sengoku originally thought it was a carriage-like manned vehicle. 5.3 Unexpectedly, it started to move on its own. And it is also very smooth, without feeling any bumps. I saw Yao Chen press the electronic button on the door and lowered the glass window beside the three. It's the first time for the three of you to visit me here. I believe that I am full of curiosity about everything. You can observe along the way, and if there is anything you don't understand, you can also ask me. Sengoku was a little flattered to see himself being so polite to others. In fact, what he didn't know was that Yao Chen had some idea about Marine from a long time ago. Marine is the thugs of the world government. The reason why they obey the world government is that they cannot do without each other's various resources. And once Yao Chen himself can provide them with various resources, it will slowly erode Marine's words. Sooner or later, he will take control of Marine from the hands of the world government. And this first step starts with selling weapons. Chapter 74. Visit, subscribe. The speed of the car is not fast, so that the three people in the car can see the surrounding situation clearly. They looked around as if they were in a different world. At this moment, Sengoku suddenly said, "What is that?" I saw him pointing to the production factory road passing by. Yao Chen smiled. "That's a machinery factory." Then he said to the driver, "Drive the car over." "Yes, Commander." The car turned a corner, drove into the factory, and stopped in front of an open space. Sengoku said, "Will this be too much trouble? I just asked casually, and you brought us here." Yao Chen said, "Nothing. You originally came to buy weapons. Then you must know how some of the equipment is produced." I saw him bring 3 people into the factory. At this time, a person in charge stepped forward and said, "Commander, why are you here?" Yao Chen said, "Just right, you show us the factory." Hearing his words, the person in charge nodded with excitement. "This is an opportunity to express yourself. Don't worry, Commander, I will definitely do my duty well. Please come with me." I saw him lead the crowd to a factory building 31. When I came here, I saw that trucks were constantly tilting minerals. Looking at this shape is different, but it should be a type of creation with the sedan you are sitting in. Sengoku asked, "What are they doing?" The person in charge said, "These trucks are transporting various ores excavated by Alabasta here for refining." "What?" Sengoku added. "This thing called a truck, how much ore can be transported at one time?" The person in charge did not expect that the other party would even ask about this. But thinking that the commander was next to him, he still answered seriously. "These trucks are medium-duty trucks that can transport 10 tons of minerals at a time." "What?" Hearing the carrying capacity, the 3 of them immediately changed their expressions. "You know, there is no such thing as a truck in this world. The mode of transportation is still in the stage of cattle power, horsepower, and even manpower. Just visit the port cities of various countries. Advertisement. You can find a lot of workers who have moved goods for a living. Even naval headquarters relies on soldiers to carry various materials." Crane, who was very attentive to details, asked again at this time. "You just said, it's just a mid-size truck. Is there another type?" "Yes, in addition to medium trucks, there are light and heavy. If it is heavy, it is not a problem to transport 15 tons or 20 tons at a time. It's just that these big guys are in the dock manufacturing factory. After all, the manufacture of ships consumes a lot of steel. And we don't need it here." After listening to his words, the 3 fell into silence. In the end, Aokiji sighed. "Allah, what an amazing creation." At this time, the person in charge said, "Please come with me." I saw him enter the factory with a group of people. Immediately, what came into view was a fiery red, and the temperature in the air was also very high. The dumped minerals are being poured into the prepared furnaces against the moving chains. The furnace here can generate a high temperature of 2500 degrees. Can melt any iron ore. At this time, a furnace that had been heated began pouring fiery red molten iron into a huge grinding tool. The group carefully observed, and then left here and entered the next workshop. I saw that the factory building was filled with all kinds of steel that had already been formed. These steels will be picked up and cut by large robotic arms. This place is the steel processing workshop. Their only task is to sort all kinds of steel cuts. Everyone looked at it, and then went to the next factory. After entering it, it is found that there are various precision machining machines. These machines are assembling and building the steel sent in. Until this moment, Sengoku finally saw how the car he was sitting in was produced. It can be seen that every processing machine tool has countless robotic arms welding. The person in charge said, "The steel that has been cut will be sent here for final grinding and assembly." The 3 of Sengoku also saw what is called assembly line production for the first time. He couldn't help exclaiming, "It's so fast, isn't this manufacturing speed too fast?" As a Marine commander, he saw at a glance how terrible assembly line production can be. To know that they Marine build a gun, it is really one person responsible for one. Advertisement. In this process, some blocks are slow, and even the quality is uneven. However, the production line in front of him made his eyes light up and broadened his horizons. Yao Chen knew what he was thinking by looking at his expression. Alas, Sengoku is doomed to disappoint. Like this kind of assembly line production, if there is no various precision processing machinery, it is impossible to achieve by relying on manpower alone. After all, manpower cannot guarantee that every component produced will be as precise as machined. Once something is wrong, the manufactured firearm may not be able to fire. When the time comes, the soldiers who use it will lose their lives on the battlefield. When all the workshops have been visited, Yao Chen said to the person in charge, "Well done, starting today. You are the head of 717 here." I saw the other party's face excited. "Thank you, Commander." Yao Chen waved his hand, and then the group got into the car and left. Inside the car, the 3 of Sengoku were silent for a while. Even Aokiji, who looked indifferent, had a solemn expression at the moment. The production capacity of modern industry is really terrible. It was just a machining factory. According to the words of the person in charge, full production 100 cars can be made in one day, 1,000 in 10 days. What a horrible number. That is to say, once a war is launched, these factories can produce a large number of weapons in a very short period of time. If you really let go of hands and feet to produce, then giving everyone in the world a gun will no longer be a dream. I saw Sengoku looking at Yao Chen with a smile on his face, and he was actually scared. You must know that he has already experienced all kinds of wind and waves. Today, however, it's just a visit to a machining factory. This made him the highest level of danger to Yao Chen in his life. And it will never be surpassed. What the Pirate King Roger, compared with Yao Chen, it is simply the gap between heaven and earth. At the same time, he finally understood why the five elders were so afraid of Yao Chen. Because of these technologies, it is too incredible. It looks like he wants to own it. Chapter 75 Trading begins. Subscribe. Looking at the silent three, Yao Chen knew that they were shocked too much. Everything they had seen before had completely shattered their common sense. The car drove slowly but was silent inside the car. Just when the three of them were thinking about themselves. At this time, a touch of green appeared in the crane's eyes. Huh, where is it? Yao Chen glanced at the direction where Crane was staring. Why, is Staff Officer Crane interested in a hydroponic farm? Crane's eyes had a strange look, and replied, I'm very interested. You know, although the Crane is Marine's big staff. But she actually has another identity. That's the head of logistics at Naval Headquarters. Responsible for all kinds of daily expenses and food and drink. So it can be very sensitive to things like food. I saw Yao Chen smiling. Since Staff Officer Crane is interested, let's take a look. Driver, go to the hydroponic farm. Good, Commander. At this time, Sengoku and Aokiji also recovered. When the group got off the car at the hydroponic farm, what unfolded before us was a green world. Seeing this scene, everyone's mood was relieved a lot. The head of the hydroponic farm is a woman. I saw her wearing a straw hat and working clothes coming to Yao Chen. Welcome, Commander, Yao Chen said. Take us a tour of the farm. Okay. Seeing the group of people entering the interior of the farm, the Crane's eyes became expectant. You know, in the pirate world, there is no shortage of meat. Even meat is a staple in this world. On the contrary, vegetables and fruits are very rare. In Naval Headquarters, it takes at least 10 days and a half months to bring a batch back from outside. And after a long period of transportation, most of them will start to become stale. But even so, if you want to eat, you have to rely on merit points to exchange. Yes, if you want to eat vegetables, you have to rely on merit points. After all, the vegetables brought back are only enough for a small number of people, and most of them are still uneatable. Advertisement. Therefore, those who eat vegetables and fruits at Naval Headquarters are, without exception, people from the penultimate. After all, only this kind of person does not lack meritorious service. As we went deeper, all kinds of seasonal vegetables in the farm were displayed in front of everyone. Crane looked up, and she saw several kinds of fruits alone. What watermelon, pears, apples, grapes, strawberries, bananas, etc. In addition, there are many uncommon or unknown fruits. Qingshong couldn't help pulling a banana. Sengoku frowned. Kuzan, pay attention to your appearance. However, Aokiji said while eating, Allah, it's just a banana, it's no big deal, Marshal Sengoku. Yao Chen smiled and said, it's okay, just eat whatever you want. We can't finish the vegetables here anyway. Hearing him say that, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Do you sell vegetables and fruits here? Yao Chen nodded. Sell, of course. Sengoku looked puzzled. Xiaohei, why did you suddenly remember to buy vegetables and fruits? Crane glanced at him. You think managing the logistics of Naval Headquarters is an easy job? Do you know that eating meat for a long time is not good for your body? You must add some vegetables and fruits. I try my best to buy a batch from outside every month. And most of them will become stale because of the long transportation time. Hearing her say that, Sengoku was speechless. After all, he really didn't understand the logistics. Seeing he said, can you guarantee fresh vegetables and fruits? Yao Chen is very confident. Don't worry, we will carry out air transportation. Guaranteed to have fresh vegetables for every marine. Air transport. That's right, it's the kind of plane you're on here. We will arrange daily airdrops of large cargo planes to your naval headquarters. Hearing her words, Crane also remembered the speed of that kind of flying object, so his eyes lit up. Well, what do you need for compensation? Yao Chen said. Don't worry, we will settle together after the negotiation of the weapons is over. Crane nodded. Yes, I saw a group of people get back into the car and hit the road again. In the car, Yao Chen's heart was already blooming with joy. This batch of vegetables and fruits sold well, and he was very happy with them. The more Marine relies on him, the more he can't be separated from him in the future. At that time, the entire Marine will be renamed Yao. Advertisement. As the car moved forward, this time, it didn't stop. After a few minutes, they came to the living area of the base. I saw the car parked in front of a building. And Yao Chen also entered with 3 people, and then came to a conference room. When he opened the door and walked in. But I saw Long and the others were already waiting here. Originally, he was going to say hello to Yao Chen. However, After seeing the three people who came in, the whole person was stunned. I saw that the atmosphere at the scene became extremely solemn. I really didn't expect to meet people from the Revolutionary Army here. I saw Aokiji's body emitting a chill. Yao Chen stopped. Kuzan Admiral, please give me a face. Kuzan paused, and the chill on his body disappeared. But Sengoku frowned. Mr. Commander, what the hell is going on? Why did people from the Revolutionary Army appear here? Yao Chen said. I don't have any Revolutionary Army here. There's just one group of customers who want to buy weapons. Long sighed in his heart at this time. He finally understood why he had a bad feeling in his heart in the first place. It's just that he didn't expect that Marine Marshal Sengoku would actually come in person. Sengoku looked serious. Mr. Commander, you are destroying the relationship between the world government, Zhao Dezhao government. Yao Chen laughed in amazement. There is nothing that can be destroyed, don't you all come to buy things from me. It doesn't matter what's outside, but it's on my turf. I still hope that both sides will give me a face. Hearing what he said, Sengoku hesitated for a long time, and finally sighed and sat down opposite the dragon. Seeing that he had already compromised, the three dragons were relieved at the same time. Immediately, the two sides sat there with their own ghosts, and set their eyes on Yao Chen. I saw Yao Chen and said, the purpose of both of you is for weapons. But the weapons in the hands of my soldiers are not for sale. And therefore, in order to meet your needs, I launched another batch of weapons. Seeing him clapping his hands, the large screen in the conference room lit up. I saw that all the weapons shown above are some of the weapons of World War I and World War II. Chapter 76 Eager 2 people subscribe. Looking at the various weapons displayed above, everyone was at a loss. Yao Chen smiled and said, I know that you are all ignorant of these weapons now. After all, you don't know what they are used for and how effective they are. Don't worry, I'm just showing you the types so you can remember their patterns. Next, I'll start introducing the effects of these weapons. Seeing the screen, some battle scenes began to play. And these pictures are all fragments of the original World War I and World War II. Sengoku and others have finally seen these weapons in action. It has to be said that the power of the weapon is indeed beyond their expectations. Looking at the various scenes of war raging in the picture, everyone at the scene was also very shocked. As I said before, the population of Pirate World is limited due to the island. In the event of a war, tens of thousands of people may be invested. The 100,000 Marine of Summit War is already the largest battle in the history of the Pirate World. But in the original world, the battles before World War II involved tens of millions of people at every turn. Looking at the huge battlefield that stretched for dozens of kilometers, Sengoku and others 717 were shocked. At the same time, they were extremely puzzled. How could they have never heard of a war of this scale? Soon, the picture on the screen finished playing, and Yao Chen stepped forward. After reading the various weapons displayed in the picture, I believe you have a bottom line in your heart. If you have any doubts, you can raise it now. He thought that Sengoku would be the first to ask the question, but Aokiji was the first to speak. Allah, I'm a little curious, what kind of weapon with a turret like an iron cube is? Yao Chen smiled. What Kuzan Admiral said is a weapon called a tank. Tank. The first time they heard this word, everyone recited it silently in their hearts. I saw that the large screen in the conference room began to play a new picture. It looks like it should be some kind of battle. Yao Chen said. What you are seeing now is a battle called Verdun. This is a war in which 2 million people have been invested in both countries. As soon as he finished speaking, the crane opened his mouth. Impossible. How could we have not heard of such an unprecedented and huge war? Advertisement. Yao Chen smiled. Counselor Crane, you haven't heard of it, but that doesn't mean you haven't. Besides, we're talking about weapons, not war. I saw him and said, this battle has been fought for 10 months, and the casualties on both sides are close to 1 million. That's why it has another name, the Verdun meat grinder. And in the face of such a tragic war, some people have asked questions. Why can't we develop a weapon that fires, protects, and moves? This can not only reduce the casualties of soldiers, but also enhance the strength of one's own side. The tank was born under such a proposal. Listening to Yao Chen's explanation, the expressions on everyone's face were different. I saw him say, in fact, to put it bluntly, a thing like a tank is a moving turret. It's no different from today's warships. It's just that one is on the ground and the other is in the water. Of course, I say that, but I can't deny its usefulness. Although, it sounds simple, but so far, there is no weapon that can replace it. After saying this, Aokiji spoke directly. Allah, this thing called a tank is really useful. Marshal, shall we buy some? In fact, without Aokiji speaking, Sengoku has already decided to buy a batch of tanks. Not only him, but even the dragon on the opposite side had the same idea. DBFD, after all, the practicability of tanks is really in line with their vision of weapons. Everyone, do you have any questions? Yao Chen asked. At this time, Long Dao, I am really interested in weapons that can fly. Can you tell me? Yao Chen smiled and said, as expected of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. This sensitivity to the battlefield is admirable. I saw him explain. The weapon you mentioned is called an airplane. Listen to another noun I haven't seen before. The people present took it to heart. After all, it can be seen from the tank just now that this kind of equipment with a separate noun must not be simple. Yao Chen said. Since human beings appeared in this world, they have always been yearning for the sky. Advertisement. And the plane was born because of this dream. It has to be said that this is an intergenerational invention of mankind. Its appearance makes distance no longer a problem. Where it used to take 10 days and a half months to get there. Maybe it only takes a few hours now. Materials that have never been heard of before can also be transported to the world by plane. It can be said that its emergence has completely solved the problem of people's travel. Speaking of this, Yao Chen paused. Of course, what I said above is only the application of people's livelihood. Things like airplanes are more of a military value. Its birth has also spawned a new army. Air Force. Hear this word different from marine, but familiar. Everyone at the scene moved in their hearts, as if thinking of something. Leaders like Sengoku and Long jumped a few times inwardly. They already understand that the appearance of the plane will bring earth-shattering changes to the world of pirates. However, Yao Chen said, of course, although the plane is good, I don't recommend you to buy it. Hearing this, Sengoku and Long became anxious, and they immediately asked. Why, aren't you going to sell it? Looking at their appearance, Yao Chen smiled and said, of course not. Mainly it takes a lot of time and resources to train a pilot. The two hurriedly said, it doesn't matter how much resources you spend, you just need to sell them to us. Seeing the eager eyes of the two, Yao Chen smiled slightly. Airplanes really aren't for you right now. If you really want to buy it, then I recommend this product. I saw an aircraft appearing on the screen in the conference room. It is the famous Zeppelin airship. Chapter 77 German equipment, subscription required. What is this? Looking at the huge round object in the picture, everyone wondered. I saw Yao Chen explain. This is also a flying object. Its name is airship. Airship. Yes. Think of it as big. A balloon will do. Of course its principle must be much more complicated than that of a balloon. Although the speed of the airship is not as fast as that of the plane, it is still not comparable to the current watercraft. And compared to pilots that take a lot of time to develop. Airships are less demanding to fly. Everyone was silent for a while, and saw Sengoku say, what is the carrying capacity and speed of this airship you said? Yao Chen smiled. Don't worry, the airship we sell has a payload of 150 tons. It can transport up to 300 members at a time. The flight speed can reach 100 to 130 kilometers per hour. Listening to this data, everyone's eyes revealed a fiery light. Seeing everyone's reaction, Yao Chen also smiled. In fact, the data he mentioned is not the kind of airships during the First World War at all, but modern airships. Yao Chen thought from the beginning that he was not going to sell that old-fashioned airship. In addition to being unsafe and easy to cause accidents, there is another point that is too simple and easy to be imitated. After all, it is not difficult to make an airship like Zeppelin. As long as you have a good groping, world government can imitate it. But if it was replaced with an airship built with modern technology, the researchers of the world government were caught blind. They simply couldn't figure out what materials were used. In addition, there is one most important reason. That is, even if it is built with modern technology, the airship is still an airship. Once a war is launched, it is a target in the sky. Yao Chen asked at this time, do you have any questions? Everyone at the scene thought for a while, and finally shook their heads. Very good. Seeing him clapping his hands, two staff members walked in. Next, the two of them will take you to two separate meeting rooms. You can discuss what to buy there. Advertisement. After discussing, come and let me know when you're done. I saw them being led by the staff to their respective conference rooms. Just before entering, both sides glanced at each other with inexplicable looks flashing in their eyes. On Marine's side, when the three of Sengoku entered the conference room, Suru spoke up. I really did not expect that the Revolutionary Army would actually be here. Moreover, they also want to buy Xingyao Army's weapons. This is very bad for us. Sengoku said indifferently. Don't worry about them, the main thing now is to choose weapons. In fact, it's not that he doesn't care about the Revolutionary Army, but that he knows that even if he does, it's useless. This is Yao Chen's site, and his current status is just a buyer. I saw Aokiji asking, Marshal, what are you going to buy? Rarely, his face was no longer sluggish, but with a hint of seriousness. Because he knew very well how much improvement this batch of weapons would bring to Marine. However, Sengoku frowned. I didn't see it clearly before. Many of the weapons passed by and it was impossible to tell what they were doing. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the staff next to him. Don't worry, we'll show how they work. I saw him pull out a tablet showing a variety of World War I or World War II weapons. The staff said, please also choose which weapon you want to watch. Sengoku frowned, then picked a pistol. As you can see in the video, the data of the entire pistol is fully displayed. From how to use, to attack effects, and actual combat. All were clearly displayed in front of the three of them. Crane was a little surprised. What an astonishing technique. Sengoku also looked surprised. So convenient. Then he began to quickly click on the various weapons on the screen to check their performance. 2 hours later, Sengoku was the first to finish the selection. The staff led them back to the previous conference room, only to find that Yao Chen was no longer there. Just as the three were confused, a holographic projection of Yao Chen appeared on the scene. Have you finished your selection, Marshal Sengoku? The three were stunned for a moment, and then Sengoku said, we have already chosen. As he spoke, he wanted to give him the tablet in his hand. But I saw Yao Chen waved his hand. I'm not here, this is just a projection of me. As he said that, he clicked in the void, and a display screen appeared. For flowers. Advertisement. Above is the list of weapons that Sengoku picked. Yao Chen browsed quickly, but the more he looked, the more strange his face became. Because the opponent's choice was all German-style equipment. The corners of his mouth twitched. Is the German army going to reappear in the world of pirates in World War II? Then he asked curiously, Marshal Sengoku, I can ask. Why did you choose these weapons? Sengoku replied, from my observations. This weapon type with the Iron Cross logo is very sophisticated. Take one of the tanks called Tiger King as an example, I have never seen a better tank than him. After listening to his explanation, Yao Chen also roughly understood what the other party was thinking. Simply put, it's about choosing the best. From this point of view, Germany during World War II did have many advanced technologies. Now that you have selected the weapons and equipment you want to buy. And what about the number? Roughly how much? I'm going to buy equipment for 13,000 people, Sengoku said. Yao Chen said in surprise, so many. Sengoku replied, don't get me wrong, this includes your dealings with the world government. That is to say, excluding 8,000 of them, you are going to arm a 5,000-man army, right? Sengoku said. That's right, I'm also going to buy 6 airships at the same time. Yao Chen nodded. Yes. Then what are you paying for the weapons? Sengoku asked, what do you want? Yao Chen said. Money is useless to me, I only need various mineral resources, the rarer the better. Sengoku frowned, but Marine also needs a lot of iron ore to craft various weapons. Yao Chen shook his head and said, this has nothing to do with me. Seeing this, Sengoku fell into deep thought. Seeing his hesitant appearance, Yao Chen said. Well, Marshal Sengoku, resources, I can ask for less. But you have to promise me one condition. What conditions? Yao Chen said. Soon, I will form my own cargo fleet. And yet I don't have many men to protect them. Therefore, I would like you to send a marine to special escort my vessel. Well. Chapter 78 Big Profits subscribe. Convoy. Sengoku frowned. But we're marines, and our job is to. Is your duty to protect the people. Marshal Sengoku, you should know how rampant the pirates in this world are. If they see my cargo ship, they will definitely snatch it. Hearing what he said, the three of Sengoku became curious. I don't know why its cargo ship was robbed by pirates. Marshal Sengoku, you need to know. Escort for me, in fact, escort for marine. Because I won't let you white hits work. You escort me once, and I will give you a certain reward. And the size of the reward is calculated according to the value of the escorted goods. Hearing this sentence, Sengoku thought for a while, and finally made up his mind. 7-7. Okay, I agree. Yao Chen smiled slightly, and sure enough, there is nothing that can't be discussed in this world. As long as the interests are in place, everything is negotiable. And Yao Chen is the first person to allow the famous marine to work for him privately. At this moment, the door of the conference room opened, but Long and others walked in. After meeting Sengoku, they have arrived. Long's expression changed slightly. To be honest, he didn't want Sengoku and the others to see what weapons he bought. As a result, I didn't expect that the other party would arrive earlier than himself. Yao Chen asked, have you made your choice yet? Long nodded. This is the weapon we want to buy. As he said that, he was about to hand Yao Chen the tablet in hand. However, Yao Chen said, you don't need to give it to me. Then a second display appeared in front of you. He glanced at it quickly, but looking at it, his eyes became weird again. Because the equipment selected by the dragon is all Soviet-style equipment. It was the German army before, but is it the Soviet army now? If you let them know that the two sides are mortal enemies. I don't know what to think. Yao Chen shook his head and asked, Mr. Long, why did you choose these equipment? Long glanced at Sengoku and the others and hesitated, but replied anyway. Advertisement. We, the Revolutionary Army, are not as rich as Marine. There is no stable source of income and no support from the world government. So the logistics are very tight. If you buy some equipment that is powerful but needs time to maintain. This could be a big burden for us. Therefore, I chose the very durable type among them. I looked at this weapon with a sickle and hammer brand. They're both strong and durable, and very easy to maintain. Sengoku, who was beside him, slapped him a few times when he heard what the dragon said. You can choose the right equipment according to your own situation. In this respect, Long is already a very mature leader. As expected, even the world government is a headache for men. These advanced weapons are now added to the purchase. If you want to deal with it, it is even more difficult. Thinking of this, Sengoku felt a little heavy in his heart. But more is emotion. Garp, you have given birth to a good son. Unfortunately, why not Marine? At this time, Long said, by the way, I want to ask. Why is there no option for ships in the weapons list? I remember that in the screen played before, there were all kinds of ships. In fact, Sengoku also found this question, and he wanted to ask it before. Who knew that the dragon just arrived at that time? Yao Chen smiled. Sorry, our shipyard factory is already operating at full capacity. If you want to buy a ship, you have to queue up. Long asked, what kind of ships are you building? Yao Chen smiled and said, it's just some cargo ships. He was a little curious. Can you show us a tour? Yao Chen nodded. No problem. But before that, let's get the weapon thing done. Long also turned his attention back to the weapon, and saw him saying, I need to buy equipment for 10,000 people. Hearing this number, the three of Sengoku raised their brows. They only chose 5,000 people, but the dragon was twice as many as them. Yao Chen said, what do you pay for? What do you want? Money is of no use to me, all I need are all kinds of mineral resources. Advertisement. The dragon frowned. Can I pay for it with other things, such as devil fruit? How many do you have? Long looked at Sabo, and saw the other person and said, we can now take out a total of devil fruit. Yao Chen thought for a moment. Not enough. When Long and the others heard this, their faces became ugly. Seeing Yao Chen, he asked, do you have any unique mineral resources? Long shook his head. The place we are in is a barren white earth. And there was a thick black, oil-like substance everywhere. Okay. Yao Chen was startled and asked immediately. You said you were full of black oil-like substances. Long did not know how the other party reacted so suddenly. Still, he nodded. Yes. I saw Yao Chen's solemn expression. I agree with your weapons. Not only that, I also provide you with 2,000 more equipment. But the premise is that all those black oil substances must be given to me. Everyone was surprised when they heard it. It seemed that that black substance was something very precious. Too bad they don't know what that is. At this moment, Sabo seemed to remember something. By the way, we have nothing but that black substance. There are also some various kinds of stones. I collected some as souvenirs. I don't know if 5.3 is useless. I saw him take out a few stones from his body. All he could hear was Jarvis' voice ringing in his ears. Sir, this is rare earth. As soon as he heard the word rare earth, Yao Chen's eyes almost popped out. You must know that this is a rare resource with the title of industrial gold. Electronics, lasers, nuclear industry, superconductivity and many other high technologies are inseparable from it. Yao Chen dug through Alabasta and never saw a rare earth mine. Usually it is purchased from the system. But this valuable resource system is also very expensive to sell. Even if he doesn't lack prestige now, he can't stand such expenses. Now, however, rare earth mines have been discovered here in Long. I saw his eyes glow. Where is this barren land? It is simply a cornucopia. Chapter 79 Super Tanker, subscribe. I'll add 3,000 more people to you. The premise is that, including this kind of stone, it is also handed over to me to mine. Looking at Yao Chen's red eyes, Long nodded in agreement. As for the others, they were curious, that black substance, and what exactly this kind of stone was. It actually made Yao Chen so desperately needed. Long had already understood at this time that things that seemed useless to him might be very precious now. Unfortunately, they don't know what it is. It's not clear what it is, so it can't play any value. And Yao Chen, who got rare earth and oil, was instantly refreshed. Everyone, don't you want to visit the shipyard? In order not to waste time, let's go now. After speaking, his holographic projection completely disappeared. Then, a staff member stepped forward. Everyone, the car is ready, please come with me. I saw everyone follow him outside his building and found that Yao Chen had appeared here. And behind him are two ready cars. After saying hello, everyone sat up. Immediately, the sedan car 31 drove in the direction of the shipyard. Along the way, they watched the scenery along the way again inside. Unlike the three of Sengoku, Long and others visited the entire base 2 days ago, so they were relatively calm. After driving for a quarter of an hour, the car finally arrived at its destination. I saw that this is an extremely huge underground space. A lot of sea water poured in from the outside. And not far from the pier, there is a very large dry dock. There was only a tinkling sound coming from inside. The car stopped outside the dock, and everyone got out of the car. But he saw a familiar figure standing in front of the gate of the dock. Seeing this, Sengoku wondered, who are you, Zephyr? Hearing the call of the man behind him, Zephyr turned around. Hey, Sengoku, it's you. Sengoku was wondering why he was here. However, after seeing his face, he was stunned. Your face, you have become younger. And your hand, which has grown out again. Seeing the shock on his old friend's face, Zephyr burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, advertisement. You didn't expect it, Sengoku. Not only did it not get worse after first left Marine. It's getting better and better. Sengoku frowned. What's going on here? Why are you here, and what's going on with your body? However, Zephyr looked at Yao Chen and said, I can regain my youth, all thanks to the commander. Commander, are you saying you have already? Zephyr nodded. Yes, I am a member of the Star Army from today. Hearing this sentence, he who was in shock suddenly frowned. Zephyr's impact on Marine was huge. Now he has joined the Xingyao army, which is not good news. Sengoku asked, Mr. Commander. Zephyr should be the enemy of world government now. You let him join your forces like this. Won't it cause conflict with the government? However, Yao Chen said, I have already negotiated with the world government. Otherwise, where would the free equipment for the 8,000 people come from? Hearing what he said, Sengoku also understood and sighed very much. A world government that has never compromised before others. However, he repeatedly gave in to Yao Chen. At this time, Zephyr said, Sengoku, you are here just in time. I believe the commander brought you here to watch the boat. Go, I'll take you to open your eyes. Zephyr is very familiar and wants to show Sengoku and others around. In fact, he himself was only 2 days earlier than them. But even so, it did not prevent him from showing his superiority in front of his old friends. You must know that when he first came to this base 2 days ago, he was shocked by all kinds of things and was speechless. Especially the shipyard factory. When he visited here, he came here every day. I saw Zephyr walk into the dry dock with a group of people. The next moment, 10 supergiant ships are under construction at the same time. Looking at this behemoth made of pure steel, everyone was stunned. Zephyr put his arms around his arms, watching the reaction of the crowd for a moment unconsciously. 2 days ago, when he came here and saw these behemoths, he had the same reaction as everyone else. Seeing the shock on Sengoku's face now, he felt extremely relieved. Then he turned his attention to the 10 giant ships under construction, his face full of sighs. No way, as a marine veteran for decades. Advertisement. Zephyr's love for boats comes from the bottom of his heart. Especially this kind of giant ship, which he has never seen before, is still made of steel, which he likes very much. At this moment, Sengoku stammered a little. What is this? Aokiji was also a little sluggish. Alas, am I still awake? The others also came back to their senses and looked at Yao Chen. I saw him smiling. This is the cargo ship I mentioned earlier. They're the fleet I'm going to build. Long was extremely shocked. Is this a cargo ship? Yao Chen nodded. Yes, these 10 ships under construction. It's a standard 300,000-ton supertanker. 300,000 tons. Sabo said intermittently with his mouth open. How much supplies can be transported by such a large cargo ship at one time? Just listen to Zephyr. Just such a cargo ship. Enough to use the entire Marine 747 headquarters for the first half of the year. Hearing his words, Sabo was really dumbfounded and didn't regain his senses for a long time. At this time, Yao Chen looked at Sengoku Road, who was still in shock. Now, you understand why I say once I meet a pirate. The other party will definitely grab my ship, Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku nodded solemnly. Have to say, as the other side said, this huge ship is still made of pure steel. It will definitely attract the attention of many people. If there is no marine as an escort, it will definitely be robbed by others. Thinking of this, he asked again, by the way, do you sell this kind of cargo ship? Yao Chen smiled. Of course I sell it. But only if you can afford it. What price do you think Marine needs to buy such a huge freighter? Hearing his words, Sengoku frowned. To be honest, the daily consumption of naval headquarters is staggering. Large numbers of ships are often dispatched to purchase supplies. This back and forth, the time and cost spent is very troublesome. Therefore, it is very necessary to buy a super tanker like this. After all, transporting the goods once is enough for them to use them for a long time. I saw him saying seriously, you can make an offer, we Marine are going to buy too. Chapter 80. The 3 views are broken. Subscribe. Seeing that the other party actually wanted to buy it, Yao Chen was a little surprised, and he asked. What are you getting paid for, Marshal Sengoku? It seems to me that Marine has nothing to offer. However, Sengoku said, I exchanged 3 months of mining rights in the metal town in exchange for 2 oil tankers. As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene looked puzzled except for Marine's people. Land of metal, what is that? Zephyr explained. The country of metal is a magical island. It absorbs all kinds of metals deep in the sea all year round. Any metal you call your name, it's all there. Even if you keep mining, it will re-agglomerate after a while. The island is run by Marine. It's one of Marine's core interests. Having said that, he glanced at Sengoku. I didn't expect that you would be willing to take out the metal town. After listening to Zephyr's explanation, Yao Chen was surprised. How could such an island exist in this world? It should be said that it is indeed the world of pirates. There are all kinds of magical things. I saw Sengoku said. From my observation, your base needs all kinds of large metal. If nothing else, let's say that these 10 oil tankers under construction will probably cost an astronomical amount of steel. So, I traded 3 months of mining rights for 2 tankers. Yao Chen thought for a while. No, 3 months is too short, at least half a year. Sengoku shook his head. Since knowing that you have unprecedented technology. 3 months of mining rights is the limit of my trading. After all, I don't know if you will be able to hollow out the metal town within 3 months with your technology. Hearing his words, Yao Chen sighed a little, as expected of the leader who has been in charge of Marine for many years. The way of looking at things is always so comprehensive and old-fashioned. Okay, I agree. Hearing that the other party agreed, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, his eyes turned towards the tanker with a hint of fire. He asked, "When can you deliver?" "Don't worry, it will be your turn when my 10 tankers are built." Hearing this, Sengoku let go of the last worry in his heart. Advertisement. The dragon on the side was somewhat envious, but their revolutionary army did not need such a giant ship. After all, now they don't have the capital to fight against the world government, and even if they buy it, it's of little use. At this time, Jarvis' voice came. "Sir, the second batch of satellites is ready." "Is it launching?" Yao Chen's eyes lit up. "It's better to come early, it's better to come by coincidence, this is a good opportunity to show his strength." I saw him and said, "Everyone, in order to celebrate our arms trade this time, I sincerely invite you to visit a place." Saying that, he didn't care about everyone's reaction, and got into the car directly. The others looked at each other and could only sit in. I saw the two cars start and set off again. With all the twists and turns, they soon came to the satellite launch center. Yes. Looking at the huge rocket towering ahead, Zephyr looked curious. Yao Chen said, "Although you have been at the base for 2 days. But basically it's in the shipyard, so there's a lot of stuff I haven't seen. Here is one of the most important core areas of the base." Hearing what he said, the others also showed a look of surprise. At the same time, he looked around curiously, trying to figure out what was important here. Yao Chen smiled and led them towards the command center. When coming here, many of the staff are already busy. On the big screen directly in front, the rockets ready to be launched in the base are displayed. "Sir, whether to launch now." "Launch, bar." As the order was issued, the entire satellite base sounded a burst of announcements. After all the staff left, the rocket started to ignite. Watching the Comet-1 rocket slowly taking off, Sengoku and the others showed shocking expressions. Even Yao Chen looked at this scene, and his mood was still surging. Because of the rocket in front of us, it represents the development of human science. It is the crystallization of science and technology, and it is the first step towards the planet. With the speed of Comet 1 getting faster and faster, the base below can no longer take pictures. So the next switch was to satellites in outer space. I saw on the screen that it had broken through the atmosphere and entered outer space at this time. Advertisement. When you reach the established track, start to slow down slowly. Subsequently, the satellites that carried them were released. Start to enter the preset route and complete the orbit synchronization with the planet. After doing all this, the Comet 1 rocket began to return to the planet. As for the command center, there was a warm applause at this time. "Long, sir, the second batch of satellites has been sent. The entire Sky Eye system covers 50% of the planet." "Not bad." Yao Chen praised and looked beside him at the same time. However, they saw everyone opening their mouths regardless of their image at this time, with a shocked look. They thought they could calm down after seeing too many shocking things here. But now it seems that it is still wrong, because the scene in front of them has shattered their 3 views. What is this?" Aokiji stuttered at the moment. As a dignified Marine Admiral, since he arrived at this base, his image has collapsed. Yao Chen smiled. "Jarvis, show me the panorama of space." "Okay, sir." The next moment, I saw a panoramic view of the planet, displayed in front of Zhao Ma Zhao everyone. It was an azure planet, and it looked so beautiful and moving, it made people feel peaceful. I have to say that without Yao Chen, people in the pirate world would never be able to see such a picture. Looking at the planet on the big screen, Sengoku, Long and the others looked sluggish. There was a daze in my mind for a long time, but I couldn't make up for it. Just listen to Jarvis. "Sir, all the launched satellites have been in synchronous orbit. Weather to test. Let's start." See the screen switch to one of the satellites. Then the planet starts to zoom in on the surface. Soon, a clear image of dozens of islands appeared on the screen of the command center. Yao Chen observed it and said, "Here, it should be Auntie's world, right?" As soon as his words fell, the people who had just recovered, fell into a sluggishness again. Chapter 81 Satellite Monitoring, Subscription. In the command center, Sengoku and the others are closely watching the island in the picture. "Jarvis, zoom in on the island in the middle," Yao Chen said at this time. "Okay, sir." I saw the satellite's camera zoomed in, and soon, an island like a huge cake appeared in the picture. Now, Sengoku and the others finally determined that this was the 4 Emperors' Ants Cake Island. This. Sabo has been here for a long time, but he can't say a word. It's just incredible. Even the calmest crane was incomparably sighed at this moment. How the hell is this done? Sengoku frowned, his face was unprecedentedly dignified. Yao Chen smiled. "Jarvis, you are zooming in to see the current situation of Cake Island." "What? Can you zoom in?" Everyone was shocked again. I saw the camera zoomed in again, and at this time, there were already many figures on the screen. There are also various boats parked on the pier. Looking at these extremely busy crowds, Yao Chen was a little curious. "Ming, what are you doing? It's so lively." Crane folded his arms and thought for a moment. "Today, it seems to be the annual tea party." Hearing her words, Yao Chen finally understood the reason. And just 747 when they looked at the nations. There is also a dialogue going on within the nations. I saw the 4 emperors' ants sitting on the main seat. Well, this year's tea party is equally exciting. Many famous people in the world have come. Big Mom's eldest son, Charlotte, Perot. Of course, Mother's reputation is resounding all over the world. No one is not in awe of Mom from the bottom of their hearts. As long as the person who receives the invitation letter will definitely come from thousands of miles away. The ant burst into laughter. It's a pity that the most evil people were not invited. On the ocean today, he is the most famous. The reputation has overshadowed our 4 emperors. I heard Ant mention Yao Chen. Advertisement. Sparrow said. Don't worry, Mom, he will definitely be invited to the tea party next year. After hearing this, the ant let out a burst of joyful laughter. What they didn't know, however, was that the people they were talking about were looking at them from space. Inside the base, after taking a look at Cake Island DBFD, Yao Chen said, Jarvis, switch to another satellite. Okay, sir. Seeing the satellite switch, an island with a unique sea area appeared on the screen. Hey, this is Wanokuni, Kaido's place. Everyone looked and found that it was indeed Wanokuni. Before they could be surprised, the screen switched again. This time, it's Doflamingo's turf, Dressrosa. Looking at this kingdom, Yao Chen remembered the hired Whitebeard too. He is a person who does not offend me and I do not offend the character. Now that Doflamingo's got his hands on him, so he thought about whether to give the other party a hard time. Jarvis, zoom in on the satellite footage and show me what's going on in this country. Okay, sir. I saw that the picture began to get closer, and the city and pedestrians on the island were displayed in front of everyone. You must know that the resolution of the satellite launched by Yao Chen can be accurate to 0.1 meters. That can almost see a person's dress. And Dressrosa's palace can be seen clearly at this resolution. At this time, in an open space in the palace, a group of people was holding a party. Among them, a man dressed in a pink swan was holding a wine glass. Seeing this person, a crane's voice suddenly came from beside him. It's Doflamingo. As expected of the person who knows each other best in the world, she recognized it at a glance. But Sengoku beside him frowned. Strange, who is that person standing in front of him? Why wear a marine cape? Hearing what he said, everyone was attracted. The crane, who was in control of the intelligence system, carefully identified it. With a suspicious look in his eyes, he said, this person is Virgo. Virgo. Sengoku was taken aback. Isn't this the recently promoted Marine Commodore? How could he be with Doflamingo? I saw his expression changed and realized the seriousness of the matter. Advertisement. In the picture, Doflamingo is toasting Virgo. Congratulations, you've finally become a Commodore. This party is what we hold to celebrate your ascension. Virgo is a stern person, he just replied, happy. Then he drank the wine in one gulp. Doflamingo gave a unique laugh. Fur. The next target is the base chief of the G5 branch. However, what the two of them didn't know was that everything about them had already been seen in their eyes. Inside the base, Yao Chen touched his chin and said, Marshal Sengoku, am I giving you a surprise? Seeing the other party revealing such a big slap in the face, he was instantly happy. Yao Chen could have predicted that Doflamingo would suffer. As for Sengoku, he had a gloomy face and felt no joy at all. He was already sure that Virgo must be Doflamingo's spy inside Marine. Damn Doflamingo, how bold. But seeing he smiled at this time, this is not necessarily an opportunity for us. So, I haven't been able to grab his tail for a long time. This time, he gave me a grand prize directly. As long as you make good use of it, you may not be able to capture Doflamingo in the end. Speaking of which, he glanced at Yao Chen again, full of sighs in his heart. The technology shown by the other party has gone beyond her comprehension. Even in her heart, Yao Chen's level of danger is completely greater than Doflamingo doesn't know how much. Next, the screen continues to switch, when all the new satellites have been tested. Favis said. Sir, the test has been completed. Launched. Satellites all fine. Yao Chen nodded. Switch back to the normal screen. Okay, sir. I saw the screen cut back to Alabasta. Then it quickly split into countless small pictures displayed on the screen. I saw the screen, all pedestrians. Some of these pirates are bounty hunters and other people with unusual identities.
All remarked and tracked synchronously. Seeing this scene, everyone frowned. He opened his mouth and said, isn't this lack of privacy? Chapter 82 Departure. Subscribe. Privacy. Yao Chen glanced at her. I am not violating privacy, but protecting the safety of others. Safety. Crane frowned. I didn't see what this had to do with protecting safety. Yao Chen shook his head. He Vice Admiral, this itself is a false proposition. In this world, there are too many people who talk about freedom every day. It's really free, and they feel they lack security again. Man, in itself, is a contradictory creature, and all I can do is provide them with a relatively safe environment. Do you know, how long has it been since Alabasta was attacked by pirates? Hearing what he said, the crane fell into silence. Others were also thoughtful. At this time, Jarvis said, Sir, there is a situation. As soon as the pictures on the screen began to switch, a pirate ship appeared. Yao Chen asked, is there any problem with this ship? Jarvis replied. Based on satellite footage, this pirate ship seems to be the Chomov pirates. Chomov, who is this? A wanted notice appeared on the screen. Above is the image of a scarred man, and the reward is 100 million Bailey. Yao Chen asked curiously, is there anything special about him? Sir, according to the information on the wanted notice. This is a pirate who enjoys killing people. Ah. He looked at the three of Sengoku, is that right? Crane in charge of intelligence nodded. Indeed, Jomov is such a pirate. Hearing the exact news, Yao Chen said, well, kill the pirate ship, Jarvis. Okay sir. The next moment, 3 Tomahawk cruise missiles were launched from the base and flew towards Chomov. However, everyone was puzzled and didn't understand how Yao Chen was going to solve each other. On the open sea of Alabasta, I saw the tall Jomov shouting loudly on the boat.
Little ones, Alabasta is ahead. Advertisement. Wait until, we must have a good carnival when we get there. By the way, kill a few people to improve the reputation of our pirate group. At this time, a pirate said, but Captain, I heard that Alabasta is now a restricted area for pirates. All the pirates who made trouble there have been dealt with. When Chomov heard this, he laughed wildly, restricted area. Ha 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 ha. Jomov, killed all the way from South Blue, and offered a reward of more than 100 million big pirates. What can't you do? See if I don't turn Alabasta upside down. Hearing him say this, the other pirates also shouted with excitement. The captain is right, when we get there, we must make a mess.
Let the people there know the reputation of our pirates. Just when a group of people sharpened their knives and prepared to make a scene. Suddenly, there was a roar in the sky. They looked up and saw 3 missiles falling from the sky.
With a loud bang, the entire ship was torn apart in an instant. The powerful power even shattered the entire hull. When the strong fire light passed, only countless broken wooden boards were left floating on the sea. At the command center, Yao Chen said indifferently, it's done. Then he looked at the people who were still in a daze.
Everyone, you have finished your visit, what are your plans next? Are you going to stay here, or leave? Hearing what he said, Long was the first to speak. Thank you for your hospitality, but we've been here for 2 days. The headquarters should have accumulated a lot of work, and it's time to go back. Yao Chen nodded and looked at Sengoku again. Sengoku added, we also left as well. But before that, I don't know when the equipment we ordered will be delivered to you. Yao Chen said, it's simple, I'll send it there by air. I have seen too many things in the base, and everyone basically understands what air transportation means. So they nodded and started to leave the command center one after another. When they got outside, Yao Chen said at this time, let my men fly the plane to take you back. Hearing this, Sengoku was taken aback for a moment. Advertisement. For flowers. He was also going to send someone to follow Long and the others secretly, wanting to see where the other party's headquarters was. Now, it may not be possible. Sure enough, I saw Long now, then I'll trouble you. After all, it would take 2 days to rush back from Alabasta. Sengoku frowned. Then let's fly too. Then he took out the phone bug and notified the boats on the seashore, so that they could drive back to naval headquarters by themselves. I saw a group of people get into the car and start walking towards the airport. And Yao Chen also called Green Crazy and Old Wolf and asked them to gather at the airport. After coming here, only 2 people have arrived. The crowd also looked at them. Although I couldn't see anything, it was definitely not easy to be called by Yao Chen himself. I saw the 2 teams each embarked on a Kun-style fighter. Before leaving, Yao Chen came to the dragon. He also had several thick books in his hands. They are books on Das Kapital, guerrilla warfare, Lao Ma theory, and economics. This is... Long looked curious. However, Yao Chen said very seriously, trust me, these few books will be the most precious wealth in your life. Hearing what he said was so serious, Long also took it extremely cautiously. At the same time, my heart is also full of curiosity about these books, and I want to look through them now to find out what is strange. But he knew it was not the time, so he held back. The next moment, the 2 Kun-style fighter jets took off slowly, and then departed from the south and the north. Watching the fighter plane disappearing into the sky, Yao Chen's eyes revealed an inexplicable gaze. The reason why he sent those books to Dragran was that he hoped that he could make the world chaotic as soon as possible. Only then can he profit from it. As for why Green Crazy and Old Wolf were called to escort them back, it is to explore the naval headquarters, as well as the location of the Revolutionary Army. Is it suitable for the landing of large transport aircraft? Especially the island where the Revolutionary Army is located. There are oil and rare earths there. He is also going to build an airport there to transport supplies. What? Chapter 83 New Marine, subscription required. Yes, I understand. Inside the plane, Sengoku dropped the phone bug. He had already told the 5 elders what he had seen and heard. Even the news of encountering Doragran in the base was reported. However, after listening to his story, the dragon is no longer important. The 5 elders were more concerned about the incredible technologies Yao Chen showed. Especially the technology of viewing the world from space and ultra-long-range precision strikes. When they think of these 2 points, they are so worried that they cannot sleep well. Under such circumstances, where is the mood to manage Dragran? How? Crane asked with both hands environmentally friendly. I saw Sengoku sighed and said in an extremely complicated tone. They are actually scared. When they heard this, the 2 people on the opposite side were shocked at the same time. Aokiji rested his hands on the back of his head. Ah la la. I really heard some incredible news. 747. Crane is also frowning. Unexpected, it makes sense. Don't say it's them. After seeing those things, I'm also afraid. Sengoku nodded. Yeah, after seeing those things, who wouldn't be afraid? However, it can be regarded as some benefits. Huh? Crane asked curiously, what's going on? I saw Sengoku answer. The 8,000 people from the world government are equipped. We got 5,000. Have you given so much? It seems that they are ready to let you build this new army. I think so. At this time, the green mad voice came from the front. 3, we have arrived at naval headquarters. I saw the 3 of Sengoku stand up and look out the window. Sure enough, a huge castle appeared ahead. The word marine is also written on the castle. Sengoku looked serious. Crane, how much time did we spend in total? He said. It's 37 minutes in total. Sengoku shook his hands, startled by this time. It took only half an hour to come back after a 2-day journey? Even Aokiji on the side was a little stunned. It's too soon, Marshal Sengoku. Crane said. Isn't this something that was expected long ago? Sengoku shook his head. I know it's one thing, but after it's really realized, I still can't calm down. Advertisement while they were having this conversation. The Kun-style fighter has hovered over Marine Square and slowly descended. What is that? The soldiers patrolling nearby were all surprised. Then one of them shouted, someone has invaded naval headquarters, everyone is on alert. I saw countless soldiers surrounded by guns. Many Vice Admiral also drew their long knives and gathered. There was even a flash of light, and Kizaru's figure appeared here. He said with a wretched expression, it's so scary, what is this? Although the words are frivolous, there is a trace of vigilance in his eyes, ready to attack at any time. At this moment, the hatch of the fighter plane opened, and the 3 of Sengoku slowly walked out of it. Seeing the 3 of them, everyone who was on guard was stunned. Then he came back to his senses. It's Marshal Sengoku and Aokiji Admiral. It turned out to be Marshal Sengoku. Disarm. Seeing everyone withdrew their weapons, they began to look at the Kun-style fighter in front of them. Kizaru stepped forward and said, Hey, Mr. Sengoku, can you tell us what this is? Sengoku glanced at him. This is a plane. Airplane, what is that? Seeing everyone's curious expressions, Sengoku said, you don't understand. As soon as these words came out, there was an inexplicable sense of superiority in his heart. After all, he was someone who had seen the big world, and he was different from this group of bumpkins. And the surrounding marine as you look at me, I look at you, all of them don't know why. They found that Marshal Sengoku, who went out on a trip, seemed to have changed in some way. Not only him, but even Chingshong and Hihi gave people an inexplicable feeling. At this time, Green Crazy also got off the plane. When he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Marshal Sengoku, can I measure your square? Sengoku nodded. You measure. I saw him take out a small drone and start hovering above the square of naval headquarters. I saw that the drone flew back to Green Crazy after calculating the area and length of the entire square. Green Mad looked at the data above and nodded. You can land. Hearing his words, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the other party said on the way back, if the transport plane could not land, then it can only be airdropped. The airdrop may cause some damage to some weapons and equipment. So the best way is to land directly. Advertisement. Now that he heard that the plaza at naval headquarters could stop landing, he also put down his worries. Green Mad said at this time, Marshal Sengoku, I have informed the base. The transport plane will arrive in 1 hour. Hearing him say that, Sengoku nodded, and said to the other marines around. Now, everyone, please leave the plaza for me and make this place vacant. Although everyone did not understand why, they still firmly carried out the order. Except, of course, Vice Admiral and Kizaru. An hour later, several black spots appeared in the sky. As they continued to approach, Sengoku and others who had not left also found them. And Kizaru, who was trimming his nails bored, said, Marshal Sengoku, what is that? Before Sengoku could answer, he heard a voice coming from the side. Really, a bunch of Vice Admiral and Admiral are fishing here. Don't know how many files I've been working on alone this hour. The person who spoke was the last of the Marine 3 Admirals, Akainu. I saw that he glanced at the Kun-style fighter and the Green Madman, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. But I saw Kizaru spread his hands. No way, who told me to be interested in the new equipment that Mr. Sengoku said. At this time, the plane in the sky finally began to descend towards Marine Square. It is 8C5 Galaxy Large Transport Aircraft. This kind of heavy transport aircraft developed by MIDI can land on various sandy and dirt roads. For the runway on the ground, its adaptability is much stronger than other aircraft. That's why the Green Maniac is visiting Marine Plaza. With the landing of 8C5 Galaxy transports, a hologram of Yao Chen, projected by a device on a small drone. Marshal Sengoku, we meet again. Looking at the extra 5.3 people who appeared out of thin air, everyone at the scene was immediately shocked. And Sengoku had seen this technique before, so he didn't make a fuss about it. Just curious. Mr. Commander, why are you here? Yao Chen smiled. I'll see how the situation is here. After all, viewing from the sky is not as clear as the scene. Also, I've long admired naval headquarters. Hearing him say that, Sengoku thought of satellites. I saw him nodded. We at Naval Headquarters welcome you to visit. Yao Chen said at this time. By the way, have you thought about the name of the new Marine? Sengoku raised his brows. Mr. Commander still cares about this? Yao Chen said. Is this my equipment after all, so I want to get a naming right. Then what would you like to name the new Marine? However, Yao Chen said with a serious face, I think the new Marine should be called the SS. Chapter 84 Changing Military Uniforms, Part 1, Subscription Required. SS, Sengoku looked puzzled. What does this name mean? Yao Chen nodded and said, of course it makes sense. Marine's job is to destroy the pirates, and the job of the SS was to protect Marine. Protection of Marine's army. Sengoku was even more confused when he heard this. Others were also puzzled, but I saw Yao Chen waved his hand. In short, no matter what its meaning, it's enough to take this name anyway. Seeing how serious he is, Sengoku can't say anything else. After all, Yao Chen is now a supplier to Marine. Well, the SS is the SS. The corner of Yao Chen's mouth slanted as soon as he heard the other party confirm his name. All in all, it's his bad taste. At this time, he said to Kizaru next to him, Kizaru Admiral, this is our first official meeting. The last chase was so rushed that it was too late to say hello. Hearing what he said, Kizaru said, it's scary. Being remembered by a big man like you, I won't be able to sleep. Yao Chen smiled and didn't say anything, but looked at Akainu again. I believe you, it's Akainu Admiral, I've admired your name for a long time. 31 Akainu's expressionless face, the most evil person. Yao Chen shook his finger. Oh, I'm not called this name now. Also, didn't the world government cancel my wanted list? My name is Commander now. But Akainu said, it's just a fake name, why don't you want to reveal your real name? Cough cough. Yao Chen shook his head. Akainu Admiral, I am a more cautious person. Once you reveal your name, you might be targeted. After all, there are so many devil fruits in this world. Who knows if there is any fruit that can cause harm to the original owner after knowing the name? For the sake of safety, it's better not to disclose it. Hearing what he said, everyone in Marine looked inexplicable. Akainu, on the other hand, looked at him and said nothing. At this time, I saw that the rear of the 8 Galaxy transport planes could be opened. A group of crew members came out. Advertisement. Yao Chen said, Marshal Sengoku, you can't ask my people to unload the goods for you. No, Sengoku immediately gave the order. Notify the Marines and let them go to the square to carry the goods. Soon, many Marine soldiers rushed to the square. Then, under the command of the crew members, began to unload all kinds of goods from the transport plane. Looking at all kinds of weapons they had never seen before, many Marines had curious expressions on their faces. Sengoku and others also stepped forward to observe, only to see him open a wooden box. Inside is a German MP-40 submachine gun. Sengoku picked up one, recalling the performance parameters of the gun. Raise the muzzle to the sky and pull the trigger. With a ha 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 sound, the bullet in the clip was shot into the sky by him. The sudden scene shocked everyone. Turning his head to look, he found that it was Marshal Sengoku who was testing the gun. They focused on the MP-40 in his hand. There was a sound of discussion at the scene. What's the matter with that gun? It can fire continuously. Can firearms fire so fast? I just saw countless bullets flying in the sky. This firepower is a bit strong. Seeing this, Akainu said, what are you looking at? Don't hurry to carry the goods. With his berating, the Marines moved again. Sengoku nodded at this time. Yes, such a rate of fire and firepower. It's the same as what I see on the screen. Yao Chen smiled and said, of course, I am a conscientious seller. Having said this, he said again, by the way, Marshal Sengoku, I have prepared 1 million rounds of ammunition this time. If you are finished, you have to buy it again. Sengoku frowned. The bullet thing, we'll talk about it later. Seeing that he didn't want to say more on this issue, Yao Chen stopped talking. In fact, the batch of German-style firearms on the scene were not the original versions, but were modified by him. It's not to improve their performance, but to make all firearms use the same caliber bullets. Yao Chen uses the standard NATO 5.56mm caliber bullet. In addition to submachine guns, even pistol machine guns are this kind of bullets. Advertisement. He also didn't care whether the bullet would reduce the power of other firearms. He only knew that by doing this, it would be very convenient to produce bullets. Moreover, Yao Chen also eliminated the option of sniper rifles. After all, compared with other firearms, the threat of sniper rifles is much greater. Half an hour later, the cargo of the 8 transport planes was unloaded. Sengoku looked at it and asked, is the number wrong? What about those tanks I bought? Yao Chen said, don't worry, there will be transport planes arriving one after another. And I will also leave special personnel to teach you how to use these weapons. Hearing what he said, Sengoku immediately felt relieved and saw Yao Chen. By the way, as our first transaction, I also have uniforms for the new Marine. Believe that, Marshal Sengoku will not be disappointed. Sengoku frowned, but he became very serious on this issue. We Marine have our own uniforms and don't need to change them. Seeing him so determined, Yao Chen didn't say anything, just clicked in the void. Immediately, a figure wearing an SS uniform was projected by a holographic image. Looking at this figure, the eyes of everyone at the scene suddenly lit up. I saw that it was a set of pure black clothing, with the mark of an eagle and various medals printed on the left chest, and the word justice on the right chest. At first glance, it gives a very clean and sassy feeling. Upon closer inspection, the entire military uniform looks extremely delicate and handsome, yet at the same time it does not lose its majesty. If you wear white gloves and a big brimmed hat, it can be said to be perfect. Even in the eyes of Yao Chen's modern eyes, it is so impeccable. I have to say that the German army in World War II has become a classic in terms of military uniform design. Yao Chen smiled and said to everyone, "This is a military uniform at the general level, what do you think?" And many people at the scene fell in love with the uniform as soon as they saw it. Even a few vice admirals stepped forward to take a closer look. Yao Chen then asked, "How is it, Marshal Sengoku?" I saw a throbbing flash in Sengoku's eyes, and even he had to admit that the military uniform in front of him was indeed impeccable. However, thinking about Marine's military uniform that has existed for hundreds of years, he resolutely said, "Our Marine uniforms have a long history and no replacement is possible." Chapter 85 Changing Military Uniforms, Part 2, Subscription Required. Seeing him so determined, Yao Chen smiled. "Marshal Sengoku, the times are advancing. You can't hold on to the past without making changes. Do the rules from hundreds of years ago still apply today? But what does this have to do with military uniforms?" Sengoku said at this time. But I saw Yao Chen answer, "It's a big relationship. If you agree to the replacement, I'll tell the good news." Sengoku hesitated and finally said, "Unless you provide all the clothes of the new Marine. Then tell where the benefits are, otherwise I won't change it." Seeing that he finally let go, Yao Chen said, "Okay, I will provide new clothes." I saw Sengoku asking, "Apart from the school-level clothing, is there anything else?" Yao Chen nodded. "Yes." As he said that, he took it easy, and two sets of costumes appeared on the scene again. One set is for women and the other is for common soldiers. Looking at the two sets of military uniforms that are slightly different, but belong to the same type, Sengoku said, "It seems that you are really well prepared." Yao Chen said, "Well, the new Marine's outfit is finalized." Sengoku didn't speak, just nodded. Seeing his agreement, many people at the scene showed their expectant eyes. I saw a vice admiral saying, "Marshal Sengoku, these military uniforms have been given to the new Marine. Should we change it too? After all, should we treat everyone equally?" The reason why he asked eagerly, it is because at the first sight after seeing the military uniform, I completely fell in love with it. However, Sengoku frowned. "No, the Marine suit is our tradition now. It's been around for hundreds of years. How can you just change it?" However, Yao Chen said, "Marshal Sengoku, didn't I say that changing clothes would be beneficial? Now, I'll tell you where the benefits are." I saw him say to a Marine soldier, "Please come over here." The Marine pointed to himself. "Me? Advertisement?" Yao Chen nodded and saw the other party come forward with a puzzled look. "Everyone, look at this soldier's clothing. Compare with the military uniform I gave. Look carefully and take a comprehensive look at it." Hearing what he said, everyone at the scene also watched. However, looking at it, everyone's brows furrowed deeply. The uniforms of the German soldiers looked majestic and handsome at a glance. However, Marine's uniform gave off an air of local police all over his body. It felt like I was wearing a vest. I didn't think so before, but now that there is a comparison, it's really unsightly. Many Marines thought to themselves, "This is too ugly, isn't it? I usually wear this kind of clothes?" Yao Chen said at this time, "The role of the military uniform is to reveal the temperament of a soldier. And handsome and dignified military uniforms can enhance a person's spirit."
May I ask, do any of you dislike new military uniforms? I saw a longing look in the eyes of many soldiers. Yao Chen smiled slightly, and Marshal Sengoku, you need to know. Beautiful uniforms attract a lot of young people to join Marine. This is a natural conscription advertisement. He didn't say this nonsense. It was because of the uniforms of the German army that many people joined the army. Sengoku frowned. "That's all you said about the benefits. Isn't it enough?" Yao Chen pointed at the many Marine soldiers at the scene and said, "Look at their eyes." Sengoku looked up and saw countless people looking at him with expectant eyes. There was deep anticipation in those eyes. Sengoku frowned, not expecting so many people to like the new military uniform. He hesitated. The former vice admiral said again, "Marshal, change your clothes." Sengoku's brows furrowed, and at this moment, Xingtan on the side opened his mouth. "I also think the new uniform is pretty good." Seeing what he said, Sengoku finally sighed. "Okay, then, Marine will start a full change of clothes." Upon hearing this, there was a burst of cheers from the entire square. Long live Marshal Sengoku. Hearing the crowd's shouts, the corners of Sengoku's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that just by changing his military uniform, he won the love of so many people. This left Sengoku, who had been working hard for Marine, not knowing what to say. Advertisement. At the same time, he glanced at Yao Chen again, and found that since he knew each other, he has been led by the nose in everything. And Yao Chen said in his heart, "It's done, the next thing is the Revolutionary Army." Seeing him, he said, "Marshal Sengoku, since the goods have been unloaded and the uniform has been changed, I will leave first." Sengoku wished he got out sooner, who knows what Marine will be like in the long run. Okay, then we have a chance to see you again, Mr. Commander. Yao Chen nodded to him, then disappeared directly in place. And at the moment of disappearance, his holographic projection appeared on a white island again. I saw that there are also a large number of people carrying the goods on the transport plane. Yao Chen's sudden appearance startled them. After seeing the face of the other party, there was a burst of exclamation at the scene. Woman, she is actually the leader of the Xingyao army. He actually came to our headquarters in person. I heard that the weapons we carry now are purchased from him. Send. Really? Seeing the arrival of Yao Chen, the dragon who was directing the crowd to carry the goods came to him. Mr. Commander, why are you here? Yao Chen said, I'll see how you guys are doing. By the way, see my reward. As he said, he looked around and found that there was indeed a lot of open oil on the whole island. Jarvis, do the statistics to see how much oil the island can actually produce. Zhao Mo Zhao, I saw that the drone quickly took off and began to scan the entire island. After a while, Jarvis said, Sir, according to data analysis, this island has tens of millions of barrels of crude oil. Hearing this number, Yao Chen was also shocked. He murmured. To have so much oil is really enough for me to use for a long time. Jarvis added. Sir, after the scan just now, except for a large amount of oil on the island, there are also very rich rare earth resources. If all mining is completed, it will be enough to use the base for about 3 years. Hearing this, Yao Chen, who was already excited, could no longer restrain himself from laughing. Okay, that's great. Now, I can let go of my hands and feet and develop vigorously. At this time, he looked at the dragon beside him again, and a smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Long, have you ever thought about changing the clothes of the Revolutionary Army? Chapter 86 Rehabilitation, subscription required. Mr. Commander, I don't understand what you mean. Doragron wondered. I saw Yao Chen explain. Long, although your Revolutionary Army has a great reputation in the world. But there are not many people who really know your identity. Many people with lofty ideals who want to join you can't find a way at all. The main reason is because you didn't leave a unified image to the world. Long frowned and said, however, low-key development has been a long-standing philosophy of our Revolutionary Army. Yao Chen shook his head. This does not conflict with low-key development. If you want to do any secret activities, just change back to your normal clothes. Speaking of which, he pointed to the Revolutionary Army who were carrying goods. Look at them, what are they like? Long Dao. Isn't it a soldier of our Revolutionary Army? Wrong, terribly wrong. Yao Chen looked serious. If you don't say it, who knows they are the Revolutionary Army? What is the difference between these people, wearing their own clothes, and throwing them into the crowd from ordinary people? Do you know what your biggest problem is right now? Dragron shook his head dazedly. Yao Chen said, your biggest problem is that you lack cohesion. Long frowned. Mr. Commander, I don't like to hear your words. Each of our Revolutionary Army soldiers will give everything for their own cause. 747 Yao Chen said, just rely on them. It doesn't even have a uniform, it looks like a mess of loose sand. Revolution is not a dinner party, but bloodshed. You should at least have a set of standard military uniforms to enhance the cohesion and centripetal force of the entire Revolutionary Army. Doragron thought for a moment. A costume. Then nodded. I have to say that you are right, Mr. Commander. However, we are developing in a low-key manner, we should indeed have an image of our own. Yao Chen smiled. That's right. So, I have already provided you with your military uniforms. I saw several sets of Soviet uniforms displayed in front of the dragon. How? Long was a little strange. Mr. Commander, why did you even prepare clothes for us? Yao Chen waved his hand. Don't worry about it, just see if it works. Dragon is not like Sengoku, he nodded after looking at it carefully. Well, let's use these sets of clothes as the uniforms of our Revolutionary Army. Listening to his agreement, Yao Chen finally showed a satisfied smile. That's right. Then keep busy, and I won't disturb you. Advertisement. Having said this, he paused for a moment. Hey, that's right. Next, I may build a runway on your island. Specifically, used to transport resources on the island. And please don't take offense. Long smiled and said, where? It's a good thing for us to have the opportunity to have more contact with the people of Xingyao. Yao Chen nodded. Then, I'll leave first. I saw his figure disappear immediately. On the other side of the base, Yao Chen snapped his fingers. Finally done. Next, it's my own business. I saw him walking somewhere after walking out of the office. Not long after, they came to a hospital. I can see that many medical staff are busy here. And among them, there is a familiar figure, it is Luo. At this point he was holding a tablet and watching with relish. Yao Chen came to him and asked, how about Luo, are you in the habit of staying these 2 days? Luo returned to his senses and looked at him. It turned out to be the head of the family. I saw him nodded and said, these 2 days have indeed benefited me a lot. I have to say that Xingyao has too many unheard of medical technologies. Even if I stayed in the hospital for 2 days, there are still too many things I haven't seen before. Let's talk about a minimally invasive machine here. It's actually possible to perform micron-scale surgery. It's just incredible to me. Yao Chen smiled and said, as long as you are willing to stay. These technologies and instruments can be used. Hearing his words, Luo was silent for a while. I'm sorry, the head of the Xingyao army. I still have things to do. DBFD. If I can live to complete what I have to do, I will talk about it later. Yao Chen knew that Luo was talking about Doflamingo. Doflamingo will not fall for a day, Luo will never join any forces. I saw him pat Luo on the shoulder. No matter what, when you need it, let me know. Listening to the other party's soothing tone, Luo nodded. Although it is clear that Yao Chen should have taken a fancy to his op fruit ability. But the other party has always fully displayed the thoughts in his heart in front of him. No intrigue is being done in private. Advertisement. Based on this alone, Luo has a certain recognition of him. Let's go and see how the Lord is doing now. Hearing Yao Chen's words, Luo stood up and walked inside the hospital with him. Soon, they came to a room with various high-tech medical equipment. In the center of the room, there is a culture tank. Among them, there is a middle-aged man who looks to be in his 40s. Yao Chen came to the cultivation tank and knocked. Sir, how do you feel? The middle-aged man inside opened his eyes and looked at him, but did not speak. Instead, use the force to communicate. I'm fine. Yao Chen nodded. Then I'm relieved. Then he asked again. Jarvis, how long will it take for Sir to fully recover? It's expected to take another quarter of an hour. Hearing this answer, Yao Chen showed a faint smile. You know, Darth Vader's injury is more serious than he thought. Almost transformed into a half-human, half-mechanical existence. Just take off that life-sustaining set of black armor. He could have died on the spot. Therefore, Luo could only use op fruit to remove the opponent's heart in order to maintain his life. Then Yao Chen began to repair Sir's completely crippled body. But the injury to this body is too serious. Can't stand the toss at all. Therefore, he did not use the industrial evolution liquid for the other party. Instead, put it into the culture tank and slowly repair it. Although it is impossible to use industrial evolution fluid. However, Yao Chen still injected 20,000 fibrils like the other party. Doubled his ability to control the force. For Darth Vader, who can tear up the Starship Destroyer, it is simply reborn. As time passed, a quarter of an hour passed quickly. The liquid in the culture tank began to drain rapidly. And Darth Vader, who seemed to be reborn, finally stepped out. Seeing this, Luo returned the opponent's heart to him. After that, Darth Vader walked away like his own black armor. Yao Chen asked curiously, Sir, you don't need that armor now, do you? Darth Vader didn't speak, just put on his armor silently. Immediately, the familiar sound of breathing sounded again. Only then did he say in a low voice. Only in this suit can I be Darth Vader. Chapter 87 Transition, subscribe. Seeing that the other party has recovered, Luo said, the head of Xingyao, since the patient has recovered, it is time for me to leave. Have you decided where to go? Yao Chen asked. I saw Luo replied. I'm still traveling, so it doesn't matter. Then I'll take you to the nearest city. Luo Dao. You don't need to be so polite, I just took out the patient's heart to maintain life. Does nothing else? Yao Chen smiled. This is precisely the most important point. Let's go, I'll take you off. Otherwise, you might not even know how to leave this base. Hearing what he said, Luo was not refusing either. Then the two left the hospital together with the Sir, and then sent Luo to the airport. Yao Chen didn't look back until the other party boarded the Kun-style fighter and left. Next, it's time to establish a sub-base. He looked at Darth Vader. Sir, go back first, I have something to go out. Darth Vader said nothing, just nodded and turned away. Seeing him leave, Yao Chen pressed his chest, covered with a steel battle suit, and flew out of the base. Half an hour later, his figure appeared beside the upside-down mountain on the red line. Looking at the huge river where the four seas converge, Yao Chen couldn't help but marvel at the magic of nature. I saw him looking around. Finally, a land with a gentle river and low terrain was selected. System, I want to build a sub-base here. Please choose host. See the system panel appears, which is showing various bases. In addition to the normal militarized bases, there are also research bases, weapon development bases, biological experimental bases and so on. This second base is also not ready to be built as fully developed as the main base. Because that would consume too much resources and energy, and it would be useless. Therefore, he finally chose to build this base into a large-scale production base. Dedicated to the production of various types of ships and aircraft. At the same time, it is building a huge mining factory and producing a large number of mining robots to mine the resources on the red line. Finally, daily facilities enough for 5,000 people to live were built. When the construction was completed before and after, he spent a full 200,000 reputation points. Looking at the base that looked like a small town, Yao Chen sighed. At the time of Alabasta, the base was built underground for strength reasons. And now the sub-base has been built on the ground above board. At this time, the system sent a prompt. Congratulations to the host, for the successful construction of the sub-base, and the rewards will be distributed. Advertisement. When he saw Zhenjin in his hand, Yao Chen, who was still heartbroken and famous, showed an excited smile again. finally got it. I saw him looking at the sub-base below his eyes. Next, we will send people to settle in. Thinking of this, he did not enter the tour, but flew directly towards Alabasta. After all, when he chose to build, he had already seen the design clearly. As for whether anyone will take the opportunity to sneak into the sub-base, he wasn't worried at all. Jarvis is now in full control via satellite signals. Any strangers approaching, I am afraid they have not approached. It will be smashed to ashes by the defense system outside the base. Soon, Li Chen returned to the main base. I saw that he began to dispatch people to go to the sub-base to settle in. At the same time, he also chose to go to the sub-base to be the manager there. When talking about Yuan, he remembered the superpower plan that he was going to build. Unfortunately, this plan was cut in half. Because Yao Chen discovered that he wanted to cultivate this kind of existence with powerful abilities. Not to mention spending huge resources, and the probability is still very low. Since he cultivated Yuan, Laolong, and Green Crazy. The remaining clones failed. Yes, he did not expect that there was still a possibility of failure. After spending so much resources, this is the end result. How could Yao Chen accept this? However, there is no way to accept it. He can only suspend the plan to see if there is a way to improve the success rate in the future. After everything is arranged, Yao Chen thought about whether he was missing anything. I finally remembered that I seem to have another lucky draw that has been useless. This is also a system reward obtained because of the birth of the industrial evolution fluid. I saw him and said, "System, I want to draw a lottery." "Hey, congratulations, host, for winning Eddie." "Huh, Eddie, what the hell is this?" I saw him click on the system panel to check it out. It turned out to be a very sci-fi fighter jet. For flowers. Yao Chen frowned, always feeling like he had seen this plane somewhere. Advertisement. It took him a long time to remember. Isn't this the artificial intelligence fighter in the sci-fi blockbuster, Top Secret Flight, in the original world? It is the protagonist of the film, the 6th-generation unmanned aircraft that was secretly developed by Mi Jun. Has terrifying learning ability and powerful combat power. There is also the ability that humans cannot make all kinds of heaven-defying maneuvers. Together these advantages make it the undisputed king of fighter jets. However, while Eddie turned strong, Yao Chen frowned deeply. He didn't think the system's reward was bad. But for him now, Eddie doesn't seem to be of much use. Except for him, no one else in this world owns a plane. 0. So Eddie's presence seemed completely redundant. I saw Yao Chen shook his head. Forget it, give Eddie as a gift to Kai Hai. When he mentioned Kai Hai, he thought of the two women. I haven't gotten along with them for a while. Thinking of this, his mood also began to become relaxed. Then he walked towards his residence with brisk steps. In the following period, the world returned to peace. As for Xing Yaojun, people are gradually getting used to it. In addition to developing the base every day, Yao Chen is tired of spending time with the two girls. During this period, Cobra came to him once. Because Alabasta has some serious water shortages this year. So I want to ask him for help. And Yao Chen saw that he was always obedient. Therefore, it is also generous to establish seawater purification plants in major cities. This permanently solves the water shortage problem of the entire Alabasta. When all the people heard the news, they all chanted, "Long live the commander." From the enemy in the eyes of many people, he became the greatest benefactor. At the same time, Yao Chen earned a lot of popularity. Just when everyone thought such peaceful days would last. The Revolutionary Army, who had been hiding in the shadows, actually captured a country that was a member of the world government. And liberate the long-oppressed civilians there. At the same time, it also defeated other kingdoms that came to support it, as well as the reinforcements of the world government. It can be said that this wave of operations by the dragon caused an uproar in the whole world. What? Chapter 88 Kill two birds with one stone, subscribe. When Lycan received the news from the Revolutionary Army, her face was full of surprise. Long this guy, yes. To know that the reputation of the Revolutionary Army is great. But there is no way to fight the world government. But this time, Long dared to attack a country directly and publicly. It seems that those books and the newly purchased weapons have given him a lot of confidence. Thinking of this, Yao Chen said, "Jarvis, connect to the satellite and see what the Revolutionary Army is doing now." South Blue, Roth Island, Roth Kingdom. This is a world-affiliated country with a population of 70,000. The country's rulers were known for long-term squeezing commoners to produce all kinds of jewelry. But now it has been wiped out by the Revolutionary Army. In the open space outside the city, a large number of yellow-faced and thin civilians were seen, protected by the Revolutionary Army and boarded a huge airship not far away. Beside the crowd, Dragron, 870, was constantly flipping through the books in his hand. All the civilians who passed by him showed grateful eyes. It's just that the dragon's mind was all on the book in his hand and he didn't pay attention. Conscience is determined by a person's total knowledge and lifestyle. From the day capital was born, blood and filth dripped from every pore. The capitalists will take risks when they have 50% of their profits, they dare to trample all the laws of the world when they have 100% of their profits, and they dare to risk the gallows when they have 300% of their profits. People's desires will never be satisfied. From the moment of birth, class must exist. The upper tier presses the middle tier presses the lower tier, and the lower tier presses the lower tier. Long kept flipping through the books in his hands, his thoughts were sublimated at this moment, and his horizons were rapidly broadening. It was as if all the truths in the world were being shown to him. Until Koala, a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, came to his side. "We're so busy over there, can't you fish here by yourself?" After hearing her words, Long came back to his senses. "I'm sorry, I was so absorbed in watching." Koala pouted. "I hold your books every day. Not knowing what's so good about it." Long smiled and said, "These books are things that are worth protecting with my life. Even if our revolution fails, as long as these books remain, there will always be new revolutionaries who will stand up and fight against the ruling class that oppresses them." Koala asked incredulously, "Are these books as good as you said? Also, why is your tone of voice a little different?" Advertisement. Long smiled. "It's just a little sigh." Koala said, "The three of you have changed a lot since Alabasta came back. What did you see there?" I saw a deep look in Long's eyes. "We saw the future there." Future. Yes, a future where all people can have a happy life. Seeing what he said so mysteriously, Clar shook his head. "I don't understand what you are talking about." Long smiled and stopped talking, but asked, "How is the transfer of civilians?" "This is the last batch," Koala said. "Very well, it seems that we can also evacuate soon." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of gunfire on the beach in the distance. Long frowned. Did they attack again? Seems like it. On the beach, Sabo was commanding a group of revolutionary soldiers fighting. In front of them is a group of armies composed of different countries. These people, some with guns and some with knives, are charging under unified command. However, they all had deep fear on their faces. Watching the approaching enemy, Sabo gave the order, "Machine gun crew, fire." The next moment, 7 or 8 DP light machine guns, also known as the big discs, began to spew ferocious flames. The net of firepower intertwined by countless bullets caused the enemy who rushed forward to fall like reaping wheat. Originally, the armies of various countries, who were in fear, instantly collapsed and began to flee backwards. Seeing them flee, Sabo immediately ordered the fire to be turned off to save the ammunition. Such an attack by the Allied forces has been going on for 3 days, since the first day when they were flirted with weapons in their hands. Each time these people would symbolically launch a charge, and then they would be crushed by a shuttle. It's not that these soldiers are too disheartened, but the firepower of the Revolutionary Army at this time is really too fierce. Looking at the coalition army that fled back again, a CPO with a video phone bug looked ugly. And equally ugly, the 5 elders in Mariajoy. Trash, what a bunch of trash. Can an army like this be able to defend the country? The blonde 5 elders said angrily. The mustache 5 elders frowned. Even this backward weapon still possesses such terrifying power. Advertisement. The long-haired 5 elders looked gloomy. Damn the most evil people, while selling our weapons, they also sold them to the Revolutionary Army. As they discussed, Rotter Island. The sound of gunfire in the distance faded away. Long said, "Send the last batch of civilians away." Koala nodded and walked towards one of the airships. Soon, all the airships began to lift off gradually. And the dragon is looking at the airship that is gradually receding. I was thinking about another question in my mind. What is your purpose in giving me these books? What the hell are you thinking about? What he didn't know was that Yao Chen was also observing the scene through satellite. It looks like things are going well. Looking at the ruined kingdom of Roth, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Whether it's a weapon or a gift book, what he has to do is to push the dragon to attack various countries in advance. Today's Xingyao army is really too big to attract wind. Although on the surface it is a cooperative relationship with world government. But the other party will definitely try their best to discuss various ways to deal with them. Therefore, he needs the revolutionary army to attract firepower in front. 5.3 is like the hometown of Midi and Maoshong. Just let the two of them be in the front, and make a fortune in silence in the back. Moreover, as long as the dragon keeps using it like this, the ruling class of this world will also become dangerous for everyone. At that time, without the orders of the world government, they will unite and try their best to destroy the revolutionary army. After all, although the revolutionary army of the past was famous enough, but it doesn't actually threaten their status. But now, it's different. And the revolutionary army fought against these United Nations. You will have to constantly rely on yourself. As long as you rely on yourself, then one day, the revolutionary army will be slowly eroded by yourself like marine. Then it became his Yao Chen's property. It can be said that this is a plan that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 89 Dream City Project. Subscribe. In the room, I saw Yao Chen resting on the blue lap pillow, and Kai Hai was feeding him constantly. When looking at the pictures from South Blue Roth Island, he looked satisfied. Very good, with the revolutionary army in front to attract the attention of the world government. I have time to complete the next plan. I saw a gleam in Yao Chen's eyes. In fact, he has always had a very important plan in mind. This plan is related to his task of conquering the world. Don't look at Xing Yaojun seems to be very powerful now. But it still lacks high-end combat power. Today, except for a Darth Vader, a Zephyr. There is no strong man who can take a shot anymore. And this is why he did not continue to attack other countries. After all, although the world government fears itself, it still has a bottom line. If you keep conquering other countries, it is tantamount to shaking their foundations. At that time, the world government will definitely not endure it any longer. Although Yao Chen is not afraid to confront them head-on. But I am afraid that the other party is secretly playing yin. For example, sending Marine Admiral level 31 powerhouses to do nothing. He hides in the dark every day just to sneak attack on himself. If so, then he is in danger. Therefore, in order to increase the masters on their own side, Yao Chen is about to implement a plan called Dream City. He is going to build a modern big city of cyberpunk. As for what was the reason for building the city? Of course, in order to attract the arrival of many strong people. If nothing else, just say Fujitora with a smile. Because he couldn't stand the darkness of this world, he stabbed his own eyes. And the biggest dream in life is to see the common people live a good life. When the living standards of the people in the City of Dreams were introduced to his ears, will he come right away? The answer is yes. In addition, there is Whitebeard. This man has always been called the strongest man in the world. As we get older, there is also a heart disease in my heart. That's his family and his hometown. He is a very emotional person. I am very afraid of what will happen to these sons who have lost their shelter when they grow old. And in the original book, it was exactly what he expected. Advertisement. After his death, life for his sons was not good. The site was also annexed by Big Mom and Kaido. Yao Chen took a fancy to this. When the time comes, he plans to bring all the people from his hometown to live in the City of Dreams. And leave a perfect back road for their sons. Add in repairing Whitebeard's injury and make him as young as Zephyr. At that time, I believe that the other party will definitely join me. There is also 9 Snake Island. Why did Boya Hancock set up the 9 Snake Pirates to rob? Or to fill the daily needs of 9 Snake Island? And once Yao Chen lets them live in a dream city whose living standard is far beyond the imagination of the world. So needless to say, the entire 9 Snake Island will be under his control. It can be said that once you build such a city, the benefits of that must be endless. Talents from the entire pirate world will be attracted here. Just like MIDI, it absorbs talents from all over the world to strengthen itself. This is also why he needs the revolutionary army to be in front to attract firepower. And just when Yao Chen was preparing for the Dream City plan. At this time, Marine, after undergoing a major makeover, started his first live broadcast to the world. I saw dozens of large and small formations on the square of naval headquarters. These people all changed into new military uniforms. In addition, there are tanks lined up with armored vehicles. There are 6 airships flying in the sky. Marine soldiers also held various German equipment in their hands. It can be said that if there are unknowing people crossing into the world of pirates, it must be thought that the German army also followed through in World War II. At this time, there is a high platform in the center of the square. And Sengoku, who was wearing the uniform of a senior German general, was standing there. In addition, beside him are Garp, Crane, and 3 Admiral who are also in German uniforms. Down the high platform is a group of Vice Admiral. Down below, Commodore, Colonel, etc. Sengoku's eyes were stern, staring straight ahead. And there is a drone, and on the drone is a video phone bug. He then asked, "Are you ready?" The Crane beside him nodded. "Then let's start." As his words fell, every country in the world has a broadcast screen. At the same time, the figure of Sengoku appeared. Advertisement. The sudden scene made everyone stunned. Then he turned his attention to the broadcast screen. Who was that? Marshal Sengoku. Looking at Sengoku in his new outfit, many people almost didn't recognize him. Although many people already know about Marine starting to change clothes. But it's the first time I've actually seen it. I saw many young people with bright eyes. What a handsome, beautiful uniform. I saw the picture start to zoom out, revealing the entire high platform. At the same time, Sengoku on the high platform also spoke at this time. "Hello, Marines all over the world, people, I'm Sengoku, Marine Supreme Marshal. Marine has come a long way 800 years since the establishment of the world government. Throughout these 800 years, Marine has always been committed to keeping people safe. During this period, many passionate Marines died at the hands of the enemy. But more heroes are born who are willing to sacrifice themselves to protect others. It can be said that the word justice on Marine's back is forged by the blood of these ancestors. And as the ruler of Marine, I feel a lot of pressure and a deep sense of pride. Since the words that One Piece said before his death, the world has fallen into a frenzy. 870 inches many pirates who set sail for free expeditions are doing a lot of evil to burn, kill, loot. Under the impact of countless pirates, innocent people will always be harmed. In these times, only Marine is doing his best to keep people safe. Therefore, I implore the people here, I hope you have full confidence in us, and I hope you can support us forever. And those pirates who murdered and set fire on the grounds of going out to sea, I also solemnly warn you here, Marine, and will definitely bring you justice." As his words fell, the picture of the drone began to zoom away. See the entire naval headquarters displayed in the eyes of everyone. Looking at the tank that has never been seen before, looking at the airship flying in the sky. There are also many Marine soldiers with guns in their hands and serious faces. Everyone felt a powerful and dignified feeling rushing towards them. At this time, all the Marines in naval headquarters began to roar. Justice! 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 Watching this scene, countless people were emotionally shocked. He couldn't help but be deeply affected by the aura of the Marines at this time. So handsome. Ah, Marine is so handsome. Yeah, Marine is really majestic in his outfit. Long live Marshal Sengoku, long live Marine. I'm going to be a Marine, I'm going to enlist in the military. With such a wave of publicity, countless people began to flock to the local Marine base wanting to join the army. Chapter 90. Recover Crocodile, subscribe. Sengoku finally breathed a sigh of relief when the footage was broadcast, and then turned to Tsurudo. The manuscript is well written, and I hope it can improve our image in the minds of the people. Garp laughed and patted Sengoku on the shoulder. Ha 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 ha. Sengoku, don't say it, even I listened to what you said with passion. At this moment, the phone on the crane rang. She took it and listened, then said to Sengoku. It worked, and many people from all over the world started going to the local Marine base to sign up for the army. Huh, does it work so quickly? Sengoku was a little surprised. But Jien, he said. Most of them were attracted by our new uniforms. Hearing this, the corner of Sengoku's mouth twitched. He really got it right. On the other side of the base, Yao Chen was meeting someone in his office. I saw this man wearing a black coat with a scar on his face. The left hand has been cut off from the wrist, and his face is also pale. It was Crocodile, one of the original 7 warlords of the sea. Yao Chen smiled and said, How, what are your thoughts after staying at the base for so long? Crocodile didn't speak, just looked at the smile on Yao Chen's face with angry eyes flashing in his eyes. Seeing that he took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart, he asked, Why are you looking for me? Yao Chen said, As a person, I don't like those meanderings. Do things for me, huh? Crocodile stared at him, then let out a sarcastic laugh, ha 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 ha. Do you think that's possible? The smile on Yao Chen's face did not change, he just said one sentence. It's almost time to draw blood. Hearing this, Crocodile shuddered and his face turned pale. To say who he is most afraid of now, it must be Alexia. In his opinion, that beautiful woman is actually a lunatic. Blood is often drawn from his body to cut meat, and then used for various experiments. I heard that if she hadn't been allowed to go too far, he might have already been studied as a corpse. He shuddered at the thought of not being able to live in peace after death, and asked, What do you want? Yao Chen said, I have said it, do things for me. This time, Crocodile did not refuse, but after thinking for a while, asked, Why? Yao Chen's fingers tapped on the table lightly. You are a rare Logia fruit person. It would be a waste to die like this. Moreover, over the years, your Baroque studio has also established a huge intelligence internet cafe. It's a pity to lose it like that. Advertisement. I need you to be in charge of intelligence work for me. Crocodile frowned. Just because of this. Yao Chen nodded. Just because of this. The two looked at each other, and after a while, they saw Crocodile say, Aren't you afraid that I'll leave here as soon as I leave? Yao Chen smiled. To put it badly, world government is now a cooperative relationship with me. Marine and the Revolutionary Army also rely on me. Where did you say you could run to? Crocodile said indifferently, Who knows? Maybe I'm going to hide somewhere for the rest of my life. Yao Chen said. You won't. Crocodile asked back, How do you know? Because I know you well. You are an ambitious person. From how many years you've been in Alabasta looking for Pluton? You can see that you are very persistent. And you've been at the base for quite a while. You should have a deep understanding of us, right? You think, with our strength, is there anything we can't do? Crocodile narrowed his eyes slightly. He did have a deep understanding of Yao Chen's power. Although the area was restricted during the study, many places could not be visited. But judging from some of the technologies that have been revealed, as well as some major events that have occurred, Yao Chen's Xingyao army has a very terrifying strength, and even the world government is afraid of it. This is a huge force he can't even imagine. And what ambition do you want to achieve? Relying on Xing Yaojun is the most likely to do it. He was silent for a while, and finally said, I agree. Yao Chen smiled slightly. A wise choice. By the way, your Baroque studio has not been disbanded. Your subordinates are still together. I have to say, they are quite loyal to you. Crocodile touched his empty left wrist, also not thinking. Yao Chen said at this time, after you go back and regain control of the original power. I need you to ask me about someone. Who? Advertisement. Fujitora smiled. Fujitora smiled. Crocodile muttered the name with an inexplicable look in his eyes. Yao Chen said, When you find out about him, don't act rashly. Just send someone to follow in secret. A look of doubt flashed across Crocodile's face as he asked, Anything else? Yao Chen shook his head. No, you can leave. When Crocodile heard this, he stepped out of the office. Just as he was about to leave the room, Yao Chen said at this time, Chi, remember, your life never belongs to you. It belongs to me. If once let me know what little tricks you are doing in secret. I will take your life back at any time. Crocodile's movement stopped, and he left without saying anything. Looking at the other person's back, Yao Chen sighed at this time. While there is confidence in the crocodile recovery, it will obviously take time. And the reason why he made this decision is also helpless, who said that he has too little high-end combat power today. Just when Yao Chen asked Crocodile to do things for him. On Sky Island, a Kun-style fighter jet appeared. Inside the fighter plane, Zephyr and Ain were having a conversation. Mr. Zephyr, I didn't expect Sky Island to actually exist. Zephyr wrapped his arms around him. Yeah, I was taken aback too. What are we doing here? Ain asked. I saw Zephyr and said, the commander wants us to come here and pay Qian Zhao a guy named Enel. Enel, who is he, and he needs to be dealt with specially. Seeing Zephyr said, I heard that this Enel is the one who ate thunder fruit. Ain's face changed greatly. Thunder fruit. Isn't that the strongest Logia devil fruit? Zephyr nodded, then looked at Darth Vader on the opposite side and thought. This man hasn't spoken since he got on the plane. He had the same purpose as himself, and it was also for Enel. Quote. I heard that it was to prevent Enel from escaping, so I let myself come to Sky Island with him. Although the other party has not shown his strength, his intuition and instinct are all telling him. The person in front of him is a very terrifying powerhouse. At this moment, the driver's voice came from the front. 2 adults, the kingdom of God has arrived. The 3 turned their heads to look, and saw an island appeared in front of them. It is Gaia Island that was washed up on Sky Island 400 years ago. Chapter 91 Zephyr's Enel, subscribe. This is the kingdom of God. At this time, the 3 had already stepped into the land of Gaia Island. Listen to the commander, it seems that this land was washed up on Sky Island 400 years ago. Just when Zephyr was curious, a man in a purple leather coat with a pair of wings behind him surrounded him with a group of soldiers. Sure enough, I just discovered that something is invading outside the kingdom of God. Is that you? He looked at the back of the 3 people carefully. You guys, are you from Shanghai? There was a hint of surprise on the man's face. How did you come to Sky Island? Zephyr looked normal, and was not surprised by the winged Sky Islander. After all, there are many strange humans in the sea. I saw him reply. Of course we flew up. The man frowned. Whether it flew up or not. You privately invaded the kingdom of God, violated the laws of Sky Island, and are now arrested. I will press you to go to the temple to accept God's judgment. As soon as Ain heard this, he was ready to draw his sword to resist. But she saw Zephyr stopped her directly. God, well, we want to meet him too. The man frowned slightly when he saw Zephyr's words. But when he thought of Enel's strength, he felt relieved. I saw a group of people led the 3 of them to the interior of Gaia Island. After a long journey, they came to the front of a white cloud covering the manor. When the group entered the manor, they saw that it was a huge square. In front of the square is a gorgeous courtyard. At this time, there was a man with a white scarf tied on his head and a circle of clouds behind him lying on his side. Guedas, you are not staying in your trial ground, why are you here with me? The man spoke at this time. Seeing Guedas, he said, Lord Enel, I have caught a few Qinghai people and brought them here to you for disposal. Ah, Enel looked at the 3 of Zephyr with a hint of curiosity in his eyes, as this Qinghai. Is it the same as us except that it doesn't have wings? The 3 Zephyr are also looking at Enel. You are the ruler of Sky Island. Enel replied in a lazy manner. Yes, I am the god of Sky Island. No, it should be said that it is also the god of your Qinghai people. Advertisement. Zephyr surveyed him. Just you, God. It's really a big breath. As he said that, he stepped on his foot and rushed towards Enel. Let the old man come and try your weight. Everyone was surprised that a conflict broke out suddenly. Lord Enel, be careful. But seeing Enel resting his head on his right hand, he said in a contemptuous tone. Madness. Any physical attack won't work on me. He didn't dodge, watching Zephyr punch him. Just as they approached, Zephyr's fist was suddenly covered with a black armament hockey. Then an extremely fierce punch slammed into his abdomen. And Enel, who had always kept a contemptuous sneer, changed his face instantly at this moment. I saw his face shocked, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. Wow. How is this possible? Zephyr quipped. There's nothing impossible in this world. Don't think you're invincible by eating thunder fruit. Let this old man teach you a good lesson, kid. As he said that he tried again, Enel couldn't bear the heavy blow and was blasted out and knocked down a large building. When the others on the scene saw this scene, they were all stunned. How is it possible? Master Enel, who ignored all kinds of physical attacks, was actually hit. It's impossible, it's absolutely impossible. I must be dreaming. While everyone was still in shock, an astonishing thunder light erupted from the ruins ahead. Only to hear a voice containing incomparable anger. I'm going to kill you. Enel's figure appeared in the air, and endless thunder and lightning fell beside him. Seeing this, Priest Guedas hurriedly said, No, everyone should leave here. In fact, needless to say, everyone saw this scene and knew that Enel was angry. They all ran out, but Ain and Darth Vader remained. At this time, Enel held the thunder staff and pointed at Zephyr, God's punishment. An incomparably huge thunder light fell from the sky and charged towards Zephyr. For flowers. Advertisement. But Zephyr avoided the blow as if he had foreseen it in advance. Seeing this, Enel's expression changed greatly. Are you also heartbroken? Hard net, Zephyr said disdainfully. A kid who lives on Sky Island and dominates the world has no idea how big the world is. He dodged and came behind Enel in an instant, with the advanced weapon color covering his right hand. This is called observation hockey, kid. Enel's expression changed. Not good. The mouth shouted. Discharge. I saw that he began to cover a lot of electric light. Zephyr smiled contemptuously. However, let me, an old fellow from the sea, teach you. The world is so vast. Black Bull. Steel. The next moment, Zephyr's right fist slammed directly into Enel's head. An indescribable force erupted, smashing his face directly into it. Then it was slammed down from the sky by this terrifying force, forming a big pit in front of Aang and Darth Vader. In the pit, Enel's eyes turned white and he passed out. Seeing this, Darth Vader, who was on the side, found that he no longer needed to take action himself. Seeing Zephyr descend from the sky, hey, if you want to defeat this kid without hurting his life, it's a little troublesome to manage this power. But it's settled. At this time, seeing that there was no movement inside, the priest Geddes rushed in again. Then I saw Enel, who was already in a coma. How is it possible that Lord Enel has lost? However, Zephyr said to him, hey, the little devil in purple clothes. Do you know where the Arc Proverbs are? Geddes' face changed. You are here for the Arc Proverbs. Zephyr said, don't ask so much, tell us where is the Arc Proverb. Geddes' expression changed, and he hesitated in his heart. However, Enel was easily defeated by the opponent. He didn't dare to say anything more. Well, I took you to see the Arc Proverbs. When Zephyr heard it, he took out a pair of handcuffs made by the C factor from his body and put them on Enel. Then he hit the other party and said, let's go. Well. Chapter 92 Tankers go to sea for subscription. Geddes took the three to a dock. I saw that there was a half-built ship here. The shape of the ship is somewhat like an airship. There are many fan blades and propellers on it. At this time, Darth Vader took out a holographic projection device. Yao Chen's image suddenly appeared in place. He was stunned for a moment, then said, so it's you, sir. What, it's settled. Seeing that someone suddenly appeared, Geddes was taken aback. However, seeing that the other party seemed to know the three of them, he did not speak. I saw Yao Chen looked around, and then found Zephyr carrying Enel. He immediately gave a thumbs up. As expected of Mr. Zephyr, he solved this guy so easily. Zephyr didn't care. 903 is just to deal with a little devil who only relies on fruit ability, even hockey can't. Quote. Nothing to be proud of. Now that the mission is complete, is it time to go back? I have to go to the shipyard to watch my precious tankers. Yao Chen's mouth twitched, and now the base's shipyard has basically become Zephyr's territory. Although he arranged for the other party to be a general instructor. Teach hockey and Marine 6 styles, soldiers of the Shining Star Army. But as long as he is free, this old guy will stay in the shipyard almost every step of the way. Not only him, but the Marines he brought with him also stayed there. Yao Chen shook his head. No hurry, let me take a look at this ship first. Seeing his projection walking towards the Arc Proverbs, he began to look at it. Well, other than the propeller and the paddle, there doesn't seem to be much difference. He looked inside again and found a large number of gears installed inside. There is also a platform like a charging pile. Yao Chen's mouth twitched. This guy Enel really thinks of himself as a human power generator. It seems to be prepared to rely on the ability of the fruit to provide power. But, even so, how did he get to the moon through the vacuum in the middle of the earth? After all, a vacuum has no air, so how did he get the power? Advertisement. About this, Yao Chen is not just making up. The first battle where Luffy and others came to Sky Island in the original book was easily resolved. If it wasn't for the rescue of the former priest Ganfer, perhaps they would be in danger. And the reason why they couldn't defeat the enemy was because the air was too thin to use force. This is not his nonsense, but Ganfer himself explained in the animation. Therefore, the pirate world has an atmosphere, and the higher it is, the thinner the air will be. Finally, there is a complete vacuum. Therefore, Yao Chen is very curious about what the Arc Proverbs rely on to provide power. If you can you get this technology yourself? He looked carefully, and finally found that the ship contained many unique shells. Huh, is this the Sky Island shell? A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and then he said like the silent Geddes. What is the purpose of this shell? Geddes was startled when he saw the other party's sudden opening, but he still answered. It's the blower, a unique type of shell from Sky Island that makes a lot of air out of thin air to blast. Yao Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately remembered the ability of this shell. The people of Sky Island seem to use the shells to power their ships. When the Arc Proverbs crashed, it also used the thrust of about 200 jets to withstand the weight. It can be seen how powerful the power of this shell is. Yao Chen immediately asked, how many of these shells do you have? Geddes replied, the slush is an extinct type of shell, which is very rare. We've collected so long, and there's only so much. When Yao Chen heard this, he showed a disappointed expression. That's all, just use it for research. Then he said to him, bring some unique shells from your island. Geddes did not dare to resist, and brought some various Sky Island shells. At this time, Darth Vader called for the quintessential fighter that had been following in secret. It didn't take long for the pilot to fly it down from the sky. After everyone put these shells on, they took Enel to the fighter plane and flew away. Seeing Zephyr and his party leave, Geddes finally breathed a sigh of relief. Also understand that news of Enel's disappearance will soon spread throughout Sky Island. Advertisement. I don't know what kind of turmoil will happen to Sky Island next. Inside the Hive base, Yao Chen just ended the call with Zephyr and others. Jarvis' voice came. Sir, 2 tankers have been completed. His eyes lit up. Is it finished? Yes. I saw Yao Chen put on the nano battle suit and flew directly like a shipyard. When they came here, the marine soldiers brought by Zephyr had gathered around to watch. What a big ship. It's all made of steel, and it's really shocking. It's a pity that Zephyr Admiral was on a mission and didn't see it. Haha, when he comes back, he will definitely be heartbroken. Cough cough. A soft cough came, and the soldiers who were watching looked back and found Yao Chen. Seeing them hurriedly said, "Hello, Commander." Yao Chen nodded, then walked past the crowd and entered the shipyard. I saw 100,000-ton oil tankers, 2 of which have been completed and docked in dry dock, just waiting for seawater to be injected. He looked at it and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. With these big guys, my material transportation ability will be improved by more than 1 level. The head of the shipping came to him at this time. Welcome, Commander, do you need to start pouring seawater now? 5.3 inches inject it. As he gave his order, the gates of the dry dock opened. A large amount of seawater was injected from the outside, causing the 2 oil tankers to gradually float. See how a ship made of steel can actually float on the water. All the Marines exclaimed, it can really float. Unbelievable. Yao Chen rubbed his chin and thought, how about handing over these 2 ships to Marine first? In this way, I can also go to the metal town for resource mining earlier. Also, the second sub-base has also started to build new ships. The absence of these 2 ships will not affect me. With this in mind, he was ready to start contacting Sengoku. However, what he didn't know was that Sengoku was also looking distressed at this time. Chapter 93 Marshal Sengoku, do you want to buy a warship? Subscription required. Naval Headquarters, in the Marshal's office, saw Sengoku worrying about something at this time. Because he found a big problem, that is those tanks and armored vehicles in the square. He didn't know what to do. Marine doesn't seem to have the tools to transport them. Just when he was discussing with the crane how to arrange the equipment, a series of vibrations came from the pocket of the jacket. He took it out and found that the communication device Yao Chen gave him was making a call. I saw a blue light on the device, projecting Yao Chen's holographic projection. Long time no see, Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku frowned. To be honest, he didn't want to see each other. Because every time the other party appears, there is nothing wrong with it. I saw him asking, what's the matter with you calling me at this time? Yao Chen said, I want to tell you that the 2 tankers you ordered have been completed. Sengoku was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up, and he said a little excitedly, how can it be so fast? That's because I want to deliver it to you first, so that you can mine the resources of the metal country as soon as possible. Hearing him mentioning the hometown of the Golden Residents, the 31 surprises in Sengoku's heart were suddenly reduced by more than half. I saw him say, you can deliver the ship first and then talk about it. Yao Chen nodded. Okay. Then he asked, what are you talking about? He saw Hidao. We are discussing how to arrange the tanks and armored vehicles on the square. Oh, Yao Chen said to Sengoku, Marshal Sengoku, can you show me your square? Sengoku glanced at him, then took the communicator to the window. I saw Yao Chen looking at the square of naval headquarters and the pier in the distance. Then he frowned deeply and said, Marshal Sengoku, your dock here is too small. There's simply no way to transport some large items. It seems that even if I give you the tanker, you can't stop it. Hearing him say that, Sengoku's expression suddenly changed. So what should I do now? But I saw Yao Chen smiling. It's very simple, I'll help you refit the wharf and install all kinds of large cranes. It can facilitate the transportation of various materials. The crane. Sengoku looked puzzled. Yes, I believe you have also seen it in the dock of my base. It's the kind of machine that can lift large objects. Hearing what he said, Sengoku also recalled the kind of machine with a large hook that he saw. Advertisement. However, he frowned with some hesitation in his eyes. Because according to the other party's statement, this must be another big expense. I saw Sengoku asking, what do you want? Yao Chen smiled and said, not much, the mining time in Metal Township is increasing by 2 months. The corners of Sengoku's mouth twitched, and he directly rejected, no. I saw Yao Chen spread his hands, then there is no way. Looking at the other party that you have no choice but to choose me. He gritted his teeth with hatred, and finally could only say, at most 1 month. Yao Chen thought for a moment, deal. The crane on the side frowned and found that Sengoku, known as the resourceful general, had known Yao Chen since the beginning. He was led by the nose all the time. But there is no way, who told the other party to have the technology that Marine does not have? At this time, Yao Chen said again, that's right, Marshal Sengoku. Since the wharf has been changed, do you want to transport ships? After all, the transportation of these tanks and armored vehicles is also a big trouble. Sengoku said blankly. No, we Marine have our own way. Huh, can you talk about it? Sengoku said with a sullen face. I'm going to convert some large warships into transport ships. Hearing what he said, Yao Chen immediately said, but Marshal Sengoku. Do you know how much a King Tiger tank weighs? Are you sure the modified warship can withstand it? Why don't you just buy it from me? Safe and convenient, and after-sales service is included. Sengoku said very seriously. No matter what you say, don't even try to get a little benefit from me. Hearing what he said, Yao Chen could only sigh helplessly. Just then, there was a burst of laughter from outside the office. Ha 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 ha, Sengoku, I'm back. Sengoku, who was originally upset, sighed when he heard the laughter. Garp, where did you guy go? Garp said with a full face. I'm driving a tank in the square. You don't know how exciting this thing is to drive. What? Sengoku's face changed, and he immediately went to the window and looked out. Advertisement. I saw a lot of Vice Admiral and some colonels watching the tanks. Marine soldiers on the side were cheering them on. Sengoku even saw Aokiji and Kizaru in it. I saw blue veins pop up on his forehead and roared. What are you guys doing? Hearing Sengoku's roar, everyone snorted. Ah la la, it was discovered by Marshal Sengoku. Aokiji said with a headache. I saw Kizaru's bitter face. I'm sorry, I'm going to deduct my salary now. Sure enough, Sengoku roared. Your salary for this month is all gone. Now, get me back to my job immediately. Hearing him say that, a group of vice admirals scattered with the colonel. Garp, on the other hand, clasped his nostrils. Don't be so stingy, Sengoku. Recently, everyone is busy changing clothes. 903. It's so easy to relax now. What's wrong with everyone driving the tank and relaxing? Sengoku roared. This thing is not for you to play with. It must be the head of your guy. Your salary for next month is also gone. Garp flicked his booger. It doesn't matter. When the time comes, I will come to you to eat and drink. Hearing him say that, Sengoku suddenly wanted to vomit blood. But seeing Luo Chen on the side, he said, You are the Marine hero Garp, Vice Admiral. Hearing someone calling himself, Garp only then realized that there was an outsider in the office. When he saw the appearance of the other party, he immediately said, Late, you are Marine's current big money lord, the commander of the Xingyao army. Yao Chen didn't expect the other party to be very polite, so he said. The name Garp Vice Admiral is famous all over the world, how can I compare to you? Hearing the other party's compliment, Garp burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, yes, I like you. Come to naval headquarters sometime and I'll treat you to senbei. Yao Chen smiled and looked at Sengoku, who was beside him with a gloomy face. Then he stepped forward and said, Marshal Sengoku, since you don't buy a transport ship. And what about the warship? Chapter 94 Destroyer, subscribe. Hearing his words, even Garp and Suru looked over at the same time. Sengoku wondered, didn't you say your shipyard can't make room now? Yao Chen said. That was before, now it's different. Sengoku thought about it, and finally felt that he could no longer be led by the nose, so he said. I don't think it is necessary, our marine ships are very powerful. Yao Chen said, I think it is necessary. You have no idea what I mean by warships. Hearing what he said, Sengoku was silent for a while. Let me take a look first and see what the warship you are talking about is like. When Yao Chen heard this, he stretched out his hand in the void, and a graphic list appeared in front of Sengoku. As you can see above, there are various types of warships. They are destroyers, battleships, light cruisers, heavy cruisers, battle cruisers, and aircraft carriers. Sengoku is a little affectionate, not only him, but also Garp and Suru beside him. Are there so many other types of warships? Yao Chen nodded. Of course, what do you think I'm selling you? Is it the kind of thing outside of you that can be called a warship as long as it is equipped with artillery? He sneered. In my opinion, it can't be called a warship at all. Even those ships are an insult to warships. Listening to what he said, Sengoku and Crane didn't react much. Because they have seen how powerful technology the other has. Therefore, it is known that Yao Chen is qualified to say such words. But Garp is different, he has not seen Yao Chen's powerful technology. And he, like Zephyr, is a boat lover. After all, in such a world full of oceans, only the ship is the eternal theme. Therefore, when he heard the other side belittling Marine's warship, he was immediately unhappy. I don't like listening to you. My dog-headed warship is one of the most powerful warships in this sea. Not many can beat it. However, Yao Chen smiled and shook his head. Garp Vice Admiral, although I respect you. But what I'm saying is, you don't even know what a warship is. As soon as these words came out, Garp's face was a little ugly, as a marine who has dealt with ships all his life. Is it not an insult to hear people say that they don't understand what a warship is? I saw Garp's hands environmentally friendly. That's good. I'm here to see what's going on with the warship you're talking about. Yao Chen smiled slightly, then said to Sengoku, Marshal Sengoku, choose one. Advertisement. Sengoku looked at the various ships in front of him, and didn't know how different they were. So pick a destroyer at random. Subsequently, a large number of names began to show in front of him. What Fletcher class, Yukikaze, Yongyan, Z-23, Hillman, etc. He looked puzzled. What are these? Yaodao. These are the names of various destroyers. They are for what? Sengoku asked. Seeing Yao Chen, he said, destroyer is a multi-purpose warship. They are an integral part of all types of fleets. Its main functions are anti-submarine, anti-ship, ground attack, escort, reconnaissance, patrol, warning, minalaying, fire support and attacking shore targets, etc. Quote. Hearing what he said, Sengoku suddenly became interested. Not only him, but also Garp and Suru looked over at the same time. I saw that Sengoku looked at various names and ordered one at random. The next moment, a destroyer appeared on the screen. Looking at the destroyer, Yao Chen frowned. I have to say, Marshal Sengoku, you are lucky. Any choice, I chose the fastest destroyer among them. Really? Sengoku was a little surprised. I saw Yao Chen nodded. Yes. The name of this ship is Utopia. It is one of the Utopia-class destroyers. Also the fastest destroyer in the world. Having said this, he paused and asked, Marshal Sengoku, I ask you. What is the fastest ship in Marine today? The fastest ship? A ship called the Seagull, of course. Can reach a speed of 13 knots. And the fastest ship on the ocean is a ship called the Black Pearl. It can reach a speed of 15 knots. I saw Yao Chen smiling slightly. Then guess what's the speed of this destroyer named Uchiha? Sengoku frowned. Section 17, Section 18. Yao Chen shook his head. No, guess again. Is it 20 knots? Yao Chen shook his head again. Guess again. But Sengoku looked surprised. It won't be more than 20 knots, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Garp, who was beside him, spoke up. Advertisement. How is it possible? There is no ship in this world that can exceed 20 knots. Boy, are you kidding us? Yao Chen gave him a contemptuous look and said. This boat is called the Dream, and it has a speed limit of 42 to 45 knots. As soon as these words came out, the three of them immediately said, Woman, this is impossible. Seeing their disbelief, Yao Chen pouted, Impossible. Seeing him touch the screen, a picture of an imaginary speed test suddenly appeared. I saw that in the picture, the imaginary speed was like floating on the sea. As a marine for many years, though without any reference. However, the three of them could still calculate the speed of each other from the waves that were turned up when they fantasized forward. Garp was stunned and said in shock, How is it possible to actually achieve such a speed? Yao Chen glanced at him. How about it, believe it? Garp opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Yao Chen said. This is a destroyer, and its speed is its greatest advantage. It's what it does when the two sides are at war. The ability to quickly approach a variety of large ships poses a serious threat to them at close range. In the picture, I saw Uchiha quickly approaching a large ship. Before the opponent could react, they dropped a large number of torpedoes to sink them. The whole scene gives people at Nuo's good speed and precision, like a scalpel. At the same time, the steerable turret on the hull also attracted the attention of the three. Look at the performance of this never-before-seen destroyer. The faces of the three of Sengoku were extremely solemn. It's a boat technology far ahead of their age. When all the pictures are played. The three people at the scene fell into silence, frowning and thinking about the code. After a long time, Sengoku was the first to come back to his senses. Destroyer, we already know about it. Can you take a look at the other warships? At this time, he didn't care whether he fell into Yao Chen's trap again. He just wanted to get to know other types of warships urgently. Yao Chen smiled slightly. Yes, please choose. Sengoku looked at the selection screen that reappeared with hesitation on his face. He looked at it, and finally clicked on the battleship option. Seeing this, Yao Chen frowned. Chapter 95 Battleship, subscribe. After Sengoku chose the battleship, various names appeared on the screen again. What the Prince of Wales, Iowa, Yamato, etc. He didn't make a hasty choice this time, but observed it. Then it was found that the upper right corners of these ships had various marks. Among them, the ships with a pair of red and white bars and 50-star flags are the most. Sengoku looked at it carefully, then wondered. Why are there various markings on the upper right kakuzu of these ships? Does this represent their series? Yao Chen said. These ships are produced by different forces. Upon hearing this, Sengoku wondered, didn't you build them? Yao Chen's eyes flashed inexplicably. They were, indeed I built, but not. Hearing his explanation, Sengoku became more puzzled. But he didn't ask more, but continued to browse. Finally, the familiar iron cross was found in it. Only compared to the ship with the star flag, there are only 2 ships marked by the iron cross. He frowned and muttered, Bismarck Tirpitz. Although curious why there are so few ships marked by the iron cross. However, it is still necessary to see the 903. I saw that he chose Bismarck. The next moment, a huge steel battleship with 4 turrets appeared on the screen. Although the size is not comparable to the 10,000-ton oil tanker he has seen. But still a behemoth. And at a glance, it looks majestic and majestic. The whole body reveals a kind of industrial beauty, the beauty of steel. Yao Chen said at this time, it seems that Marshal Sengoku has a soft spot for the Iron Cross. Do you think that as long as this marked weapon and equipment is the best? Sengoku questioned, isn't it? Yao Chen shook his head. Of course not. In this case, the ships of the MI army are the best. Mijin. Advertisement. It's the one with the 50-star flag. The one with the most ships. Yes. Sengoku thought for a moment. Leave the rest. You'd better introduce this battleship to me. Yao Chen nodded. Before introducing, you must first understand what a battleship is like a destroyer. Oh, then tell me, I really want to know what's different about this kind of warship. Garp and Crane on the side also looked over at the same time. I saw, Yao Chen said in a serious tone. Battleship, not an ordinary battleship. It represents the core of the fleet, the absolute main force. It is the ultimate human pursuit of firepower. It's the pinnacle of big gunboats. It's synonymous with power. In short, it brings together all kinds of admiration for it. Listening to Yao Chen's description of the battleship pair, the three suddenly became curious. I saw him continue. Of course, no matter how much praise. You won't have any feelings until you have seen the actual capabilities of the battleship. Let's see why it gets so many compliments. Yao Chen clicked the screen, and the video started playing immediately. I saw the battleship Bismarck inside riding the wind and waves, turning up big waves on the sea. What you see now is the battleship named Bismarck. It is a warship with a total length of 241.55 meters, a ship width of 36 meters, a maximum draft of 9.99 meters, a standard displacement of 41,637 tons, a full load displacement of 50,300 tons, a maximum speed of 30.12 knots, and a maximum endurance of 8,500 nautical miles. The hull is equipped with 4 380mm twin-mounted main guns, 12,150mm secondary guns, and 36 cannons. It's terrifying in terms of firepower, so to speak. The scene in the video turned, and the battleship Bismarck appeared on the sea with another battleship. I saw its muzzle turn, DBFD, as if aiming at something. Yao Chen said at this time, now what you are seeing is a battle of the battleship Bismarck. At this time, what was playing on the screen was the original world-famous Danish naval battle. The two sides participating in the war were the heavy cruisers Bismarck and Prinz Eugen, as well as the battleship Prince of Wales and the battlecruiser Hood. At this time, the 380mm main gun of the fourth gate above Bismarck opened fire. The powerful firepower and the deafening sound of the cannon all showed how terrifying its power was. Advertisement. However, the three of Sengoku were at a loss. Because they didn't see any enemies in the picture at all. What is this fighting for? Sengoku wondered. But seeing Yao Chen smile, the perspective of the picture began to closely follow the fired shells. After flying for a few seconds, two other steel battleships finally appeared in the video. Subsequently, this round of Sebo shells directly hit one of the warships. The next moment, a violent explosion appeared, completely swallowing the battleship. And Yao Chen shook his head and sighed, poor Hood. As the saying goes, caliber is justice. The power of the fourth gate's 380mm gun turret shocked the three of Sengoku. Garp couldn't believe it. Such terrifying firepower. Can one salvo take out a steel battleship? If it's a wooden boat, wouldn't it be almost gone after one shot? Crane frowned. Not only that, but the distance of the attack is also terrifying. Both sides can barely see where the other is. Yao Chen smiled. The distance between the two sides is about 20 kilometers. Hearing this number, the three of them were shocked again. At the same time, he also understood the way of fighting a warship such as a battleship. It can only be said that the powerful firepower and terrifying range were completely beyond their expectations. They immediately realized that they couldn't use the common sense of naval warfare in this world to see how these steel battleships fought. Because the two sides are not a concept at all. And, compared to previous destroyers, the shock brought by the battleship to them is even more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. At this time, I saw Garp came to Sengoku with an excited look and patted his shoulder. Sengoku, I want this ship. From now on, he will be my main ship. Sengoku's mouth twitched and wanted to refuse, but there was a rare pleading on his old friend's face. He opened his mouth and finally could only sigh. Looking at Yao Chen who was already smiling at him, he said, how much?